Thank you all for being here today. Do take your seats as we're about to begin. This is the fourth time that we're here in your city. The India Today Conclave Mumbai edition. An impactful platform that will bring together an array of cutting-edge entrepreneurs, authors, inventors, cultural icons, activists, artists, and political leaders from across the globe. The India Today Conclave Mumbai will capture the excitement of human potential by presenting thought leaders triggering positive change around the world. People redefining human health, breaking new ground in business practice, space exploration, philanthropy, physical and mental wellness, showbiz, artificial intelligence, and crucially, those working on new ideas in resource and energy management, as well as economy and job creation. Mumbai is not just one of India's most important nerve centers, but a powerful ideas amplifier. With its unique concentration of money, media, politics, showbiz, and social influencers, hosting an ideas conclave here in Mumbai has a megaphone effect more than in any other city. A few keynotes before we begin. Our official hashtag, Conclave Mumbai 22, for all those impactful takeaways from a stupendous lineup of sessions. Our presenting partners here today, Vedanta, driven by Volkswagen, insurance partner LIC, airline partner Qatar Airways, knowledge partner NL Dalmia, travel partner Samsonite, infrastructure partner Sidco, and tourism partner Kerala Tourism. We also have some amazing authors here with us for the next 2 days. You can buy their books and also get them signed at the Author's Corner that's just opposite the All-Day Conclave Cafe. And with that, it gives me great pleasure to announce our first session today. I'd like to invite on stage Sahil Joshi, Managing Editor, Aaj Tak Mumbai Bureau and Mumbai Tak, to introduce our very special speaker, walking the tightrope. What does it take to run Maharashtra? And who better than the minister to answer those questions? I'm going to hand over to Sahil in just a moment as he, of course, brings in our special guest this morning. The minister is here with us and he'll be joining us in just a moment. And we really wanted to kick off the conclave with this session, really setting the tone. Maharashtra having been the hotbed for so much recent change and, of course, key moves, whether it comes to infrastructure, business, politics, and more. Wanted to dive deep into really what it takes to run this nerve center of the country and get a sense of some of the key areas where we are going to see some changes being implemented over the next few months and a couple of years. With that, I can actually see the minister walking in as we speak. A very big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. Invite once again Sahil Joshi to join us on stage to introduce the Honourable Minister and take the first session forward. Morning, Sahil.
Hello and welcome. Since 2019, Mumbai, through the political upheaval, has been witnessing twists and turns which we had never witnessed before. In 62 years of existence of the state of Maharashtra, and I've been working as a journalist since last 20 years here, we had never witnessed what we witnessed in past few months, how the government changed, how the things switched, and the man who was at the center of all this is today with us, the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Eknath Shinde. Please welcome. And I will be speaking to him about his brand of politics and also what he has to offer to the state of Maharashtra as his model of governance. He has, we know him as we knew him as the minister, a leader of Shiv Sena, but now he is the chief minister. He is going to run the state. So what model of governance he is going to offer? मुख्यमंत्री जी, आप प्लीज स्टेज पर आइए. माइक. सर, सबसे पहले तो बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, आप इंडिया टुडे की स्टेज पर आ रहे हैं.
धन्यवाद.
इतने बड़े नेशनल स्टेज पे आने के बाद जो मैंने शुरुआत की थी कि हम सब ने जो देखा महाराष्ट्र में पिछले जून महीने में खास करके हमने देखा, और आप सूरत के रास्ते, गुवाहाटी के रास्ते महाराष्ट्र में आए, वो सीधे मुख्यमंत्री बनकर महाराष्ट्र में आए. आपकी ये जो यात्रा है वो बड़ी दिलचस्प है. ये कैसे हुआ आखिरकार? आपने 40 साल आप जिस पार्टी में थे, जिस तरीके से आपने पार्टी को बिल्ड करने के लिए कोशिश की थी आज तक, ये कैसे हुआ कि आपने सोचा कि आपको अब उद्धव ठाकरे के खिलाफ खड़ा होना है? क्या आपको पता था कि आप मुख्यमंत्री बनने जा रहे हैं? ये कैसे हुआ ये सारा चीज?
कैसे हुआ, क्यों हुआ, ये तो पूरे महाराष्ट्र में सब लोगों को पता भी है, और कैसे हुआ ये तो सिर्फ महाराष्ट्र नहीं, पूरे देश ने, बल्कि दुनिया भर के सभी लोगों ने देखा है. ये कुछ पाने के लिए या ये कुछ मुख्यमंत्री बनने के लिए ये नहीं हुआ था. यहां पर जो 2.5 साल की गवर्नमेंट थी, और जब 2019 में गवर्नमेंट का फॉर्मेशन हुआ, तभी से लेके इसकी शुरुआत हुई थी. पूरा बताऊं ना आपको?
पूरा बताइए, हम सुनना चाहते हैं. पहली बार हम आपके मुंह से सुनेंगे.
जब 2019 में शिवसेना, एनसीपी और कांग्रेस का गठबंधन की सरकार हुई, आघाड़ी सरकार, तभी से जो 3 महीने पहले की जो सरकार, जो चेंज सरकार हुई, उसकी शुरुआत वही से हुई थी. क्योंकि हम लोग चुनाव लड़े थे शिवसेना भाजपा के साथ में, और जो मतदाता है, वोटर्स है, उनका मैंडेट भी था शिवसेना बीजेपी की तरफ. और चुनाव में भी हम लोगों ने प्रचार जो किया था वो बाला साहब ठाकरे जी को और देश के प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी को सामने रखते हुए, और लोगों ने भी भरपूर सपोर्ट किया. और जो मेजॉरिटी के लिए नंबर्स लगते हैं उससे कई ज़्यादा नंबर्स हमारे पास आए थे शिवसेना बीजेपी के साथ. फिर भी सरकार जो लोग चाहते थे शिवसेना बीजेपी के बने, उनके चाहत के विरुद्ध में सरकार बन गई. और तभी से हमारे विधायक जो है उनका भी रेजिस्टेंस था, विरोध था. लेकिन हम लोग आदेश के मुताबिक काम करने वाले कार्यकर्ता लोग हैं. बाला साहब जी का आदेश हम लोग मानते मानते इतने साल काम किया, पार्टी को बढ़ाया, और उसके बाद हमारे वरिष्ठ नेता प्रमुख के आदेश को हम लोग मानते थे. लेकिन जब देखा 2.5 साल में जिस मकसद से सरकार बनी थी, विधायक जो देखते हैं कि फिर चुनाव में हम कैसे सामने जाए, लोगों को कैसे जवाब दे और लोगों को कैसे काम करे. लोग चाहते हैं जो चुनाव में विधायक चुनकर भेजते हैं, वो लोगों की अपेक्षा होती है मतदाता की, कि हमारे चुनाव क्षेत्र में काम हो, विकास हो, विकास के प्रकल्प जो सब सिविक एम्यूनिटी जो होती है, प्रकल्प होते हैं, वो चाहिए. लेकिन ऐसा कुछ नहीं कर पा रहे थे दुर्भाग्यवश.
आपके मुख्यमंत्री तो आप ही के थे, आप खुद मंत्री थे उसमें, उसके बावजूद आपकी शिकायत है कि वो सब चीज नहीं हो पा रही थी जो आप चाह रहे थे. उद्धव ठाकरे खुद मुख्यमंत्री थे. क्या यही सबसे बड़ी समस्या थी?
हाँ, नहीं, समस्या तो मुख्यमंत्री कौन था इसकी नहीं थी।
हाँ,
लेकिन जो निर्णय लेने चाहिए थे इस राज्य के हित के,
हाँ,
और जो लोग शिवसेना के विधायक थे उनके चुनाव क्षेत्र में जो उनके मतदाताओं की जो एक्सपेक्टेशन थी, उनकी अपेक्षा थी, उसको पूरे नहीं कर पा रहे थे। और सरकार में रहने के बाद, सरकार हमारी होने के बावजूद हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं को न्याय नहीं मिल रहा था और विधायक बार बार नाराजी जाहिर कर रहे थे। कई बार हम लोगों ने कोशिश की, मैंने भी कोशिश की, हमारे कई लोगों ने कोशिश की कि इसमें कुछ बदलाव आए, लेकिन दुर्भाग्यवश हम उसमें कामयाब नहीं हो पाए।
मतलब आपने उद्धव ठाकरे को कई बार कहा था कि दोबारा बीजेपी के साथ चलते हैं।
बिल्कुल, नेचुरल अलायंस हमारा था ना, वो जो नेचुरल अलायंस था वही लोग भी चाहते थे, जनता भी चाहती थी और हम लोग भी चाहते थे। लेकिन कुछ ऐसा समय भी आया था कि कुछ बदलाव हो सकता है, लेकिन नहीं हो पाया।
फिर भी 2.5 साल आपने इंतजार किया। बीच में एक बार फिर बातचीत चल रही थी कि उद्धव ठाकरे और बीजेपी के साथ कुछ बातचीत होगी। क्या सचमुच ये हो रहा था? बीजेपी के साथ बात चल रही थी?
बिल्कुल। हमारे प्रमुख जो थे, वो हमारे मुख्यमंत्री, वो सिर्फ मतलब जब दिल्ली मोदी जी को भी मिले थे और उस वक्त भी कोशिश चल रही थी, लेकिन कर नहीं पाए। यही तो राज्य का दुर्भाग्य है और इसलिए जो होना था हो गया, क्योंकि हम लोगों ने कुछ ऐसा वैसा गलत काम किया नहीं। क्योंकि जिनके साथ हम चुनाव लड़े थे, जो लोग चाहते थे, जो लोगों का मैंडेट था कि शिवसेना बीजेपी नेचुरल अलायंस पार्टी है और पिछले 25 सालों से यहाँ पर महाराष्ट्र में साथ साथ में काम करते हैं, और जो बाला साहब भी चाहते थे। अभी बाला साहब क्या चाहते थे? बाला साहब चाहते थे, जब उनका, मैं आपको भी पता है कि उनका एक वक्तव्य था, स्टेटमेंट था कि मुझे एक दिन प्रधानमंत्री बनाओ, कश्मीर का धारा 370 मैं रद्द करूंगा, अयोध्या में राम मंदिर बनाऊंगा। ये उनकी सोच थी। तो अभी कौन बना रहा है? ये तो अभी धारा 370 ये देश के आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के मार्गदर्शन में, नेतृत्व में हमारे गृह मंत्री, यूनियन होम मिनिस्टर अमित भाई शाह जी ने किया। राम मंदिर का निर्माण शुरू हुआ। तो हम लोगों ने कहा गलत किया है? जो बाला साहब चाहते थे वही तो हम लोगों ने किया है।
लेकिन उद्धव ठाकरे का यह कहना था कि आप कह रहे हैं कि ठीक है कि 2019 में आपने साथ में चुनाव लड़ा, उसके बाद आपको मैंडेट मिला, सरकार आपकी बननी चाहिए थी, लेकिन उनका यह कहना था कि एक बातचीत उनकी हुई थी अमित शाह के साथ में, और उसको लेकर अभी भी थोड़ा सा अनबन चल रही है थोड़ी बहुत, कि उस बातचीत में क्या हुआ। उनका यह कहना था कि उन्हें वादा किया गया था कि 2.5 साल शिवसेना का मुख्यमंत्री बनेगा, 2.5 साल बीजेपी का मुख्यमंत्री बनेगा, जो भी मंत्रिमंडल बनेगा, सत्ता का जो डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन होगा वो 50-50% का डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन होगा। उनकी बात को ठुकराया गया, इसके लिए उनको यह करना पड़ा। दूसरी बात, आप खुद भी जानते हैं, आप खुद उस देवेंद्र फडणवीस के मंत्रिमंडल का हिस्सा थे, आपको भी पता है कि तब शिवसेना और बीजेपी के बीच में किस तरीके के रिश्ते थे। उनका यह कहना था कि उनके साथ में दम घुट रहा था, अलायंस नेचुरल खत्म हो गया था और अलायंस सिर्फ सत्ता के लिए बन गया था, इसके लिए उनको सत्ता से दूर जाना, उनके साथ सत्ता नहीं करना यह जरूरी हो गया था। तो उनका कहना है कि वादा खिलाफी बीजेपी ने की, इसके लिए हमको कांग्रेस एनसीपी के साथ जाना पड़ा। आपको बताया था उद्धव ठाकरे ने कि 2.5 साल का मुख्यमंत्री पद?
उन्होंने बताया था कि ऐसा हुआ था, लेकिन वहां पर कोई नहीं था, वो थे और अमित भाई थे। और जब ये मैंने भी कहा, फिर अभी जो हुआ 2.5 साल तो हो गए, अभी हम लोग दुरुस्त करते, जो 2019 को करना चाहिए था दुरुस्त कर देते हम, फिर से हमारे नेचुरल अलायंस पार्टनर के साथ जुड़ते हैं हम लोग।
तो आप कह रहे थे कि कांग्रेस एनसीपी के साथ में 2.5 साल मुख्यमंत्री पद होने के बाद बीजेपी के पास चले जाएंगे?
2.5 साल से पहले जब ऐसी बात होने लग गई, हमारे विधायक जो है एमएलए नाराज हो रहे थे, वो मेरे को आके मिलते थे। एक ही तो सुनवाई की जगह थी, एकनाथ शिंदे, अभी सब आते थे, अपनी दुखड़ा सुनाते थे मुझे, मैं सुनता था, फिर मैं जाके उनको कहता था अभी देखो इसमें सुधार करो, लेकिन नहीं हो पाया। फिर उसके बाद में जब मैं ये सब जो हुआ है, देखिए ये छोटा, आप जानते हो कितना ये जो कदम उठाया है, लोग अपोजिशन में से रूलिंग पार्टी में जाते, हम लोग रूलिंग पार्टी में थे, मैं मिनिस्टर था, मेरे साथ 9 मिनिस्टर थे। ऐसा कभी दुनिया में देखा है कि रूलिंग में से अपोजिशन में जाने का कभी सुना है कोई? लेकिन ये क्यों हुआ? क्योंकि हमें जो आइडियोलॉजी हमारी पार्टी की थी, हमारे शिवसेना प्रमुख जी जिनको हम बहुत ही श्रद्धेय मानते हैं, उनकी सोच विचार से जब बदलाव होने लगा तब हम लोगों ने ये रास्ता अपनाया है।
उद्धव ठाकरे कहते हैं कि बाला साहब ठाकरे के बेटे को ही आपने मुख्यमंत्री पद से हटवा दिया।
देखिए, पहले तो वो कह रहे थे कि एक शिव सैनिक को बनाऊंगा, मुझे बनना नहीं था। मैं जब ये कदम उठाया तभी भी मेरे दिमाग में सोच नहीं थी, उनका ही कहना था मुझे नहीं बनना है, तो क्यों बोल रहे कि मुझे उतार दिया। हम लोगों ने किसी को उतारने के लिए या किसी कुर्सी पे बिठाने के लिए ये कदम नहीं उठाया है। इस राज्य के हित के लिए, इस राष्ट्र के हित के लिए और लोगों की जनता के जो मैंडेट था उसका रिस्पेक्ट करने के लिए हम लोग ने ये कदम उठाया है।
नहीं, लेकिन आमतौर पर यह देखा गया है कि बीजेपी के साथ में जो भी अलायंस पार्टनर्स हैं वो बीजेपी के साथ खुश नहीं रहे। वहां पर हमने देखा कि जनता दल यूनाइटेड बीजेपी से दूर हटा, अकाली दल बीजेपी से दूर हटा। हमेशा बीजेपी के साथ ये दिक्कत रही है, इस तरीके से कहा जाता है। शिवसेना के साथ भी यही दिक्कत थी। आपका कई बार बीजेपी के साथ झगड़ा हो चुका है। क्या आप बीजेपी को पूरी तरीके से ट्रस्ट कर सकते हैं, विश्वास रख सकते हैं बीजेपी पर कि ठीक है, जो हुआ सो हुआ, लेकिन अब वो आपको सरकार चलाने देंगे?
देखिए, 25-30 साल हो गए शिवसेना बीजेपी की अलायंस। जब हमारे बड़े साहब थे, बाला साहब जी थे, तभी भी ऐसे कई बार ऐसे मौके आए, लेकिन तभी प्रमोद महाजन जी, अडवाणी जी, राजनाथ सिंह जी, सभी लोग आते थे और जो भी है मसला सुलझाते थे। कहां पर हम लोगों ने कभी अलायंस तोड़ दिया? नहीं तोड़ा। अभी जब देखिए, मैं अभी पूरे डिटेल में आपको नहीं बताऊंगा, लेकिन जब हमारे जब चुनाव हो गया और चुनाव के नतीजे आए, तभी स्टेटमेंट शुरू हो गया कि हमारे लिए भी सारे दरवाजे खुले हैं। इसका मतलब क्या है? हम तो चुनाव लड़े थे बीजेपी के साथ, तो ये बोलने की जरूरत क्या थी? और जब भी अगर ऐसा कमिटमेंट हुआ था तो कई बार मोदी जी के सभा में मोदी जी ने कहा था कि देवेंद्र फडणवीस हमारा मुख्यमंत्री का कैंडिडेट है, तभी ऐतराज करना चाहिए था। और मैं जब यह कदम उठाने के बाद मोदी जी से भी मिला था, अमित भाई से भी मिला था, उनको भी मैं ऐसे, मुझे तो पूछने का कोई अधिकार नहीं, बड़े नेता है हमारे देश के, राष्ट्र के, लेकिन मैंने ऐसे पूछा क्या उसमें सच्चाई क्या है? तो उन्होंने कहा, देखिए शिंदे जी, अगर हम लोग बिहार में नीतीश जी को नंबर्स कम होने के बावजूद भी हमारी कमिटमेंट के मुताबिक मुख्यमंत्री बना दिया उनको, और मेरे पास भी 50 थे, उनके पास तो 100 से ज्यादा थे। ये भी मिसाल थी हमारी कि मेरे पास कम होने के बावजूद भी मुझे मुख्यमंत्री बनाया। वो बोले अगर समझो हम कमिट करते तो एक राज्य हमारे लिए कोई बड़ी बात नहीं था, हमारे पास तो पूरा देश है, तो हम क्यों ऐसा करेंगे? हाँ, सरकार सत्ता जो है, मिनिस्ट्रीज है, बिल्कुल हम लोग जो 50% जो है या उससे ज्यादा भी वो मांगे, कोई इतराज नहीं था।
क्या आपको अभी कमिटमेंट किया था कि आपको चीफ मिनिस्टर बनाएंगे जब आपकी ये बगावत हुई?
बगावत में तो मत कहो, ये रिवोल्ट है, ये उठाव है, क्रांति है। ये मैं कहूंगा कि ये जो है ये कोई कैसे सिचुएशन में हुआ है, ये कैसी परिस्थिति में हुआ है, ये दुनिया ने देखा है। मैं कोई कमिटमेंट या मुख्यमंत्री बनने के लिए वहां नहीं गया था। मैं एक भूमिका था, एक विचार था हमारे शिवसेना प्रमुख जी के, और विचारधारा को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए हम लोग ने ये कदम उठाया है।
तो ऐसा क्या उन्होंने सोचा कि उनकी पार्टी सबसे बड़ी पार्टी होने के बावजूद भी जो उन्होंने 2019 में नहीं किया, आपको मुख्यमंत्री बना दिया? क्या कभी आपको कब पता चला कि आप मुख्यमंत्री बनने वाले हैं? क्या हमारे जैसे ही आपको भी अचानक पता चला, हम जैसे शॉक में हो गए कि अरे ये तो कुछ अलग ही हो गया? क्या उसी तरीके से आपको भी पता चला या आपको पहले से पता था?
मैं पहले भी कहा है कि कुछ बनने के लिए या कुछ पाने के लिए मैंने ये कदम नहीं उठाया है।
ठीक।
हमारे जब विधायक इतनी चिंतित थे, क्रोधित थे और नाराज थे, तो मुझे कदम उठाना पड़ा। और इसमें आपको मैं बताऊंगा कि जो मैं कदम उठाया है वो छोटा मोटा कदम नहीं था। जो हिम्मत मैंने दिखाई है, जो क्या बोलते हैं, जो उन्होंने सोचा होगा, कहा जो ये हिम्मत वाला आदमी दिखता है, ये लड़ाकू आदमी है, ये महाराष्ट्र का मुख्यमंत्री इसको बनाते। इसमें मैं धन्यवाद दूंगा आदरणीय मोदी जी को, जो हमारे देश के प्रधानमंत्री है। उन्होंने अपने देश की डंका जो है, अपने देश का नाम जो है पूरी दुनिया में रोशन करने का काम किया है उन्होंने, और गृह मंत्री अमित भाई ने, और उसमें हमारे भारतीय जनता पक्ष के जो पार्टी के अध्यक्ष है नड्डा जी है, देवेंद्र जी है, इनका सबका सहयोग है।
बीजेपी तो कहती है कि दिल पे पत्थर रख के हमने ये निर्णय लिया है। आपने सुना होगा चंद्रकांत पाटिल बीजेपी के अध्यक्ष,
उनका दूसरा बयान आपने नहीं सुना, फिर उन्होंने दूसरा बयान भी दिया,
बदल दिया, बयान बदल दिया,
नहीं दुरुस्त किया होगा,
दुरुस्त किया।
लेकिन देखो, भारतीय जनता पार्टी में जो वरिष्ठ नेता होते हैं उनका निर्णय अंतिम होता है, और सोच समझ के उन्होंने निर्णय लिया, मुझे मौका दिया है, अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं हम लोग, इस राज्य को आगे बढ़ाने का काम कर रहे हैं, इसलिए उन्होंने सोचा होगा।
लेकिन अब भी हम देख रहे हैं कि जो बड़े पोर्टफोलियोज हैं, होम, फाइनेंस, हाउसिंग, पावर या ऊर्जा, ये बड़े पोर्टफोलियोज डेप्यूटी चीफ मिनिस्टर के हाथ में है। क्या आपको लगता है कि शिवसेना को तोड़ने के लिए आप पर बीजेपी ने आपको आगे किया है कि आप लड़िए, उद्धव ठाकरे के साथ लड़िए और हम सरकार चलाने की कोशिश करते हैं? क्या इसके लिए?
देखिए, अगर
आपके क्रिटिक्स कहते हैं कि इसके लिए किया गया।
बिल्कुल, उनको ऐसा जो लोग एंटिसिपेट कर रहे थे, लोग पब्लिक परसेप्शन जो था कि अभी बीजेपी मुख्यमंत्री बीजेपी का बनाने के लिए तोड़फोड़ कर रही है, लेकिन परसेप्शन देखा लोगों ने कैसे रखा था, हुआ क्या? बिल्कुल खिलाफ हो गया ना। और अगर वो चाहते तो उसी टाइम मुख्यमंत्री भारतीय जनता पार्टी का बनता। हमारा देवेंद्र जी और हमारे बहुत अच्छा इक्वेशन है,
अच्छा ट्यूनिंग है,
बिल्कुल ट्यूनिंग अच्छा है, क्योंकि मैंने पहले भी उनके साथ काम किया है। वो एकदम 5 साल का उनको मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में उन्होंने काम किया है, अच्छा एक्सपीरियंस है, और उनके अनुभव का फायदा आज हमें हो रहा है
तो ये
सरकार चलाने में।
तो ये डबल इंजन की सरकार है या ट्रिपल इंजन की सरकार है? आप भी है, देवेंद्र जी भी है।
अभी बिल्कुल डबल भी है और दिल्ली भी साथ में है, सपोर्ट कर रही है। देखिए, जो है, सच बोलने का मुझे बिल्कुल एतराज नहीं होता। हमारे शिवसेना प्रमुख जी बाला साहब ने वही सिखाया है, जो सच है सच बिंदास बोलो और कोई हिचकिचाओ मत।
नहीं, लेकिन बाला साहब की लेगेसी क्लेम कौन करेगा? उद्धव ठाकरे कह रहे हैं कि जो इन विधायकों ने आपके साथ किया हुआ है, आपको वो खोखे सरकार कहते हैं। खोखा यानी 1 करोड़ है, यानी 50 करोड़ की सरकार आपको कहा जाता है। बार बार आप पर ताना कसा जा रहा है कि आप गद्दार हैं और आपका इस्तेमाल खत्म होने के बाद बीजेपी आपको छोड़ देगी। ये बार बार उद्धव ठाकरे आप पर आरोप लगा रहे हैं। आप किस तरीके से उस आरोप को देखते हैं?
उनके पास दूसरा क्या है बोलने के लिए? उनके पास दूसरा क्या है बोलने के लिए? दो ही तो है, खोखे और गद्दार। लेकिन हम लोग वफादार है, हम लोग ने क्रांति की हुई है, ये बहुत बड़ा रिवॉल्ट है। और दूसरी बात, क्यों हुआ? खोखे पैसे देके 2, 5, 10 लोगों को फोड़ सकते हैं, तोड़ सकते हैं। 50 लोग अगर एक साथ एक भूमिका लेते हैं और एक तरफ चले जाते हैं, तो उसमें गलती किसकी है खोजने के बजाय ये आरोप लगाने का कारण, क्योंकि उनके पास, उनको पता है, वो कैसे बोल सकते हैं कि मेरी गलती है, मैंने गलती सुधारी नहीं? ऐसा कोई कबूल कर सकता है? नहीं कर सकता है। और इसीलिए जो गलती हुई है वो खुद आत्म परीक्षण करना चाहिए। ये 50 लोग क्यों ऐसी भूमिका लिए जो सत्ता में थे? ये सत्ता को छोड़कर, त्याग कर चले गए, तब हमको थोड़ी पता था क्या होने वाला है। लोग तो अनुमान लगा रहे थे, अभी तो उनके शहीद हो जाएंगे सब लोग।
आप तो बीजेपी में चले जाएंगे कहा जा रहा था।
वो तो कह रहे थे ना, तो ऐसे भी कह रहे थे कि बीजेपी का मुख्यमंत्री बनेगा, तो कहां हुआ? इसीलिए लोग जो कह रहे थे, लोग जो बता रहे थे, क्या क्या बोल रहे थे हमारे लिए, ये होगा वो होगा, क्या वो हम लोगों ने हमारी बाला साहब की जो विचारधारा है उसे आगे बढ़ाया है। बिल्कुल उससे हम यहां वहां नहीं हटे, लेकिन वो जो लोग चाहते थे वही हमने किया है।
सर, वो तो चुनाव में पता चल जाएगा ना कि कौन बाला साहब की लेगेसी आगे बढ़ा।
बताया ना, अभी ग्राम पंचायत में लोगों ने बता दिया ना, बीजेपी का तो 397 आया और हमारा शिवसेना, मतलब बाला साहब की शिवसेना जो है 277 आया, फर्स्ट और सेकंड नंबर। क्या है, और भी आगे देखेंगे।
अभी भी आपका पार्टी पर दावा रहेगा, तीर कमान पर दावा रहेगा?
दावा सवाल ही नहीं। हम लोग देखो दूसरी जगह गए ही नहीं है। देखिए, ये शिवसेना पार्टी,
देश के इतिहास में पहली बार ऐसा हुआ होगा कि पार्टी का अध्यक्ष उसी को पार्टी से निकाल दिया है और लोग कह रहे हैं कि हम ही पार्टी है। ऐसा पहली बार हुआ होगा।
तो पार्टी तो हम ही बढ़ाई है ना। हम ही लोगों ने तब जी जान से मेहनत करके पार्टी को बढ़ाया है। बाला साहब जी के साथ, शिवसेना प्रमुख जी के साथ काम किया है। पार्टी को सब बढ़ाने में सभी लोगों की मेहनत है।
बट शिवसेना की छवि तो ठाकरे की शिवसेना इस तरीके से
देखिए, तो ठाकरे जी, फिर हमारे बाला साहब के विचार तो हमारे साथ है ना।
पर ठाकरे सरनेम तो आपके साथ नहीं है।
अरे ठाकरे और बाला साहब, देखिए, ये विचारधारा जो है, ये विचारधारा को हमने छोड़ा नहीं है, बिल्कुल। और लोग जो चाहते थे वही किया है हमने। आपको पता है कि आज जहां जहां हम लोग जाते हैं, हजारों की भीड़ जमा होती है। ठीक है, सभा में तो लोग लेके आते हैं, चलो लोगों को गाड़ियां में लेके आते हैं। रोड पे क्या है? रोड पे खड़े रहने वाले को कौन बुलाता है? हजारों की संख्या में दोनों तरफ लोग खड़े रहते हैं स्वागत के लिए। उनका चेहरे का जो एक्सप्रेशन है, बहुत कुछ कहकर चला जाता है। देखिए, जो लोग चाहते थे वही हमने किया है। इसीलिए लोगों का जो समर्थन मिल रहा है हमको, हजारों की संख्या में हमारे साथ लोग जुड़ रहे हैं। क्यों जुड़ रहा है? क्योंकि हम लोगों ने नेचुरल अलायंस किया है। जो लोगों के दिल में, दिमाग में था, वही हमने किया है। हम बाला साहब के विचार, हमारे गुरु धर्मवीर आनंद के साहब के विचार, यही तो हमारा ऑक्सीजन है।
अभी तो आप मुख्यमंत्री बन गए, लेकिन ठीक है, मुख्यमंत्री बन गए, आपका रिवॉल्ट जो आप कह रहे हैं कि वो सक्सेसफुल हुआ, आपकी और बीजेपी की।
आज नाना पटोले जी ने भी कुछ कल कहा है,
हाँ,
कि शिवसेना हमारा नेचुरल अलायंस पार्टनर नहीं है।
लेकिन फिर भी वो साथ में तो है। कांग्रेस अभी फिलहाल उद्धव ठाकरे के साथ में दिखाई दे रही है।
अभी ठीक है, अभी मैं कुछ बोलूंगा नहीं।
ठीक है, मैं ये पूछ रहा था कि आप अभी मुख्यमंत्री तो बन गए, लेकिन आपको इस बात की कड़ी मेहनत करनी पड़ेगी कि आपका मॉडल ऑफ गवर्नेंस महाराष्ट्र में दिखाई दे, क्योंकि आप उनके साथ में सत्ता चला रहे हैं जो 5 साल तक महाराष्ट्र में मुख्यमंत्री रह चुके हैं। उनकी अपनी एक छवि रही है 5 साल में सरकार चलाने की। अब ऐसे में आपके लिए कितना बड़ा चैलेंज है और आपका गवर्नेंस का मॉडल क्या होगा? आप किस चीज पर सबसे ज्यादा पुश करेंगे महाराष्ट्र में?
हमारा देखो, प्रो पीपल, प्रो डेवलपमेंट, इंक्लूसिव एंड पार्टिसिपेटिव गवर्नमेंट रहेगा। हमारी सरकार जो है जनता ने बनाई हुई, जनता के लिए सरकार है। हमारी सोच है जनता की सरकार है, जनता की जो अपेक्षा है वही पूरा करेंगे हम लोग। आप जानते हैं कि मैं आज भी, आप ही सब लोग सोचते हो कब सोता है, कब खाता है, कितना काम करता है, तो मैं काम करते रहूंगा। आज भी मैं सोचता हूं, सीएम मीन्स चीफ मिनिस्टर नहीं, मेरी फील है कि सीएम मीन्स कॉमन मैन। मैं आज भी कॉमन मैन की तरह काम करता हूं, जो लोग चाहते हैं, क्योंकि लोगों को लगता है कि हमारा ही आज ये मुख्यमंत्री बन गया है, तो इसलिए इस राज्य में बदलाव आया है, प्रॉस्पेरिटी आई है, इकोनॉमी बूस्ट हो रही है। आप देखते हैं 2.5 साल क्या हुआ था, सब बंद पड़ा था। हम आने के बाद में सब शुरू हो गया।
वो तो क्लेम करते हैं कि 6 लाख करोड़ का
नहीं, सुनो एक मिनट
आया
नहीं, बिल्कुल। अभी तो मैं आपको त्योहार का बोलूंगा। लोग बोलते हैं अरे त्योहार मनाने लगे, त्योहार की भी जरूरत है लोगों को। अरे मन प्रसन्न होना चाहिए, लोग खुशी होनी चाहिए। अभी 2.5 साल क्या सब बंद पड़े थे, गणपति हो गया, नवरात्र हो गया, दिवाली हो गया, जोर शोर।
कोविड की स्थिति थी।
अरे कोविड, सब बाकी जगह कोविड नहीं था क्या? ठीक है, लेकिन देखिए जो लोगों को चाहिए वो भी करना चाहिए। और आज चाहते, देखते हैं आप, जो हमारी अर्थव्यवस्था है उसमें बदल रहा है, लोग खुश हो रहे हैं, लोग रास्ते पे आ रहे हैं, सब कुछ कर रहे हैं, घूम रहे हैं। अभी मुझे किसी ने कहा मुंबई बहुत बड़ा, मुंबई में आकर खुशी हुई हमें, क्या है?
नहीं, लेकिन ये भी तो सच्चाई है ना कि आज देश में जीएसटी कलेक्शन में महाराष्ट्र का सबसे बड़ा हिस्सा है। 23% जीएसटी कलेक्शन महाराष्ट्र से होता है। उसके बावजूद भी हम क्या देख रहे हैं कि 2 बड़े प्रोजेक्ट्स महाराष्ट्र के हाथ से चले जाते हैं, गुजरात के पास चले जाते हैं। इसका आप क्या जवाब देंगे? और आपकी सरकार आने के बाद ये प्रोजेक्ट चले गए, इस तरीके से आरोप लगाया जा रहा है। 2 बड़े प्रोजेक्ट, एक वेदांता फॉक्सकॉन का प्रोजेक्ट था, सेमीकंडक्टर पॉलिसी का पहला प्रोजेक्ट इंडिया में आ रहा था। दूसरा प्रोजेक्ट जो टाटा एयरबस का प्रोजेक्ट था, जो नागपुर के लिए कोशिश की जा रही थी, वो भी गुजरात चला गया।
आप ही बताओ मुझे, क्या 2-3 महीने में इतने बड़े बड़े प्रोजेक्ट आते हैं और जाते हैं क्या? 2-3 महीने में? हमारे 3 ही महीने सरकार हुई, क्या इतने में बड़े बड़े प्रोजेक्ट इधर से हम लोग उनको भेज दिया उधर? ऐसा होता है किधर? अनिल अग्रवाल के साथ मैंने खुद बात की हुई है। वो जब प्रदेश में थे, उनको कहा मैंने, तो बोले देखिए हमें जो यहाँ पर रिस्पांस मिलना चाहिए था, सहयोग मिलना चाहिए था, नहीं मिल पाया। मैं खुद इस बारे में आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी से भी बात की। उन्होंने कहा शिंदे जी देखो, उनकी कोशिश थी महाराष्ट्र में, लेकिन जैसा सहयोग उनको सपोर्ट मिलना चाहिए था नहीं मिल पाया। लेकिन आगे महाराष्ट्र के लिए बड़े बड़े प्रोजेक्ट हम देंगे। और तभी अनिल अग्रवाल जी को क्या पता था कि सरकार बदलेगी। उनको लगा ये सरकार चलते रहेगी, हम यहाँ का अगर निवेश करेंगे, इन्वेस्टमेंट करेंगे तो तकलीफ हो जाएगी। और दूसरा जो एयरबस का तो 27 जुलाई में 2021 में एमओयू हुआ है।
डिफेंस
मिनिस्ट्री उनका अभी अनिल अग्रवाल के ट्वीट में भी कहा है कि कई महीने पहले हमने वहां पर जाने का निर्णय फैसला लिया। ये देखिए आरटीआई में पूरा सब दूध का दूध सब सच्चाई आ जाएगी, आ गई है।
वो तो हो गया ना, लेकिन आगे क्या होगा?
उसमें हम जाते नहीं। चलो ठीक है, हम टीका टिप्पणी नहीं करते। गया प्रोजेक्ट उसका दुख हमें भी है। और प्रधानमंत्री जी से हम लोगों ने रिक्वेस्ट की है कि इस महाराष्ट्र में अच्छा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है, पोटेंशियल है, स्किल्ड मैन पावर है, सब कुछ है। हमारे यहाँ बड़े बड़े प्रोजेक्ट आप देने का काम करो। तो उन्होंने कहा है आप चिंता मत करो, हम बिल्कुल यहाँ बड़े प्रोजेक्ट भेजेंगे और यहाँ पर एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेट होगा। अभी आपको मैं बताऊंगा, जो हाई पावर कमेटी की मीटिंग जो है पिछले सरकार ने 18 महीने नहीं ली थी, हम लोग ने तुरंत ली। 10 कंपनियां थी, उनको 25,668 करोड़ का उन्होंने इन्वेस्टमेंट कमिट कर दिया, काम शुरू हो जाएगा। 18 महीने में हाई पावर कमेटी नहीं।
आदित्य ठाकरे तो कह रहे हैं कि डवोस में उनकी बात हुई थी अनिल अग्रवाल के साथ में, वो कह रहे थे कि हम तो यहां आने वाले हैं।
एमओयू तो बहुत हो गए, लेकिन उनका इंप्लीमेंटेशन भी होना जरूरी है।
तो आप ये वादा करते हैं कि अब इसके आगे जो एमओयू होगा उसका इंप्लीमेंटेशन भी हो जाएगा? अब तो गुजरात के चुनाव तो हो जाएंगे।
100% होगा। अभी मैं कल का ही बात
क्योंकि
बताऊंगा।
लोग तो आरोप लगाते हैं कि गुजरात चुनाव की वजह से जा रहे थे।
देखो आरोप उसमें मैं जाता नहीं, आरोप का जवाब तो मैं काम से दूंगा। ये जो बीकेसी की एक जमीन थी, वो कई बार उसका टेंडर निकला, वो क्यों नहीं आ रहा था इन्वेस्टर? अभी हम लोग ने कोशिश की, तुरंत 2,000 करोड़ 2,500 करोड़ उसका इन्वेस्टमेंट हुआ है। वहां पर 5-6 हजार लोगों को नौकरियां मिलेगी। क्यों? पॉलिसी चेंज हो गई, पॉलिसी पैरालाइज हो चुकी थी, हम लोग ने बदलाव लाया है। सेंट्रल बिजनेस डिस्ट्रिक्ट का हम लोग ने अनाउंस किया अभी अर्बन डेवलपमेंट ने, फॉरेन इन्वेस्टमेंट आएगी। तो ये देखो हम लोग पूरी कोशिश हमारी है।
विपक्ष पूछ रहा है कि वो समृद्धि हाईवे जो आपका पेट प्रोजेक्ट है मुंबई नागपुर वाला, वो कब खुलेगा? क्यों नहीं उसका उद्घाटन हो रहा है?
खुलेगा, अभी पूरी तैयारी में है, खुलने की तैयारी। समृद्धि हाईवे आपको मैं बताऊंगा, सिर्फ हाईवे नहीं है, ये एक गेम चेंजर प्रोजेक्ट है। 700 किलोमीटर की दूरी का ये प्रोजेक्ट है, जिसको 15 घंटे लगते थे, आज 6 से 7 घंटे में ये सफर लोग ट्रेवल करेंगे। और वहां पर 18 से 20 नोड बना रहे हैं, टाउनशिप होगी, ग्रोथ सेंटर होंगे, लॉजिस्टिक पार्क होंगे, नॉलेज सिटियां होगी, एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन होगा, सब होगा। सिर्फ किसान लोग खुश हो गए, समृद्धि हो जाएगी, प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट हो गए।
ये तो गडकरी जी की भाषा बोल रहे हैं।
मल्टीनेशनल कंपनियां वहां आएगी। गडकरी जी का क्या बोले?
मैंने कहा गडकरी जी की भाषा बोल रहे हैं। गडकरी जी हमेशा
गडकरी जी कर रहे हैं ना, MSRDC उनके पास था पहले, जो मेरे पास है, और जो डिपार्टमेंट मेरे पास था वो तो पूरी तरह खत्म हो चुका था। गडकरी साहब ने तो उसको आप बहुत ऊंचाई पे लेके गए थे, लेकिन पिछले पीरियड में सब खत्म हो चुका था। मुझे वो सौंप दिया। फिर देवेंद्र जी ने मुझे मौका दिया, जब वो मुख्यमंत्री थे, मैं MSRDC का मंत्री था, वो काम करने का मौका दिया, तो रिकॉर्ड टाइम में लैंड एक्विजिशन किया हम लोग ने, और 55,000 करोड़ की लागत से वो जो प्रोजेक्ट है अभी शिरडी तक खुल जाएगा, और उसके बाद अगले साल में पूरा क्लियर हो जाएगा। वो एक इस पूरे, आप वहां देखो अभी इंडस्ट्री किधर है, थाने, रायगढ़, पुणे, नासिक, संभाजीनगर, बराबर। अभी ये हाईवे के वजह से JNPT नजदीक आ गया, ड्राईपोर्ट नजदीक आया, कनेक्टिविटी हो जाएगी, लोग आए जाएंगे, गाड़ियां चलती क्या? मैं चलाया गाड़ी उस पर, एकदम बिल्कुल पेट का पानी भी नहीं हिलता है सर, वर्ल्ड क्लास रोड है। ये बनाया तब विरोध किसने किया था?
आप बता दीजिए किसने किया?
क्यों बताऊं मैं, जिनको पता है सबको क्या है। लेकिन
तभी से आपका और फडणवीस, देवेंद्र फडणवीस का अलायंस चल रहा है।
पहले से है ना, हम लोग साथ में है ना, हम लोग, वो भी एकदम प्रोएक्टिव है। और उनके हम लोग ये राज्य के लिए उन्होंने कितने प्रोजेक्ट शुरू किए उस वक्त, मेट्रो शुरू किया, समृद्धि शुरू किया, मुंबई पुणे जैसा जब भी हमारे शिवसेना प्रमुख जी के संकल्पना में नितिन गडकरी जी ने बनाया, आप जानते हो मुंबई पुणे पहले बनाया, उसके ऊपर आरोप लगाया 55 फ्लाईओवर क्यों बनाया, कौन जाएगा उसमें। लेकिन आज मुंबई पुणे डेली अप डाउन कर रहा। मोपलवार इधर बैठे
शिंदे जी,
एक ही मिनट।
हाँ।
वहां पुणे में आईटी पार्क हो गया, ऑटोमोबाइल इंडस्ट्री आ गई, रियल इस्टेट बूम हो गई, सर्विस इंडस्ट्री आई। तो हम लोग अभी मुंबई पुणे में भी मिसिंग लिंक कर रहे हैं। दुनिया का सबसे विड्थ वाला जो टनल है हम बना रहे हैं, लोनावाला लेक में से 200 मीटर नीचे। उसके वजह से पुनः 25-30 मिनट जल्दी पहुंच जाएंगे, घाट सेक्शन पूरा अवॉइड हो जाएगा।
वो सब तो
क्या कर रहे हैं हम लोग, नहीं कर रहे काम।
नहीं, वो सब तो ठीक ही है, लेकिन उसके साथ हम क्या देख रहे हैं कि इतने साल होने के बाद भी मुंबई और आप जहां से आते हैं ठाणे में, सड़क पे तो अभी भी गड्ढे पड़ रहे हैं। आज भी मुंबई में थोड़ी बारिश हो जाती है तो उसके बाद हम देखते हैं कि गाड़ियां ठीक से चल नहीं पाती है। मुंबई पे अभी भी ट्रैफिक जैम की समस्या है। मेट्रो का प्रोजेक्ट तो समय सीमा से आगे चल रहा है, समय सीमा में खत्म नहीं हो पा रहा है। उसको आप किस तरीके से ट्रैक पर लाएंगे? क्योंकि सबसे बड़ा काम तो वही होगा कि अगर मुंबई में जब तक आप इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का काम कर रहे हैं, मुंबई के गड्ढे और सड़कें नहीं सुधारेंगे, तब तक आगे का काम कैसे बढ़ेगा?
इसीलिए तो बोल रहा हूं, जैसे हम आ गए, पहले तो मैंने चहल को बुलाया, कमिश्नर को, भाई गड्ढे का रोज का क्यों ये सब मीडिया में दिखा रहे, लोगों को तकलीफ हो रही, सब लोगों को परेशानी हो रही, क्या है? तो बोले हम लोग 50-50 किलोमीटर हर साल लेते हैं कंक्रीट करने का। बोले क्यों, पैसे नहीं है क्या? तो बोले है, फिर क्यों रुके पड़े, 500 किलोमीटर के रोड ले लो। 5,500 करोड़ के रोड उसमें ले लिए कंक्रीट करने के। अभी मार्च में जो बचे हैं 413 किलोमीटर के, वो भी लेंगे। मतलब पूरी मुंबई में बिल्कुल सभी रास्ते जो है कंक्रीट के हो गए।
1 साल में,
2 साल में।
2
ऐसा
साल
कुछ जादू तो नहीं ना, ऐसा कैसे करता है?
तो हम दोबारा आपको बुलाएं और आपको पूछें,
जो है वो सब
नहीं, दोबारा आपको बुलाएं और आपको पूछें कि हुए कि नहीं हुए।
दोबारा आप पूछेंगे ना जब आऊंगा,
हाँ।
तो बिल्कुल आपको बहुत कुछ चेंज दिखाई पड़ेगा। सिर्फ मुंबई में बिल्कुल 100% रोड कंक्रीट के बनेंगे, खड्डे बिड्डे ढूंढने पड़ेंगे फिर आपको। ये मैं जो बोल रहा हूँ सच्चाई बोल रहा हूँ, झूठ बोलता मेरे को नहीं आता है बिल्कुल। और ब्यूटिफिकेशन के ऊपर हम काम कर रहे हैं। आज दिवाली में देखा ना सब लाइटिंग, कभी देखा था आपने मुंबई में? सब लाइटिंग मुंबई में देखा कि नहीं सब लोग?
वो तो राज ठाकरे की लाइटिंग थी।
अरे वो
आजकल आप नए ठाकरे ढूंढ रहे हैं, कहा जा रहा है।
ठीक है, शिवाजी पार्क,
उद्धव ठाकरे के साथ झगड़ा हो गया तो राज ठाकरे अभी
नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं। शिवाजी पार्क में उन्होंने दिवाली मनाई, दीपोत्सव किया, उसमें मैं भी गया था, देवेंद्र जी भी गए थे। ऐसा वो त्योहार था। लेकिन पूरी मुंबई में देखो, उनके पास जाने में कोई कुछ क्यों तकलीफ होनी चाहिए किसको?
नहीं, अभी तो आप जा ही सकते हैं।
तो मुझे मैं
तो आप जा रहे हैं।
देखिए, उनका मेरी क्या पहचान पूरा अभी की है क्या? हम लोग साथ में काम किए हुए हैं। और मुंबई में पूरी चहल को बुला, एक अच्छा दिखा, सब लोग खुश होने चाहिए, दिवाली अच्छी होनी चाहिए, उसने किया तुरंत। आज मुंबई में हम लोग 250 दवाखाने बना रहे, बाला साहब ठाकरे दवाखाने, पूरे राज्य में 700 दवाखाने बना रहे। और प्रोजेक्ट आपको बताया, मुंबई को हम लोग, देखिए सरकार बदल गई है, मुंबई भी जरूर बदलेगी, विकास की ओर बदलेगी, विकास, डेवलपमेंट। ये इंटरनेशनल सिटी है। और बताता हूं, अभी आप नरीमन पॉइंट से उरन जाओगे तो 3 घंटे लगते हैं। ये MTHL जो प्रोजेक्ट कर रहे हैं, ये ट्रांस हार्बर लिंक, जो कोस्टल हाईवे से लेके सीधा चिरले उरन में उतरेगा, लैंड होगा, वो 22 किलोमीटर का लॉन्गेस्ट सी लिंक है हमारे देश में। और उसकी वजह से 15 से 20 मिनट में मुंबई का नरीमन पॉइंट से सीधा रायगढ़ पहुंच जाएगा। और नरीमन पॉइंट से विरार जो 3-3.5 घंटे लगते हैं, वो भी हम लोग कर रहे हैं। कोस्टल रोड और वो सीलिंग विरार से बांद्रा सीलिंग जो वरली है, वरली बांद्रा वर्सोवा विरार।
इसीलिए मैंने कहा ना कि कोई डेडलाइन तो बताइए। आपने कहा कि 2 साल में कंक्रीटाइजेशन हो जाए।
हाँ, 2 साल में तो करेंगे।
मतलब ये सारे प्रोजेक्ट मुंबई के।
अरे सीलिंग कैसा 2 वर्सोवा तक, क्या ऐसा कैसे करेंगे? तो वो जो है समय लगेगा, 3-4 साल लगेगा। हमारे 2030 का विजन जो है, ये मेट्रो का आपने बताया, जो देवेंद्र जी के समय में शुरू हुआ था, 340 किलोमीटर की मेट्रो है। आपको बताऊंगा मैं कि उस मेट्रो में हम लोग 1 लाख करोड़ की लागत है, इन्वेस्टमेंट है। आज वहां पर ये मेट्रो कंप्लीट होगी 2026-27 में, बराबर।
आप कार शेड दोबारा आर्य कॉलोनी में लेकर आए, आप ही के डिपार्टमेंट ने उसको बदल दिया था, आप खुद उस।
अरे भैया, हम लोग ईगो वाले नहीं है, किसी भी प्रोजेक्ट में ईगो नहीं। दुनिया, राज्य का हित, जनता का हित देखना चाहिए। जब सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने भी कहा, सब लोगों ने कहा, और वो कारशेड होना जरूरी था, इसलिए पहले आते ही हम लोगों ने उसका निर्णय ले लिया।
पर आप खुद मंत्री थे तब बदल गया था ना उसका फैसला।
अरे भैया, मैं मंत्री था लेकिन मुख्यमंत्री तो नहीं था ना। अधिकार तो किसको होते हैं? सब पूरे अधिकार मुख्यमंत्री को होते। जैसे मैं आया, देवेंद्र जी और मैंने निर्णय ले लिया जो जनता के हित का था, ये लोगों के हित का था। अभी अगर नहीं करते, ये प्रोजेक्ट डिले होता, हजारों करोड़ रुपया बढ़ता, तो किसका जाता है? जनता का ही।
सर, एक सवाल पूछना बहुत जरूरी है, क्योंकि जब महाराष्ट्र विकास आघाड़ी की सरकार महाराष्ट्र में थी, तब सबसे बड़ी दिक्कत उनको इस बात से थी, खुद उद्धव ठाकरे और विपक्ष के नेता कई बार ये कह चुके हैं कि सेंट्रल एजेंसीज विपक्ष की सरकार को बड़ी तकलीफ देती है। उनके खुद के 2 मंत्री इन्फोर्समेंट डायरेक्टरेट ने, आपके कलीग थे मंत्रिमंडल में, उनको जेल में डाला। आपके दूसरे पार्टी में जो कलीग थे संजय राउत, उनको भी जेल में डाला गया। ईडी के डर से लोग आपके साथ जाने लगे। आपके साथ एक विधायक है, उन्होंने तो चिट्ठी लिखी थी उद्धव ठाकरे को कि आप बीजेपी के साथ हाथ मिला लीजिएगा ताकि ईडी का डर खत्म हो जाएगा। क्या यह भी एक कारण यहां पर दिखाई दे रहा है? और क्या आपकी सरकार में ये चीजें ना हो इसके लिए कोशिश की जाएगी? क्या आप उनको शील्ड करेंगे जो आपके साथ आए हुए हैं, ऐसे जो लोग आपके साथ आए हुए हैं?
ऐसा बिल्कुल नहीं है, इसमें कोई सच्चाई नहीं है। मैंने भी, जब भी मैं मंत्री था, मैंने भी कहा था कि सेंट्रल एजेंसी जो है वो इम्पार्शियल, उनकी जांच होनी चाहिए। किसी को डर या डराने के लिए ऐसी कोई कार्रवाई नहीं होनी चाहिए, मैं खुद ने कहा था। और आप बताओ, सरकार बनाने से पहले किसी को अंदर डाल दिया क्या, प्रेशर डाल के मेरे पास आने के लिए? ऐसा कभी हुआ?
केस तो चल रही थी ना सर।
कोई किसके ऊपर?
5
नहीं, देखिए अभी जिन्होंने जो काम किया वो तो गए, मंत्री थे, वो गए अंदर। अभी जो करप्शन करेगा तो उसका क्या, उसके लिए मैं क्या बताऊं? लेकिन आप
कुछ लोग तो आपके पास भी आए हैं ना सर, ये भी तो
देखिए, मैं खुलेआम कहा था एक सभा में, कोई भी डर से, कोई भी दबाव में आकर हमारी पार्टी ज्वाइन मत करो, मैंने खुलेआम कहा था।
तो जिनके खिलाफ अभी आपके साथ जो लोग आए हुए हैं और जिनके खिलाफ सेंट्रल एजेंसीज की कार्रवाई चल रही है, उनकी उस कार्रवाई का क्या होगा? लोग ये भी देखते हैं ना कि अचानक ये कार्रवाई बंद हो जाती है, क्या ऐसा होगा?
नहीं, देखिए, ऐसी कार्रवाई कोई अचानक शुरू भी नहीं होती है, बंद भी नहीं होती। ऐसा कोई ये नहीं होता है किसी के दिल में आया तो शुरू करो, दिल में आया तो बंद करो। पब्लिक भी है, पब्लिक भी सुनती है, जानती है सब ना। ये तो सभी लोगों को समझना है, ये ऐसा नहीं होता है। और जिसके पास खिलाफ में एविडेंस होते हैं और तभी उसके ऊपर कार्रवाई होती है, उसकी जांच होती है। अगर उसमें कुछ गलती नहीं है तो उसको कोई किसी को भी तकलीफ देने की आवश्यकता नहीं है, और नहीं होगी, बिल्कुल नहीं होगी।
आगे की राजनीति आपकी किस तरीके से होगी? अभी तो सरकार बन गई, आप कह रहे हैं कि आपका मॉडल ऑफ गवर्नेंस आपका खुद का होगा, देवेंद्र फडणवीस के साथ आपके अच्छे रिश्ते हैं, मतलब आमतौर पर बॉस उनके अंडर आपने काम किया था, अब वो आपके अंडर काम कर रहे हैं। अंडर काम कर रहे हैं?
नहीं, ऐसा मत बोलो।
साथ
नहीं, साथ में है,
साथ में काम,
साथ में है। और उन्होंने पार्टी के आदेश का पालन किया है। पार्टी ने कहा कि आपको ये जिम्मेदारी निभानी है और वो निभा रहे। और बिल्कुल साथ में हम लोग पूरे विश्वास के था। हमारा कोई पर्सनल एजेंडा नहीं है। हम लोगों ने, इसलिए आपको बताऊंगा कि जो भी निर्णय लिए हैं 3 महीने में, बहुत बड़े निर्णय लिए हैं। आपको मालूम है कि जैसे हमारी सरकार आ गई, तुरंत पेट्रोल डीजल के दाम हमने कम कर दिए। किसानों के लिए हम लोग ने प्रोजेक्ट जो बंद पड़े थे वो शुरू किए। आज जो नुकसान हो गया, क्या बोल रहे लोग कि जाते मंत्री जाते नहीं, लोगों को, किसान को मिल, अरे उनको मिलने से अच्छा उनको देना चाहिए ना। तो आज तक जो एनडीआरएफ के नॉर्म्स जो है, जो मापदंड हमने पूरी तरह बदल दिए। एनडीआरएफ के डबल दे दिए किसानों को, 2 हेक्टर के जगह 3 हेक्टर कर दिए। जो नॉर्म्स में नहीं बैठ रहे थे उनको भी हम लोग ने मुआवजा दिया। जहां 2000 करोड़ देने थे वहां 6000 करोड़ बांट चुके, और भी कर रहे हैं हम लोग। किसानों को, किसी को भी हम लोग ऐसे, सरकार उनके पीछे पूरी ताकत से खड़ी है, बिल्कुल रहेगी।
तो 2024 में भी आप ही सरकार का चेहरा बनकर चुनाव का सामना करेंगे? 2024 में जब विधानसभा के चुनाव होंगे, क्योंकि उसके पहले लोकसभा के चुनाव होने वाले हैं, आपके जो विरोधक है वो कहते हैं कि लोकसभा चुनाव के लिए बीजेपी को जरूरत है कि किसी ना किसी तरीके से आप उनके साथ में रहें।
देखिए, इस देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का करिश्मा तो देश ने भी देखा है, देशवासियों ने भी देखा है, दुनिया ने भी देखा है। मेरे जैसे छोटे कार्यकर्ता की क्या उनको आवश्यकता है चेहरा बना के चुनाव लड़ने की? वो तो खुद ही सक्षम है।
विधानसभा का चुनाव लड़ने के लिए तो
पॉपुलर है।
विधानसभा का चुनाव तो यहाँ के मुख्यमंत्री के चेहरे पर लड़ा जाता है।
देखिए, मैं आज भी कहता हूं, जो मुझे मौका मिला है, जो मौका दिया है जनता के आशीर्वाद से, इसका उपयोग पूरी तरह जनता के फायदे के लिए मैं करूंगा, ये जनता के विकास के लिए मैं करूंगा। या किसान है, कामगार है, महिलाएं है, विद्यार्थी है, एजुकेशन है, हेल्थ है, सब में काम करेंगे हम लोग। अच्छा, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पे हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं। इतना देश में सबसे ज्यादा इंफ्रा प्रोजेक्ट ये महाराष्ट्र में शुरू है, कई लाख करोड़ के। अभी कल मोदी जी ने भी कहा कि 2 लाख करोड़ के जो प्रोजेक्ट है 225 मंजूर करवाए। हमने एक 15,000 करोड़ का एक प्रोजेक्ट भेजा था अर्बन डेवलपमेंट का, एक भी पैसे उसमें से काटे नहीं, पूरे तरह 15,000 को वो जो प्रस्ताव है।
सर, आपने जवाब नहीं दिया मेरे सवाल।
क्या जवाब?
2024 में
2024 तक काम ही ऐसा करेंगे हम लोग, बहुत लोगों के लिए जो फायदे का काम होगा। देखिए, मैं आज भी कार्यकर्ता के रूप में काम करता हूं, मुझे कहां पता था कि मैं मुख्यमंत्री बनूंगा? ये तो उनके बड़ापन है, उन्होंने बनाया। अभी जो आखिर ये सब जनता तय करती है।
महाशक्ति का आशीर्वाद रहेगा आपके साथ में?
बाला साहब ठाकरे जी का पूरा आशीर्वाद, हमारे आनंद
महाशक्ति का आशीर्वाद। आपने
महाशक्ति तो है ही ना पीछे, महाशक्ति पहले से है, क्यों, क्या प्रॉब्लम है?
आखिर में सर, क्योंकि
देखिए अच्छा काम करने वाले जो जुझारू नेता है या लीडर है, जिसने जो हिम्मत वाला कदम उठाया है, जैसे उन्होंने, इसीलिए उन्होंने मौका दिया, मैं उसका पूरा मौके का जो खुद, देखिए जो मौका मिला है ये लोगों के काम में मैं पूरी तरह खर्च करूंगा। खुद की प्रॉपर्टी
दोबारा मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे क्या?
खुद की प्रॉपर्टी बनाने के लिए नहीं करूंगा, आपको ये बताऊंगा। इसलिए लोग चाहते हैं कि ये हमारे में से कोई बन गया है मुख्यमंत्री।
तो दोबारा मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे आप महाराष्ट्र?
देखिए, वो तो जनता तय करती है ना, ऐसा बोल के थोड़ी चलता है कुछ। आखिर ये जनता के दरबार में, जनता के हाथ में होता है। काम अच्छा करना हमारे हाथ में है।
चलिए, आखिर
काम अच्छा है, काम अच्छा करेंगे हम लोग, जो लोग चाहते हैं वही हम करेंगे।
शिंदे जी, आखिर में एक सवाल पूछना बहुत जरूरी है, क्योंकि 2019 के बाद महाराष्ट्र की राजनीति में कोई भी प्रेडिक्शन करना ये मूर्खता होगी, क्योंकि हर 2 साल में क्या होता है वो बताना बड़ा मुश्किल हो जाता है। लेकिन फिर भी एक सवाल पूछना बहुत जरूरी है कि क्या महाराष्ट्र की राजनीति में हमने देखा है कि दोस्त दुश्मन बनते हैं, दुश्मन दोस्त बनते हैं, मुख्यमंत्री नेता विपक्ष बनता है, नेता विपक्ष उपमुख्यमंत्री बनता है या मुख्यमंत्री बन जाता है। तो क्या उस तरीके से, जिस तरीके से हमने एआईएडीएमके का देखा कि जयललिता और जानकी रामचंद्रन फ्रैक्शन एक साथ आ गए, टीडीपी के 2 फ्रैक्शंस एक साथ आ गए, हमने देखा आंध्र प्रदेश में, क्या उस तरीके से शिवसेना के जो 2 धड़े बन गए हैं, क्या वो कभी एक साथ आ सकते हैं?
देखिए, मराठी में कहावत है जर आणि तर, इफ एंड बट। इसमें कोई वो समय वक्त उसमें जाने से कोई मतलब है।
मराठी में ये भी कहते हैं,
अभी हमारी
मराठी में ये भी कहते हैं कि राजकारणात काही होऊ शकतं।
अभी हमारी शिवसेना भाजपा की अलायंस है, यहां पर हम लोग अलायंस में काम कर रहे हैं, ये मुझे पता है।
कोई उद्धव ठाकरे के साथ दोबारा, चलिए साथ में आते हैं, दोनों बाला साहब के ही विचारों को लेकर चलने की कोशिश करेंगे।
अभी विचार तो हम लोग आगे ले जा रहे हैं, और इसीलिए तो उनकी विचारधारा के वजह से हमें समर्थन मिल रहा है, तो बाकी लोगों ने सोचना चाहिए क्या है वो।
चलिए, एकनाथ शिंदे, आप हमारे स्टेज पर आए। आपने सवाल आखिरकार यही आ रहा है बार बार कि दोनों शिवसेना एक साथ हो सकती है कि नहीं हो सकती, जो मैं आपको बार बार पूछने की कोशिश कर रहा था कि आपने कहा कि आगे का आगे देखा जाएगा, यही आपका कहना है?
नहीं, देखिए, आज हम लोगों ने जो कदम उठाया है ये साफ तौर पे लोग जानते हैं। जो 2019 को जो होना चाहिए था वो हम लोगों ने अभी 3 महीने पहले किए। हम लोगों ने हमारे बाला साहेब ठाकरे जी की विचारधारा बिल्कुल यहाँ वहाँ, उसके हम बिल्कुल भटके नहीं, यहाँ वहाँ सीधी, वहाँ सीधे। जो लोगों को नहीं लग रहा था कि ऐसी भूमिका ले सकते हैं, लेकिन हमारी भूमिका में देश का, राज्य का हित है, पार्टी का हित है।
वो तो रिमोट कंट्रोल से चलाते थे ना पार्टी।
वो
बाला साहब कहते थे ना कि मैं तो रिमोट कंट्रोल हूं, जो
पीछे खड़े रहते थे वो ताकत से। जो कोई संकट में फंस जाता है तो उसके पीछे खड़े रहते थे। अभी क्या, मैं किसी का नाम नहीं लूंगा,
लीजिए ना,
लेकिन जब कोई भी हमारा सहयोगी साथी संकट में होता है, खतरे में होता है, तो उसके पीछे खड़े रहने का काम मुखिया ने करना चाहिए। वो आज मैं बताऊंगा, ये मैंने सीखा है बाला साहब जी के साथ, उनके पास से। इसलिए जो भी संकट में होगा उनके साथ मैं खड़ा रहता हूं। इसलिए विश्वास, विश्वास लोगों को मुझ पर है, इसलिए 50 लोग मेरे साथ आए और उनको मालूम है एक बार एकनाथ शिंदे ने कमिटमेंट किया, वो कमिटमेंट से कभी एकनाथ शिंदे फिरता नहीं, ये विश्वास है। कमिटमेंट करने के बाद फिर मैं खुद की भी नहीं सुनता है, किसी फिल्म में कोई किसी का डायलॉग हो सकता है।
आपकी अब बीजेपी को कमिटमेंट है कि आप किसी भी हालत में ये गठबंधन नहीं तोड़ेंगे, आप हमेशा उनके साथ में रहेंगे, भले जो भी हो जाए।
विचारधारा आइडियोलॉजी से मैं जो हमारे शिवसेना प्रमुख जी की थी वही उनकी भी है, उनके जो सपने वो पूरे कर रहे, तो उनके साथ ही क्यों नहीं, साथ ही रहेंगे ना। ये अलायंस जो है ये विचारधारा वाली अलायंस है।
चलिए सर, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपका। आपने हमारे करीब करीब सारे सवालों के जवाब दिया। पहली बार हिंदी जगत के, इंग्लिश जगत के एक सबसे बड़े मंच पर आए और आपने खुलकर हमसे बात की, और हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि जो आपने यहां पर वादा किया है, इस स्टेज पर जो वादा किया है कि 2 साल में आप जो करके दिखाएंगे, आपको दोबारा हम यहां पर बुलाएंगे और तब हम पूछेंगे कि आपने जो वादा किया है वो कितना सही साबित हुआ है, आपने कितना पूरा करने की कोशिश की है। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया एकनाथ शिंदे, चीफ मिनिस्टर ऑफ महाराष्ट्र। थैंक यू सर।
धन्यवाद, आपने मुझे मौका दिया, इसलिए इंडिया टुडे और आपके इस प्लेटफॉर्म के लिए मैं शुक्रिया अदा करता हूं। आप सभी, आपकी टीम को मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं और सभी लोगों को शुभकामनाएं भी देता हूं। साथ में इस राज्य के हित में जब भी कुछ सुझाव होगा, सजेशन होंगे, नक्की आप करो, उसका सम्मान किया जाएगा।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू सर।
Thank you so much, Chief Minister. Could I please request Dr. Seema Saini to come on stage to facilitate the Chief Minister, CEO, NL Dalmia Education. Dr. Saini. Thank you so much. I'd like to now announce our next session this morning. India-UK ties and the road ahead. We'll just take a moment. I can see Alex is already all set for the session. Never before have Indians been glued to their screens as they were when Rishi Sunak took over as Prime Minister and lit diyas at 10 Downing Street on Diwali. It was a momentous occasion, and in that context, I'd like to hand over to Raj Chingappa, Group Editorial Director, Publishing at the India Today Group, to introduce our next guest.
Thank you, Abba. And I think we'll just wait for a little while till the Chief Minister leaves the hall, and then we'll... So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. After that very absorbing session with the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, we will now turn to another subject that, as Abba said, is on top of the news recently. Ever since Rishi Sunak became Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, interest in Britain has soared across the country. Sunak is not only Britain's first non-white Prime Minister, but also the first British Asian of Indian ancestry and a practicing Hindu to become one. And at 42, Sunak is the youngest ever Prime Minister of the UK in over 200 years. But Sunak takes over at a time when Britain is at a critical crossroads. It is facing an unprecedented economic crisis. Its relations with the international community are still being redefined after its exit from the European Union in 2020. It also has to deal with the fallout of the Ukraine war, and as importantly for us, Britain's relations with India is at a promising but tricky stage. We are delighted to have with us Alex Ellis, the British High Commissioner to India, to take us through some of these big questions that we have about the way forward for Sunak and the UK. Alex is a career diplomat and also a top expert in national security and international strategy, having served as Deputy National Security Advisor and Director General for the exiting of the EU. And he, with his broad perspective, will also touch on other international affairs. So ladies and gentlemen, let's give Alex Ellis a very warm welcome. Alex, thank you for being with us at the India Today Conclave Mumbai. In a short span of time, you have seen 3 prime ministers. You've been here since the past 2 years almost. What has been the change that you've seen? Have you had a word with Rishi Sunak after he's become the UK Prime Minister, and what is your experience of dealing with him?
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me here today. Tough act to follow, I think, after the Chief Minister, but I'll give it a go. So, UK-India relationship, I think, and the partnership is one of continuity as well as change. It's true, we've been through some political turbulence. But the course was set as we left the European Union by the integrated review, which set up for a much deeper and higher ambition with India. There are some good reasons for that. First, it is a much more geopolitically tense world, much more competitive world. Secondly, we have some opportunities, having left the EU, on our migration policy, on our trade policy. And thirdly, there was definitely some chemistry between Prime Minister Modi ji and Boris Johnson, but what's interesting to me is that's continued through now with Liz Truss and now into Rishi Sunak as well. So I think we're very much on that course.
And you worked with Rishi before, when he was finance minister as well, or as we say in Britain, Chancellor of the Exchequer. What was your experience, and did he give you any advice on how to handle relations with India?
So first let me try and say, and please excuse my Hindi, which I will now inflict on all of you. Zarur ve Bharatiya mool, Punjabi mool ke hain, aur Hindu bhi hain. Ye dil aur dimag पूरी तरह से ब्रिटिश है। आजकल मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि आजकल मेरे देश में मॉडर्न यूनाइटेड किंगडम में दोनों संभव हैं।
Excellent. That's more Hindi than I can speak.
Don't ask me another question.
No, but since you mentioned where his dil is, where his heart is, and that's England. You know, in the past there used to be this, what they call the Tebbett's test for loyalty, which is if you're watching a cricket match versus England and India in the UK, which side would the people of Indian origin cheer? And that had become a huge controversy. Do you think that particular thing has been set to rest with Rishi Sunak becoming the Prime Minister?
Rishi Sunak is British. I'm sure he's rooting for the English team. I think that what has happened is the concept of Britishness changes over time. If you look at the census figures just out in the UK, 16% of the population of England and Wales now born outside the UK. Actually, India is the #1 place where people born outside the UK coming from. So it's a different sort of country to it was a generation ago. And I think it's a better country for it. It's able to attract talented people from all over the world. Investment as well. I'm sure we'll come on to that. So the concept of Britishness doesn't stay still. It changes over time, and I think it continues to change. And the extraordinary human relationship which exists between India and the UK, you can see it in political life, you can see it in academic life, you can see it in sport as well, means that it is a different country, and I think we benefit enormously from that.
Do you think his coming will improve race relations in India? I mean, in the UK, that's always been a question.
I think the UK, modern UK, is, as I've said, quite a diverse place. And I think that he gets to the top because he's a very capable man to lead a political party and therefore to be the Prime Minister of my country. And it shows how talent can thrive. That is the most important thing.
Now, his coming, I mean, does it mean that, we've asked that question even in India Today magazine, will he favor India or will he be more loyal than the king itself and actually proceed with India-UK relations more cautiously?
I even brought my copy with me just in case. That gets an applause from the India Today colleagues, surely. He's the British Prime Minister. He works for the interests of the United Kingdom as I do. Part of delivering for the United Kingdom is to have a deeper and broader partnership with India. Our Foreign Minister was here in this city last week, his first trip after being reappointed as Foreign Minister, and he said he could not see a world in which the United Kingdom thrived without India thriving. So there's a mutuality of interest there, which I think will get tighter over the next generation as India continues on its extraordinary ascent to be a developed economy by 2047.
Now, we've had negotiations for a free trade agreement with Britain. It was to be delivered by Diwali. It hasn't. Are you confident now of it moving quicker? What are the kind of holdups that you are there, and by when do you think we should have this agreement in?
A free trade deal delivers growth and jobs in both our countries. There's an enormous gain for both countries if we can manage to do it. Negotiations are always tough. We've actually got through the majority of the negotiations already. I always think of it like a long climb up a mountain. You know, we've been along the valley, we've walked up the valley, we've now got up to the base camp, and now we have to do the short and steep ascent. That's tough. It requires trust on both sides, but I think we've garnered that. We've actually got through the majority of the negotiations already, and now we're set up for the final ascent. So I think there will be a push, and the two prime ministers, when they spoke last week, almost immediately after Rishi Sunak became Prime Minister, and they agreed this is one of the main aims for the next few months.
Which are the areas that are still sticky points?
I think any free trade deal comes down to balance. UK will want some access to the goods market of India. India is a country of high tariffs, not surprisingly, because its stage of development is different from the UK. UK is very low tariffs. We'll want more access to the Indian market for high-quality UK products, which I think would benefit Indian consumers. India would also like access to some bits more of the UK market and would like the temporary mobility of workers between the two countries. There's a big flow of people between India and the UK. So it'll come down to that. It's a bit around security of investment, where some British companies in the past, I should say, actually not under this government, have found difficulty where the government's taken retrospective tax and things like that, so we need to have some security around that. These are tough issues. The question is there the political will there? And I think listening to Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Rishi Sunak last week, I felt there was that will there to try and do the short, steep ascent.
You were mentioning tariffs. Does that include Scotch whisky? Has that become a subject of debate, and where has that reached now? Importing it by India.
Both countries have products which they want to export more of to each other, and that benefits consumers in each other's cases. For example, some textiles and manufactured goods from India to the UK. We have some very good high-end products, some very good cars as well, and we want to be into the growing Indian market for sure.
I think one of the more contentious sort of points is this whole business of mobility and migration. You had the Home Secretary, Suella Braverman, who, when working under Liz Truss, the former Prime Minister, talked of Indians overstaying their visits, and she expressed serious concerns about a free trade agreement on the migration issue. What is the problem? And has that been resolved?
Okay, let's have a bit of audience participation. I need to get you back after listening to the Chief Minister. Hands up in this room who has been to my country, to the United Kingdom.
Okay.
I'm going to ask that table over the hell, what the hell have they been doing for the last 50 years? Why haven't they been to the UK as well? I think that tells you something. There is an enormous flow of people between the UK and India. Indian nationals, top visas for students, overtaking China this year for the first time. For skilled workers, 45% of all skilled workers coming into the UK on a visa come from India, and for visit visas as well. And there's a good reason for that. The UK is an attractive place to study, it's an attractive place to visit, it's an attractive place to work. So that's the thing to keep in mind. There is an extraordinary flow. I would say if there's an issue, the issue is getting more Brits coming here to India to understand the reality of India today, because I think that there is huge opportunities to learn about India as well. So any migration policy has to balance openness and access with respecting the rules, and so therefore people who overstay or don't have a legal right to come to the UK, then there have to be policies which get them back to the country which they come from. That's true of India, it's true of any country as well.
Well, we did, India and UK did enter into a mobility and migration agreement in 2021, but reports say that it is very patchy. Now, why is that so? I mean, you were supposed to get it over by this year. What's the problem? What's holding it up?
The good news is I think that the patchiness has got a bit less patchy. That agreement is about exactly that, enabling the mobility of people between India and the UK, and at the same time allowing both countries together to tackle illegal migration, illegal flows. And actually the agreement was signed 18 months ago, and now I think we're getting to a much better phase of implementation. So I hope that will continue for the next few months, because it's to both our countries' benefits to have a flow of people between the two countries, talented people, temporary workers and so forth, who can actually know and offer something to the other country.
Now, is that a discriminatory policy in the sense that you all want only high-end professionals, you don't want other kinds of workers? Is that one of the complaints that the Home Secretary has?
Both countries, I think, have their migration policies. They both want to attract talented people. They both want to make sure that that is balanced by rules in relation to people who don't respect the law or who are not, don't have a legal right to remain. As I say, that's true of any country. It'd be true of UK, it'd be true of India and countries around the world.
Well, let's come to another issue, and I think that's where the Indian government has been highly frustrated. We have economic fugitives and others overstaying their visits in the UK. We have the case of Vijay Mallya, we have Nirav Modi. The Indian government has been making frantic efforts to get them, but somehow it doesn't seem to work. What is the British government doing about that?
The truth is, this is no longer a government matter. The Home Secretary, our Interior Minister, signed off the extradition of Vijay Mallya over 3 years ago. That is now a matter for the courts. Our Prime Minister, we are clear, we do not want the UK to be a place of fugitives. We want it to be a place where people respect the law. And all I would say is it's now an issue for the courts, and the wheels of justice turn slowly, but they do turn.
No, one of the things was to amend the asylum law, which permits them to abuse this kind of privilege that they have. Has any progress been made on that?
I'm not going to comment on issues which are genuinely for the courts, and that's where those cases are.
No, but this is a parliamentary issue to amend the asylum. Has there been any movement on that?
There's a separate question about what you do about asylum rights coming to the UK. That's an issue for the government to take cognizance of. The progress of the asylum bill, I'm not so sure about at the moment, but let's keep the two issues separate. There are extraditions, which the government's decided on, and there's issues still going through the courts, and then there is our overall approach to asylum. But what you see is a UK which, having left the European Union, actually has more control over its migration policy and has actually shifted its migration policy to the relative benefit of Indian nationals. That's a big change for the last 6 years.
And the other issue that has been there is the social security arrangement that's there. And there's been a lot of heartburn about the fact that no agreement has been reached and Indian business has to pay a much higher amount, and those who settle over there don't really get the benefit because the visas expire before that and they forfeit that social security deposit as well. Has that been sorted out?
So, first thing to say on migration is now there's been this huge increase in Indian students, and one of the reasons for that is they now have the right to work after they finish university, and a lot of people avail themselves of that right to work. It's very attractive, and that's why we're seeing this huge growth of Indian students in the UK. There's a separate issue, which is about paying into the UK social security system. An Indian temporary worker does not have to do that for the first year that they're in the UK. It's an important point to remember. After that they do, and if they stay for 10 years, then they get the benefits of that social security arrangement. That is a case not just for nationals from India, but for nationals from many other countries in the world.
Coming to a broader subject away from the UK, but looking internationally, India Britain has supported Ukraine wholeheartedly in its effort. India has played a neutral game, has in fact bought oil from Russia, and has been silent on a lot of the resolutions in the United Nations. How do you view, or how does Britain view India's approach towards Russia?
First, let's step back and look what's happened. An autocracy has invaded its smaller neighbor. It had no grounds for doing so, it was totally unjustified, and you see the harm that is causing to people in Ukraine and to people all over the world. Look what's happened to energy prices, food prices, fertilizer prices as a result of President Putin invading Ukraine. It is an extraordinary thing to do. We had thought the days of territorial aggression of that sort in Europe were over, but they're not. That's part of the more contested, more geopolitical world which we all now live in, and which I think is one of the great challenges, by the way, for India as its G20 presidency starts soon. So that's where we are. I completely agree with the Indian statements when they've talked about the importance of respecting the UN Charter, territorial integrity, and the rule of law. And that's what we have to get to. UK has been supporting Ukraine in defending their own territory from an external autocratic aggressor. And we make no apologies for that, because we cannot allow autocratic coercion of a neighbor to flourish in this geopolitical world we're in.
Let's be more blunt. Is the UK disappointed by the Indian approach in the Ukraine war?
Bluntness and diplomacy don't usually sit comfortably together. We talk a lot to the Indian government about it. The Indian government obviously will be driven by its own interests and concerns. The relationship you want between the UK and India, the UK and any country, is one in which you can sometimes discuss quite difficult issues. You do it privately, you do it frankly, you understand each other, and you see where you can create poles of cooperation and looking forward. And that's exactly what happened when James Cleverly, our new Foreign Secretary, or 6 weeks Foreign Secretary, was here last week, had a long discussion with Foreign Minister Jaishankar, and that's what we'll continue to do. In the end, we cannot allow President Putin to thrive from invading his neighbors. That, in the end, is the point I always have in mind.
Given the impact the Ukraine war has had on energy prices, Britain is facing a huge crisis that's there. Don't you think it's time to bring an end in some ways, work out some sort of agreement that will end the war? Second, if we don't, I mean, it seems like the NATO countries and others are pushing it further, so is Russia, we might end up with a nuclear conflagration. Since you were a former NSA as well, do you see that possibility happening, and what needs to be done? Do you think it'll go nuclear?
Well, I mean, the fact that you're even asking the question is totally extraordinary. I mean, is this inside our imaginations that an autocracy can threaten something like that? My great worry is that President Putin's regime is now playing terrible games. One day mentioning the possibility of nuclear, the next day, oh no, denying it. One day saying, oh, we're going to close the supply of grain. By the way, the majority of that grain goes to the poor people of the world, being blocked coming out of the Black Sea by President Putin. The next day saying, oh no, we'll join it again. These are not things to play with. These are deeply serious issues. And we cannot, collectively as a world, allow those sorts of games to be played. What we also see from Russia's invasion of Ukraine is that it is a matter which affects the world. We've seen that, fertilizer prices, oil prices, energy prices, of course they're affecting the UK, they're affecting every country in the world. These are extraordinary things to do for no justification. And just on the point you mentioned the countries of NATO, and it's not just the countries in NATO, what they are doing, what we are doing, is allowing Ukraine to defend itself from territorial aggression, an invasion, pure and simple, a military invasion, unjustified, unwarranted, deeply harmful to everybody. And that seems to me the right and the sensible thing to do for the United Kingdom.
Now, moving to China, I mean, before the Ukraine war, China was the biggest threat, hasn't receded. What is it that you would, and given the fact of India's hostile relations with China, what needs to be done there? I mean, you have joined the AUKUS in the Indo-Pacific. What is the way to contain China or to handle China?
One of the fundamental shifts in the UK's foreign policy set out in the integrated review was the tilt to the Indo-Pacific. The good news for this city, for this state, as we were hearing from the Chief Minister, for this country, is you are in the middle of the great area of growth and dynamism for the next generation. There is this extraordinary opportunity which India has, I think, in the next generation, with a median age of 28, to do incredible things on development of the country. That's happening in India, but it's not just happening in India. If you looked at Indonesia as well, quite similar median age, great opportunity there. So it's the dynamism, but it's also the area, I think, of growing concern around security, including in cyberspace, at sea, not just on the land border. By the way, I think when any British diplomat speaks about India, it behoves me to remember that India has a long land border with China and the United Kingdom does not. So there's a shared interest in having a secure and open Indo-Pacific, because I think the sea is particularly important, where a lot of the world's merchandise is flowing to and from Asia, Indo-Pacific, into some of the big markets in Europe and elsewhere. And that's something we're working on. We're working on it through defense and security. We're increasing the amount of joint training we do together. We had, sitting just off this city this time last year, our carrier strike group, our new aircraft carrier and the supporting fleet around it. And that was doing a big tri-service exercise with India, exactly to show that we together support an open and free Indo-Pacific. So the good news is you're in the area of great growth in the world. The bad news is it's the growth of everything, good and bad.
Well, I come to other bad news, and that is what's happening in Sharm el-Sheikh, the big environment summit that's on there, COP27, supposed to be the implementation summit. Huge disappointment over the fact that developed countries have not met their adaptation funds promises, and also the fact that loss and damage has not been honored so far. We've seen what happened in Pakistan, the kind of floods. We've seen climate change impacting developing countries the most. What's your big advice or takeaway from what should happen at COP27?
Climate change is just a threat and a problem for the whole world. For India, probably one of the countries most affected by climate change, actually is already. You look at what's happened to crop yields this year, and therefore to grain prices gone up in India. But it affects every country in the world. It affects my country as well. The tough news is dealing with a great global problem when you have increased global fragmentation and how you do it. And so that's why I was delighted that last year at Glasgow, Prime Minister Modi, Prime Minister Boris Johnson, leaders from all around the world set the course for how do you prevent serious harm to our planet from climate change. They actually reached agreement on it. It was a great thing. As you say, now you have to implement it. And that is happening in different ways at different times. That involves huge amounts of money. Most of that money is going to come from private companies. The state can do some things, can leverage some money, but most of it's coming from private companies. And India should be one of the great recipients of that money, because India is going to go through this extraordinary energy transition in the next 25 years. The UK, to an extent, has done that. Now, the majority of our electricity is generated by renewables. Our emissions of greenhouse gases have gone down, almost halved since 1990, while our economy has grown by 75%. So it is possible. But to do that, we need to generate the money, and I completely agree. There needs to be more public money on the table. The UK supports. We invest actually through public funds in great companies based here in Mumbai. We just announced a big investment with Mahindra to develop Mahindra's electric vehicles. So there's a long way to go on that. But I think we're on the right course. Prime Minister Modi set India on the course for net zero by 2070 and for this incredible energy transition. I don't think we really realize what a big change this is going to be in all our lives, if we are serious about climate change, what it's going to do. But I think India, we can't solve the problems of the world without India. And India is the third biggest emitter, will be the second biggest emitter of greenhouse gases, just because of a very big population. It's actually low per head. And India can actually jump, on my view, leapfrog. I do not know how to say leapfrog in Hindi, by the way, so I'm not even going to try and say it. Has the ability to leapfrog technology. And that's what's happening already. Some of the British investments in India are in those new technologies. Interesting, some of the Indian investments in the UK are in exactly the same thing. How do you create efficient fuel cells? How do you create better solar power? So it's a very worrying thing, but it's also a huge opportunity, including for India's G20 presidency.
And since you mentioned G20, we've got 20 seconds to go for this session. India is to take over as president of the G20 in December 1st, the first time we're doing this. What is the kind of role India should be playing in the next year in world affairs? And what are the top priorities in G20?
India takes on the G20 presidency in a very tough time because of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, because of geopolitical competition we talked about. India has some big advantages. One, it is strong, it is big. It is actually a voice that can reach lots of different countries. It's setting its determination, its course, I think, whether that's on climate change, whether that's on development, whether it's on an incredible thing that's going on in this country, which is redefining the relationship between all of you and the state through the use of technology. Which I think India is way ahead of some other countries, and actually they can pick up a lot from India about how you do that. So it's a tough time to be doing it, but I think India is absolutely the right country to be holding the G20 presidency next year. And like any person from my country, we're supposed to be famous for our punctuality. So I'll leave it there.
Well, one last thing. Since you began speaking Hindi, maybe you could end speaking Hindi. Maybe a song in Hindi which you like.
I did.
Two verses.
No, I wouldn't dare to do it, but I did. I went to a concert of A.R. Rahman, where I'd never heard Dil Se Re.
Wow.
And what a great song. What a fantastic performer that guy is, actually. It was, I won't try it beyond that. 3 words is enough, I think.
Alex, thank you very much for this session. Thank you very much, ladies and
Dhanyavad.
gentlemen. Let's give him a warm round of applause for this.
How wonderful. Alex, thank you so much. Do stay with us. Could I request Karthik Vishwanathan, our Senior Manager, Indian Subcontinent at Qatar Airways, to come up and facilitate Alex Ellis. Shifting now this morning from geopolitics to showbiz. It gives me great pleasure to announce our next session, Breathing New Life into the Crime Thriller. And to take you through the star-studded lineup this morning, Let me hand over to Akshita Nandgopal, Deputy Editor, India Today Television. Akshita, over to you.
Thank you very much, Abba. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As Abba mentioned, our next session is called Breathing New Life into the Crime Thriller, one that I'm also very, very personally interested in and very excited about. The birth of OTT and the fact that we've seen it grow to such great lengths has perhaps been a game changer for no genre more than the crime thriller. Many of us, I'm sure in the audience, will also agree with me when we say that we're hooked to some edge of the seat, psychological crime thriller and whatnot. And we're going to be decoding why exactly that is. Why is it such a big hit here in India and overseas? And who better than a team who's now worked on one of the most epic crime thrillers that India has seen, with the Breathe series. And season 2 is coming up. Before I get our guests up here on the stage with me, I'd just like to give you a sneak peek into Breathe season 2. Take a look.
Avinash, it's good to know that you're doing fine. तुमने जो किया, you know you'll never walk free.
Freedom is a relative term. अंदर रहूं या बाहर मुझे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता. It's not over. Jay's back. जब तक रावण के बच्चे 6 सर नहीं करते, मैं अविनाश को नहीं छोड़ूंगा.
तो गेम के रूल्स बहुत सिंपल हैं. Keep chilling and keep killing.
So Avinash और Jay एक ही है. He is a criminal and he has to be stopped.
कल रात वो मुझसे मिलने आया था.
Dying of excitement. I promise you, you will.
पहली बार ऐसा लगा कि जय और मैं एक है. अविनाश, जय, तुम जो कोई भी हो, तुम्हारा टाइम खत्म.
How intense was that? All right, it gives me a great pleasure now to welcome on stage Abhishek Bachchan. Round of applause, please. Abhishek Bachchan on the stage. Amit Sar. Sayami Kher. Naveen Kasturia. And director of the Breathe series, Mayank Sharma. Are we all set? Yes. Mike's to your left, yeah. So I think the entire team right now would be very happy because the moment we started playing the trailer, all of you saw the silence that came up in this hall. Everyone watched with full attention the trailer, so that's a great sign. I think when we start off about this entire session, Abhishek, I'd like to begin with you. What made you get into the genre of crime thriller? Have you always been an avid thriller fan? Do you love these movies?
Well, it's difficult. You know, it's a very difficult genre to execute. So a good thriller is a rarity. And about 4 years ago, Mayank and Vikram, our producer and co-creator, approached me and just gave me a basic brief of what they wanted to do with the show. And for me, it was more the character that drew me to the project. I had not seen the original Breathe at that point of time. And once everything was locked in and we started filming is when I saw it. So you get to know the world, and it was wonderful because I think they've managed to create a great environment and a world filled with mystery and desperation. And what I really liked about Breathe and what Mayank had written was there's a very strong emotional reason why the story moves ahead. And I think that's integral to a good thriller. If it's just going to be very superficial and cosmetic, it doesn't really resonate. The basics, foundation and seed of Breathe season 1 and then Breathe into the Shadows and then our subsequent season is there's a very strong emotional reason why the story moves forward, and I think that's integral. So having said that, that's why I said it's very difficult to come across a very engaging thriller, because until you're not emotionally invested in it, it becomes a bit difficult. And I'm glad that Mayank, I think, in my opinion, has done a great job. So I'm very, very pleased and honored that he chose me to be a part of this family, yeah.
So internationally also, crime thrillers are a rage right now. I'm sure you've seen a lot of these series that are right now very acclaimed, critically acclaimed. Do you think that in India too, we're delivering content equivalent to that now?
Oh, absolutely. I think there's been a huge democratization of talent with the influx of digital streaming sites. Previously, when you wanted to see our local content, you went to the movie theater or you put on the television. Then there was the advent of satellite TV, where suddenly the world opened up to India and we got to see what they were making. But they were on the English channels. We were on the Hindi local GECs. In movies, if you wanted to see an English film, I mean, it was very rare that you got to see a movie of another language in India. There are dedicated theaters that showed English films. Then came the multiplexes that kind of made it more accessible, and that's why you see a lot of other foreign films doing a lot better now in terms of collections. What happened when digital streaming sites, or as we refer to it, OTT platforms came into being, is suddenly everybody was accessible to everybody at the push of a button. So you can watch an English show, a Hindi show, Tamil, Telugu, Malayalam, Kannada, Punjabi, Bhojpuri, Bengali, Gujarati, Marathi, coupled with Spanish, Korean, you know, various European languages, all at the push of a button. So that kind of made everybody and gave it an equal playing platform. So you're competing, so to speak, although I don't like using that as a word, because we're all collaborators and we're all colleagues and we're all part of a bigger fraternity. But suddenly, you're vying for attention from the world as opposed to just India.
You have a larger audience now.
In a sense. And the fact that you have platforms like Amazon that have the reach that they do. And I don't know the exact figures, but from what we're told, a lot of their Indian content has gone on globally to be some of their top 10 shows worldwide. So that goes to show that there's a huge appetite for Indian storytelling. And that's great for our confidence. The fact that Breathe is now technically in its 3rd season and Breathe into the Shadows has come into its 2nd season is, I think, a huge testimony to the fact that the show has done well for them. And although, you know, for us, unfortunately, fortunately for the rest of the world, digital platforms don't put out numbers. So I think that what that does is it keeps the focus on the content. We've become far too obsessed about collections and money as opposed to the content. And I think when they don't put out these numbers, it just focuses on the content. And the only way to know whether your show is doing well or not is whether it gets, you know, gets another season.
Don't you think that shows also in the fact that, you know, language is no longer a barrier, content is king, and we've discussed this several times.
It's always been. It's always been. In our bid to define everything as human beings, we need justification. But at the end of the day, good content will always work no matter what the language. And that's been proved from the time we've been in the audiovisual medium. Even before that, when there was theater, at the end of the day, if you don't write a good play, you don't write a good screenplay, you don't make a good movie, nobody's going to watch it. It's as simple as that.
Amit, what do you think about the whole craze for crime thrillers right now? What is it about crime thrillers that's got everyone so engaged in India and overseas? What's the success sauce?
Sorry, pardon?
What's the success sauce of a crime thriller?
Okay, first of all, very good afternoon to all the guests and the audience here. And before I answer your question and I come back into Breathe, the last session that you guys had and the brief 5 minutes I heard about climate change has instigated so many thoughts in me. And I think India Today Conclave, this is something your organization has always pushed to instill, instigate, and bring awareness on such things. And I just wanted to say that even the 5 minutes that I heard the last session has made me thinking, and I think that's a good start. Back to Breathe. I think I'm an audience too. Right? I consume movies, I consume stories. I don't like saying content because that kind of, as an artist, I just don't appreciate that term. But I think the thrill, the fascination, and as human race, I think we like violence. We like blood. You know what I mean? And
So it's an obsession with gore?
it's true. It's the truth. I mean, you can go to any psychiatrist. It's, you know, and I just think when you sit home and you watch something and you want to know what's going to happen next, that keeps your curiosity awake. So that's my take. That's the reason I watch.
Yeah.
The thrill of not knowing what's going to happen next. And what I don't remember the next question.
I was asking you what really makes a crime thriller work? What makes it successful to you?
To me?
Yeah.
To me, because I get these crazy, complex, twisted roles. And it allows me to grow as an actor. It allows me to understand the psyche of different people. You know, and crime thrillers is, again, it's not about normal people. They're about characters and people who are maybe not 100%. And for me as an artist, as an actor, when I do such roles or when I prepare for such characters or films or shows, it just allows me, to step out of myself. It allows me to have more compassion and more empathy for people who are not 100%. So that's one little thing. Other than the most important thing is the thrill when you, as a viewer, as an audience. Yeah.
Mayank, as someone who's, behind the mind behind the Breathe series, I think Breathe is one of those critically acclaimed crime thrillers in India, which very few have really managed to achieve. What do you think really sets apart this series from the rest of the crime thrillers that you see out there?
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah. So, with Breathe, again, I strongly feel it's the characters, what we really create. The motives behind those characters are so personal, and, that I feel sets apart rather than just the technique of creating a thriller, absolutely, for a good thriller, you need a good packaging of excellent cinematography, sound design, the
to get
special
that
effects.
Audience invested into
Absolutely,
the show.
yeah. Because it's such an immersive experience, especially for this medium. Hence, it becomes very, very challenging and more important to create very intriguing characters, which are emotionally so strong that they're, you feel so attached to their motivation after a point, because you live with those characters for close to 480 minutes. So, it gives the audiences the time to go deep into the psyche of the character and understand him and unleash the layer episode by episode, and it kind of, surprises the audiences at sometimes. So, other than that, absolutely, I really work hard on to first crack a very solid plot line, a very intriguing plot line, because I always believe that within 2 minutes, if I have to narrate something to you, it should hold your attention first. So a very solid plot line is very, very important for a psychological thriller, I believe, to be cracked really well. And then to work extensively on the characters, along with a very engaging screenplay. That holds the right key, because a plot line, yes, you've gained my interest for 2 minutes, but how to now really flesh it out and, hold the audiences for every single minute of those.
It's not easy, clearly.
Yeah.
It's not easy, especially when it's a series that, you have one season, then the next season, and you have to end it with a cliffhanger.
So true. And cliffhanger, with the season of Breathe, I would, we've created the last season as well, and now this is the continuation of that. We're coming after 2.5 years. So we were very sure that, we want to have a different approach to the season, be it, make it more cinematic. So if you see, all 8 episodes are like mini movies. So we've treated like that, we've written it like that, to make every episode like a mini film, and by every episode you're gonna get to know something new about the characters. So yeah, we took close to 1.5 years just to write the season. Yeah.
And coming through in the trailer clearly as well. Sayami, do you agree with what Amit said, that there's also certain obsession with gore and violence, and that's what also triggers this curiosity and interest in crime thrillers?
I agree with what Amit said. I think the human tendency to veer towards something, when you're on the road and there's an accident, there are a lot of people who gather around not really to help. I don't know why they hang around there. So, we as a human mind tend to veer towards something which is gory. And I think that on screen has really worked. So I completely agree with what Amit said. And the other point which you mentioned about, the global and Indian stories that we are telling, I feel, the more local and more specific we go with our stories, the more global we go. So the more detailed we go, it's going to appeal to people globally. So with Breathe, we are so rooted into Jay and Avinash's character, and we are so detailedly rooted into his brain, which is why I felt the last season worked. So I think stories are not really, it's not, language is not a barrier, countries are not a barrier. I feel they're human stories. If you connect with them, you connect with them. And that's been a big, big advantage for us. And for actors like us to get opportunities to be working in so many different stories, it's been a true blessing.
Naveen, what do you have to say about this whole genre? And for you, it's been quite a journey as well, because you have this huge TVF fan base, a very young audience that looks up to your work as well. From that to move to this kind of a crime thriller, what was that experience like?
I think ever since I thought of being an actor, I wanted to be part of thrillers, When you are in school or college and you think of becoming an actor, you want to become an actor because of movies like Bazigar and Dar and, things like that. That's that's the kind of films I grew up on. And nobody wants to play a startup founder or an IS officer. I had not seen films like that. So for me, acting has started now, because now I'm being able to do things that I, wanted to do since a long time. So, I'm glad Mayank saw that kind of thing in me to give me a role like this, and I think I had a wonderful time here playing this part, and I just hope I get to do many more such parts in future.
I'm sure you will. Abhishek, your character in the series is that of, a desperate father who's going to any extent to help his family. How emotionally challenging is that for you to also play? As someone who is a father, do you also take from personal experiences, bring that into your role?
It's immensely difficult. But acting is very difficult. As good as we all might think we are, at the end of the day, you do delve into your personal experiences and emotions to try and replicate it in, in a scene. So keeping that in mind, it becomes very difficult. Being a parent, and that too of a daughter, and in Breathe I have a daughter as well, for whom I do all this. obviously there's a lot of resonance, and it does hit home a bit. Mayank doesn't shy away from reminding you of your personal life in order to get the correct emotion for his scene. Yeah. So yes, it's very difficult.
But how much do you really draw, and where do you draw that line between, personal and ensuring that it also doesn't overpower your performance?
Well, part of being an actor is that you should not have boundaries in anything. I don't know very many actors who will not go to any extent to do their job to the best of their ability. There's a reason why we're all a bit off in the head. It's because, you do drive yourself to sometimes rather unhealthy extremes to achieve your job. It can be a physical transformation, it can be an emotional transformation, but you do what the job expects you to do. Because, my father very famously told me when I was starting my career, and I had a similar question about, what should one be doing? And he said, there are no subtitles saying, oh, please excuse his bad performance because he was having a bad day. The audience doesn't care. At the end of the day, you have to just convince them of the emotion that you're trying to convince them of at that point of time. So you have to do whatever it takes. So there are many actors, some who are very natural and instinctive, some which believe in the method, and these are all different titles given to a process to achieve what you need to achieve. So yes, actors do whatever is needed. We're not very comfortable talking about it because you have to revisit those emotions then, but you do whatever is needed, and that makes it very, very challenging.
What's the process been like for you, Abhishek, to move and to do the transition essentially from movies also to these kind of series which draw on for a long period of time? The shoot essentially would go on for quite some time itself because it's episode based. How has that transition been? Is it smooth for an actor from movies?
There's no difference.
There's no difference.
I understand the distinction between cinema and digital platforms and television and theatre, but at the end of the day, for an actor, you're acting. The process to shoot a web series like this and a film is exactly the same. And like Mayank said, each episode is approached as a mini movie. The last season, each episode, and we had 12 of them in the last season, were almost an hour long. So in essence, you made about 6 films. This season has 8 episodes. So each episode, the writing, the screenplay is devised in a way as they're episodic. So it's like a mini movie. The process is exactly the same, the equipment is exactly the same. So like Mayank said, the attempt in this season was to make it larger than life, was to dial up the intensity, to dial up the thrill, and make it more cinematic. So it's exactly the same. All actors will tell you, be it television, be it film, be it streaming platforms, you're acting. At the end of the day, there's nothing different.
You mentioned something your father said to you. I'm sure everyone is very curious to know what he thinks of Breathe as well.
He's biased, so...
We'd love to know what you thought of your performance.
Currently, I'm in his good books with my performances, so he's being biased. He saw the last season a lot later from when it originally dropped. He saw the first episode.
Did he binge watch it?
He did eventually, but like I said, my father is biased, and his words and his encouragement and his criticism mean the most to me because he's always been very honest. But right now I think he's enjoying everything that I'm doing. The true testimony that we've made a good thrilling show was my mother refuses to watch it. She's like, "Nahi, mujhe ye sab nahi dekhna hai." I get scared with all this, so she still hasn't watched it. So yes, he's excited. He's more excited about the new season than all of us. We've been so busy promoting. He keeps messaging. He just, in fact, messaged me just before we came on. "Good luck. Can't wait. The new promo's looking good. Naveen, he liked your, because that was the last asset we put up. So he liked your character promo very much." So he's very, very excited. He's very invested. So yeah, the family is, they're very sweet. They'll all wait till, the 8th night at midnight, and they'll all put it on and watch it, barring my mother, who will much rather go watch something else. She doesn't like that kind of aggression and violence. She prefers to go to Parliament where none of that happens.
So who's the biggest fan of thrillers in your family then?
Thrillers, I don't know, but like horror and stuff, my niece, Navya. I mean, there's something wrong, because she watches these really scary movies all alone in the dark, and that's her thing.
You can't watch them.
No, I can't watch all that.
Amit, this is something that, you were mentioning as well, about how there's such a love for violence, for horror, particularly, I think, in this generation. The young audience really seems to crave it. And there are some who question whether that's normal, to want to, live off these kind of experiences in films, in series. And is that what's being exploited by the genre, essentially?
I'd rather see it than go and be it, right? So, and that's also, I think, that worry is almost diminished. Of course, cinema and characters and what we do on screen, especially in a country like India, which is still finding its footing. And we have, on one platform, we are doing so well. We are prospering, we are learning, we are economically getting better, but there are so many issues, which we all know, which I don't want to bring them up right now. So yes, I mean, there is this very thin line of how we portray what we show and the effect of it on the country and the generation. But right now, it's a movie. We're talking about a film or a web series that you watch, which engages you, thrills you, and you see some action. And it's not just the youth that likes action movies. Everybody likes action movies. And psychological thrillers, I think it's a new genre, or maybe a genre that is being accepted right now more because of, again, fascination. And also, I think people have changed. We accept our shortcomings more easily than we would do 10 years back. We accept that we are not perfect. It's fine, It's not a taboo. Like going to a psychiatrist in India it's not like, it's not frowned upon. So I think at the end of the day, you're just coming home after 12 hours, 16 hours of your work and watching something. And if it engages you and excites you, and for me personally, if it gives you some message in the end, I'm happy with that.
Talking about your personal experience also with Breathe, we were having a conversation earlier where you did say that this particular series came to you at the exact right time because emotionally you were dealing with a lot.
Yes, like how Abhishek said that, as an actor, we go through so much as an artist, not just an actor, in every form of art. Art does come from a lot of conflict, pain, and introspection, a lot of I always say art comes with a lot of crucifixion and you have to find your resurrection, right? But I would like to share this since you've asked me and we had a chance to talk about it. Breathe was offered to me by this great gentleman on my left, our director Mayank Sharma, and my producer Vikram Malhotra, at a time when I was in a very lost stage in my career. And it's not that, I think it's not, losing your path or feeling lost is fine, but I think in a brutal industry, cinema and movies, it's like when you're lost, people around you make you feel like, it's...
Like you're down and out.
You're done. So at that time I was just going through a lot of angst, anger. So I had a big bag of emotions and some hope. And when I got Breathe and I got this crazy character who's so damaged, who has lost hope, who has all the things that I was going through. So I just took everything and I just put it like way forward. And the Breathe has done well. And we've got a lot of love for Breathe. And my character has got so much love. So I'm just grateful. I'm grateful to be here on this platform. I'm grateful to be a part of this team. I'm grateful to hold this mic and being heard. Just thankful for everything.
I think with every conversation I've had with you in, I think, the last 10 minutes or so, it's always been such a deep sense of gratitude, which feels amazing as well. And I said this earlier, there's always this belief that within the industry, actors are arrogant, etc. I think you've set the record straight that there is a very deep sense of gratitude for the work you get, for the way you're able to deliver it, for the response you get as well. Naveen, do you also, agree with that? Because you've had a very, very interesting career graph, essentially, because like I mentioned earlier, Breathe is very different from what you've done earlier as well. So what was your experience like? How did you get into the teeth of this character?
I think the credit should go to Mayank for considering me for this part. And you were asking about preparations, right?
Yeah.
Preparations were like, we sat, we discussed scenes, it's pretty much the way it has been for every other character that I've played, honestly. The difference would be, I don't know if I'm allowed to reveal it right now, but we also had a few meetings with a few doctors, and because of the kind of character I'm playing in the show. And it was all new for me because I had not done that before. But I also feel that every character you play, the approach is also different every time. Every character requires a different approach. So I was very excited to hold a gun because I'd never, done that before. There's a story about gun also in the show. I hope you get to watch it. And I was also getting to kill people, which also was very new and fascinating. And
fascinating.
I mean, because I've been
I'm
fan
scared
of,
right now. I think I should run
I
from
think,
you.
if you go through the list at like on IMDb, you'll see the...
We're meant to convince them to see the show, not to repel them from there. I mean,
No, but Abhishek, the best ever shows are like Wire, Breaking Bad, Game of Thrones. In all these shows, and people watch these shows, and they're considered the best shows.
those are अंग्रेजी के show हैं भैया, हम लोग देसी लोग हैं. We're different. We like माँ का emotion, बच्चे के emotion, ये सब. It's a family show.
लोगों को actually खून खराबा बहुत पसंद है. So
we'll balance it out. We'll balance it out. He's very clear that this is what he wants to sell.
So, I was. I was excited and like slowly, steadily, scene by scene, we worked on the scene and we worked on the character, and that's how the process was, I guess.
Sayami, I'm going to keep the most controversial question for you. We've got a lovely panel here. Who was your favorite co-star? You have to name, no diplomacy allowed.
I mean, I love Naveen and Amit, but it will be AB because I've worked the most with him. I've worked thrice with him now, twice on Breathe and one on Balki sir's film Ghumar, which we are doing next. So it has to be him. He gets great food on set, even though he says I don't eat it. He gets a lot of humor on set, and this is not becoming like a platform to be praising. It's not a AB praise platform, but I feel he's a very, very prepared actor. Not taking away from Amit and Naveen, I've just not worked so much with them.
I think you just haven't spent enough time with us yet.
Amit is hurt.
No, because what AB does is he likes to underplay things when he comes on set, and he'll just be like, and keep underplaying things. Arey, kitne lines hai, ye hai, wo hai. But he's just the most prepared actor that I have worked with. So it's been an absolute pleasure because it's been 3 years that I've worked on 3 projects with him.
Thank you.
Abhishek, what's been your biggest learning really from Breathe, from the series?
To stay very far away from Amit and Mayank.
And
They're
Naveen
very
too,
twisted
I think.
people. If you Naveen phir bhi theek thaak hai. These two their mind is somewhere else. No, it's I think the greatest learning for me has been the only feedback you get on these OTT platforms is through social media, and the immense reach that the digital medium has today within our own country. The kind of people that, will walk up to you on the street or in an airport and say, hey, we loved Breathe and we can't wait. It's immense. I'm a product of cinema. I come from a cinematic family. Both my parents are actors. My wife is an actor. I'm an actor. I've been doing this for 22 years. And the reach of Indian films is immense worldwide. But when you do something on a digital platform, you realize that reach, grows times 10 almost. Because first and foremost, language is not a barrier. There's a lot more accessibility. So I think a great learning has been that we have a wonderful medium and an opportunity to reach out to that many more people and entertain them. And that's been a huge learning and something which I feel so happy that I've been allowed to be a part of.
There is a conception, correct me if I'm wrong, but there is this belief that the big superstars in the industry, take a Shah Rukh Khan, Salman Khan, Amir or anyone else, that they haven't taken the OTT plunge yet, that they're still superstars of cinema. Do you think that's a right conception, that they don't choose to go into OTT because they're successful movie stars?
No,
and did that occur to you?
It's got nothing to do with that. It's got nothing to do with that. At the end of the day, all their movies are available on digital platforms. It's just another medium through which, it's really not such a big deal. At the end of the day, it's about getting the work that you want to do at that point of time. There's really, from all my colleagues that I have had in-depth discussions with, none of them see a distinction between cinema and OTT platforms. It's what kind of story you want to tell at that point of time. I've discussed this in depth when we've been promoting, especially the last season, that what's the difference between cinema and OTT. I just think the only difference is the approach in writing. In a movie, you have to tell a rather vast story within 2.5 hours. Add at least 4 songs, have all your emotions, and give an Indian audience poetic justice by the end of that journey, which is what I think the USP of Indian films are. I've always likened Indian cinema to our food and our thali. There's a little bit of everything. Meetha, spicy, kadwa, all that. So
and
our
sweet
films,
at the end.
Yeah, exactly. Our films have to have all of that. And that has to be done in 2.5 hours. In a web show, you get to do the same thing, but you get to do it over a longer period of time. So you can really deep dive into characterization, etc., etc. Whereas in a movie, you might have to skip over certain things. That's the only difference. The minute an actor gets a role or a job that inspires them, they'll do it. They're not going to be concerned about, is it on the silver screen or is it on your mobile phone? That doesn't matter. It's about telling the interesting stories.
So you didn't hesitate at all?
No, not at all. If we just do a bit of role playing, if I offered you Breathe and the character that Mayank and Vikram wrote for me, why would you say no? It's a wonderful opportunity to showcase your talent, and it's a wonderful opportunity to entertain through a story which is very engaging. Why would anybody say no? So I really don't think there's this whole distinction that, the big superstars haven't come. It's not that. It's also a matter of what inspires you. I remember this discussion happening in the year 2000 when my father forayed into television with Kaun Banega Crorepati. And they're like, how can Amitabh Bachchan come on the small screen? But look what he did. It's been 22 years, he's still making Kaun Banega Crorepati and, it's out every day. So I think it's just a matter of what inspires you at that point of time.
That's a great example. Unfortunately, I've completely run out of time, but I'd like to thank all of you for joining
apologies.
us here.
We Indians are not very good at leaving on time. We don't come on time, we don't leave on time, sir.
We can keep going.
We can keep going. We're all about heart and emotion.
We can keep going, but thank you so much, Abhishek.
Thank you,
Amit, Mayank, Sayami, and a big round of applause, please, for the team of Breathe Season 2.
Thank you so much. If I could also request Nikita Gupta, the founder of Mama Jewels, to come on stage and facilitate our wonderful panel here today. so much. Our next session this afternoon is with a leader known for his commitment to conscious and sustainable change. Today, we'll be discussing with him the future of the Shiv Sena. In conversation with none other than Rajdeep Sardesai, Consulting Editor, India Today Television. Rajdeep, could we please invite you on stage to introduce our next guest?
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. May I ask you to kindly respect the next guest who's coming in and sit down, please. Come on. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big warm round of applause for Aditya Thackeray, President of the Yuva Sena and also Shiv Sena leader, former minister in the previous government in Maharashtra. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the India Today Mumbai Conclave. If there is one issue which has dominated the politics of this part of the country in the last few months, it is the future of the Shiv Sena, the original Sons of the Soil party of Mumbai and Maharashtra, which finds itself facing an unprecedented crisis at the moment. Which is why we thought it would be only appropriate that someone who has in a way become the face of the next generation of the Shiv Sena, Aditya Thackeray, welcome to the India Today Mumbai Conclave. Good to have you.
Thank you and welcome to the India Today group to Maharashtra and Mumbai. Swagat hai tumcha.
Thank you. Namaskar. आपण इथे आला याबद्दल आमचा आभार.
मला वाटतं आपण मराठीतच बोलत राहू म्हणजे आमचे राहुलजी वगैरे मला प्रश्नच विचारू नाही शकणार.
You know, Mumbai is more than just being Maharashtrian. It is a complete melting pot of every community. That's what makes Mumbai great. You can speak Marathi, Hindi, English, and you can celebrate being a Mumbaikar.
Absolutely. But at the same time, if you're caught at the traffic signal, you have to speak Marathi.
I couldn't agree with you more.
And if you're on the cricket field, you have to say Aiga.
That's right. I won't say the other things that you also say on a cricket field in Marathi, because that will really get this audience going. But Aditya Thackeray, I introduced you actually as a Shiv Sena leader. Some would say correct yourself. We just had the Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde.
Oh, is he the Chief Minister?
1 minute. He heads a party called Balasaheb'anchi Shiv Sena, or the Shiv Sena of Balasaheb Thackeray. And you at the moment, as per the Election Commission, are the leader of the Shiv Sena Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray. Which brings me to my first question. What happens to the Shiv Sena? If the Shiv Sena has now split apart into two groups, even the symbol is no longer the bow and arrow, traditional symbol is no longer, as of now at least, with either of these two factions. do you concede that you are facing a crisis of a kind that was unimaginable for a party that your grandfather started about 56 years ago?
So, two corrections to that, and very humbly. First is, it's not a recognized party as yet. What he has got, he was trying to take away our name. He was trying to take away the logo for the Andheri elections that they did not even intend to contest. The only intention was to damage the Shiv Sena, damage Maharashtra, and put the sustainable development and politics of Maharashtra on the back burner. What they have got is Bala Sahebanchi Shiv Sena. Now, there are multiple Bala Sahebs across the country, so it could be anyone's Shiv Sena that they are talking about. What we have got is Shiv Sena, Uddhav, Bala Saheb Thackeray. These words are inseparable, and the Election Commission also has proved it so that these words are inseparable. What also is very important is Shiv Sena and Uddhav Bala Saheb Thackeray during COVID times and the 2.5 years of our governance in Maharashtra has shown to the world that we can be transparent, accountable, listening to different voices from different sectors and areas of society and work for the people. So this is what we were going ahead with. In terms of what is the future of Shiv Sena and the question of whether Shiv Sena is in crisis, for me that is not a question anymore because we are fighting it out. It could not be worse than what we have come to. They've run away with 40 Gaddars from our party and 12 Gaddar MPs, and they will face elections and the people will decide. For me, what is important today and what is crucial today is what happens to the ideals of our constitution. What happens to democracy? What happens to rule of law? What happens to justice? If today, across our country, we have smaller Gaddaris, and I call this Gaddari because there's no other appropriate word for this, people who've run away and just gone to another party. If this happens across the country and this gets legitimized, you will have unrest, political unrest in every state of India. You will have random people claiming names and logos and parties for not just parties like Shiv Sena and other regional parties, but also the national parties like the BJP and the Congress. What happens to the future of democracy in our country? What happens to the constitution is the larger question here.
Now I'll come to the larger question, but I want to for now at least address the question of the Shiv Sena. Because you use the word Gaddar or traitors. These are not 5, 6 traitors, these are 40. Out of 55 members of a legislature party, if 40 leave, that is almost 3/4 Aditya. Therefore, it would claim, as Eknath Shinde claimed on this very platform a few hours ago, that they are the real Shiv Sena, that he represents the real Shiv Sena of Bala Saheb Thackeray, the real Hindutva of Bala Saheb Thackeray.
Sir, have you read Arabian Nights? 40 is a very important figure in that.
Explain.
I think everyone knows about it. I don't want to go into
that. No, you are saying that they are Ali Baba or 40 chor.
ये मैंने नहीं कहा, वो हंस रहे हैं, मैंने कुछ नहीं कहा।
नहीं, देखिए.
But to steal a mandate away, to steal an elected government, look, we have no things like a pre-poll alliance or a post-poll alliance. What is important here is a pre-poll alliance happened with the BJP on the basis of 2.5 years. If that had been adhered to and as agreed, today, the arrangement of government would have been 2.5 years ago, and by now, Devendraji would have been the CM. Unfortunately, that did not come into being. We were fighting for our own principles, for what is promised. We believe in coexistence. We believe in promises. We are a party that believes that Raghukul Reet Sada Chali Aaye, Pran Jaye Par Vachan Na Jaye. And that is how we wanted to go ahead. We came together with the Congress and the NCP and other allies who believe in democracy, who believe in the constitution, and we were working for a better Maharashtra. However, what they have done is for the monstrous ambition of one man, they've taken Maharashtra behind, and that is a sin that nobody will forgive.
You are saying that there was this, let's settle this today, that there was this 2.5 years arrangement in Maharashtra in 2019 for the Shiv Sena and BJP to share power. I recall in this very room, in 2019, few weeks before that famous election of Maharashtra, you were sitting in the audience, Devendra Fadnavis was here. He didn't sound to me, Aditya Thackeray, like someone who was going to share 2.5 years with you.
Which is why whatever happened.
No, so let's be clear. Today when Eknath Shinde was asked the question, he said that question, only Amit Shah ji and Uddhav Thackeray were in one room when this was decided. No one else knows this. So they could easily turn around, Eknath Shinde could easily turn around and say, look, at the end of the day, the Shiv Sena, i.e. the Uddhav Thackeray Shiv Sena, did not even keep that basic promise of 2.5 years to the BJP. did not keep the basic promise to the principles of Hindutva. Hence this breakup took place, and that's why I had to leave. He said, I am not a rebel. I represent the original Shiv Sena.
What are the principles of Hindutva according to him? They have no answer on that. What are the issues that they had with the MVA government? They have no answers to that. For 2.5 years, they enjoyed that everything they could. For 2.5 years, they were quite silent. Only when there were things against him, there were things that were going against him where he thought that he might be in problems, he has decided to run away from that. And therefore, I do not give much importance to whatever's being said from the opposition, because if you take a poll even today on the trustworthiness of Mr. Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray vis-a-vis any other politician in Maharashtra, I think you will get your answer to that.
So the answer that the people of Maharashtra are looking for when it comes to the Shiv Sena, I want, as I said, to settle this. Who is the real Shiv Sena? Is it the party where 40 out of 55 have left? Or is it the party, as your opponents accuse, a party of the Thackeray Parivar? They say they are the party of the Sainiks, i.e. Eknath Shinde and others, and that your party or the Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray family has become the party of Uddhav, Aditya and the Thackeray Parivar.
So there is absolutely no difference between the Thackeray Parivar and the Shiv Sena Parivar, and that is one. So it is one family, one party. But for this again, if they want elections, I am challenging them every single day. Let the 40 of them come into the electoral ring. I will resign as an MLA and come into the electoral ring. Let's fight. Let's see who wins. Let the people decide once and for all. Whatever the people decide, I'll be happy for it.
You are calling for all the MLAs who switch
all 40
side,
of them, yes.
all 40 of them to resign and recontest the elections. You and the other 14 Shiv Sena MLAs will also resign, and we will have 55 elections in Maharashtra is what you're calling for.
I won't ask
55 by-elections, or are you calling for a fresh election?
I'm calling for 41 elections. I'm not pulling in the other 15 who stayed with us into an electoral ring. I am saying 40 of you resign, I will resign, let's contest, let's see who wins.
That's all very well.
And that is what a democracy is, right? I mean, you have seen many defections in your life. You've covered politics for a long, long time. Tell me in which state or in what year of Indian history or in Indian politics have you seen a defection that is so shameless that they did not have the courage to resign and face elections at their own home ground?
Aditya Thackeray, I must say, I have seen defections. It's routine now.
It does, but they resign, they contest elections and they become MPs or MLAs and go to the other party. This is running away from your responsibility. This is not even having the courage to fight in your own home turf.
Law allows you to split a party with 2/3. More than 2/3 of your legislature party split. Therefore, they have gone to the election commission, even asked for the bow and arrow symbol.
2/3 is about the entire party, not the electoral party. And this is what I'm saying. If 2/3 of any party in a legislative party starts breaking away, and you legitimize this, you will have a lot of this breaking away in a lot of states for a lot of parties. This is going to be a dangerous trend for the political stability of India.
Who do you blame for this? Eknath Shinde or the BJP? Do you blame? Because one slogan of yours, which has become very popular in Maharashtra, which has gone viral, is "Pannas khoke, ekdam okay." Basically suggesting that 50 crores is completely okay. You have made a direct insinuation in every speech that basically the Shiv Sena MLAs who switched were paid 50 crores. Do you have evidence of that when you make that allegation? Do you have any evidence to suggest that they were paid 50 crores?
One of the MLAs also speaking about that. Just yesterday, I think Mr. Bachchu Kadu has spoken about that, or Mr. Rana has spoken about that. But about the blame, I think it is we who are to be blamed. I take that blame myself, and of course, both of us, my father and I, because we trusted them blindly. We thought them to be our people. We thought that they will stick around even after giving them a post like UD, which no other chief minister in the past 40, 50 years has parted from that department. We thought that we could trust them blindly and they would not stab us in the back. We were the ones who did not trouble the opposition parties with tadipari notices or policemen keeping a watch on them. We were the ones who actually did not spy on our own people, and that's our fault. We thought politics is not an extremely dirty place, or you don't have to run in the muck or get dirty in the muck every time when you have to serve the people. So that is our fault.
You're not blaming the BJP.
I take the blame for it, for not playing dirty politics like them.
They will blame in a way your father, who became chief minister, and the charge against Uddhavji was that he didn't spend enough time with the MLAs in Mantralaya, went only twice in a tenure of or 2.5 years. What do you expect the MLAs to do? Eknath Shinde was available to them 24/7. Your father was not available to them in a manner that they would have liked, and they feared that if they went into an election, they would lose. The NCP was growing at the expense of the Shiv Sena.
There are two factors to this. One, it is true my father could not meet them from December to almost January, and that was because he underwent 2 surgeries. The second one was an urgent emergency surgery. When I had returned from COP26, and I was of course moving around, meeting people, traveling around, while going to meet him, I had to do 3 COVID tests and 3 RAT tests before I met him. Because of course he was in a bubble, but every single week he was holding the cabinet as the cabinet should be held, over a video conference probably. He was in touch with all the MLAs, all the MPs. You'll find, if you just take out the CCTV footage of Varsha, you'll find a lot of them streaming and walking out after doing their work. So that is one. The other is about me not meeting or my father not meeting. If you take the 2.5 years of all our Twitter accounts or their Twitter accounts, you'll see photos of us with them, of course with a mask on. But our mask was a COVID mask, their mask was of treachery. So that is a different mask altogether. The other one, of course, is basically moving ahead. If you look at that time, that was a difficult period for us, the 3 months. And of course, for him, as a chief minister, he had to look at the rising COVID numbers to keep everyone intact, of course, working together. But going ahead, if you look at what he said about not being able to win with Congress and NCP, I challenge them today, the 40 of them, when they go into an election with the BJP, how many of them will get tickets again?
Okay, let me sort out 2 issues. I mentioned Pannas Khoke Ekdam okay.
That is what the people are saying.
No. That's what Aditya Thackeray goes to every rally, where you're attracting large numbers when you say that, and a lot of applause, versus your opponent saying that this MVS government, which was there till July, was a Vasuli ki Sarkar, an extortion government. As a Mumbaikar, as a Maharashtrian, as an Indian, I look at the 2 sides making these allegations. One says a government of extortion, out of which 2 of your ministers are in jail. One of your leaders at the moment is in jail, Sanjay Raut. And you on the other hand saying this is a government which has paid its way into power. What is the message? Sab neta chor hai, sab Shiv Sena paise mein hai, one extortionist versus on the other side this 50 crores business. I mean, has politics become a business in Maharashtra?
चलो चुनाव लेते हैं, लोगों को तय करने दो. The answer is simple. In a democracy, today you don't have a constitutional government. The ones who are putting a blame on us were the BJP, who is in alliance with 40 out of the 55 of us, which means the majority of whom they were blaming for different things, and a couple of them are ministers today, who were blamed for really dirty things. They have been made ministers today. And they have the backing of the BJP. If I were in the place of the DCM, I would have walked out of this government and called for fresh elections.
You are saying on this program, if you were Devendra Fadnavis, you would walk out of this government and call for fresh elections.
Absolutely.
Why?
I've said this before.
Because you are saying that Mr. Fadnavis accused many of the people who are today ministers in his government of corruption when they were in the MVA.
No, the answer is simple. If you look at what has happened over the past 3 or 4 months, today there is absolute lawlessness in Maharashtra. You can see one Gaddar MLA going into a police station and firing 2 bullets at the police. There's an Arms Act case registered against him, but there's no action against that. Just today I've read about one Gaddar MLA trying to enter Mantralaya, and because he was asked for a security check by the cops, he abused them and said, don't you know who I am? And then he went on with his expletives. You've got this situation almost everywhere. The other thing is, on one hand, the agriculture sector is failing absolutely. We're shouting Ola Dushkal Jahir Kara, which means you give them the incentives of what is called an Ola Dushkal in Marathi, but basically there's been heavy rainfalls, not once, but twice or thrice across Maharashtra. They deserve compensation that has not been given. The second factor is, for any state, there are 2 sectors which are important, agriculture and industry. Both are failing. No one has trust in Maharashtra's political stability. If you look at Devendraji's time, or if you look at Uddhavji's time, there was a certain sense of political stability. Today, I wonder how a leader as sharp as him is being a part of this government, and he's being defamed for that, and I don't like that. In all genuinity.
You know, I read an interesting observation by Mr. Fadnavis saying that the time has come to end political bitterness. Is that an olive branch to the Shiv Sena? Can we see possibly and this question was asked by my colleague Sahil Joshi to Eknath Shinde as well, a possibility of a grand reunion at some stage before 2024. For all this talk here at the moment,
all I'm saying
is there any backroom negotiation going on that we don't know and we should know about?
Is this a question for Mr. Shinde or for me?
For all three of you, Mr.
I think
Shinde.
it's for him to not sleep over. For us, it is very clear that we believe in the Constitution, we believe in democracy. And if we want to go ahead as a democratic state, as a state that has always been on the forefront of democratic principles, on the ideals of the Constitution, on being transparent and accountable, and for political stability, it's due that we call for elections.
No, these are all nice words. The fact is, your father...
But do you not believe in nice words of the Constitution?
No, those are fine words. But when I see the kind of politics that's played out, there's a huge gap between what the Constitution envisaged and what is the reality. I will ask you very...
Who is responsible for that?
Your father, Uddhav Thackeray, met Prime Minister Narendra Modi in 2021, June, July in Delhi. Apparently an effort was made to have a tie-up between the Shiv Sena and the BJP. It didn't work out. I therefore ask you, is there any possibility of Uddhav Thackeray reaching out to Narendra Modi ji again? They haven't attacked each other at any stage, and forming a grand Hindutva coalition once again.
So Rajiv ji, of course, when the both of them met, one was the Prime Minister and is still the Prime Minister, the other person was a Chief Minister. It is very common for a Chief Minister to be meeting and calling on a Prime Minister, seeking help for the state. He took along with him Mr. Ashok Chavan and Mr. Ajit Pawar, both of them who had accompanied my father. But what is very, very important is it always very important to give political colors to a meeting, a regular meeting between a Prime Minister and a Chief Minister, only because a Gaddar says so? About not attacking each other, the Prime Minister and we have had mutual respect and good relationship for a long number of years, way before he became the Prime Minister. And we'll always have that. The fight is not with him. The fight is with the 40 MLAs who've backstabbed us. The fight is with these people who've gone against the principles of the Constitution and democracy and made a government here. And we have never said a word against the Prime Minister before or after. Even today, when these projects are going from Maharashtra, I am blaming the instability of the state, not the government of India. Because when we were a part of the MVA, and we had the same government of India in place there, and it is called a double engine ki sarkar, both our engines were running fine. When the engine changed to this Gaddar Sarkar, that's the time this engine has changed. The blame they are putting is on the center, not us. I am saying these people are not capable of bringing projects to Maharashtra, because when we were in government here, we got 6.5 lakh crores worth of investment to Maharashtra at Davos as well, with the same government of India delegation being present there. I think Rahulji, you were present there. We brought 80,000 crores. So we never had a problem with the government of India. It is this incumbent unconstitutional government that is having a problem with the government of India.
You insist that all these projects that have gone, or the two main ones that have gone, the Foxconn Vedanta project and the Airbus startup project that have gone from Maharashtra to Gujarat in the last few months, have only gone because the government changed in Maharashtra. Is that what you are saying? Let's be very clear.
Very clear, I'll be on this. Not just the government changed, but this is an unconstitutional government where we're seeking justice in the Supreme Court, seeking justice for democratic principles and the ideals of the Constitution. If at all there is justice, and if at all there's swift justice, you will see this government collapse. Going by that, would you, as an investor, set up your office and your factory here?
No, it's interesting you're saying that here today, because the impression I got is that you believe these projects have gone to Gujarat because there's an election coming up in Gujarat in a few months, and the Prime Minister has mandated industrialists to move these projects from Maharashtra to Gujarat. No clarity.
Please don't say this. You'll be called an HMV Patrakar. Don't say this, please.
No, 1 minute.
You'll be trolled a lot more.
No, I am trolled enough to last a lifetime. I will ask you again. Are you saying that these projects have moved from Maharashtra to Gujarat because the Prime Minister willed it to do so? Or are you saying it has been done because of political instability at the moment in Maharashtra, and Maharashtra therefore doesn't attract the kind of investments that it should?
I have worked in the government of Maharashtra for the last 2.5 years very closely. I've worked with Mr. Desai, I've worked with Mr. Uddhav Thackeray as a Chief Minister, I've been a Minister of that government, I've seen everyone's working. If you remember, from June 2020, which was peak COVID time, the first lockdown, to about the June of 2022, we've brought in 6.5 lakh crores of investment all through COVID time, and with the principal opposition party also being a government in the center of a full majority. However, all the investors, be it foreign direct investment or local investment, be it people of, different political colors, backgrounds, everything, they have chosen to invest in Maharashtra because they knew that the government here was a government that they believed in democracy and the ideals of the constitution. We were a firm government, we were firmly put together. Today, a project something like Vedanta Foxconn, which we have been chasing since January 2022, right up to a point where the incumbent unconstitutional chief minister declares in the assembly that they're bringing in 4 lakh crores of investment. By the way, the figure was wrong, it's 1.4 lakh crores. He mentioned the wrong figure. Once you say that in the house, you are bound to the house, you've given a word to the house. How can he come to the house and say that if we were responsible of sending it away in September 2021 when the project was not even conceived? So someone is lying. And today you had a great opportunity to pitch us face to face because I've challenged him. Let's have a face-to-face debate on this.
You would have preferred a Mumbai conclave where you and Eknath Shinde were face-to-face.
Maharashtra conclave.
A Maharashtra conclave. But why can't Uddhav Thackeray do it? Eknath Shinde says, I'm ready to debate. I'll debate with Uddhav Thackeray. Why will I debate with the son?
But I was working on it. Chalo, mere se to baat karo. Wherever you choose, whenever you choose, you can read it out. I don't mind. Mujhse to baat karo, yaar.
Aditya Thackeray looking ahead. Is it now make or break time? The Mumbai Municipal Corporation elections are coming up. This is seen the Sone ki Chidiya. Whoever controls Mumbai controls in a way the resources of Maharashtra. Is this make or break time?
I think Rajiv ji, exactly the phrase that you use is a problematic phrase for us as Mumbaikars. Sone ki Chidiya is for the people who have never been Mumbaikar. Sone ki Chidiya for the parties who are not originating from Mumbai. For us, this is our Janma Bhumi, this is our Karma Bhumi, this is going to be our Bhumi forever. For the last 25 years, we have taken the BMC from deficit to a surplus of 80,000 crores. Every penny for that is accounted for. Every committee has all parties sitting in it with absolute transparency. And you've seen Mumbai grow in the past 2.5 years with basic things like tactical urbanism, safe schools, things like, every minor intervention that we had. Today, what the people or what other parties are looking at BMC for is not what we are looking at the BMC for. We look at it very selfishly. This is our city and this is what we want to take ahead, not something that we want to loot. But having said that, this make or break election thing that you've said, since 2002, since I was 12 years old, I've always read in the newspapers from various journalists that every election and especially every BMC election has been tagged as a litmus test for the Shiv Sena. Now the litmus papers also won away, but it is always a litmus test. See, elections come and go, you win, you lose, you win again. The point is, why is the government not calling for elections? If they are so popular, if they have so much goodwill in the people, let them call for elections. We're ready for it. We may lose, we may win. That's in the hands of the people.
Aditya Thackeray, you objected to my using the word Sone ki Chidiya. When I look at the assets of all your Shiv Sena corporators and how they have gone up by 10 times, 20 times, I sometimes wonder, where does all this money come from?
Which ones? Which ones?
Look, the fact is, you may not like it, but a dozen of your MLAs have ED cases against them.
Where have
the
they gone?
fact is, one of
Where
your
have they
main,
gone?
one of
Where
your
have they
main
gone,
leaders...
Rajdeep? Where have they gone now?
Huh?
Where have they gone?
They've gone to the other side.
And what has happened of the cases? Which is why we had to send them away and bring in a fresh lot.
So are you going to freshen up the Shiv Sena? Is this a moment for Aditya Thackeray? One of the good things about you is the manner in which you raised issues that perhaps no other Shiv Sainik had raised for years. Climate change, environment, conservation. Do you see yourself, Aditya Thackeray, being able to carve out a new Shiv Sena from the Shiv Sena of your grandfather or even your father? Is there a Shiv Sena vision that you have?
To be very honest, if you look at the politics and the career of my grandfather, and of course my father, every decade has had a different priority because they knew what is important for the people. Be it sons of the soil, be it Hindutva, be it development. If you remember in 2002, my father had raised the issue of me Mumbaikar. It is so relevant today, you go around Mumbai and you see these ugly political hoardings everywhere, including us, and I'm, willing to take one step forward saying we won't put political hoardings. Let's all stop putting political hoardings because it's come to a point where it's, feeling so awkward to roam around a city where you can't see traffic signals. You only see faces of us, which all of us are interested in, but the common man is probably not interested in. And I think this is what is very important for us. When I speak about tactical urbanism, when I speak about urbanization, when I speak about climate change, it's not something which is happening, say, remote and far away from us. It is happening now. If you look at what happened to Pune during this monsoon, that was climate change. The response of the municipal corporation was something which was not what they were not ready for. What is happening in our agricultural fields, be it in Punjab, be it in Kerala, be it in Karnataka, be it in Maharashtra, this is climate change. Why aren't we speaking about it? When I speak about 10,000 electric buses, just yesterday I read an article about how the footfalls on our buses, on our public transport is increasing, and we need to have 10,000 electric buses in our city. Why not? When I speak about safer schools, normally kids, children are the markers of how safe a city is when they go to school or come back home. Why isn't anyone speaking about that or working towards that? And if you look at all my statements in the past 2.5 years, when I was a minister, I did not make a single accusation, no single allegation, no single political statement. I only spoke of work and what we are delivering and promising what we could deliver.
You're promising me that you'll remove all the hoardings?
No,
Are you saying to
I'm
this?
saying my hoardings.
You will remove your hoardings.
If everyone agrees to it.
If everyone else agrees, then only you'll remove your hoarding. I'm saying, why don't you all get together around a table and say we are removing all the hoardings from Mumbai?
I am going to write a letter to all the political parties, and I state this openly here. Let's work without hoardings. If people want to see the work, people will see the work.
You know, when I'm reminded of your late grandfather, whose politics was very different in a way, but also was very plain speaking. And he was seen to be this Hindutva, Hindu Hriday Samrat. From Hindu Hriday Samrat to climate change warrior. Many are saying Aditya Thackeray is not suited to the Shiv Sena because the Shiv Sena will never embrace someone who doesn't talk the language of Tokshahi, who doesn't talk the language of intimidation and violence. How do you respond to that, that Aditya Thackeray is not suited to a Shiv Sena-like party?
No, my answer is very simple, and my belief is also very simple. Politics is about voicing the people, and you'll always have different sects of people that you want to voice, different interest groups that you want to voice, and that is how your politics will be tagged. But at the same time, when you have achieved a certain goal, when you have voiced a certain group of people, you also have to see the future of what they will face. If you're in a position to lead, you have to show the way. It cannot be rigid. Back then in the 60s and the 70s and the 80s, my grandfather saw that the sons of the soil were not getting whatever they were due for, probably the jobs, the employment. He raised the voice. Today you see a lot of people from localities being, part of the jobs everywhere, be it the hotel sector, the hospitality sector, be it hospitals, schools, wherever. And you see the same theme in different states of Maharashtra, in different states of India. Likewise, my father saw speaking about urbanization, speaking about farmers. That was relevant then, it is relevant today. And I think as someone who is 32 years old, I have to speak what my generation feels is right, what your generation feels is right, what the next generation feels is right. If I remain rigid as a political party, I'm not going anywhere. I am not doing the work of what a political party should do. I will remain outdated. Today, I have to be adaptable, open to ideas, transparent and answerable to the people, and keep voicing what is relevant to the people and important to the people.
Has the Shiv Sena changed also?
Of course it has. I mean, look, changing is a process. It's evolving. It's almost like calling yourself the New Labour or compassionate conservatives. These are concepts around the world. You can't parties that have been there for hundreds of years cannot stay back 100 years old. They have to be speaking the voice of today because it's what you are supposed to do as a political party.
Who gets the bow and arrow symbol?
We will when there is justice.
In conclusion, therefore, our time is up, Aditya. I've been seeing you in the last few months going across the state, addressing large gatherings. Have the last few months toughened you up? One of the charges against you was that, dynast hai, Bala Sahib's grandson, Uddhav Thackeray's son. Has this crisis actually been the making of Aditya Thackeray? Has it toughened you up? I see that, you're looking also tougher. You do a lot of weight training.
No, this is just putting on some weight. I hope to put on political weight, but this is not something which is, but yeah, I mean, someone called me firebrand the other day. And I don't know, I'm just going out and speaking my heart and mind out. I'm speaking for the people, as I've always done so. Yeah, and that is what it is. And, in terms of going to the people, we've always been there. It's just that we're back on the streets. And we're looking at political climate along with climate change also.
My last question, what are the 3 things that the people don't know about Aditya Thackeray that they should know today? For example, your great love for football, I know. But is there other things that we don't know about Aditya Thackeray that we should know, the growing up of Aditya Thackeray in a way?
I don't know. I think you could ask them to ask me probably, but I think everything is known probably. That's the easiest answer to give.
No, surely, what is the one thing that you're most passionate about apart from politics?
Cricket, reading, and touring. So that's what is going on right now, apart from politics. But yes, there is one thing which is very, very important for me. And again, this is completely outside the zone of politics, is urban planning. You know, that is something which comes from deep within.
You know, Aditya Thackeray, doing this conversation with you has been very nostalgic because your grandfather he loved cricket as well.
Absolutely.
And therefore that's a common factor between the two of you. But his politics and his generation was a very different one. Can I end by asking
can I tell you something? There's a beautiful explanation that my father's always told me about different types of politics. And I think I see it in that way. You know, when you are sculpting a statue or a sculpture, that's when you use the hammer and chisel. And that's where force has to be used, and that's where you use it. Once the statue is made, the sculptor doesn't go and use the hammer and chisel again, because that's going to break. You've got to do puja of that. And that's what we are doing.
You know, the Congress has said the Shiv Sena is not a natural ally. So if tomorrow Narendra Modi ji picks up the phone and says, Uddhav ji, ab bahut ho gaya gussa, ek saath aa jate hain, what will the response be?
I can't go into hypothetical situations, but we came together for democracy, and that's how we're moving ahead. Ifs and buts is something, or situations for big leaders is not something.
You're not ruling it out. You're not ruling it out.
No, I'm not answering that, because what's the point of going into hypothesis?
Aditya Thackeray, you certainly have come of age as a politician. You seem to know which questions to dodge and which to answer, which is one of the skills of a good politician. And therefore, I wish you very well. You have a few interesting, tough months ahead leading up to that big BMC election. Make or break, I will say again. Or litmus test, as I will say again. But ladies and gentlemen, Generation Next Thackeray, Aditya Thackeray, please give him a very big hand.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I'd just like to take a moment to remind everyone that Aditya is all of 32. He's no longer an emerging leader, as Rajdeep so aptly put it. He is one of the brightest stars today and reminds us that the future is actually now. Thank you so much. And could I please welcome Raj Chengappa, Group Editorial Director, Publishing at the India Today Group, to facilitate Aditya. Thank you so much once again for that, as always, extremely candid and powerful session. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for lunch, 45 minutes. And a reminder for all those fabulous takeaways, our hashtag is Conclave Mumbai 22. We'll see you back here shortly. today, saving planet Earth, ESG and the reality of sustainable investing. Without further ado, I'd like to hand over to Rahul Kanwal, News Director, India Today Television and Aaj Tak, and Executive Director, Business Today. Rahul, do join us and introduce our next guest.
Hello and welcome. How does the global community of investors look at the India story at the moment? Is India the world's cleanest dirty shirt? The one bright spot in a world beset by geopolitical and economic uncertainty, virtually in a state of perma-crisis? Does India have the makings of a separate asset class outside the stack of emerging economies? Could India potentially lead the next global bull run, and what would it take to do so? To talk about this and more, I am delighted to be joined at the India Today Conclave in Mumbai by Professor Vikram Gandhi. Professor Gandhi is a senior lecturer at the Harvard Business School. Before he became an academic, Gandhi was the vice chairperson of investment banking at Credit Suisse and the country head of Morgan Stanley in India. At HBS, I had the privilege of sitting in on some of Professor Gandhi's classes. He is an absolute rock star professor, much loved by his students for his teaching style as much for his sharp insights, and I'm really looking forward to this conversation. Join me as we welcome to the India Today Conclave, Professor Vikram Gandhi.
Thank you very much.
Professor Gandhi, you sit on many global boards, pension funds. Can you start by giving us a sense of how you, sitting where you are, view the India growth story at this moment? What do you like? What do you not like?
So I think sitting where I am, and just by the way, before I start, having Rahul was one of our star students at HBS, always learning, so I'm glad that I'm here with you on this podium. You know, as you probably know, the world is actually going through some serious course correction, serious kind of correction both in the equity markets, fixed income markets, capital flows. And I think in that context, I would say to your analogy that, you know, a cleanest dirty shirt, if you will. I think right now, I would like to break my comments into more short-term and longer-term. I think short-term, the flows into India are going to be limited. People are retracting from the equity markets. There have been flows outside of India over the last year till August and September. They may be correcting now, but again, given what the Fed said yesterday in the US, that you're still going to have consistent level of outflows for the foreseeable future. But I think as far as growth goes, as far as, you know, there was a couple of reports, Morgan Stanley just put out a report a few days ago, which I saw, which said India, you know, basically the next decade is India's decade. And I think I basically kind of subscribe to that significantly. And cutting through the noise, I think the reason why investors are looking at India in that context is just two or three things, just to keep it very basic. One is, it is potentially, I mean, the demographic dividend we've talked about, or has been talked about, but you're getting closer to actually harvesting the demographic dividend. India needs to create 10 million jobs a year. That is more than the next 10 countries combined. And, you know, we're getting there, in the sense you're halfway there, but lots more to be done. So I think that's one broad thing. If you look at all the countries in the world which have, you know, the Asian tiger, some of the South American countries, etc., once they reach $2,000 of GDP per person, there is a massive kind of uptick that happens. And India is right now at that level. So I think if you just take those few factors, and then look at some of the factors in the last few months. You know, the revenues of the government going up, GST, income tax, a lot of cash flows going up. I just read an article yesterday about the fact that credit creation in India, you know, loans, etc., going up. Banks are actually out on the street with megahorns to collect deposits. So there's actually a huge potential momentum, maybe not in the next 6-12 months, but going forward. But I want to also highlight concerns, right? The biggest issue, that's okay. So when you look at, and I'm not talking about individual stocks, but think about it in your own personal capacity. When you look at, your own P&L, your daily spending, in the Indian context, India has a current account deficit of about 120 billion. What does that actually mean? What that means is that you're spending more in the international context than you are earning. And the way typically people would fill that, like if you were in your daily life spending more than you were earning, you'd fill it by borrowing, you'd fill it by selling assets, you'll fill it in those mannerisms. And that's really, in a way, what's happening with India. So they need to kind of fix that. I'll get into that a little bit. So that's kind of one. And two, the big issue, I think, is the governance issue, which I also want to highlight, which is that
Hello. Hello. Yeah. Check. Okay. So they hear us where they need to hear us, which is on the mic, so we can just continue. Okay. You were going to say something critical, and that has nothing to do with the mics dysfunctioning just at that time. So please go on. Check. Use this. Just use no, it's working. They hear.
Okay, should I go or no?
Samakya? No. They're saying you go on. They can hear us.
Okay, go on. I'll go on. So the one key thing I would say is that so there's the deficit issue, which partly is oil driven, and I want to come to that for a second. But the second big thing is implementation and execution. So I've come. You talk about strategy, what should India Today's strategy be, group strategy, digitization, blah, blah, blah. So you can come up with a good strategy, but how you execute and make things happen on the ground is actually one of the most critical things. And so like in the Indian context, when we as a foreign investor look, there are some actually great policies that have been put in place at the central level. But of the 51 basically government departments, if you will, or ministries, 27 of them, the actual implementation, like urban development, heavy manufacturing, etc., actually happens at the state level. And we've obviously heard from the different aspects of Maharashtra state. 27 of 50, more than half, right? There's 4 or 5 which are joint, like roads and power. So while the center may make a lot of interesting policies, actually making things happen on the ground is really critical. And unfortunately, we find that execution is still a problem. I'll give you an example, and then I'll stop, which is, like a toy manufacturer. So like small, medium-sized industry. Toy is not like a high-tech thing. It's taking advantage of the problems going on in China, where last week I was in China, in terms of building supply chains here. So it's not something which is very high-tech. But for this toy manufacturer, to get an approval to build a small, medium-sized kind of thing was 22 approvals needed, right? So what do you think happens when 22 approvals are needed, Rahul? What do you think? I'm also supposed to ask you a question.
Either they get frustrated, or if they're in Maharashtra, they go to Gujarat instead.
Correct. Exactly right. There you go. Good choice. So that's it. They get frustrated. It takes a lot of time. And the other thing, which I guess you won't say, but I'll say, is that having 22 approvals is a classic formula for corruption. It is ultimate formula for corruption. And so partly company like going from one state to the other. In fact, this guy told me that, hey, I went from this state to that state because the KPI of corruption is much better there. It means you pay them, they get stuff done much faster than this state. So if you have anecdotes like that from a foreign investment perspective, and you need to kind of make India where it needs to get to, we really need to root that out. I mean, I know it's been said before, but it's something which, this is India's decade. It really is. And I think that we just don't think big enough to actually make things happen.
But for India's critics, there's a sense of deja vu in what you're saying and what Morgan Stanley is saying, that this could be India's decade, because this has been said in the past. that India is on the verge of taking off, and somehow that airstrip is so long that that takeoff never really comes about. And in the last couple of years, they've been unfortunate because the pandemic happened, Russia-Ukraine happened, interest rates started going up, inflation started going up. What makes you think that this time could be different, that this won't be yet another missed opportunity?
So I think we shouldn't underestimate the fact that there has been a lot of growth here in the last 4 or 5 years, regardless of anything else. And I want to get back to that whole issue of the $2,200 per GDP per person, which is that actually creates buying power at scale, which hasn't happened before. And I think the other thing, which, as I said, I was in Hong Kong last week, there is a massive, when I talk to corporations and we have a lot of CEOs come in my class and all that in Boston, there is some serious concern, as you can imagine, that supply chain concentration in China, and given all that's going on, is a big problem. I mean, while we talk about the US and all that, Germany is so dependent on China. In fact, the Chancellor of Germany is now going to visit China right now. Is that there is a huge opportunity which did not exist before for manufacturing here in India. And I think that's a new kind of thing as well. I do think also that, you've had some consistency of policy at the center. I mean, obviously we talked about what's happening here in the state, which is a different issue. But there's been more consistency of policy, which is, again, investors look for consistency. So I think I'm quite optimistic. I mean, some of my clients have invested billions of dollars here in the last 3-4 years. And I think that opportunity will only go up. I will still say, though, when there's this self-touting thing, I mean, people like sitting in India, and I grew up in Mumbai, it's my town, even though I'm not Marathi. There's this like self-praise, oh, we are so great, we do this, we do that. You have a few success stories here and there, or India is much better than China. India is far behind China. And I put where, India is today is 15-20 years behind China. I mean, it's a $14 trillion economy, going to overtake the US, who knows when, but at some point it will. And India is like just about to take off. And I know you said that before, you've heard that before, but given the per capita GDP issues, given how people are getting more comfortable, but getting over this execution issue, and the fact that when we're talking about a new investment, oh, we're doing $1 billion investment, people don't talk about $1 billion investments in China. They talk about 10 billion, 20 billion, $500 billion. That's how we got to think big. We just don't think big enough because we get very happy with our, while we setting up our Airbus factory, which is great, don't get me wrong, but it can be multiple-fold.
Let's spend a moment talking about India as a manufacturing base. Now, there's a big global debate in India and elsewhere about the potential that India holds as a manufacturing station. On the one side, you've got the idea that because people are looking to diversify their supply chains in a China plus one world, India is the natural benefactor. India will benefit as a result of that. The government thinks because of its production-linked incentives, it's now attracting investment. The flip side to this is that there is simply so much value accretion happening in manufacturing in China that a lot of this will remain talk, it won't translate into action. Which one do you think is more likely to play out in the years to come?
I think again, China obviously has its issue, but I think that because of what's going on in Ukraine, because of these supply chain issues, because of now with what's happened in China with the Communist Party being, President Xi being reappointed for the next 5-10 years, is basically people are very concerned that you can't have all your eggs in one basket. So that's a big shift, actually. And while it was there the last few years, it's just totally accelerated right now after the last few weeks. So I think you're going to see a lot of demand on the part of company. But I would say right now there's more people are looking at Vietnam and Thailand to make those investments than they are to India, which is a tragic situation, I think. So I do think that, and why? Again, the execution issue. I want to set up some factory somewhere, there'll be like 22 things, corruption, this, that, and the other. So it's making it a little more easier, and there are good examples of that, by the way. So in terms of manufacturing, as I said, a lot of execution happens at the state level. I would say that what's happened with cell phone manufacturing, which was, the Chinese have 70-80% market share here, is that over a period of time, in a reasonably short period of time, in, say, Noida, in Chennai, because of execution, because of these production-linked incentives, which the government has put in place, which I think is a great policy to get things going, they've actually been really successful, and now India is the second largest manufacturer of smartphones in the world. And so there are good examples of this, but I just think it needs to happen at a much, much grander scale than it has in the past.
What more would you like to see? You've spoken of some of the problems and challenges. Yeah. If you were advising Prime Minister Modi and his government at this moment, looking as you do from inside and from outside, what specifically would you like to see change?
Yeah, so I think again, I'm talking about the execution piece. I just think there needs to be a lot more partnership between the central government and state governments. And I just think that, again, I'm not privy to all the political ramifications of things, but the fact is that that's one. So it's actually really partnering up with the governments because that's where the execution is happening. Two is that I think, again, we're making good progress, but I do think that this ultimately, when you want to create those 10 million jobs, which is what's actually going to drive this economy and why people are investing, you've got to create more opportunities on vocational training, things like that, which actually, employ people at scale. So the supply of good labor is a problem. And the third thing, which is, it's very hard to see from a pure visible standpoint, India is very uncompetitive from a cost of infrastructure and public goods standpoint. So to actually just operate, so if someone had exactly the same factory in Vietnam or China and here, the actual cost of operations is about 15 to 20% higher because the infrastructure costs, all kinds of different costs. So I think there are incentives which are trying to bring that down, but that's the other thing. I mean, you cannot be competitive globally if your cost structure is 20% higher. I mean, a lot of business people sitting here, I mean, it just won't happen. I think the other thing is that while the local, the market here is a big market, so a lot of investment happens for this market, this is an opportunity for India to be manufacturing for the world in addition to manufacturing for the country. And I think that too, 5 years ago, we were always talking about domestic market, let's manufacture more, let's be more, self-reliant, like the Prime Minister's big initiatives. But we should be manufacturing for the world here. And again, we have a unique opportunity given the rifts that are going on between the geopolitical problems between China and the US, that you actually have a big opportunity where you could be diversifying a lot for global multinationals and global operations in Europe and the US.
You were in Hong Kong recently when that big Communist Party meeting happened in Beijing. I'm curious to know your thoughts on where the China story goes from here economically. As far as militaries are concerned, India has a build-up with China along the line of actual control, and that's a big headache. And many would like to know whether, because there's a lot of conspiracy theories around how a lot of the Chinese data is fake, the real estate debt is piling up, there's a big bubble, and that the Chinese economy at some point in time could either flatten or possibly even start coming down. The flip to that is that the growth of China is irreversible, all of you are delusional and living in La La Land, and China will sooner than later beat the United States and rule the world.
So again, there are lots of pundits, and as I said, I was in Hong Kong last week, only place where you still need to wear a mask, you got to test every day, you got to do all kinds of things, which is like, anyway, whatever. But I think that we'll have more clarity on that in December and March. The key issue is that President Xi now, based on all the people I met and spoke with, both in the mainland as well as in Hong Kong, is that he's now in full control, because otherwise people in even that group of 7 people, there were people who were from another side. I mean, I don't know whether you saw this TV where Hu Jintao, who was the previous president, was physically just walked out of the Communist Party event, and publicized around the world, which is like a complete shocker if people were surprised. But it was a show of power. That's the interpretation. And so there's the thing that now everyone is in complete control, that what happens next? Is this going to be back to kind of quasi-Mao days, or is it going to be? My belief is, and based on again, people like over here, when a politician, like you had Prime Minister, you had Mr. Thackeray here and others, they pass their words, et cetera, In China, it's a whole new level. There's a whole industry which sits and analyzes speeches. How many words were security? How many words were development? How many words were economics? What does that mean? Blah, blah, blah. I do think that while you'll see a lot more focused on Taiwan, security, et cetera, like you were saying, that they recognize that business and government, economy, et cetera, is absolutely important and critical. It's not something you can just kind of flush down the toilet in the name of communism. So I believe that they'll be back on track. And the person who's the number 2 guy, people, just so you know, he was the one who was part of a province that really grew. Alibaba and Jack Ma really encouraged it.
He's the one who was now, as the head of Shanghai, brought in Tesla at scale. I mean, the second largest manufacturing of Tesla is in China. He was responsible for that. And he's the number 2 person. And so I think that this thing, oh, China's finished and all that is just not true. I think the growth rates will be lower, but that's because it's a smaller base. You know, India's growing at 8% on a $2.5 trillion base. China's going at 2.5–3% on a $14.5–15 trillion base. I mean, you know, so they're actually creating more GDP per year, even though our growth rate is higher. So it's not, I think, I'm still quite optimistic that from a business standpoint, that China is still very much there. But given what's happened, I think investors will be quite skittish. And so therefore, you know, in the next 5 to 10 years, I think India will be a huge beneficiary of that.
So we're running out of time on this session. I want to spend some time talking about one of your passion projects, which is impact investment. Yeah. And there are 2 ways of looking at it. One is that, you know, you've already made all the money you had to, and this is you now trying to give back in some small way. The other is that this could possibly be the next big idea, and it is not just socially good, but also commercially very viable. What are the big impact investment opportunities you spot in India at this moment?
Oh, it's huge. So first of all, it's not a passion project. I mean, just to correct you on that, this is like, I mean, again, the previous speaker talked about climate, right? And this title of the talk was supposed to be climate, but it is, I mean, we're sitting here in Mumbai. All right, so just to state the facts, sitting in Mumbai. Mumbai is the second largest city at risk, coastal city at risk in the world. Every modeling that suggests that even without assuming too much global warming, even at the trends we're going now, even a little lower, significant parts of Mumbai will be underwater in the next 20 to 25 years, unless something is done about it. So, I mean, historically, Mumbai grew out of the water. I mean, there were 7 islands around here which the British kind of combined, like Colaba, Mumbai, Mahalakshmi, Parel, Mahim. Those were all islands. They became into one. And essentially, these studies show that a combination of seawater rising, a combination of increasing rainfall in a more concentrated period of time, as well as more cyclones and stuff, which we've been seeing and we'll only see more of. Essentially, things like Marine Drive, Haji Ali, this Western Express Highway will all be underwater. So to the extent, but the key though, from a development standpoint, what does it matter? Because people who are in this room and others may be less impacted. Half of Mumbai who's living, you know, at the sea level, what happens to them? So there's that bigger development issue, but there is a massive amount of investment. Energy transition, whether it be mobility, people all talk about EVs and all that, it's a small piece. But whether it be EVs, agriculture, urban development, this whole area of clean tech, that is, and in fact, like I said, I'm developing a whole new course at Harvard Business School on climate strategies and opportunities as far as India goes. That is where the biggest opportunity in the world is next 50 years, 25 to 50 years. It is the equivalent of when the horse carriage went to combustion engines. You know, it is the equivalent of, if you think about what happened 20 years ago on the internet, all the trillion-dollar companies of today, Amazon, Meta, Google, et cetera, were all set up less than 20 years ago. And I think that India is ripe for actually, you know, taking a massive amount of this opportunity from an investment perspective and growing it. Because not just the domestic market, this is the opportunity. So one stat, like asking you a question since you have very good answers. Today, 50%...
You know, this is the problem with the professor. Even in class, and I remember this, he would cold call students. You know, some professors are nice and gentle and they'll look at who might know the answer to a question and go to him and be nice. He was brutal, and there he is. You know, why didn't you cold call somebody from the audience? And this is the second time he's doing
well, I
it
can
to
ask Arun. Arun, maybe you want to answer this question. Like 50... like a good CEO. You know, like so right now, 50% of India's current account deficit, like I said, is oil. What do you think, what will be the biggest potential current account deficit item 30 years from now? What do you think?
Okay, who wants to venture a guess? You've got lots of top CEOs sitting here. Does any of them want to give us a guess on what could be the largest contributor to India's current account deficit?
What is the new oil? There are not going to be, you know, people have banned EVs in the whole world, and that's going to come here too.
Water?
But importing water is a problem. So this is like import-export, right? So what would be the biggest potential? Yeah, metals. Basically, the whole world is going to be powered on metals and batteries. Keep this in mind. Everything you do, this room, you walk, your phone, everything, your movement is hydrogen, metals, etc. And basically, if you look at the metals, copper, nickel, zinc, aluminum, there are 5, 6 of these metals and rare earths. That is where India should be investing, because otherwise what you're going to have and that's a huge investment opportunity, by the way, a lot of people looking at that. 25, 30 years from now, you'll be in the same boat where instead of oil, you're scrounging around the world for copper, and copper prices going through the roof, etc., because the whole country is being run that way. So in terms of longer term thinking, that's the other thing, is like, where do I become a lot more export oriented, and B is how do I reduce reliance on imports, things like this, around the climate issue. Massive investment opportunity.
So where is the opportunity there in terms of the policy framework currently? What you'd like to see? Because a lot of the conversation so far was very short term. Are you seeing that kind of long-term thinking?
No, so I think that's, the long-term thinking has been a big problem here. You know, we talk about this at Harvard, which is called the tragedy of the commons. And the tragedy of the commons problem, and climate is one of them, is that it is nobody's problem, but it is everybody's problem. And so right now, if I sit there and pollute something or throw some plastic, it's not my problem. But if everyone does it, it's everyone's problem. And that is the biggest issue. That is where the climate thing breaks down. Like, when Aditya Thackeray is talking about that, I think by the way, I think some of the things he's doing on climate are fabulous. But the fact is, that's where the tragedy of the horizons. Climate is something which just creeps up on you and suddenly it'll hit you in the face. It doesn't happen every day. It's really incremental. It doesn't impact you. So tragedy of the horizons. If you're thinking about 2 months or worrying about BMC election, that's one thing. But if you're looking at what Mumbai is going to be, big swaths of that underwater 25 years from now or 20 years from now, that's a long-term commitment that needs to happen. So this issue of tragedy of the commons, basically the way it came about is like if you're grazing in a field and you let your cow or your animal go free, the cow and animal will be fine, but before you know it, the entire field will be empty and everyone will die. So that's exactly what's happening with climate. And I think people are now realizing, investors are realizing. I mean, think about it. The large investors globally, including those invest in India, you can think about the next 2-3 months will be great investment, but if all your investments are suffering from climate change or from inequality and from riots and from bad governance, your portfolio levels are going to go down dramatically. And so investors, including those looking at India, are very focused on the fact when they talk about long-term investors, which is where most of money is owned, when they talk about a quarter, like in the context of a business in reporting, when they're talking about a quarter, they're not talking about 90 days, they're talking about 25 years. And so you're seeing a big push from investors. And I will say that on a relative basis, I'm a little disappointed that in India, that level of awareness, that level of focus is just not there as it is especially in Europe now, increasingly in the US. And hopefully it comes up here because it's going to be a big issue and risk, but equally I think for the audience it's a huge opportunity. It is a once in a lifetime generational investment opportunity to be doing really good and important things in the world and making a hell of a lot of money doing it.
I told you he's a rock star, Professor, and he's packed in more insights in the last half hour and hopefully something for all of you to chew on, munch on, or possibly even invest with. Thank you so much, Professor Gandhi, for joining us. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you.
Rahul.
Thank you so much. Do stay with us for a moment. Could I request Karthik Vishwanathan, Senior Manager, Indian Subcontinent at Qatar Airways, to come on stage and present a token of appreciation to our guest. We'll just take a moment before we begin the next session, gearing up for one that promises to be contentious, animated, and thought-provoking. As a reminder, our hashtag at the Conclave is Conclave Mumbai 22 for all those key takeaways. We started the day with a big bang session with the Chief Minister Eknath Shinde himself, followed suit with a highly charged session with Aditya Thackeray a little later in the morning, where he expressed a desire to be face-to-face with the Chief Minister on several issues. And with that, we now segue into another session where we bring up a very, very important topic, and that is really the role of women leaders. So let me put that question forward. Are women still getting a raw deal? We have a powerful panel lined up for you. I'm going to hand over to Rajdeep Sardesai, Consulting Editor, India Today Television, to take that conversation forward.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome our panelists. Priyanka Chaturvedi of the Shiv Sena, its Member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha, Deputy Leader. Please give her a big hand. Also joining us is Pankaja Munde, National Secretary of the Bharatiya Janata Party, former Minister here in Maharashtra. Hina Gavit is Member of Parliament from the Bharatiya Janata Party, representing Nandurbar, and was one of the youngest, if not the youngest MP India has ever had, and MLA, youngest ever, soon to be youngest ever MLA that the state has had, and Praniti Shinde, MLA of the Congress in the Maharashtra Assembly. Okay, I'm just going to redo that introduction so that we have it for television. Women leaders in Indian politics. We have a stellar panel of 4 women leaders who've carved their own niche for various reasons. On my extreme left is Hina Gavit. She's a medical doctor who at the age of 26 won an election for the first time and thereby became, I think, the youngest MLA that Maharashtra certainly has had. And youngest MP that Maharashtra has ever had at the age of 26. Pankaja Munde is National Secretary of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Priyanka Chaturvedi is Deputy Leader of the Shiv Sena in the Rajya Sabha. And Praniti Shinde is Member of the Maharashtra Assembly. Thank you all very much for joining us. You've got a mic next to each of you. I think it'll be on your, Hina, on your left, I think. Is there a mic? Oh, there's one there. Great. Women leaders in Indian politics. Before this session began, we had a photo shoot with all the 4 women on the panel, and they had a blast. And it made you wonder that if we had more women in Parliament, more women in the Assembly, you would have much more fun than we have at the moment. Am I right, Priyanka Chaturvedi, that women make far better politicians in general than men do? You can really make a splash, can't you?
Is that even a question to ask? Of course we do. And of course that's what we fight for. We need more women in the parliament, in the assemblies, to make it not just a more fun place, but we need to make it a more equitable space. We need to have an inclusive space, a progressive space, and women come with all of that.
But do the men actually allow you, if I may push that, inside Parliament? I always see the men hanging together in their groups, especially those from North India and the Hindi heartland. Do they have space for a woman to actually be part of their biradri in a way, their tribe?
Yes, absolutely they do. And I think they look at us with wonder, okay, she's the one who's the other gender, and how do we make conversation? But they're getting used to it, because you're ensuring that they get used to it. More the women, more the conversations, and more the, the barriers that they have created over the years, breaking down.
Very interesting. Pankaja Munde, you are seen as whenever I read you, the sort of so-called rebel within the Maharashtra BJP. And it almost seems if a woman is aggressive, then she could become a rebel. If a man can get away with a lot of things, is it much more difficult for you? And you've had a lot of difficulties in a way taking on the male-dominated establishment of Maharashtra. Honest answer.
Of course, that's what people expect from me anyways. And they're used to it also. Basically, if you would have asked me this question
5 years ago, I would have answered something different. But my experience of last decade of politics has changed a lot of opinions about things. Because when how we are brought up in a very secured way. So I always thought I am not the victim. I am not somebody lesser than other gender. But now when I'm in real world, in real politics, I feel it is not as easy as for men it is. So of course women have to talk little louder than normal.
What is the biggest difficulty? What is the biggest difficulty for a woman to make her mark in politics?
See, I feel women are judged a lot. That is the biggest difficulty. If you see a man delivering speech, you will wonder how, how progressive speech, how straightforward, how, the whole body language. And if woman talks with that, all the gestures which are acknowledged and praised in a man, they judge her. They say, oh, she's very aggressive. She's very rebel. She's disobedient. I am none of that. I am just myself, which any other man is in this world. But because I am a woman, they judge me a little bit more.
Okay, that's a very, very bold, straight, frank answer. Praniti Shinde, on this panel, 3 of you are daughters of politicians. And therefore the question will arise, is that what gives you the soft entry and makes it easier for you than, let's say, a Mayawati or a Mamta Banerjee, who didn't have any such lineage but had to make it in a very male-dominated world? Was it easier because you were Sushil Kumar Shinde's daughter to make a mark in politics?
I wouldn't lie. I think it is. You have a free pass when you're someone's daughter in politics. Whether you're the daughter or the son, you have a free pass when it's your first election. But we live in a democracy, which is a very healthy, thriving democracy. And again, it takes a lot for a woman to prove herself. So then when you win the second election and the third election, and that's when people realize, okay, she's serious about her work. And then I feel it's your work that counts, and work speaks more than anything else. But you definitely, I think, have a bit of an advantage if you're born in a political family. But at the same time, there are so many expectations when you're born in a political family. You get compared to the person who got you a free pass, and that means there's double pressure as well, because there's comparison all the time. So in comparison to somebody who's, who doesn't have a background, he's not so much in the public glare as much as we are. And then there's always a comparison. So we are always 24/7, we're at work and we're there to prove ourselves, and we have to be in the constituency and answerable to everybody more than somebody who doesn't have a background.
So you're judged both as a woman, politician, and you are judged as the daughter of Sushil Kumar Shinde or the daughter of Gopinath Munde. And Hina, you're an interesting case study, because you became an MP at 26 while you were doing your MD exam, and you defeated, I think, Manikrao Gavit, who's a multiple-time winner from that constituency.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct.
What for you, I mean, wasn't being a doctor a nicer place to be in than being in politics?
Well, I think that now, if you ask me that question, I would say that, yes, it would have been better had I been only a doctor. But yes, of course, getting elected as a member of parliament at the age of 26, and like you mentioned, that contesting against somebody who was a 9-time MP, of course, there were lots of expectations from me. And I had to work, I would say, double than what if in my place there was somebody else, because if I am contesting at 26 and I'm contesting against somebody who has been a member of parliament for 40 years, then I have to convince how Hina Gavit is better than the other person. So I think, yes, it was challenging, but I got to learn a lot.
What's more difficult, being an MBBS doctor, being an MD, or being a member of parliament? MP now, or MD, what's more difficult?
I think now becoming an MP is more difficult, because MD, we have a fixed curriculum, we have a fixed syllabus, but for MP there is no fixed syllabus. We have to work 24/7 for the people. So
but she deserves a huge hand. Very few people know to defeat the person she did. What, 8-time MP?
9-time.
9-time MP is what she defeated at the age of 26, which is quite remarkable for you, Hina. But you know, when I look at the numbers, Priyanka Chaturvedi, the numbers are heavily weighed against you. At the moment in Parliament, there are about 78 women MPs, which is just about 14% of Parliament. I look at the British Parliament, it's up to 32%. Do you ever really think that we will reach a stage where women will get, forget about 49, 50%, forget reservation, that we will even have 30% of our Parliament will be women? Will we even reach that stage ever, or will the men never allow it?
That is exactly what we were discussing at lunch. Every time asking a woman, is she getting the raw deal? It's very important to have men having this conversation that how many seats are you willing to let go to have women in your place? So that is a very important question to have. This entire onus of more representation, etc. Of course, I can give you experiences. We are all sharing our experiences. But it's also important to hear the other gender. How much are they willing to let go? Every time I talk about a reservation, even if it's not been passed in the parliament, they're like, "Tum hamari naukri khatre mein dal rahi ho, Priyanka. Why are you talking about a 50% reservation?" I said, because we're 50% of this country. So I will ask for that 50% reservation if you haven't been able to provide that to us. But I am always hopeful, and I'm hoping that political parties are realizing, and I must tell you why they're realizing that it is important to have women representatives, because women are coming out in larger numbers to vote and make their vote count. So it has become an entire constituency in itself to have women in political parties playing important roles. So I'm definitely hopeful that there would be more representation in times to come.
Let's do a poll. How many people in this audience believe we should have 33% reservation for women in assemblies and in parliament? That's not, well, that's about almost all. You know, it's interesting, they'll raise their hands here. But if this was a gathering of politicians, you can be sure none of them would raise their hands. Or they would pretend to raise their hands and then not go ahead with it. But I want to ask you, Pankaja, taking off from there, is there a women's vote bank? Priyanka made an interesting point. More and more women. The last election saw for the first time more women in India voting than men. And do you believe that politicians have realized women vote bank is there? Will Mahilas vote for a Mahila? Do they vote for a Mahila, or do they vote for whoever's the best candidate?
I feel it should be, they should vote for the best candidate. That will be fair. Because I'm not going to judge the candidate on the gender based, you know. But women vote bank is a very, very strong vote bank. And all the men are eyeing on the women vote bank. Because all the men are also planning their strategies looking at women vote bank. All of us, all the politicians, because the decisions they are taking, the schemes they are designing, they are mostly now, if you see this whole decade, all the schemes are women-centric. Right from Beti Bachao to women empowerment, lot of things are women-centric, and that is a big vote bank. So convincing women is something different, and voting for women is different. I feel everyone should vote for the good candidate.
You know, but do women speak out enough, Praniti? I mean, we've had the terrible Bilkis Banu case, for example, where her rapists and murderers have been remitted. Their sentence has been remitted. Why don't I see more women coming together and saying enough is enough across party lines and saying we are not going to accept this? You know, why is, just as there is a women's vote bank, can women politicians come together, form a coalition of women politicians? Possible?
Yeah, I think it is, because even when we're in parliament or when we're in the assemblies, we all across party lines come together over various issues, whether it's reservation, whether it's the Shakti bill which was passed in the Maharashtra assembly. We've come together, of course, we have to speak louder than the men to be heard, to make our mark, but and more often than not, when we're speaking against something that is supported by the people in power, it's questionable how much of us are heard or how much of us are taken seriously. So I think that is an important issue here, because just yesterday there was a controversy in Maharashtra, and you know what I'm talking about, where women are getting objectified by the government in part, and then the moment we speak against them, they try to silence our voices. They silence voices of the common woman, where they're trying to silence voices of people's representatives. So imagine the misery of the common woman.
No, are you saying that the male politicians don't take a woman seriously in politics?
They never do. You have to prove your point. You have to make your mark. You have to work very hard to make to tell them that we're serious about what we're doing. There's a mental block, and not just in politics, but I'm sure most women here would agree as well. You said women make really good politicians. I would say women make really good career women. Women make very good leaders. But there's a mental block against accepting a woman as a leader in everywhere. It's a society issue, and I think all of us need to oppose this together. So as a woman politician, it's very difficult for us to survive. It is the survival of the fittest. We have to speak louder. You know, Pankaja gets tagged, I get tagged for being aggressive, but we have to be assertive and aggressive to make our presence felt in politics.
Yes, Priyanka, you wanted to add?
I have two small points to make with regards to the Bilkis Bano issue. It was a woman member of parliament who's challenged this in the Supreme Court. That's
One of them who's Mahua Moitra is one of
the many petitioners. But you have to give her that credit. I will talk about the bully by Suli deals that happened, which totally objectified women from the minority. They embarrassed them, they tried to undermine them, they tried to humiliate them. And it was me who spoke to the Commissioner, Mumbai Police Commissioners, kept speaking about it till the IT Minister took note of it and ensured that this was done. However, when you talk about women speaking across political parties, unfortunately, when I entered the parliament, my idea was that I'll get women members of parliament to rise above their politics and speak about gender-based issues, specifically gender-based, irrespective of our politics. For us to actually address this issue, we have somehow not been able to get everybody on board. So that is reducing ourselves to our political narratives.
You know, the flip side, of course, is that, you know, women are told you handle health, women and child welfare. These are your departments. You can't deal with defense. You know, defense is a male portfolio. Nirmala Sitharaman has broken a ceiling. Finance minister is now a woman.
Sushma Swaraj was defense.
Sushma Swaraj became a foreign affairs minister. Indira Gandhi, congresswoman, will remind us of Indira Gandhi every time you speak about Nirmala Sitharaman. But Hina Gavit, is it true that there are certain departments that are seen कि महिलाओं के लिए ये department reserved है?
It used to be earlier, but now like you only mentioned that defense, supposedly a male-dominated field, has had women ministers leading that. Finance, a very important portfolio, is with a women minister. So I think slowly that trend is changing now, and so-called that stamp that this department only a male can lead, I think that is now slowly
You don't agree?
Cheeky response to that.
Yes, Pankaja, you first.
When I was given ministry, Women and Child Welfare Ministry was mandatory to give it
That
to
was
me.
your first ministry.
But I got rural development, water conservation. So that was a very good opportunity for me to prove rural development was never given to a woman ever in the past. So I felt it was a challenge for me to perform how much ever I could in that ministry. But as she said, there is everything is changing. People are accepting defense, finance, and external affairs. These portfolios were given to women. Of course, our country was run by a women prime minister. We have a women president. But my question is, this will change the look of the decision maker who is giving those decisions. But will this really change fate of common women? Is the biggest fight we are going to face.
That's a big question. Priyanka Chaturvedi, you come from a very male-dominated party. When I look at the Shiv Sena, I mean, the imagery of the Shiv Sena is very machismo. I mean, that was its sort of early years were very, very male-dominated. Do you feel, honestly, a fish out of water?
Absolutely not. As far as the local bodies are concerned, we have over 50% women candidates who have won, who have been mayors, deputy mayors, have important positions. In fact, in the legislative council, we have a woman vice chairperson. So this is another thing. And when we come back to this argument, oh, it's a very male-dominated party, the first leader after perhaps Sri Rahul Gandhi would have been Uddhav Thackeray-ji, who spoke on the podium, on the Shera rally, making it about Bilkis Bano and making people realize that a government which cannot respect its women cannot do justice to the role that they're playing. So I totally dismiss this charge, and the largest chunk of supporters that we are getting are women, women citizens of the state who are supporting the government which fell. And just a cheeky response to what they said women are breaking barriers and they're going beyond the decided roles. I think this unconstitutional government has done away with women totally. There is no woman in the cabinet. They have given the responsibility of women and child welfare to Shri Lodha ji. That you allow us to handle it. I mean, he'll be doing a better job of it perhaps. So they've made changes, like she said. There are changes happening. So this unconstitutional government has shown that they can run a government. The biggest state of, amongst the second biggest state in India, can run without a woman in the cabinet.
But do women have to also conform that if you are in politics, you're going to have to dress a particular way, look a particular way, particularly in your public appearances. You can't be, in that sense, you have to be a conservative woman in terms of your dress, if not your attitudes in terms of, is that true or not? That you can't, you are very conscious of your public appearance all the time. Is that true?
Yeah, so I think what you're saying is absolutely right, because Pankaja Tai just mentioned that women are being judged. So irrespective of what we think, how we work, sometimes how we dress up becomes a talk of the town, that, oh, she wore this and she came to the parliament. Oh, she wore this and she went to a public function. So I think that, that mindset has to change. So I absolutely, agree. And see, now we are all dressed in Indian dresses. We could have wore a jeans and t-shirt, but yes, we have to, when we go to any formal function, we have to dress up in a particular, way. And I think my colleagues will also agree to that.
Because I remember during the women's reservation bill debate, Sharad Yadav had said, "Ye parkati mahilaएं hain. Sab parkati mahila aayegi, short-haired women will enter." So you would have been Priyanka Chaturvedi for Sharad Yadav, a parkati woman. Short-haired. But there are stereotypes in a way that still exist. Is that changing in Parliament? Do you really see it changing? Be honest, because we don't know what happens in your committees and your meetings. Do they still look at you as ye Priyanka Chaturvedi kahan se aa gayi?
हाँ, वो तो खैर सभी पूछते हैं, why does the politicians ये कहाँ से आ गई types. But no, I think that mindset is changing quite a bit in terms of, except for we had one incident yesterday where a woman journalist happened to ask Sambhaji Bide ji a particular question, and he said, तुम बिंदी नहीं लगाती हो तो मैं तुम्हारे सवाल का जवाब नहीं दूंगा. So we have moments like these, but we women are taking that head on. We are fighting. So when a sitting chief minister of Uttarakhand had said, ये ripped jeans वाली महिलाएं कभी भी अच्छी माँ नहीं हो सकती हैं. So I wore a ripped jeans and I said, boss, I am a good mother, I am a good politician, and you don't judge me on the basis of my ripped jeans. It was just a matter of time before he had to step down. So the point is that till you don't push those barriers, till you don't push that male-dominated thought process, we are going to continue to confine ourselves. Why should I confine myself to what Sharad Yadav ji thinks of women with short hair? I have short hair, I'm happy with it, live with it.
No, I also think we live in two different Indias. There's a rural India, which I represent. So it's a little difficult for people to accept, say ripped jeans or whatever. But I think that mindset, like she said, should change. We are somewhere succumbing to the fact that people will not like us in jeans in the constituency that we represent. But again, it's a question of mindset. Until all of us speak, why are we always looked at the way we dress? Why can't people start looking at women beyond that? Why can't we be looked at for what we do and the work we do? And I feel that is changing slowly but surely. And like Priyanka Gandhi, a couple of years ago, she entered in trousers and a shirt in the Parliament House, and there was a big hoo-ha about it. But I think somewhere, all of us across party lines, I think we should start the change, and that's,
You should have all come to the program in ripped jeans. All four of you would have come to this program in ripped jeans.
I think we should all
see, basically there is a formal attire in every country about certain programs. So this is our formal attire. But I go to my office so many times wearing jeans, t-shirt, track pants, I go from my gym straight. So I got people used to seeing me in for Western outfits also. Of course, I'll wear decent clothes because that's how I am brought up. That doesn't have anything to do with what I am. People should not judge you on what you're wearing. But definitely in this country, people accept bad character men, but not a good-dressed woman. That is surprising and shocking and sad.
We've just got a couple of minutes, and I'm going to ask you this question because before we started off, I had told Hina about how Mamata Banerjee once told me that she had to be aggressive because that's the only way the men in her party would take her seriously as this party's supremo. And Hina agreed and said, "Naitar te amala khaun jatil," which only in Marathi you will understand, which means they'll finish us otherwise. Given that, I want to ask all four of you, do you have a role model woman politician in India, someone whom you really admire? You start, Hina. It could be a male model, it could be a male politician or a female. Is there someone you really admire? But preferably a woman. Who's that one woman politician you say, wow, that's the way a woman politician should be?
So women politician, if you ask, I would say Sushma Swaraj. She is somebody I really admire, and when first time I became a parliamentarian, I went to the library and I used to study her speeches also, because she used to speak wonderful. The way she used to work, I think she is one role model that if you ask a women role model, and if you ask me in general, I would say it's my father, because whatever I have learned is from him, and I really follow him. So,
okay. Yeah. Pankaja Munde, who's your role model woman politician?
So only woman politician, I have to say.
You tell me male and woman.
See, I always feel there is no leaderess. It is always a leader. So leader should be not gender biased. Okay. We will have to achieve that stage. But I always admired Atal Bihari Vajpayee. I had at home only Pramod Mahajan, Gopinath Munde. So if I say their name, but what I have become today is what I've learned from my father, definitely. But as she said, I'll second that, because Sushma ji, as a child, I've grown up seeing Sushma ji, and she was my role model. Still today, I really feel I want to be like her. Because it's not only about a politician, the kind of person she was, the orator she was, what she did for party. I really seen her journey very closely, and I really want to be like her. That's what is role model.
Okay, so you hopefully could become external affairs minister one day as a result. Priyanka Chaturvedi, who's your role model woman politician?
So, it would sound very cliched, but I have grown up watching her and wanting to be like her and imbibe her values, and the aggression that she had would be Indira Gandhi ji. I don't have two thoughts in my mind whenever I think of any woman who inspired me when I was growing up and wanting to be like her, to be in politics and break that entire barrier of women in politics. And the second would definitely be Sushma Swaraj, with the way she used to speak, the way she used to conduct herself. I think it was, and every challenge she was willing to take her way. So those are two people, but Indira Gandhi ji by far, because a lot of how I've seen her has inspired me to do more.
Okay. Praniti Shinde.
Goes without saying Indira Gandhi, because I think today, especially in today's day, she's so relevant in today's age, because she was a leader of the masses and she mingled equally well with international leadership as well. She took some stunning decisions for the country, due to which we are where we are now. And today, I think we need a leader like her. She's inspired all of us across party lines. And of course, Mrs. Sonia Gandhi, for the struggle that she went through, the pain that she went through, she got the party together in spite of what she went through. That's commendable. And of course, my father, because of he still teaches me that it's the survival of the fittest, and you have to sort of keep going to reach where you are. So, but yes, Mrs. Gandhi for sure, and we miss her leadership.
I thought one of you would at least name Mayawati, Mamta or Jayalalitha. Because these were the three women politicians I have seen who know how to put men in their place.
I really am so, actually it just skipped out of my mind. I also like Jayalalitha ji. When I went for her funeral just to take her darshan, because I was so, even her fight. See, every woman has a very tough story. So if you could, you asked us name one, but even they are heroes of today. Whatever party lines, they are all.
Okay, we'll leave it there. I only hope that we have many more such role models and many more women reaching the very top in politics. We only have one woman chief minister at the moment, and that's a statistic that is simply not acceptable for a country where women are, I can tell our viewers, we have the highest percentage at the moment of women pilots compared to men anywhere in the world, and that's reason to celebrate. Hopefully one day we can celebrate and say we have the highest percentage of women politicians, MPs and MLAs compared to any other part of the world. That's the future. Women are the future of this country. Thank you all very much for joining us here on this very special show. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I'd like to welcome on stage Dr. Seema Saini, CEO, NL Dalmia Education, to present a token of appreciation to our wonderful panelists today. Just one moment, just one moment. Thank you so much. Thank you, Rajdeep. Such wonderful insights from that session. And now I'd like to announce our next session titled Uphill, Down South. Let me hand over to Rahul Kamal, News Director, India Today Television and Aaj Tak, and Executive Director, Business Today, to introduce our next session.
The BJP has been a rampaging electoral army, decimating opponents who come in its wake. The one part of the country where the BJP's Ashwamedh Ghoda is still struggling to make inroads is in the southern part of our country, where apart from Karnataka, the BJP hasn't made much progress. Will things change in time for the 2024 elections, or will this continue to be an uphill ride? Will the BJP be able to take Telangana, make inroads into the politics of Tamil Nadu, or is the south of India fundamentally opposed to the Hindutva brand of politics? To talk about the emerging politics south of the Vindhya, I am delighted to be joined at the India Today Mumbai Conclave, because it would be highly stereotypical to do this kind of a conversation sitting either in Chennai or Bengaluru, and therefore we invited these four young, bright, fiery stars of South India politics all the way to Mumbai. Can we have a round of applause as I welcome to the India Today Conclave Tejaswi Surya, National President of the BJP Yuva Morcha, Member of Parliament. Flanking him, we've got Mr. Annamalai, State President of the BJP in Tamil Nadu. He's a star on TV and also on social media, but is his politics more in the air or on the ground? We'll find out in this session and from here on. Representing the Congress, we've got one of the bright stars of the Congress in Karnataka, the one state where the party thinks it will be able to launch its fight back against the BJP. Join me in welcoming Dinesh Gundu Rao, in charge of the All India Congress Committee of Tamil Nadu, Puducherry, Goa. He's been part of Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra and can give us a sense of how that yatra is going and what it means for national politics. Last but not least, Dr. Kanimori NVM Somu, Member of Parliament of the DMK. Can we have a warm round of applause, please? I want to start by taking on what's going on in Karnataka, and we'll start with Tejaswi Surya, because it's in Karnataka that the opposition, Congress, senses its big opportunity. They're leveling your government corrupt. They say this is pay CM. This is where they think the BJP is on the defensive. This is where Dinesh Gundu Rao and Rahul Gandhi think they can start their fight back against the Bharatiya Janata Party. So let's start from there. The Congress's Bharat Jodo Yatra went through Karnataka. It seemed to have been a big success. The BJP at this moment in Karnataka seems to be on the defensive.
Rahul, thank you so much for having me here. The Congress party is an endangered species in the nation today and is almost on its way to extinction. And they hope that Karnataka can be the last shot at survival. But I can tell you very certainly, Rahul, I was very closely following the Bharat Jodo Yatra. Rahul Gandhi spent more than 20 days in Karnataka, and we have always seen wherever he goes, whichever state he spends more time, we have seen the proportionate corresponding decline of the Congress party there. And I can tell you that the Bharat Jodo Yatra was a non-starter in Karnataka. As far as the allegations that the Congress party has made and run very distasteful campaigns like the Pay CM, 40% Sarkar, etc., I can only say this. It was when Mr. Siddaramaiah was the Chief Minister that the Congress party systematically and in a very calculated manner destabilized and dismantled the Lokayukta institution. They created an unconstitutional institution called the Anti-Corruption Bureau, the ACB, which unceremoniously the High Court of Karnataka declared as unconstitutional. The legacy of the Congress, whether it is in Karnataka or whether it is outside, has been one of corruption, nepotism and appeasement. Their rule in Karnataka has not been anything different. The Congress, while it was in power, enabled terrorists from the PFI and SDPI a free run, withdrew cases on more than 1,700 people who were in jails, and they unleashed a reign of terror in Karnataka, a state known for its harmony and prosperity. When they were in power, they not only systematically destabilized institutions whose mandate was vigilance and anti-corruption, but they also actively indulged in massive corruption themselves. The former national president of the Congress party, as well as the sitting president of the Congress party in Karnataka, are both on bail on corruption charges, and they are making allegations on the BJP today. My challenge to the Congress and its proponents today is, if you want to make an allegation of corruption on the BJP or our state government in Karnataka, do not do so in media, do not do so in public meetings. The time for hit and run politics, spit and scoot politics is done. In India, we have an independent judiciary. Go to the police station, file cases. If the police does not accept an FIR, go to courts. Go to the Supreme Court, go to the High Court, go to CVC, go to CAG. There are multiple institutions. Till today, not a single piece of evidence has been forthcoming other than baseless, malicious allegations by a leadership who has no credibility left.
Spit and scoot. There is a big World Cup taking place at this time. That World Cup is in Gandhinagar and in Shimla. Rahul Gandhi is doing net practice in Karnataka and Telangana. And people are wondering, is he playing the match which, he'll be judged on? Your Bharat Jodo Yatra so far through Tamil Nadu, Telangana, Karnataka is a success. But your critics will say that that is not what you will be measured against. When the results are counted on the 8th of December, if the Aam Aadmi Party overtakes the Congress in Gujarat, that is what will overshadow everything that the Yatra has done for that. Rahul Gandhi continues to display that he doesn't have his immediate political priorities right. Dinesh Gundu Rao.
Thank you, Rahul, for calling me here. Firstly, before I get on to the subject of the Bharat Jodo, my dear colleague has dished out a lot of misleading facts and utter lies in front of all of you. He said that 1,500 PFI activists were released. We've in fact written to the government, the present government, our opposition leader wrote a letter and said, please give us a list of the PFI activists who were released by the then Congress government. They haven't even replied to that. He spoke about the ACB being reinstated. They didn't reinstate the ACB. Okay, when we were there, I mean the Lok Ayukta, when we had formed the ACB, the Anti-Corruption Bureau, the High Court did it, not their government. So it's not his credit that we've empowered the Lok Ayukta, whereas in Delhi, nobody can even hear of the Lokpal. Lokpal was the biggest issue that this country was facing when we lost the election. And for many, many years, Mr. Modi didn't even look at didn't even think about forming the Lokpal. So from where is he talking from this, with so much of arrogance and this overconfidence? See, for the BJP, it's not just the Congress. They want to destroy all political parties. Because for them, they want an authoritarian state. They want to control everything, control the media, control the institutions, control the ED. Karnataka's corruption is skyrocketing. It's not the Congress's allegation, Mr. Surya. It is the Contractors Association President who wrote to the Prime Minister saying that commissions are the corruption has gone sky high. We can't afford to pay this kind of commission. People have committed suicide, mentioning a minister's name. A contractor committed suicide. That's not the Congress party who's saying this. So don't put everything onto the Congress's bucket and say that it's got nothing to do with us and that Congress is making false allegations. Firstly, your government is corrupt. Fortunately for your ministers, fortunately for your chief minister, fortunately for all of you people, your ED, IT is in your pocket. Will they even think of raiding one minister in Karnataka? Will they take action on one minister or one BJP politician? All the corrupt people join BJP, they get protection. Whoever is against the BJP, they are being harassed. You said our president is on bail. For the last 3 years, ED has been summoning him, calling him. Again now the ED has given another fresh warrant on the same allegations. So if your ED is doing your bidding and if he is your lapdog, then you don't come and tell us that he is on bail. So, you know, this is the way the country is running. Rahul Gandhi, you're saying, is on bail. For what? What is the allegation? It's been, for so many years, you've been handling the case. If there was some real concrete evidence, you should have arrested him. ED calls him for 5 days for an issue which could have been done in 1 hour, makes him sit from morning to evening, and you harass him. See, you're using these agencies to harass people, to threaten people, to blackmail them, and say, if you don't come to BJP, we will finish you. So don't sit on this podium and talk like you're the saviors of the country. You are destroying the foundations of this country. And and coming to the Bharat Jodo Yatra. Rahul, now Bharat Jodo Yatra is not conceived just based on a state election. That is a program starting from Kanyakumari to Kashmir. It will conclude in February. What happens in this country, there will be elections all the time. Karnataka will be having elections after Gujarat and Himachal. Let us wait for the results of Gujarat and Himachal. Why are you already jumping to a conclusion that you know the results? So let us wait for the results. But the Bharat Jodo Yatra is a tremendous success. Tejasvi Surya says it's a non-starter. That shows how blind he is or how deaf he is. Because the reception Rahulji has got, right from Kanyakumari, I've been part of it for many days. It's been a great program. So accept good things. I won't say that Congress is all good and BJP is all bad. There are good things in BJP, there are bad things in BJP. There are good things in Congress, there are bad things in Congress. But when you see something good happening, you should accept it. When something is successful, you should have the conviction to say that yes, it's a decent program. But by saying it's a non-starter, you know, you're making a fool of yourself in front of this audience because people have seen the response that the Yatra has got. So let's not get into these kind of, just because you have the backing of the establishment, you can say what you want. The Jodo Yatra, Bharat Jodo Yatra, has got its own agenda, has got its own mission. Election politics, that's another issue altogether. We have a new Congress president. Rahulji very clearly said that he won't be the Congress president. No Gandhi will be the Congress president. He has stuck by his word. We have got a new president. We are also, we understand the situation. We are facing a tough time. We are facing a challenging time. But don't write us off. And don't be so arrogant to say that the Congress is finished and this is the, you know, we are on the last leg. Because this arrogance is what is going to bring you down. Mark my words, Mr. Surya. And those are my opening remarks, Rahul. After that, I'll make further comments later on.
Before I put my first question to our next speaker, let me tell you a little bit about K. Annamalai. He's a former police officer, has been superintendent of police in Udupi, in Ramanagara, is considered by the BJP as the bright young star in Tamil Nadu politics. So here's a man you'll hear a lot more about in the years to come. You saw him here first at the India Today Conclave in Mumbai, outside of his own home ground. Now the problem is you have a very tough batting wicket. You've got Dr. Kanimodi's party and the AIADMK in a bipolar contest in Tamil Nadu. And the BJP would like people to believe that they can make inroads. The AIADMK is weakening. You're talking about a spiritual blend of politics to take on the Dravidian belt of politics. But the fact is that Tamil Nadu for the last 4 decades has been in the throes of a Dravidian brand of politics. And therefore, you're now trying to create a new version or a new stream of thought in Tamil Nadu politics, which the state has rejected many decades ago. Why do you think you'll be able to get some purchase?
Thank you, Rahul, for having me here. The beginner spirit of the Dravidian movement, no doubt about that. It was created at a certain point of time when it was needed. 1949, DMK was formed. They were in power for 5 times. This is the 6th time they are sitting in the CM's chair. If you look at where it started and where it is now, what started with a lot of promise about welfare economics, making sure the underprivileged and the poor, they come out of their natural cyclical bondage. It has become a one family, one dynasty. If you look at the DMK party itself in Tamil Nadu now, if you look at the 2nd or 3rd generation MLAs and MPs now, I could at least name about 20-22 people right now who are 3rd generation. So the promise that was there in 1949 has almost vanished now. And it was a different time. BJP had its first MLA in 1996. DMK and ADMK, very well established parties even before BJP made an attempt to enter Tamil Nadu. They were in power in 1967. ADMK came to power in 1972. We had some very charismatic leaders. Annadurai, Kalaignar Karunanidhi, MG Ramachandran, Jayalalitha. Movie idols, great fan following, translated that into political dividends. If you look at the current state of politics, everybody in Tamil Nadu know the concept of Dravidian movement has lost its charm because they are not keeping its promise with the original beginner spirit. It has become corrupt, it has become a family oriented, it has become a dynastic oriented. Now BJP Tamil Nadu, in 2022, if you look at the BJP now, it is doing far better across India with respect to the earlier part of the Dravidian governments in Tamil Nadu, the first government in 67 or the later governments. So we really believe Tamil Nadu is yearning for a change. It wants a change. The voice of youth is very clear. They don't want to get trapped into this dynasty, one generation after the other coming and ruling. And especially people who sit in Delhi or Mumbai, when they look at Tamil Nadu politics, they have a very tinted view of Tamil Nadu politics. To define DMK politics, it's 3 M. The first M is nothing but media. You take the media control, you run family-owned channels, you say the same story and again over a point of time, you make people to believe. So more than any other political party, they run more TV channels. They spin a story, spin a narrative. The second is movies. Every single DMK person is either a movie producer or a movie actor. MK Stalin tried his luck as an actor. The current, his son is a big time movie producer. 70% of Tamil Nadu movies is doing it. The third M is myth. DMK thrives on myth. The North-South, the Dravidian Aryan, the Tamil which is being pushed to a corner by the Delhi people. So the myth is getting broken down in this current age and time with technology, social media, the YouTube channels, all kinds of commentators coming in. The media is rightfully taking its space. We are getting a lot of independent channels. The movie industry is still in its throw. I would clearly say 2024 is going to be a watershed year for BJP. That is the time the Tamil politics is going to come out of this 3M. No ground level charismatic leaders. Look at the DMK chief minister now. 16 years into a government. Have you seen a CM who is more unpopular than this? Chennai was underwater 50 years back when his father was the CM. Chennai is underwater now 50 years later when he is the CM. This is the kind of Dravidian development model they want the whole of India to believe. And some part of India is also believing it, unfortunately.
Dr. Kanimori, I was studying the recent electoral data, which suggests that in the urban body polls that happened in February 2022, the BJP picked up substantially more votes, 9.26 lakh votes, which is about 5.4% of the total votes cast, which is more than double the votes that they picked up in the last elections. People like Annamalai will say, we have got our foot in the door. By the time of the next general elections, we'll be able to break the door down. The larger political trend is that the AIDMK is weakening. The Congress is sitting on your piggyback. And therefore, we can then be the opposition to the DMK. He senses an opportunity here.
Thank you, first of all, for giving me an opportunity to explain the Dravidian movement across India, which has been running in Tamil Nadu. I would take up the discussion by thanking India Today. In its India Today magazine, 2021 reported that one of the best performing states is Tamil Nadu, and one of the popular CMs is Chief Minister Mr. M.K. Stalin. Thank you so much for that. That is the start of my point. And I would like first to take up the questions of the 3 M's what our BJP state president has been putting across. Media is something it's common for everyone. Whether it is DMK, AIADMK, it can be Congress, it can be BJP. Anybody can get into media, act, produce, direct, and everything can be done. If the people like it, you're going to get clicked. It's nothing like you go and bribe and ask them to see a movie or do something like that. It's just one's own skill keep-ups there. Our great leader, Kalaignar M. Karunanidhi, was from the cinefield world. He came from there. M.G. Ramachandran, Jayalalitha, everybody has acted movies and come across to the state politics. So I think that is not a great thing which he has put across. Next one, he was talking about generation. Let's not get into nepotism. I think it's there in all the political parties across India, not only in DMK, it's there in BJP, it's there in Congress. It's like how people understand the politics and the family comes into it. It's just that. It's that we are not preventing anybody else getting into politics. That also needs to be understood. This is what Mr. Annamalai said. I'm just getting it there.
Okay.
Now, you are talking about the vote share of the local elections. In Tamil Nadu, what we run is the Dravidian government. This Dravidian government is not just from 1949 as BJP state president has said. It's been even past more than that. We are into social justice. That is one thing taking us forward in all the elections until now. Now, Annamalai has said they have had an increase in the votes. Yes, they have had an increase. Either they have been banking on one of the Dravidian parties in Tamil Nadu to run the horses. Otherwise, I don't think never ever BJP has contested as a single party in Tamil Nadu. Let's take it for the fact, even once upon a time, even DMK was in alliance with BJP. At that time, the face of BJP was totally different. It was Vajpayee's face.
So let me put that question to Annamalai, because you did pick up 34.26% of the vote share on the 20 seats that you contested, but you contested in association with the AIADMK. She's essentially saying, fight on your own. The people of Tamil Nadu will tell you where you stand.
Rahulji, the point you made in the last urban local body elections, BJP contested alone. BJP contested alone without alliance with any of the Dravidian parties. We came third in the state. The numbers speak for itself. I'm looking at a party like DMK 1967 till 2022. They haven't contested a single election alone. The very Rajaji, whom they spoke ill of Rajaji when he was the chief minister of the state, when DMK launched a protest against Rajaji, 1967, for the very first time when DMK came to power, their alliance partner was Sri Rajaji. Every single election you look at it, DMK never came to power by standing alone. In fact, 1996, when they talk about the Dravidian movement, 50 years after DMK formed, in 1996 when DMK came to power, it was in a minority. It was in a minority with Congress. It is not that they were in a majority. So it is not that, like what they claim, BJP is trying to piggyback on some Dravidian major to get the vote share. Now the ground is very clear. People see a shift. People want leaders on the ground who can implement welfare economics without corruption, without the dynastic influence. So I think it's an entirely wrong argument.
Dinesh Gundura, does this rankle the Congress that there is no state in Tamil Nadu, there's no state in the south where the Congress could potentially win on its own? In Karnataka, we'll know in a few months, but in Tamil Nadu, without Kanimodiji's party's support, you would be nowhere. In Kerala, you could potentially do well, but you lost in a state where typically you should have come back to power. So the Congress is, as Tejasvi says, on a weakening wicket. They're of course thinking of this becoming a Bharat Mukt Congress or Congress Mukt Bharat. That may not happen immediately, but yours is investment with declining fortunes.
See, Rahul, in Karnataka, very clearly, we are the #1 party today. The BJP strategy is, they know that they can't win this election. So their strategy is to see that the Congress somehow doesn't form the government, that they don't get a majority. Because as a government, they are totally unpopular. Corruption is, Annamale was talking about corruption and dynastic politics in Tamil Nadu. There's corruption and dynastic politics in BJP in Karnataka. Yediyurappa's family, Udasi family, I can name many families. Jagdish Shettar's family. There are many families in Karnataka in BJP. And corruption is, I think, #1 in India today. So I wonder why for Tamil Nadu there's a different stroke and for Karnataka there's a different stroke. Secondly, how much has BJP actually grown in Tamil Nadu? Out of 12,601 seats in the recent elections, they have won 308 seats. Out of 12,601 seats, BJP wins 308 local body seats. In 2011, they had won 226 seats. So where is the growth? And in this 308 seats that the BJP has won in Tamil Nadu, 200 are from Kanyakumari, where Kanyakumari, Congress and BJP fight. And there's been a BJP MP there. So in the rest of Tamil Nadu, leaving out Kanyakumari, they won 108 seats. But they create this story. Oh, BJP is growing in Tamil Nadu. We are the #3 state. #3 state of what? We are all in alliance. We fought in alliance. So our vote share is all DMK is #1, AIDMK is #2. Congress has contested limited number of seats. And we won more than them because we are in an alliance. I agree. See, BJP has got a right to expand. I'm not saying no. They should make an effort. That's the right of every political party to grow in any state. But to claim that I am #3, you win 308 out of 12,000 seats and you say I'm #3. What are you rejoicing? So the way they can spin a story is wonderful. And they have got great spin masters and great way of propagating these kind of stories. So I would say that Congress, we are in #1 position in Karnataka. Kerala, yes, we and it's the left front.
No, you may be #1 position right now, but Congress is a bit like the Bangladesh cricket team from the World Cup. If you're watching that match between India and Bangladesh, even if you were an India fan, you would have got a sense that Bangladesh is on a strong wicket. Bangladesh somehow, and thankfully for India, found a way of snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. The Congress nowadays, unfortunately, is a bit like that Bangladesh team. They may be ahead, but they'll find some way of botching it up.
Yeah, see, I admit that the Congress has to strengthen itself, reorganize itself. We are in the process of doing many things, and we have to also face up to the task. I'm not denying that everything is perfect, everything is great. I'm just saying the facts on the ground today is, if you look at all the recent elections in Karnataka, we had MLC elections, by-elections, we've given them an equal fight.
You also have a lot of infighting between DK Shivkumar, between Siddaramaiah.
And Tamil Nadu, we've been traditionally either with DMK or ADMK, we've been always aligning with them. Now, Annamalai says that we are #3. That means, and he's talking against...
No, I'm talking about infighting in Karnataka between Siddaramaiah and Shivakumar.
See, I think every party has got some issues, but we have sorted it out. We are all together. And there's no...
Like Sachin Pilot and Gehlot in Rajasthan, they've sorted it out.
In Karnataka, as far as I'm talking about Karnataka, we are all together. We have even in the Bharat Jodo Yatra, all the leaders were together. And we will campaign together and we will win the state. And I think Karnataka will be the turning point in India's political landscape.
You know, it's interesting.
Rahul, I just want 30
I'm coming to Tejasvi because Dinesh Gundu Rao is not speaking about Gujarat, he's not speaking about Himachal Pradesh, which is where elections are being held now.
We are talking about South India.
He's speaking about Karnataka as the big hope for the Congress in the months to come. And there, Tejasvi, you're such a young, firebrand, aggressive leader. It must really irritate you that when it comes to Karnataka, you and the BJP are on a weak wicket. Like even the BJP, when you talk to them off the cameras, would accept that they haven't been able to administer Karnataka the way they would have liked to. What really went wrong for the BJP in Karnataka? Why did the Bharatiya Janata Party, which came to power with so many promises, not be able to live up to the promises you made to the people
Rahul,
of Karnataka?
I'm extremely sorry. I don't know from where you are getting this picture of BJP is on a weak wicket. I can understand Mr. Dinesh Gundu Rao delusionally saying that we are party number one, we are party number one, while we are party number one. That's why we are in government. They are in opposition. So, I mean, facts are clear. But the state, just as we speak, Rahul, has concluded the Global Investors Summit. The Chief Minister has announced that the state has attracted the highest number of foreign investment, the highest FDI that India attracted, the highest share of it came to Karnataka. There is tremendous progress happening in all aspects of the state's governance and state society. The Congress is making allegations left, right and center. Not a single one is ever proved in any court of law. The people are with the BJP. Even just last week, the BJP organized a OBC Sammelan in the Hyderabad, Karnataka region, which the Congress says is a area where the BJP is traditionally weak. We had lakhs of people gathering there and supporting the Honorable Chief Minister and his governance. So the very assumption or the premise that the BJP is on a weak wicket in Karnataka is false, and it will be proven emphatically false when the state goes to polls next year. Having said that, I only want to make one comment. Here we are assembled in Mumbai. About 3 decades ago, it was in this state, in this city, that Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji laid the foundations for the Bharatiya Janata Party. This city is in many ways the Janma Bhumi of this party. It was then that Atal ji said, Andhera niklega, Suraj khilega, Kamal khilega. 30 years ago, the same political commentators, the same kind of numbers were read out. BJP was written off. The BJP was branded as a party which is upper caste, which is Hindi, Hindu, Hindutva party restricted to the north of India. The BJP had only 2 MPs. But today, we have 303 MPs. We have governments in the east of India. We have government in the south of India. We have government in the west and the north of India. If there is one party that is truly representing and uniting India, it is the Bharatiya Janata Party. And mark my words when I say this, Rahul, a very short period from now, less than a decade from now, the BJP will be forming governments in Tamil Nadu, in Kerala, Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. And Dinesh Gundu Rao will be there, hopefully, to see that and join us in the celebrations that time.
You're inviting him to the BJP?
Join means, what do you mean by join?
Celebrations.
Are you sending me an ED notice by any chance?
If an ED notice comes, you'll join the BJP?
See, my statement is, anyone who is corrupt, join the BJP, you will be safeguarded.
No, you spoke
I won't be joining the BJP.
Hindi, Tejasvi. Now, parties like the DMK say that the BJP is trying to impose Hindi. We've started teaching medical sciences in Hindi as well, engineering in Hindi. Dr. Kanimori and her party are deeply uncomfortable with what the BJP is trying to do in terms of trying to foist Hindi suzerainty over everybody else.
Rahul, for a very long time, the Dravidian parties and the Congress has repeatedly tried to create this bogey of Hindi imposition on the BJP. But let me put a few facts before this august audience which will dispel this once and for all. If there is one political party in India that has to answer the charge of Hindi imposition in India, it is flatly the Congress party. In the Constituent Assembly, when the Congress party and its then leaders tried to declare Hindi as the national language and tried to force it down the throats of people in the rest of the country, it was my leader of that time, Shyama Prasad Mukherjee, who vociferously, unequivocally defended the rights of non-Hindi speaking states and made a case for those languages as well. I want to just quote 2 sentences from what S.P. Mukherjee, our party's founding father, had then said. India has been a country of many languages. If we dig into the past, we will find that it has not been possible for anybody to force the acceptance of one language by all people in this country. Some of my friends spoke eloquently that a day might come when India shall have one language and one language only. Frankly speaking, I do not share that view. If it is claimed by anyone that by passing an article in the Constitution of India, one language is going to be accepted by all by a process of coercion, then I say, sir, that it will not be possible to achieve. Just give me a second. This was what Shama Prasad Mukherjee had said. Come to 1962. Atal Bihari Vajpayee was then a member of the Rajya Sabha.
Okay.
He was the first MP in the Rajya Sabha to introduce a private member's bill to introduce the Sindhi language spoken by a microscopic minority of people in the country into the 8th schedule, because we respect all languages. Give me 30 seconds more, Rahul, please. This is important.
He's a lawyer, you see, so very persuasively he'll argue for more time and then not give others an opportunity.
Don't please eat my time, please. 30 seconds. It was fast.
Annamalai, don't blame me. Blame him later.
It was
between both of
when
you.
L.K. Advani ji was the Home Minister in 2000, it was the BJP which introduced the Santhili and the Bodo languages spoken by tribals in this country into the 8th schedule. It is only under Prime Minister Narendra Modi that the revised NEP 2020 allows for freedom of choice for students to select any Indian language in the three language policy. My question to Dinesh Gundu Rao and to the Dravidian parties is, why did in 1968 as well as in 1986, when Indira Gandhi and subsequently Rajiv Gandhi both introduced the three-language policy, why was Hindi imposed?
Dr. Kanimoli,
why was
the
Hindi
charge
imposed?
against the DMK would be that you are distorting what the BJP is attempting to do. Of course, BJP would like Hindi to be a national language, but it is not through coercion, it's not through force. They want to propagate the language, but ultimately it is down to individuals and states which language they'd like to study and teach. Dr. Kanimoli.
No, it is not that way, Rahul. It is being forced on all the people.
How is it being forced?
In center, they come up with the ideologies of it. All the questions, all the exams should be in Hindi in all the states, and all the correspondence which comes through the government of India should come in Hindi. Even today, we get all the notifications in Hindi. Don't forget that. They do that at the center. And you know what is the state BJP, what do they do? And they agitate in Tamil Nadu for Hindi agitation. What kind of
Annamalai, do you speak Hindi?
What kind of remark is this? Yes,
I don't speak Hindi for madam's
What do
information.
you think about this idea that... No, one second, let me ask him. This broad idea that Hindi should be the national language or Hindi should be spoken everywhere, including in Tamil Nadu. What do you think of it?
Sir, Hindi cannot be...
Hindi kitna acha hai?
Hindi cannot be a national language, the only national language of our country, period. Many of our leaders have clarified it. Unfortunately for DMK, they still live in the dream of 1965 when they started their anti-Hindi agitation. And that is the only mantra they have every time they fail in their governance. People get angry. They wake up in the morning, they say Hindi, Hindi, Hindi. You tell me one instance somewhere in India, any minister, he said, you should compulsorily speak Hindi. When the state like Madhya Pradesh, when it brings Hindi into medical and engineering stream, why has Tamil Nadu got a problem?
It has already been done under the reign of
We told the CM, please bring Tamil as a medium of instruction for engineering and medicine, which he has brought it yesterday. So this is just a bogey. They keep saying this bogey because they failed in their governance.
No,
they don't have any other new story to tell.
In the reign
That is the most unfortunate part.
The engineering colleges, all the curriculum was given an option for studying in Tamil. Way back 20 years before even what has been done today as medical science.
The number of people who study Tamil.
Into it. And what Mr. Annamalai is trying to say is every time when we are not able to perform, it is not that. Every time when the BJP is there in the center, it is they who come and impose Hindi. Right now, Tejasvi had quoted that they were the people who were against bringing in Hindi. But what has happened then and what is happening now, it's a total contradict of their own party.
Just to respond, if you look at the number of people...
See, the Congress has ruled this country till 2008, till 2014, till 2014. We never had any problem about language issues. We formed linguistic states. So this country has grown with all multiple languages. This is never an issue when the Congress party is there. Why is this an issue when BJP comes into power?
Is exactly what we are asking.
Because of your approach.
Exactly what we are asking. While they
failed in
impose Hindi,
government,
while they brought us new language.
Because of the way you talk. because of the way you impose things on people.
Okay.
So this is the feeling people get. So unless you address the issue in a proper manner, just by quoting the Constituent Assembly, because in the Constituent Assembly was a debate. In that Mr. Mukherjee did speak, I agree with him. There were many people who spoke for Hindi and against Hindi also in that debate. And finally the Constituent Assembly decided that we cannot have one national language. So that is what has been grown in this country, that we respect all languages, all cultures, all traditions, their eating habits, their dressing habits, the way they behave, the way they live. BJP is not for that. The way you eat is questioned, the way you dress is questioned, the religion you follow is questioned, practices are questioned. So that is what we mean by saying you impose culture, you impose language. That is what we don't want.
Okay, I'm out of time. That's a fact, because we have a stellar panel still waiting, but what we did get to see very closely are the kind of fissures of South Indian politics. And I'm very thankful to Annamalai, to Tejasvi Surya, to Dinesh Gundu Rao. Don't do a Bangladesh, or maybe, but at least you'll make it exciting. You'll make Karnataka exciting. You kind of given a walkover in Gujarat, but you'll make Karnataka exciting, and Tejasvi will have to pad up and bat as well. And Dr. Kanimori, thank you very much for joining us at the India Today Conclave. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And could I request, if you could all just stay on stage for a moment, could I request Dinesh Bhatia, Group CEO at India Today Group, to join us on stage and felicitate our guests. All right. Kali, thank you so much for joining us on stage. Kali Puri, everybody, joining us to felicitate our wonderful panelists after that fantastic session. Thank you so much. On to our next session this afternoon, and this is one that I've really been looking forward to, of course, because I have the pleasure of interviewing these celebrities myself, all about breaking Bollywood stereotypes. And before I invite my guests on stage, we do have a short preview to show you of Monica, Oh My Darling, the latest sensation on Netflix. Could we have the AV, please?
Ladies and gentlemen, दिल थाम के बैठिए क्योंकि आ रही है मैं
Kumar Rao, Huma Qureshi, Radhika Apte, and Vasant Bala.
All right. So let's just dive right in. This has to be as fun as that movie looks. I mean, there must be so many moments behind the scenes that hopefully you'll share with us today. But Raj, let me start off with you. You know, you're known for the unconventional in the roles you choose and the kind of lengths you go to actually create those roles and make them ones to remember, whether it's shaving your head, whether it's a weight change. You've got a whole host of others coming up with Anubhav Sinha, with Dharma. Tell us how you choose these roles and really what drives you, you know, how you really figure out how to really get into character.
Good evening, everyone. First of all, very honored to be here today, and again, actually, for the third time. Thank you so much. I think I like challenges as an actor. When I started, my first film was LSD, Love, Sex or Dhoka, which itself was such a big risk. And I think since then, you can say it's my training at the Film Institute, the kind of people I admired, the actors I admired while studying there, Daniel Day-Lewis and Robert De Niro, Meryl Streep, and the process and the passion they have for their craft. That's what inspires me to go to any length for my characters as well. And I don't like things which are too simple. Even in Newton, though it was a very simple, film, but I thought, let me just curl my hair. It was a 2.5-hour job every day, and let me just do some twitch with my eyes. Because I try and give something new to my characters. That's the only fun of being an actor. Otherwise, you guys would also get very bored seeing me doing the same thing again and again.
Absolutely, and you've got a whole host to your credit now. White Tiger, Ludo, and now Monica, oh my darling. I'm going to come back to you on some behind-the-scenes moments. But Radhika, let me come to you next. Welcome back to Netflix.
Thank you.
So what explained the hiatus? We had all those memes in the middle, and then there was a little bit of silence. You also went out and worked for some of the other OTTs. What was that experience like?
I mean, we are still renewing the contract. Netflix and I. Sorry, jokes apart. First of all, thank you so much for having us and good evening.
Share with us your experience, and you've spoken about how things have changed so much for you post-COVID and how you've been able to go out there and pick these kind of roles.
Good evening, everyone. No, absolutely. I think for me personally as an actor, definitely post-COVID things have changed a lot, and I think OTT has a huge part to play in that, whether it's been, say, a Maharani, or actually started with Netflix with Leila. A few years ago before that, and that was just the time when even Radhika was doing so much with Netflix, and I think we were the first women really to be headlining our own shows and to be doing that. And this was a time also when everybody was like, oh, don't do OTT, because, people will assume that you probably don't have a film. And that was the mindset. And today we're in a day and age where actually, it's completely a reversal of the situation, where today the credibility that working with a platform and the love and the reach that you get is immense. And I'm very happy that, it's sort of also empowered me in a way as an actor to also make braver choices. Like today my film releases XXL, which is a theatrical film as well, which is talking about, body shaming and talking about body positivity and female friendship. Maybe a few years ago, I wouldn't have had the means to, put together a film like that. But today it is releasing, and hopefully, it'll get the love that it deserves. But yes, the idea is to try and constantly push the envelope and try and do subjects that appeal to you and try and create female characters that are real, living, breathing, three-dimensional characters as opposed to just being cookie cutter.
So talking about breaking stereotypes, and Vasant, in terms of genres, this is, or you've always paid tribute to the, the Vijay Anand era, and, you love the dark comedy genre. Does OTT allow you to experiment a lot more? What more would you like to see when it comes to the digital medium and the kind of work that you experiment with?
Yeah, I mean, everything's, all like major platforms or avenues, they start off with the correct ideology and with the correct ideas in place. It's only when it gets too successful the problems start. But I think as of now, it's in a right space wherein the OTTs plus theatricals, they have seen their rounds of success and failure. So now I think the shoulders back on their head, and we're not really going ahead of ourselves, but backing content and trying to go with a vision and not trying to go with preconceived notions of what works and what doesn't. So I think it's a cyclical nature, everything is. And now I think we are in a nice, comfortable space wherein even in the future you will see films, especially on OTT, backed more with a vision rather than just algorithm or what works.
Raj, talk to us about the experience of Monica, Oh My Darling. You know, the working with everybody here, the kind of role that you had to play this time, some of the differences, you know, in character, the comedy, the darkness, what was different, what was exciting, what was exhilarating?
Well, Monica, My Darling is one of the quirkiest scripts I read till date. And I loved the script the moment I read it, and I knew that Vasan was editing it. And I've been a big fan of Vasan's work. I've known him for a very long time now and wanted to work with him. He doesn't know it, but when he was making Mad Ko Dar Nahi Hota, I got to know that he's looking for a martial artist. And me, being a trained martial artist, I actually called Anurag sir. And I said, sir, मैं भी martial artist हूँ. And he said, तेरा कोई video है? And I sent him actually a video, a small clip of mine where I'm kicking a football. It's on my Instagram somewhere. And of course, nothing worked out after that. But anyways, I'm glad it happened with Monica. So big fan of Vasan since then. And Shriram sir, whose brainchild is this story is, I think we all love him, the kind of films he makes. And these two ladies sitting here, Huma and Radhika. Huma is a very close friend as well. आप लोग हमें मैं पत्र लिखा Huma, another friend Vivek. We chill at home also, almost every day, just doing bakwas ki batein. And both are brilliant actors. Radhika, I never got a chance to work with her, always wanted to work with her. And I think, but this is not enough. I think we need to do another film together. Same goes for Huma. But I think this was a very easy set. You know, the kind of environment Vasan created on set was, everybody was having fun with their lines within the scenes. And Vasan never really pressurized us. He kept us free. He would give us that freedom to improvise and come up with our own stuff sometimes, which I love personally. So I think it was a very easygoing set. We shot during COVID, just right after the second wave. Yeah, it was tough that way, but I think we never really got any pressure, thanks to the great production team.
Vasan, what was it like reconnecting with everybody?
So obviously we used to bump socially on and off, but this is something that was really special. I mean, this is a film that I was dying to make. The script I really loved. And the cast that came together, I mean, then after that it was like really exciting every day. And also watching their individual processes was also fun. Because what I like about Raj is, he first gauges what his co-actor wants to do and then just goes according to the co-actor. He doesn't impose whatever he wants to do. So which was something lovely that I observed. And I think everyone gets affected by each other's performance, which means that one is not really in one's own bubble, but actually there at that moment wanting to experience characters. So I think all these things I could feel on set. Whenever they were acting, they were taking off each other's energies. There was a lot of respect. And it's a joy to watch, yeah? when those kind of energies happen.
So, Huma, you're playing a femme fatale in Monica, Oh My Darling, which is not quite a vamp, right? Tell us a little bit more about this character.
I mean, I have to first thank Vasan, for casting me as Monica, because I probably am not the conventional choice for a character like Monica, the femme fatale, the hot chick that everyone kind of is after. So, and I feel like he's sort of, so if I get any appreciation for this character or whatever, I think, it's a character I think we've created together, because it's also the maker has to first see it, and then as an actor you also contribute and you create like that character. It's fun. I mean, the only thing that was important for me is that, whenever you see a very ambitious woman or a very hot woman, one comes with a lot of preconceived notions about her morality or who she is and all of that. There's a lot of judgment that comes along with it. So we were just having fun with it. And how do you break that and also see her as a person? I think we managed to do that, because what you see is not what you get with all the characters actually in the film. And the same is true for Monica as well. I think it's definitely one of my most favorite performances that I had, you know, also such amazing actors to play with. I mean, although Radhika and I, we've done 2 films now, but we've never really had a scene together. So I blame Vasan and I blame Sriram, because we were in Badlapur together and we never had a scene together.
It feels like we've worked together,
but we haven't actually, technically speaking. No, although Vasan did create a moment which was never there in the script, where it's like his Paro Chandramukhi moment, where we sort of meet but we don't really meet. You know, it was like
Take
that.
it out.
Yeah. And Raj, of course, is a very dear friend and one of the best actors we have, you know, in the country. And like what Vasan said, you know, he just, a great actor to just play off. Like there's never like, oh, ye meri line hai, tu aise kar. You know, like some people come with a lot of like blocks. He was just, it was just easy. And we had some really like beautiful scenes together that I'm very, very proud of. And I've said that to him. So thank you, Raj.
Spoiler alert, but I'll say it. There's a scene, please go and check whenever the film comes out on 11th November. There's a scene between me and Huma, which is actually a physical fight scene. You have to watch out for that scene. It's okay, spoiler alert, but yeah. It's one of the best scenes ever, I think.
Too much fun we had.
No, and don't go by the trailer. There's actually a lot of surprises in this film from get-go. And Radhika, you have a lot of fun toying with his character in the film. You know, and it's based on a Punekar. I think you're from Pune. Is this based on anyone in real life?
No. There's a personality inside Vasan, maybe based on that little person inside him. But no. No, it's such a fun character. I mean, someone who absolutely adores authority, so could be based on a lot of people.
And that's breaking stereotypes in itself, isn't it? I mean, and I think you say that in the film.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's as Huma was saying earlier. I think he makes he's even my casting. I mean, I was so surprised that he approached me for that part, you know. And it's so nice for actors in general to be challenged like that and put in uncomfortable situations and say that, okay, you've never done this, now do that. So I'm very grateful.
Vasan, what's with the robots in the film? I mean, should I say it's about time the robots reach Bollywood, or I mean, you know, where did they come from?
So our film is an adaptation of a Japanese novel, and the robots were there in the Japanese novel, and being Japanese, anything can be there. So.
All right, cool. We won't give away too much, but you'll see that as well when you do watch it. Talk to us a little bit about, you know, what your favorite moments were in the film. A favorite moment, the most difficult to film, or the funniest, or anything that you can share with us behind the scenes.
I think we went with the flow. I mean, what happens in movies is you write the script, but then you shoot for logistics. Unfortunately, not every director or every filmmaker has the bandwidth to shoot chronologically. We kind of took the bull by the horns and kind of shot all the really heightened emotion scenes very early on, which I was really jittery about. But now looking back, I think glad it worked out, and probably, you know, it probably worked out for the best. So you never know. Cinema is a very unpredictable medium. There's no ideal way to shoot a film. There'll be certain logistics that will be given to you, and you'll have to wrap the film around it. And then you make your choices. So the film happened in that way. So which is why there was no moment to think of funny things and all, because you always had the heart in your mouth. But they really made it easy.
But I have to say this, he's the real funny one on set. Like normally it's the actors that are saying we are playing pranks and all. Vasan is the prankster on set. Tell them about your bottle challenge.
Oh no, that is just stress relief, yeah. So the DOP, that is the director of photography, Swapnil, he's very good at flipping bottles. So when I also took it on, and just felt like, you know, like a good stress reliever. And but yeah, I think Swapnil took it to a whole new level of obsession.
All right. Raj, you've got a couple of other roles coming up as well. And since we're talking about breaking stereotypes, I just want to understand how you're further pushing those boundaries. What can we look forward to? You know, I think you've got Bheer with Anubhav Sinha coming up, and Mr. and Mrs. Mahi with Dharma as well. What are you looking forward to? Because you're now at the top of, you have been at the top of your game for a while. You've been surprising and delighting the audiences with almost every piece of work. What's next?
Well, I'm trying to choose films or series which are really close to my heart, and films you know, that I can be proud of. I don't really sign a film thinking about anything else, that, you know, what will it do at the box office, because nobody really knows that. So at least do the kind of work that you can be proud of. You know, after 10 years, you would look back and people would still talk about those films. Like right now, we were just standing outside and people were still talking about Newton, our team, your team, and Shahid and Omerta, which is great. I want that in my filmography. So the next will be Bheed with Anubhav Sinha, as you said. Another one of the finest filmmakers we have in the country, so socially aware. Then there's Guns and Gulabs with Raj and DK, who are just amazing. Then there's Mr. and Mrs. Mahi with Janvi Kapoor, which is being produced by Dharma Productions. So 3 very different films, but films that I can't wait for you guys to watch.
And at a personal level, what were the stereotypes that you had to break when you first started out in the industry? And how is the perspective, or where you're standing from, how have things changed today?
Well, I was starting out, I used to go for auditions, and very rarely somebody would audition me for the lead part. They would always audition me for, a friend's part, or maybe a character who's got a 2-3 days work. And but I think Dibakar saw something, and actually I really had to push for that audition as well. But I'm glad I did, because that became my first film, and things changed after that. But I was aware, when I came to the city, I was I'm still not the most good-looking guy in the room, or not the tallest guy in the room, not the best build muscles. But I'm the most hard-working guy. I'm the hardest worker in the room. That is something which nobody can take away from me. And my love for my work is enough for me to keep going. I think that is something which has kept me going. A lot of people ask me that now, take it easy. It's fine. People know that you're a good actor now. Think about anything else. I said, no, it's not for people. It's for me. It was always for me. It will always be for me. I can't just take it lightly. I really have to give it all, because I love what I do. And all of us, I think we really love what we do.
No, and that comes through. And Huma, you were talking earlier about the kind of response you now see on digital, with the power of OTT. And in fact, Abhishek was echoing that earlier on today as well. Tell us about the kind of response you had for some of these very career-defining roles, whether it's Leila, whether it's what you're doing now, whether it's Double XL. Are you seeing the change?
In terms of
breaking the mold, in terms of people now adapting to the unconventional and seeing it as the new norm.
I think people are always ready for new content. I think, and what OTT has managed to even do further is make it more apparent. See, there's a certain conventional theatrical wisdom that, we don't know who created it, but oh, this doesn't work, that works. This is the kind of format of storytelling that people want to watch. But that's not necessarily true. Or these are the kind of stories that need to be seen or heard. Or this is what a hero should look like. Or this is what a heroine should look like. And this is not necessarily true. I think if you give people engaging content, they will try, and make time and pay money to watch it. And I feel definitely there's a huge sort of acceptability about that. Whether it's been subjects like Raj has done a film called Badhai Do, which is about homosexuality, which was really widely well received. Or just the kind of response I'm seeing from people in general, even with the Double XL, trailer coming out. We've been just crying and being like, thank you for making this film, because we feel seen, we feel heard, we feel somebody is telling us that just because we look a certain way, we don't deserve to be showcased or spoken about. And I feel like, and I've said this before also, I think it's a film for all people who've been made to feel that they are misfits somehow, and you don't need to necessarily feel that. So definitely I feel that there's a greater degree of acceptability and receptiveness to new themes, because I think people are also bored. And I think post-COVID, what has genuinely happened is that there's been an explosion of just the content people have consumed. We all have seen, global cinema, regional cinema, because we had nothing else to do. And I feel overall, the general content watching IQ, if I can call it that, has kind of, the bar has been raised. So we have to, as the industry, just give better stories to people to watch. And I think they will.
Are you getting comparisons to Helen post the release of this song? Comparisons to Helen and the original?
For the song, no, not at all. I think paap hai ye paap nahi karna chahiye humko kabhi bhi classics ko touch mat karo. And I think Helen ma'am is too special. So I think we had this conversation also when we were prepping for the song. एक तो ये जो मेरे director हैं, ये और Vijay Ganguly, मुझे एक दिन office बुला के they're showing me like a video of all Helen ma'am and Parveen Babi's like footage cut to the song, saying ऐसा सा कुछ shoot करेंगे. So I have died saying, how do you think I or anybody can match up to what they have done? But I think I think the song is nice. It's turned out really well, and we had too much fun shooting it. But I don't think you should touch a classic. But what we have done is try to create a original number which still has that retro feel and vibe. So kind of like a throwback and an ode to that era, which all of us really love. I think what Vasan set out to make is this very noir film set in, you know, India. And I feel we managed to succeed in doing that.
Radhika, in terms of, having now, worked with some of the other platforms, share with us what you feel are the kind of opportunities one does get with Netflix in the kind of variation of roles, the fact that you're able to perhaps experience a whole host of different, kinds of characters. What has that experience been like for you, especially now that you're doing this after a while?
I think what OTT platforms have brought is that there are two things. I think one is that the world has come closer in the sense that you can view content from across the world. So you're compared directly to that. So your standards need to really meet each other's. That's one, I think. And secondly, every project, whether it's a series or film, gets equal opportunity on a platform, OTT platform. In theaters, you don't have equal opportunity. A bigger producer will book more shows and more, and so numbers also matter. Here, you don't have to pay extra ticket to switch to another film or another series. So content started mattering more. And so I think because content mattered, then performances also mattered, writing mattered, everything mattered. And I think that's why, there is more content in general. There's more employment generated. So that's why a lot of people finally have work. And people who are so good and haven't been able to fetch as much work because of the numbers and the mathematics of the business are now getting the opportunities. So let's wait another 4 years and see where we are at.
And you also have a vantage point in terms of what's happening globally, in terms of the way OTT has allowed some of the content from here to be at par. And again, Abhishek on an earlier panel today was also talking about how very often some of our releases here are part of the global top 10. Do you feel even in terms of the topics that we're choosing, we are now a lot more international, we are covering more ground, we are bringing to the world some of these very genuine stories and issues?
I think we are expanding, right? In the sense that the more content, the more people need to come and make films and series. And then so the more, I hate the word outsiders, but I'm going to use it because the more people come from different backgrounds and diverse backgrounds, they will tell their stories. When people from every different, background, history, they tell their own genuine stories. They are universal. The more honest you are, the more universal you are. So I think that's also why.
Okay, Vasan, what's the one Bollywood stereotype you absolutely detest?
Stereotyping is obviously. We were tone deaf for a very long time. So I think we are now waking up and trying to understand other point of views. Earlier, I think we were pretty lazy and also had the privilege of ignoring any other point of view, but whatever was working. So we could categorize people, we could just, in broad strokes. I think now the conversations have opened up, so there is no one Bollywood stereotype as such, because some over the period of types could be loving as well, like use of songs and all. I don't really detest them, but I think talking about people, talking about race, talking about caste, talking about class, I think, and gender, I think those things, those are the stereotypes that probably need an awakening, and probably now there is a lot more aware conversation that is happening. So slow and steady, nothing should be, even this change shouldn't be arm twisted. Otherwise, then everything becomes the same. So.
Fair enough. In terms of what you've perhaps enjoyed on streaming platforms of late, anything else that you find has perhaps broken across boundaries, that has stood out, whether it be in terms of a story or a role? Huma, would you like to take that one?
Well, I really enjoyed Squid Game. I really, really enjoyed Squid Game. I don't know, and I'm eagerly waiting for season 2.
Well, good to know, good to know. Raj, what about you?
I enjoyed Money Heist a lot. Yeah. That was a Spanish show, a show which was released in Spain, and not many people actually took notice of that. And then Netflix picked it up, and then it became a rage. Now we all know who Professor is, who Tokyo is. So I think, yeah, that's the reason I think OTT plays such an important part in bringing cinema along the whole world, making it one. Because I would have never been able to watch a Money Heist or a Squid Game earlier. So I think now White Tiger is reaching in US, in UK, in Singapore, India, and we're hopeful for Monica My Darling as well, that it would release in more than 196 plus countries and we would get the same kind of love.
Absolutely. As an actor, Radhika, how do you prioritize in terms of the various roles that you get versus, balance in all the other passions that you probably have in personal life? How do you prioritize? Do you get time to do everything? And, what's the next goal for you?
I am just learning to prioritize. I think after the pandemic, I think it was a good wake-up call in a way to understand that there are so many other things I like and I want to also be able to do that. So just becoming more choosy, picking work that is purely, because I like it, and also learning different things, using my time in the best possible way.
And Huma, you've spoken about this too. You've talked about how, post the pandemic, it's really changed your worldview. Give us an insight into that again and how it's changed you as an actor in terms of how you think.
I know, I just stopped caring too much about what other people were thinking. And I was focusing more, I am trying to focus more on my craft and what I want to put out there in the world. I think what happens is when you're in this journey of, being an actor or an artist, you get so sometimes bogged down by external opinions. And I think I maybe somewhere in the middle kind of lost my way, where I wasn't so sure, or at least I wasn't backing my own instincts. I think what it allowed me to do these past few years is just slow down and be like, okay, question my reasons for what am I doing? Why am I doing? What do I want to leave out there in the world? And I feel it's really made me braver and not so concerned about too many external opinions as opposed to my own internal voice. And I think that's it's a very peaceful space to be in. So I could be doing films or characters or attempting things and they may not work and I may fall flat on my face. But it's fine because, I'm just going to have fun because we have to stop taking ourselves so seriously anyway.
Absolutely. Raj, you never get complacent after so many hits and successes, and you're never tempted to get a little bit complacent?
No, I can't, because this is the only thing which keeps me alive, which keeps me going, and as I said earlier, I can't take it lightly. My best time, I think, of my life is when I'm in front of the camera and I'm on a film set. That's where I'm the happiest, apart from being with Padavleka, of course, yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you all so much and all the best with this latest release. We hope to see a lot more of you here on this platform. A big round of applause to our panelists, please. Could I also request Dev Bhattacharya to join us on stage to offer a vote of thanks, Group Executive President at Aditya Birla Group.
all set for our next session. And this time, we're diving into the area of defense. The legacy of Shivaji Maharaj. Why everyone tries to claim the great Maratha. And to announce the panelists and to welcome them on stage, I'm going to hand over to my colleague, Gaurav Sawant, Managing Editor, Strategic Affairs and Defense, India Today Television. Gaurav, over to you.
इंद्रजिमी जंब पर बाड़व सुअंब पर रावण सदंब पर रघुकुल राज है तेजतम अंश पर कान्हा जिमी कंस पर त्यो मलेच्छ वंश पर शेर शिवराज है. That's Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, and these are lines of Mahakavi Bhushan. They've inspired a generation. They've inspired generations of warriors. They've inspired generations of Indians. Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. What does Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj mean for people like you and I, for India? The founder of the Hindvi Swaraj, the founder of a modern Indian state. Let me bring some of the finest voices on Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj on stage to talk about what Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj means for us. Let me invite on stage Vaibhav Purandare, author of Shivaji, India's great warrior king. Let me also take this opportunity to invite Manu Pillai, author and historian. Manu, welcome on stage. And Dr. Amol Kole, Member of Parliament, Lok Sabha, actor and doctor. Gentlemen, welcome. When we talk about Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj and Vaibhav, let me begin by asking you, Chhatrapati Shivaji, the first image that comes to your mind, the founder of a modern Indian state, the founder of a modern Indian navy?
Chhatrapati Shivaji is a singular figure in the history of India, Gaurav, and especially in the early modern history of India. Imagine an individual taking on an empire. It's hardly a contest. Imagine that the empire that he's taking on is one of the world's biggest and covers 1/5 of the world's land surface. And it's a completely hopeless situation. Yet, this man from one corner of the western Deccan takes on the Mughal Empire when it's at the height of its glory under Emperor Aurangzeb. And not only establishes his own independent sovereign state, but sows the seeds of the destruction of the Mughal Empire. He fashions a template of governance which is his own. He frames policies for responsible and responsive governance, rejigs completely the civilian, political and revenue administration, and he gives robust expression, above all, to values of religious plurality, values which Aurangzeb is actively and aggressively working against. So he's a pivotal figure, and he's certainly the progenitor of the Indian Navy, Gaurav.
The insignia of the Indian Navy has been taken from Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj's Navy. And how many people at that time knew? Yes, we've had a Chola Navy, Manu, but why is it that the credit now is given to Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj? Is this politics or is there more to it?
Well, can you hear me? Yeah, there's always politics because, you know, he's such a fascinating figure. And each political ideology can find something in him that they can appropriate. And this isn't a contemporary thing necessarily. If you look at the 19th century, take somebody like Jyotiba Phule. He sees Shivaji as a leader of peasants, somebody who's fighting for the people. And he actively plays down the Brahmin influence. Take somebody like Eknath, Tanaji, and he does the opposite. He says that it was actually Shivaji's Brahmin mentor, Dadoji Kondev, who was the one energizing Shivaji's activities. When Tilak comes into the picture, he's not interested necessarily in social reform in the same way as Phule is. He says, let's look at him as somebody fighting imperialism because we need to fight colonialism. So different groups at different times end up appropriating different sides of Shivaji. Ultimately, it's all one Chhatrapati. But because he's a king, he's done so many things that, everybody picks and chooses what they want, which continues even now. There's all kinds of debates as a result of that. But yes, I think on the naval principle, Vaibhav's covered that in his book as well. It's, let's say, a more recent example than the Cholas. There's greater evidence. The colonial period had already started. The Portuguese were already in the picture. Therefore, what he achieved attains a certain salience that perhaps we don't associate with the Cholas that easily.
Dr. Kole, you are an actor, you're a political leader, you're a doctor. For you, Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, is it about politics? Because as an actor, you've played the Chhatrapati. What does he mean to you?
See, there is one fact about Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. When you consider the great 17s of the world, if you consider the great 17s, Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj stands out to be the only king who was not born as a king, who never betrayed anyone to become a king. He sworn himself as a king, and when he passed away, till that time he was a king. If you apply this criteria, these 4 criteria, none of the great 17s stand on this criteria in front of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. And as Vaibhavji said, it's not only a kingdom. And as Manuji rightfully pointed out, the navy, this is not only building a navy, this is not only protecting a nation, this is a religious revolution. Because in that era, Samudra Paryatan, ये निषिद्ध माना गया था हिंदू धर्म में. That's why in 7th century Cholas had their navy, and then for 1,000 years, for 10 centuries, none of the Hindu king could build a strong navy, and that was the reason why Portuguese, Dutch, British, Arabs, everybody was conquering our country. And Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj was the king who realized this fact, and he built his own navy after 1,000 years. So he becomes a visionary, he was a revolutionary, और एक बहुत बड़ी बात है मेरे लिए छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज कि धर्म सत्ता और राज सत्ता. There is always a clash between religious authority and political authority. Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj set up an example in this land that religious authority should not overpower political authority. Instead, both should work hand in hand for the well-being of people. And most importantly, from political point of view, he was the first person जिन्होंने अपने kingdom को अपना नाम नहीं दिया. It was Rayatecha Rajya. It was not Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj's empire. It was not Bhosla empire. It was not Maratha empire. It was Swaraj. It was Rayatecha Raj. So I feel the foundation of democracy can be seen in Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj's Swaraj.
You know, when you talk about Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, was he way ahead of his times? Of course, the founder of a Hindvi Swaraj, a Hindu kingdom at a time when Aurangzeb or his part, the Mughal Empire, was at its peak. But at the same time, when we talk about Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj setting up a navy from scratch, 50 warships, but hundreds of trade ships apparently, am I right?
Yeah, close to 700 trading vessels that he had. Now, it's astonishing. There's been a lot of comparison between the Chola Navy and Shivaji's Navy. Now, there's a difference here. There's a significant difference, and there's a reason that Chhatrapati Shivaji stands out in this respect. Now, the Cholas were undoubtedly great. They were warriors, they were conquerors, they were kings. They went all the way to Southeast Asia. But after the Chola Empire disintegrates in the 1250s, for 500 years, like Dr. Kolhe pointed out, neither the Mughal Empire, nor the Bahmani kingdoms, nor the Nizam Shahi, nor the Adil Shahi, nor the Qutub Shahi, nobody in this land recognizes the significance of the coastline in terms of both defense and trade. Chhatrapati Shivaji is alone among his contemporaries to recognize that significance. And astonishingly, when he starts his political career, India's vast coastline is dominated by 4 foreign powers. The British, the Portuguese who've come and started ruling Goa from 1510 onwards, the French and the Dutch. And there are the African Siddhis as well. And not a single Indian ruler has thought of building a navy. And at the age of 28 and 29, he starts building his navy from scratch. He's got absolutely no technology to build a navy. So he borrows technology from the British and from the Portuguese. And there are letters from the Mughal emperor to the British officials in Western India saying, your people are building Shivaji's navy. Are you cooperating or collaborating with Shivaji? And they are saying, no. And it's all there in the records that no, but he's paying up engineers. He's taking away our engineers and taking the help of the technology they have to build his own navy. This activity of his begins in 58-59 in Kalyan, Bhiwandi, Thane district along the western coastal belt. And by the year 1674, by the time he's 44 years old and he's crowned as an independent king, as a Chhatrapati, as the bearer of the royal umbrella, he has 50 vessels which are into combat. They are of different quality, they are varying quality rather. Some are swift moving vessels in the sea, some are really heavy vessels which can carry cannon and other stuff like that. And there are close to 700 trading vessels that he sends out to countries even in Western Asia to carry out trade. So he's singular again in this respect. And that is the difference between him and the Cholas. Also about the Cholas, one thing we need to keep in mind is the Cholas have had an intrinsic awareness about the importance of the waters because their kingdom was born in a river valley. So they had that inner awareness. Chhatrapati Shivaji starts out in the mountains in the Deccan. And he slowly, systematically starts moving towards the sea because he sees the importance of the sea when nobody else has recognized it. And eventually he builds his kingdom, Raigad.
His father's fighting in the south. So he's raised by a woman who sort of, and all this is the popular history, right? It's his mother who energizes something in him to go out and do something special. He starts working from within the frame and within the debris of the old system, but then creates something new. He also faces a lot of personal challenges. There's illness towards the end. There seems to be domestic discord towards the end. His son defects briefly. So every aspect of his life has drama, it has valor, it has vision, it has a whole series of things happening. So it's not surprising that Indians from the colonial period especially, of course his story was well known before that, decided to appropriate him as an icon. First as a regional icon and then quickly he became a national icon because the ingredients were all there. Now the result is that in post-independence India, again political parties end up choosing different sides of it. Some people say he was a secular figure, except that secularism wasn't a feature or a characteristic or a value as such in his time. Pluralism might be the correct word, but not necessarily modern secularism as we know it. Others say that he was a protector of the Hindus, which is true if you look at his kingly narrative. Once he's crowned Chhatrapati, and in the Shiva Bharata, for example, he does talk about wiping out Necha Dharma. He does talking about Hindavi Swaraj and themes like that. But all the same, if you look at his own father's name, his uncle's name, they were named after a Muslim Sufi saint called Shah Sharif. So the pluralism is there, but his kingly narrative also gives some wind in the sails of political Hinduism. So different parties using him in different ways or using...
That you wouldn't want to delve into even if you wanted to?
It's actually individual choice. Talking about...
Or your voters' choice.
Talking about myself, I try to put Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj more in analytical way. I always try to see which is the need of the hour. कि छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज सिर्फ सर पर लेकर नाचने की बात नहीं है, वो उनकी वैल्यू समझने की बात है. For political things, yeah, when you hail Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, जब आप जय शिवराय बोलते हो, जब आप छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की जय बोलते हो, तो along with that जय जयकार, some responsibility also comes to you. There are many kingdoms which might be bigger than Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, which might be wealthier than Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. But if we try to understand why still Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj is national icon or is dear to us, is our pride, I find that the moral values, the strong moral ground Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj Swaraj had, that is the reason. And yes, for any political party, before hailing Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, they have to introspect about that moral ground. For personally, as you say, Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj is an ideal example of जिसे हम आसक्ति और विरक्ति कहते हैं. So इतना बड़ा empire खड़ा करने के बाद भी he could say idam na mama, हे माझं नाही. It's up to everyone how he practices Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj in his own life. Like I'm an MP, I'm member of parliament. We are entitled to get 36 business class travels during parliament. I practice Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj in a manner that I haven't traveled by business class. I don't travel by business class. I don't avail that facility. Because this is a practice of asakti and virakti. I don't take police guard. I don't take security. क्योंकि अगर रहतेचं राज्य, रहतेचं स्वराज्य, ये अगर आप मानते हो, तो why should be afraid of your own people? So this is, I feel, any political party or any political person can practice the values taught or laid down in this land by Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj as per his own vision.
And there's so much that he did that is not very well known, because some may want to see him as yes, he is the founder of the Hinduvi Swaraj, he is a Hindu king, but how many people know that two of his admirals were actually Muslims, Ibrahim Khan Gardi, or there were others who were very close to him, and he always ensured, if I remember reading correctly, that the Quran must be respected, women must be respected. He made that very clear. Followed it.
Yeah. Gaurav, I believe that Chhatrapati Shivaji was out to create essentially a Hindu polity. I agree with Manu that the word secularism does not really apply. It's a Hindu polity which is broadly inclusive in nature and does not discriminate between people of different faiths. And it's a deeply humanistic philosophy, you know, based on the teachings of the Bhakti saint poets of Maharashtra and of the Deccan. You look at his sense of pluralism, and Kafi Khan, one of his worst critics, who at one point in time calls him a hell dog, says in writing that Shivaji had given express instructions to his soldiers that if they found a copy of the Quran anyway during their campaigns or when they were conquering a fort or any place, they had to treat it with the highest respect and return it to its rightful owner. Similarly, if women were captured or children were captured, they had to be returned home with the respect they deserved. One of the earliest decisions he takes in his life when he's looking after his father's Jagir in Pune at the age of 16 is against the entrenched vested interests. There is a police patil, a guy who's head of the administrative and revenue jurisdiction of the village, and he carries out a sexual assault against an ordinary woman villager. And one of Shivaji's earliest letters and orders is about that woman, saying that first he verifies whether the complaint is correct or not. Once he is convinced that it's correct, he gives him capital punishment. Now, we are not in the era of capital punishment, but this is what he does at the age of 16. And that sends out a message right across the region that this man is actually taking on the entrenched interests. He's taking on vested interests. He's taking on people who have hereditary grants of rights, the Watandars, the Zamindars, and all these people. And that is how ordinary faceless people come to demonstrate so much loyalty for him that they're willing to lay down their lives for him.
But in today's day and age, Manu, some aspects about the Chhatrapati, because of politics, does it become a landmine to write or not to write about it, whether he's seen as a Gau Brahman Pratipalak, or he's seen as someone whose coronation led to an issue being raised at that point of time. When it was written about in books, it had to be removed from those books.
There's the famous James Lane episode, for example, which I think boils down to one sentence in his book, which was controversial. Now, you take that sentence, I'm not going to talk about it, but it was a lewd remark about his parents. And the thing is, you zoom out and you see that lots of historical figures in India, there are similar stories that people have concocted about them. And you realize that, hold on, this is just a way to, in a sense, dilute the value of the person. And some groups within Indian society have also tried this. From Adi Shankaracharya onwards to Mahatma Ayankali in Kerala, you have similar stories. So then, even talking about that upsets people, and that the archives in Pune, the Bhandarkar Institute was attacked and so on, which was unfortunate because, they had nothing to do with it. Then there's the fact that sometimes we are not comfortable talking about the historical evolution of the icon. The icon did not come fully ready-made to us in the 20th century. Some people looked at it, picked out certain things and then celebrated that. For example, in the 1880s, it was found that Chhatrapati's Samadhi in Raigad was in a state of complete disrepair. And I think it was Ranade who first made the effort to try and get something done. And the Bombay government allotted 4 rupees. 10 years later, Tilak takes it over and he has this huge newspaper campaign and people donate 15,000 rupees altogether, ordinary people. But the Maratha princes of the time actually don't donate large sums of money, including the Chhatrapati's own descendant. Because they're actually donating to education, they're donating to these other sanस्थas that are there, and they don't really see this necessarily as a very important thing. There's of course again that Brahmin Maratha politics to it, because Tilak and the Congress is dominated by Brahmins, so that comes into the picture. Sometimes when people talk about these processes, in that colonial period, it can become a bit sensitive. But I think with a bit of maturity, we can talk about it. It's not such a big deal.
Considering when people talk about Napoleon or when they talk about others, Chhatrapati Shivaji, Dr. Kohli was huge. But is he at times politically reduced to just being, a caste figure or a regional figure for regional politics? And that needs to be avoided, isn't it, sir?
Yes, I totally agree with that. He should not be restricted or he should not be reduced to only caste or only region. Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj is much beyond that, but it lies right from the educational point of view. We are not ready to go analytically towards any of our great figures of the nation.
So similarly, if you apply like management principles to Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj stands out very tall with SWOT analysis, with leadership skills, everything. If you apply social engineering principles to Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj Ashtapradhan Mandal, the ministry, is an ideal example of social engineering in that era. The people from different castes, according to their gene pool specialities, were collected together and they were motivated towards a very larger goal. So these things are deficient in REA, but we look at history as only pride. We don't look at history as an analytical view. तो एक बहुत simple बात होती है कि Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, when Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj was born, is our first question to answer in our schools. Our schools don't teach कि what values of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj you should inculcate in your life. हमारी value, हमारा ये आता है Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj के गुरु कौन थे, और इस पे हम लोग लड़ना शुरू करते हैं, लेकिन हम लोग ये वैल्यू नहीं बताना चाहते कि छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज इज एन आइडियल एग्जांपल ऑफ adaptation to nature, adaptation to society, adaptation to the social needs. और ये values अगर सामने आए तो definitely it's not only political thing, it's our mindset of every Indian, not just to adore but to analyze and inculcate.
Absolutely. And आपने अष्टप्रधान मंडली का जिक्र किया. That was an era, Vaibhav, when everyone was talking about Persian names and Persian seals to sound really big. Didn't Chhatrapati make that big switch? We are talking about decolonization in 2022. Chhatrapati Shivaji did it in his times with a Sanskrit seal and a Sanskrit name.
That's remarkable, because the royal insignia of Chhatrapati Shivaji's father and his mother was in Persian. The insignias of all the Hindu Rajas of the south at the time, those who still existed in the Persianate age, we can correctly call it the Persianate age, were in Persian. And those Rajas also used to call themselves the Sultans after the Sultanates. But Chhatrapati Shivaji, again at the age of 16, brings out his own insignia, which is not in Persian, unlike his parents' insignia. It's in Sanskrit. Then, at the time of his coronation in 1674, when he forms his Ashtapradhan or Council of Ministers, he tells his officials to create an altogether new dictionary which will replace the Persian terms with Sanskrit words for names of ministers, for titles and designations given to officials and all of that. Remarkably, one of his big lieutenants, Netaji Palkar, defects and goes to Aurangzeb. He spends 10 years in the northwest as Muhammad Quli Khan. And he comes back to Shivaji, disappointed with Aurangzeb's reign, his repression of Hindus, and all of that. And Shivaji reconverts him to the Hindu faith. He also rebuilds the Saptakoteshwar temple, which the Portuguese have destroyed in Goa. So he will not allow his own cultural, social, and civilizational identity to be obliterated. And at the same time, he will be inclusive and highly tolerant of other communities and respect other faiths and their holy books as well. During his raid of Surat, his first raid of Surat, he actually gives instructions to his soldiers not to touch the church of the French missionaries there. And he asks his soldiers to protect that church because he believes those people are doing good work there.
So much to learn, so much to learn, so much to imbibe and emulate. I've run out of time on this part of the discussion, but for joining me here on this India Today Conclave special, gentlemen, many thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And if I could just request Dinesh Bhatia to join us on stage, the Group CEO of India Today Group, to thank our panelists. Also a reminder that you can buy Vaibhav Purandare and Manupillai's books and get them signed at the Author's Corner, that's just opposite the all-day Conclave Cafe. Gentlemen, thank you. And Gaurav, do stay with us. The next topic of discussion is decoloniality, Hindutva, victimhood, nationalism. To decode that for you, I will go back across to Gaurav Sawant.
Is India still suffering a colonial hangover? Why was King George V's statue at the Central Vista till 1968, more than 2 decades after independence? Has Prime Minister Narendra Modi embarked on a bigger mission to reclaim India's rich civilizational heritage? And does that happen only by renaming Rajpath as Kartavya Path, or is there something much bigger that is happening right now? The talk of a Divya Bhavya Ram Mandir at Ayodhya, the Kashi Corridor, the Kedarnath Dham, the Mahakal Lok at Ujjain. Is this agenda political or is it civilizational? To take this forward, joining me on this special, J. Sai Deepak. He's an author and lawyer. Sai, please join us on stage. Professor A.G.K. Menon, architect and conservationist. Professor Menon, please join us on stage, sir. And of course, Sanjay Nirupam, former member of Parliament of the Congress Party. Sir, स्वागत है आपका मंच पर. Sai, let's begin by talking about the Central Vista project. Just by renaming Rajpath as Kartavyapath, is this decolonization that we're talking about, or is there something much deeper that's happening right now in our country?
So I think, first of all, thank you for choosing this particular topic. I think it's extremely relevant. Perhaps prasangik is the word that it translates to as far as Hindi is concerned. I think there are two things that must be considered when you're looking at the Central Vista project. One is, of course, changing the hard infrastructure, and the second is the soft infrastructure. Both of them, according to me, go hand in hand. It's not just enough to simply change the look and feel of the particular place, but naming has a certain value. So, of course, contrary to popular perception that naming is essentially merely a symbolic or optical activity, I believe it has a deeper resonance. And that is, of course, one of the beliefs as far as Hindu philosophy itself is concerned. But the larger message that I think is being sent, or at least is sought to be sent, is that perhaps Bharat is moving away from its colonial vestiges and is trying to reinvent itself on its own terms, using its own, let's say, philosophy. And therefore, if you're looking at merely independence from a political perspective, it translates to Swarajya. But applying your own principles and value systems to the manner in which you govern yourself and the manner
that we have to move on. We have left colonialism behind. We have to go forward. The question is how? How do we go forward? Do we do that by, as you mentioned, surgical strikes? Or do we do it by a certain evolution where we keep the past and move forward? We don't excise the past. We build on it. We develop it. And we root our future in the past. So there is a matter of perception. So I would put it this way, that it was not a surgical strike, not a, shall we say, a strategic masterstroke, but it was sort of a post-colonial self-goal. We have sort of forgotten the fact that we are a civilization, a long civilization, and we have to move on, keeping all that, the good and the bad of the past, and move forward.
संजय निरुपम जी, 1968 तक, 1947 में स्वतंत्रता मिली, 1968 तक किंग जॉर्ज पंचम की मूर्ति सेंट्रल विस्टा में थी. तो क्या वो मानसिक दास्ता लगातार रही है हम लोगों के मन में कि 2022 में जाके राजपथ का नाम कर्तव्य पथ किया गया?
देखिए, ऐसा है, आज हम एक ऐसे एज में जी रहे हैं जब एक इंडियन ओरिजिन का व्यक्ति इंग्लैंड का प्राइम मिनिस्टर बन रहा है, ऋषि सुनक. हम एक ऐसे एज में जी रहे हैं जब पतंजलि ने मेरे ख्याल से 2500-3000 साल पहले जिन योग सूत्रों को लिखा, बनाया, वो पूरी दुनिया योग में रंगी हुई है. ऐसे समय में डीकोलोनाइजेशन जैसा कोई कॉन्सेप्ट मतलब ही नहीं लगता. कहते हैं कि वर्ल्ड इज ए ग्लोबल विलेज. तो अब जब ग्लोबलाइजेशन के इस दौर में जैसे ही आप डीकोलोनाइजेशन की बात करते हैं, डीकोलोनियलिटी की बात करते हैं, मुझे लगता है कि हम थोड़ा रिग्रेसिव हो रहे हैं. ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने रेड फोर्ट से अपने भाषण में कहा कि जो क्या बोलते हैं कि कोलोनाइजेशन की जो एक माइंडसेट से बाहर निकलना चाहिए. ये सच है, ये हिंदुस्तान के इतिहास का हिस्सा है कि हम वर्षों तक कोलोनाइज थे. इस बात से इनकार कोई नहीं कर सकता, इसको कोई मिटा भी नहीं सकता. आप राजपथ को कर्तव्य पथ कर दीजिए, औरंगजेब का जो नाम है रोड के ऊपर, रोड औरंगजेब का नाम बदल दीजिए. कोई औरंगजेब का समर्थक नहीं है, लेकिन औरंगजेब का पन्ना आप इतिहास से नहीं निकाल सकते. दैट्स अ पार्ट ऑफ योर हेरिटेज, दैट्स अ पार्ट ऑफ योर हिस्ट्री. मैं क्या कहना चाह रहा हूं? मैं ये कहना चाह रहा हूं कि अब एक रोड का नाम बदलने से कुछ नहीं होगा. आप नया भारत बनाना चाहते हैं, बिल्कुल बनाइए, हम आपके साथ खड़े हैं, लेकिन नया रोड बनाइए ना. बुंदेलखंड में एक रोड बनता है, आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी उसका उद्घाटन करते हैं, हफ्ते 10 दिन के अंदर पूरा रोड ही बह जाता है बारिश में. आप साहब एक मोरबी पुल क्या था? 140 साल पुराना पुल है, अंग्रेजों के जमाने में बनाया था. वहां के मोरबी के जो राजा थे, यूरोपियन टेक्नोलॉजी का इस्तेमाल हुआ था. 7 महीने पहले बंद होता है.
उसका रिपेयरिंग होती है। तो जो अंग्रेजों के जमाने में बनाया हुआ पुल था कभी नहीं गिरा, 7 महीने में जो रिपेयरिंग होती है वो पुल गिर जाता है। अभी एक वंदे भारत ट्रेन चली है, आज तक कभी आपने सुना कि ट्रेन मवेशी से टकरा, ट्रेन टूट गई? 4 बार टूट चुका है ट्रेन। मेरा कहना, मैं गवर्नमेंट का क्रिटिसिज्म सिर्फ क्रिटिसिज्म के लिए नहीं कर रहा हूं, मैं कह रहा हूं हिंदुस्तान में डेवलपमेंट का काम होना चाहिए, प्रोग्रेसिव अप्रोच लेके चलिए।
नहीं तो जब एक नई संसद बनती है जी, एक संसद का नया भवन बन रहा है अगर, और अगर नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस की मूर्ति लगती है या एक राष्ट्रीय समर स्मारक बनता है, आप ये सोचिए कि 1947 से हम युद्ध लड़ रहे हैं, 1947 से हमारी वीरता आ रही है, लेकिन इंडिया गेट ही बना रहा, आपने एक अपना राष्ट्रीय समर स्मारक नहीं बनाया। तो क्या ये दास्ता थी साई, या हम लोग बस पुराना काट के
मैं जोड़ता हूं एक चीज, दीपक साहब एक चीज जोड़ देता हूं मैं। देखो, ये जो कॉलोनियलिज्म के माइंडसेट से हम जब बाहर निकलना शुरू किए थे ना, वो तो बहुत पहले शुरू हो गया था। 1929 में जब पूर्ण स्वराज्य की घोषणा की गई थी, तो किसने घोषणा की थी? पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू ने, जिसकी बैशिंग आज होती रहती है। और किसने विरोध किया था उसका? स्वयं महात्मा गांधी जी ने विरोध किया था। इसके ऊपर नेहरू जी के पिताजी मोतीलाल नेहरू ने कहा कि नहीं, डोमिनियन स्टेटस में ही रहेंगे हम। डोमिनियन स्टेटस मतलब क्या? जो आज ऑस्ट्रेलिया और न्यूजीलैंड का हाल है। यानी तब नेहरू जी ने कहा कि हमको इस दास्ता की मानसिकता से बाहर निकलना पड़ेगा, हिंदुस्तान की अपनी पहचान बनानी पड़ेगी, और उसके लिए उन्होंने 1930 में 26 जनवरी को तिरंगा लहराया, और वही 26 जनवरी बाद में रिपब्लिक डे बनता है। माय पॉइंट इज कोलोनियलिज्म के खिलाफ निकल, उस माइंडसेट के खिलाफ निकलने का जो प्रक्रिया है वो बहुत लंबी है, बहुत दिनों से चल रही है।
नहीं, लेकिन वो
लेकिन
1930 में शुरू हुई। ठीक, साई आपको उत्तर देना चाहते हैं। साई,
See, there are two aspects. जब भी colonial, whenever you speak of decolonization or when you speak of decoloniality, the unfortunate problem is the conversation somehow is immediately muddled with development, as if decolonization from a mental perspective and a cultural perspective is somehow at loggerheads with our developmental goals. A society which fundamentally lacks self-confidence with respect to its own roots, even if it succeeds, is going to succeed on the basis of the rules which are established by the West. Itna globalization hua hai, but the fact of the matter is, identity still remains relevant. When it comes to Ukraine, when it comes to Russia, when it comes to the global stage today, the West is very, very clear that it is seeing a certain assault on its own values. And just as Russia believes that it is effectively repelling Western colonialism, therefore, notwithstanding these platitudes with respect to globalization, the fact remains that roots, origins and culture and identity still matter. That's point number one. Point number two, we need not think that when it comes to culture, it somehow is at loggerheads with development, or development is at loggerheads with culture. Both of them go hand in hand. I'll give you a simple example. Just as us, around the same time, Israel became independent on the 16th of May 1948. And that particular state also inherited certain institutions, just as India did from the British colonizer. However, as soon as it gained independence, political independence, they started speaking of introduction and revival of Hebrew as a language as far as their education system is concerned. They managed to revive a dead language. Bharat still does not have the confidence to speak of Sanskrit. Bharat still thinks that Sanskrit happens to be, it revolves around the politics of the particular language. We don't even have the confidence to revive our own languages because we believe that it's a dead language.
एक बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग एस्पेक्ट आपने रेज किया है संजय नूरपम जी, भाषा पर भी हम चर्चा करेंगे, लेकिन उससे पहले डू वी टेक मोर प्राइड इन इंग्लिश दैन हिंदी? डू वी थिंक अरे वो तो संस्कृत बोलता है, उसको हम क्या समझेंगे? तो क्या ये भी मानसिक दास्ता है हम लोगों की? बट बिफोर दैट आई वांट टू वंस अगेन कम बैक ऑन द इशू ऑफ सेंट्रल विस्टा. 2013 there was an effort that Lutyens Bungalow Zone or New Delhi should be declared a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Is that same mansik dasta that we speak of, or is that something that's a part of our culture and we need to move with it? Professor Menon, your take first.
Well, I think in the profession I've been in, conservation, I find that on the one hand, we are very proud of our past. On the other hand, we do a lot of injustice to our past in practice. I talk as an urban planner, I talk as a conservationist, and I find that we are not able to visualize a future which includes the past, which means that we are not able to respect the past. And that was because the colonials taught us not to respect the past, but only the future, which was introduced by them. And today in 2022, when we do, whether it's a Vishwanath Dham project, or whether it is the Central Vista, we look elsewhere for inspirations to make the new. We don't try and develop it from what existed. So Vishwanath Dham project, for example, I'm just horrified at the fact that here's a historic city, we raise 80 acres of it and build a mall and say we have done something fantastic, we have preserved the park, we have preserved Vishwanath Dham. The temple is still there, but everything else around it has been destroyed. So as a conservationist, as an urban planner, I'm saying, what are we doing?
No, what is chaos? मतलब अगर हम एक दिव्य भव्य मंदिर की सोचें, एक दिव्य भव्य मंदिर की कल्पना करें, is that better, or a chaotic street where getting to that dham itself is an absolute nightmare? Is that Sai Deepak, is that the crisis that we are talking about? Recently I was in Kedarnath covering the Prime Minister's visit, and is that slavish mentality? Did we have that slavish mentality कि हम अपने धामों को develop ही नहीं करेंगे?
No, there are three issues that you have to seriously consider now. I think it becomes very, very crucial. We are being told that after independence, there is no need to discuss decolonization further. The job is done and dusted. Try addressing the Supreme Court of this country in an Indian language, even Hindi for that matter, and not any other Indian language for that matter, as opposed to English. I'm sure you know that a couple of years ago, one of the judges of the Supreme Court effectively shot down a particular submission that was being made in Hindi, saying this is the Supreme Court of India and the only language that is acceptable in this particular forum happens to be English. Now you please tell me, अगर ये मानसिक दास्ता को नहीं दर्शाता है, तो क्या दर्शाता है? Second, I don't know how many people have visited the Golden Temple. In 2013 and 14, the situation was very different in terms of the approach road, and subsequently there is a vast difference in terms of the approach road. So when beautification of the Harmandir Sahib was undertaken, we did not have these conversations as if culture, past and development are at loggerheads with each other. That conversation seems to happen only when it comes to Kashi Vishwanath. To preserve the sanctity of that particular place does not mean that you allow it to constantly be steeped in the past, so much so that it is not even amenable to any kind of pedestrian approach. You're not even able to walk to that particular place with a certain degree of comfort. I don't think we need to be able to reduce the question of sanctity to such a point that the place is stuck in the very same age that the British left it. That shouldn't be the approach, according to me, as far as development is concerned or even culture is concerned.
Sanjay Nirupam ji, क्या हमारे तीर्थ स्थलों का, धार्मिक स्थलों का ये जो जीर्णोद्धार इस समय कहा जा रहा है, हो रहा है, चाहे एक भव्य राम मंदिर बनाने की बात हो, या फिर केदारनाथ धाम का मार्ग बनाना हो, या फिर काशी कॉरिडोर हो, या महाकाल लोक हो, क्या ये राजनीति है या एक बड़ा सिविलाइजेशनल चेंज लाने का प्रयास हो रहा है?
नहीं, सिविलाइजेशनल चेंज ऐसा तो कुछ मैं नहीं मान सकता. निश्चित तौर पर इन मंदिरों का विकास होना चाहिए, चाहे काशी कॉरिडोर हो या उज्जैन का महाकाल कॉरिडोर हो या फिर भव्य राम मंदिर बनाने की बात है. बिल्कुल इसका समर्थन है, इसके खिलाफ कोई नहीं है. लेकिन कल्पना करिए 1947 के बाद जब नेहरू जी जब प्रधानमंत्री बने और जब उन्होंने भी ये सोचा होता कि चलो चुपचाप टोटल फोकस करते हैं मंदिरों के विकास पे, तो कभी आप सैटेलाइट बना सकते थे, कभी आप रॉकेट बना सकते थे, कभी आप मंगल पे भेज सकते थे अपना सैटेलाइट, कभी चंद्रयान भेज सकते थे. तो उन्होंने एक साइंटिफिक टेम्पर की बात की. साइंटिफिक टेम्पर मतलब कॉलोनियल माइंडसेट नहीं हुआ. साइंटिफिक टेम्पर मतलब एक प्रोग्रेसिव अप्रोच हुआ. बट नेहरू जी वाज नेवर अगेंस्ट एनी टेम्पल. नेहरू जी नेवर ऑर्डर्ड पुलिस टू डिमोलिश टेम्पल. तो अपनी अपनी प्रायोरिटी होती है. तो ये सरकार की अगर प्रायोरिटी, तो हम इसका विरोध नहीं कर रहे हैं. लेकिन इसके साथ साथ एम्स तो नेहरू जी ने बना के दिया आपको. उस एम्स का जितना विस्तार कर सकते हैं करिए, हम इसका स्वागत करेंगे. जितने हॉस्पिटल, जितने स्कूल बनाना चाहे बनाइए आप, जितने रोड बनाना चाहे बनाइए, जितने पुल बनाना चाहिए बनाइए. वर्ल्ड क्लास पुल बना के दीजिए आप हमको, अच्छे रेलवे बना के दीजिए हमको. अंग्रेजों ने हमको ट्रेन दिया. अब जो बार बार मानसिक दास्ता की बात होती है, मैं एक दो बात इसमें जोड़ना चाहता हूं. पूरा जो सिविलाइजेशन डेवलप होता है ना, वो एक बहुत लंबा प्रोसेस होता है. ये लोग दोनों लोग हिस्टोरियन है, लोग बता सकते हैं. एक दिन में नहीं बनता कुछ. और जब एक सिविलाइजेशन का जब डेवलपमेंट होता है, जब सभ्यता का विकास होता है, आती जाती हैं, उसको हम आप जब कहेंगे कि नहीं मानसिक दास्ता से बाहर निकलना है, तो जो बाहर से आई हुई चीज उसको बाहर निकाल दो. संभव है? समोसा हमारा नहीं है, निकाल देंगे हम। चिकन करी पूरी दुनिया में दूसरे नंबर का सबसे मशहूर भोजन है, उसको निकाल देंगे क्या? वो हमारा नहीं है, मुगल लेके आए।
नहीं, लेकिन एक तरफ हम बात कर रहे हैं योग की।
इनवाइट किया है, that has become a part of Indian civilization. That was never existed in Harappan civilization, या वैदिक पीरियड में भी नहीं था, लेकिन आज वो इंडियन सिविलाइजेशन का एक हिस्सा है। उसको ये नहीं कह सकते कि मुगल दास्ता का एक प्रतीक है, इसको निकाल के बाहर फेंक दो। आप इंडिया गेट तोड़ नहीं सकते, आप गेट ऑफ इंडिया तोड़ नहीं सकते, हालांकि वो एक अंग्रेज राजा के सम्मान में बनाया गया था।
साई आपको फिर उत्तर देना चाहते हैं, क्योंकि एक तरफ बात हो रही है योग को, जो भारत की देन है पूरी विश्व को, उसको और फैलाया जाए।
मैं सुन नहीं पा रहा हूं बहुत ज्यादा, या तो पता नहीं।
My response to
Sai wants to respond.
Yeah, my response to I think there's a lot of echo, that's why. I think one of the things that Mr. Sanjay Nirupam will have to consider is, in stark contrast to the confidence with which the current dispensation is embracing its civilization, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru had a serious problem with the reopening of the Somnath temple. That is a question that needs to be addressed. On the one hand, Dr. Menon says that we must respect our past, but it seems that in our own heads we have certain cutoff points. Until what point can the past be respected? If it happens to be until the Mughal past, it is certainly worthy of discussion. But if there is a discussion with respect to the pre-colonial, pre-Mughal, pre-Islamic period of Bharat, that discussion effectively enters the realm of Hindutva for some weird reason. It's almost as if we are being told that thus far and no further, any discussion with respect to Bharat's history that speaks of a period which did not have a Christian presence or a Muslim presence is certainly not acceptable as far as Bharat's current public discourse is concerned, because somehow it militates the concept of secularism. Let me also make this point. When we speak of a civilization narrative forward and when we speak of a decolonial way forward, it does not speak of removal of certain episodes from Bharat's history. It actually says that the whitewashing and the distortion that these periods of history have been subjected to over the last 60, 70 years, it needs to be reset, and there needs to be a certain degree of balance as far as these discussions are concerned. But even then, when the discussion starts, you're being accused of saffronization because you're not allowed to present those facts. So it appears that our approach to past and civilization is particularly selective depending on the vichardhara or the ideological camps that we are all placed in. So these cut-off periods is what I think the discussion is on.
Professor Menon and Sanjay Nirupam wants to respond to you. Sanjay ji, बात ये हो रही है कि भारत का सदियों पुराना इतिहास है, हजारों वर्ष पुरानी हम सभ्यता है, विश्व की सबसे पुरानी सभ्यता जो अभी भी जीवित है और प्रगति कर रही है। हमारा इतिहास न केवल 200 साल अंग्रेजों का है, न उससे पहले 800 साल जो आतताई हमारे देश पर आते गए, आक्रमण करते गए, बन के यहां रह गए, कुछ चले गए, ऐसा इतिहास नहीं है। हम अपनी पुरानी सभ्यता पर बात करने से क्या घबराते हैं?
नहीं, कभी नहीं घबराते, और घबराना भी नहीं चाहिए। हम 5000 साल पुरानी सिविलाइजेशन के हिस्सा हैं, हमारे लिए गर्व की बात है। लेकिन कुछ लोग हैं जो बार बार एक डर का माहौल पैदा कर रहे हैं कि साहब हम खतरे में हैं, हम बर्बाद, अरे यहां शक आए, कुषाण आए, हूण आए, टर्क्स आए, पूरा आप स्लेव जो डायनेस्टी का राज चला इंडिया के ऊपर, मुगल्स आए, उससे पहले लोधी आए थे, उसके बाद अंग्रेज आए, हिंदू धर्म का तो कुछ नहीं हुआ।
नहीं, लेकिन हमारा इतिहास उससे और पुराना है।
पहली बार पूरी दुनिया में एक ऐसा देश है जहां मेजॉरिटी के लोग कहते हैं कि मेजॉरिटी खतरे में है। आमतौर पर माइनॉरिटी खतरे में होता हर जगह। 5000 साल में हिंदू धर्म का कुछ नहीं बिगड़ा, अब क्या बिगड़ेगा? आगे भी कभी नहीं बिगड़ेगा, क्योंकि हमारा सिविलाइजेशन इतना डीप रूटेड है, वो कभी उसको कोई उखाड़ ही नहीं सकता। हम अपने जड़ों तक जा सकते हैं, लेकिन उन जड़ों को उखाड़ने के चक्कर में
नहीं, क्या जड़ों को और मजबूत करने की आवश्यकता है? यही तो बात इस समय
बहुत अच्छी बात है। जड़ों को मजबूत करने के लिए हिंदी लैंग्वेज है, सारी रीजनल लैंग्वेजेस हैं, संस्कृत है, लेकिन कहेंगे कि नहीं, हिंदी और मराठी, गुजराती सब छोड़ के चलो वापस संस्कृत में। अब पाणिनि ने तो संस्कृत के बहुत सारे फार्मूलाज लिखे हुए हैं, क्या जरूरी है कि आज हम पढ़ करके उनके जरिए चले? हाँ, पुष्पक विमान पे में गर्व होता है, लेकिन क्या उस टेक्नोलॉजी के जरिए हम कोई विमान बना सकते हैं आज?
अब पढ़ेंगे तो जानेंगे, लेकिन ओके, प्रोफेसर मेनन, you wanted to come in, sir.
I think the discussion was on not abstract but the physical. We talk about development. The question I want to ask is modernity a Western tradition? Can we imagine modernity to be evolved from our own roots? That is the crux of the problem. So, of course, known as no one is ashamed of our past, but we are not able to develop a modernity that's based on our past. We are always trying to appropriate someone else's modernity and make it Indian. It's just like, if I might make a very crass example, get a Western woman, make her wear a sari and say she's Indian. That's what we're doing to our cities. Our cities are ancient cities, are historic cities. We garb it in a Western garb and call it modern. Absurd, Why can't we develop a modernity that evolves from, shall we say, the Varanasi traditions? Why do we have to break it down and make it something like, really a mall, a modern mall? Okay, and then call it a modern Banaras.
But, aren't we going back to our roots, Sai, which actually predates both the British and the invaders? We are going back. Is that what you? Is that your point in decolonization?
No one is saying going back.
Not at all. Not at all.
one is
And I think on this particular point, I certainly agree with Dr. Menon. But before that, let me just express my disagreement with Mr. Sanjay Nirupam in the first place, because he seems to be making the point that a majority, by sheer virtue of being in a greater numerical, let's say, proportion, so to speak, in the population, loses the right to call itself a victim altogether. Going by this logic, practically every colonized society must give up the right of being a victim, because even if you look at South Africa, the Africans were supposed to be in larger number. The ones who were ruling them, the whites, were in smaller number. Even as far as India is concerned, what was the population of the British when they left this country at the peak of their powers? It was not more than 1 million. And we were still 30 crores when they left this particular country. Does this mean that we never suffered colonization at all? So I don't think it's a question of numbers. If you look at global history, the fact of the matter is, it's not numbers that ultimately makes a difference, but it is intent and concerted effort that gives you access to power. Otherwise, going by that particular logic, shall we apply the very same logic to the caste discussion in this country? And the communities that are constantly accused of actually wielding power are always the micro-minority, regardless of whichever phase of history you're looking at. So how does that particular logic play itself out in the caste equation? That's point number one. Point number two, the agreement that I have with Dr. Menon is complete as far as the point that he has just made. Literature on the subject clearly tells you that modernity has been equated with westernization for the better part of the world's history. It is only after all these formerly colonized societies have started asserting themselves and have started regaining access to their own roots that modernity has started acquiring a certain hybrid shape, because now the definition of modernity is not dictated from one side of the Atlantic and it's not dictated by one particular community, so to speak. More people have started contributing to it. The one thing that India, whenever we speak of decolonization, never looks at, the one direction that we never look at, and that's perhaps the most important direction we should be looking at, is that the voices which are asking for a decolonial access to the past are actually African in nature and Latin American in nature. We constantly seem to be looking at the West and Europe when it comes to decolonization. You're looking at the colonizer's territory to understand what is decolonization, as opposed to looking at former colonies to see what is it that they're doing right.
Okay. And I'm still wondering if that process is still on and if there is resistance to that process. We've run out of time on this part of the discussion, but for joining me here, gentlemen, many thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Could I invite Raj Shingappa to share a token of appreciation with our guests? Just a reminder that you can buy J. Sai Deepak and A.G. Krishna Menon's books, also get them signed at the Author's Corner.
Our next topic has become one which has been debated nationally among some of the biggest companies in the country. Moonlighting. Is it digital economy's bane or a new reality that companies will have to contend with? We've been, in fact, on top of this story also at Business Today, a sister property of India Today, with some of the biggest voices sharing headlines, opinions, controversial statements around this topic. And we'll bring you more of that as we continue our conversation today. I'm Abha Bakaya. I'm a senior editor at Business Today. And joining me for this conversation, Prabir Jha, founder and CEO, Prabir Jha People Advisory. He's also a former civil servant and CHRO, Cipla, Reliance, Tata Motors, and Dr. Reddy's. Dr. N.S. Rajan, former Group CHRO, the Tata Group. He's also the former CEO at IDFC Foundation and a global leader in HR consulting at E&Y. Sonal Agrawal, Managing Partner, Accord India, and Vineet Kaul, HR Advisor and Mentor, former Advisor, Group Human Resources, Aditya Birla Group. Please do join me on stage. Let's dive right in. I mean, you all have such phenomenal breadth of experience in this space. And, you know, we were talking about how India is going to create 10 million jobs over the next few years. So there's so much I want to ask you. But, you know, the pinnacle of it begins with tech, because they're one of the largest employers. There's been so much news about how they're going to continue to be the largest employers going forward. And yet we're caught in this complete storm around moonlighting. All kinds of other news as well around pay cuts, pay levels for freshers, and what's really causing this entire controversy. So let me kick off with Vineet and get a sense of, you know, where you stand on this debate. Why such a furor? Where are we crossing ethical lines? And where is it a genuine issue that needs re-looking at by some of these major corporates?
Thank you. And good evening, everyone. So coming to moonlighting, to my mind, it's not a new issue. It's been there for ages. Simply understood, moonlighting was primarily doing some sort of side work on a weekend or after work. And it's been there in all the sectors. I don't think any particular industry or particular sector needs to pick up for that. So I have seen it even 4 to 5 decades back when I started working. And well, it has only been growing. What has accentuated is the work from home period, especially during the pandemic times, gave opportunities for many more people to, as I call it, basically monetize their capabilities and really look at how can they use their skills sets and in terms of building and getting some more income. Well, as long as it really doesn't come in the way of the primary job, doing work on the side has been prevalent, and it's not that organizations are not aware. You see any profession, as I said, this has been there as a practice. At the same time, this has not been something which has been very much documented. That means there's not much of contracts exchange, and there is no employer-employer relationship. The issue that came about, which was widely reported, still being discussed, has to do with a particular incident where I think things cross the line, where a contract apparently seems to have been violated. So this is where the whole aspect of it comes. To my own mind as a professional, what I would say is, as long as it's not impacting the primary job, as long as it is not encompassing on the privacy of data or confidentiality or with a competitor, it's fine. And something that we are seeing more and we'll read more about. So these are my quick comments.
Okay. Prabir, let me come to you. You know, we've heard this. We've heard that as long as it doesn't impact your core job. But at the same time, we've seen a spate of sacking of employees. I mean, Wipro's done this, 300 more. And, you know, other companies have also been fairly stern. Even though the likes of a TCS, while being stern, are also saying that sacking is not the way to go. You're ruining lives, you're ruining careers. What is the solution?
See, this entire thing has to be seen as a more sociological issue, right? I think we've beaten this issue of moonlighting to death. One, I don't think the numbers really add up. You talked about IT being a huge employer. How many people who are identified as moonlighters? So it's, to me, exaggerated. But I think it points to a deeper fault line. And a deeper fault line is where, from what I call corporate monogamy, where people built an entire career with one company a generation or two earlier, it's moved to corporate polyandry. Another word for gig, let us say, right? And the reason why it's happening is, part of it is financial, but the larger issue is for keeping skills alive, developing relevant skills. And I think the solution is not about sacking. The issue is about giving people fair exposure. And I think the ask between what skills people want to see, acquire, and the ability of an organization to do, because the reality of any business is there's stock skill which keeps your basic moolah flowing. I think that's the mismatch. And the third point, which I think I've shared earlier also, not on this platform, I firmly believe it points to a fundamental collapse of trust and communication in many companies. The PR image notwithstanding, I think the managerial ability to connect, relate, the top leadership ability to mingle with people, listen to them, and pick these cues in time. Because rest of it, whether it's legally right, whether it is, it will lead to firing. Yes, you can fire because it's a violation of the contract as exists. But you can't fire, 50,000 people. I mean, unless you're an Elon Musk, right? You can do whatever you want. So I think the solution is about improving general level of leadership conduct, maturing managerial competence, building greater trust, collaboration, recognizing that longitudinally the fact that flexible working and working by choice is here to stay, and to what extent can we accommodate. And therefore, to me, it is all about redefining the future of work.
And in fact, that's what the minister also said, Rajeev Chandrasekhar, saying this is going to be the way of the future, where people do take time and engage in multiple projects. Sonal, what's your view? Because as Praveer said, you can't really go and fire thousands and thousands of people, but this is a real issue. And do you think a large part of it can be attributed to work from home, to the gig economy? Because in that context, yes, giant companies like a TCS or a Wipro are really stepping up the ante on coming back to office.
I think it's 50 shades of grey. There's no one answer, and you can't broad brush it either which way, though I don't disagree with any of what's just been said. But there is ethical moonlighting, and I think people know when they're crossing the line. If you can't share with your employer, your primary employer, that you are actually doing another gig, I think it speaks volumes about whether you know if what you're doing is right or wrong. So that's a fairly simple moral compass to apply. The way forward may be to say that there are two kinds of employees, and perhaps organizations have to respond to that differently. There is the long-term employee who's building a career within an organization, who wants to be trained, who wants to become a manager, who wants to have opportunities within a certain framework. There is a young emerging gig workforce which is not looking at employment that way. And perhaps the rules for them need to be different. The transparency or the social contract with them needs to be completely different from what it is with traditional companies.
How much of this is about pay, Dr. Rajan? Because there was also all this furor about how some of these young freshers at IT companies are not being paid enough. There have been a lot of various reports and comebacks from the companies, and we can get into that. But how much of this is about wanting to earn more, or is this really about, as we heard from the minister and as Sonal's echoing, about just having a whole host of new opportunities? The mic.
I was saying that the controversial spotlight is now on those who moonlight. 20 years back, Charles Handy had written a book called The Age of Unreason, where he talked about future workforce belonging to three distinct categories. He talked about the Shamrock organization and three distinct leaves that will make up the workforce. And I think that's the genesis in terms of what he had pointed out, that there are a core group of people who actually run the enterprise, who are part of the enterprise, are more the permanent employees. Then you have a contingent workforce, which is more temporary in nature, but they're working at the enterprise. And the third is self-employed professionals who are actually there to do gig for you. And the problem here is the fact that the permanent employees, which is seen as a primary employment, the distances between the three are getting blurred. So today you have somebody who's actually part of an enterprise, and that's his primary job, and is going somewhere else. But then there are 2-3 different dimensions, and you have to look at it from a statutory or a legal dimension at one end. You also have to look at the ethics and the morality behind it, and the third aspect is essentially to do with the relationship, the nature of relationship that you have. So on the statutory part, whether it's Factories Act or whether it is shops and establishment, clearly it does not recognize a possibility or support dual employment per se. But that's so much for the statute, the meaning is not exactly clear. On the ethical part of it, sometimes when we take polar positions, and here there is a conflict of interest in terms of what the employer wants from expectations point of view and what the employee feels as far as entitlement. And I come back to a specific question that you raised in terms of compensation. The question really is that why is it happening the way it is happening? And when you're talking of ethics, at one end, if I frown upon the fact that you are my employee and therefore you have no business to do something else, somewhere else, there are reasons why they're saying it. But the moot question that I have is if you refer to it as unethical behavior and you have sacked X number of people, what it also implies is that you have not taken the route to warn. And if you want to take a moral high ground, then if you're talking of ethics, should you be sacking without giving them a chance to begin with? Should you keep the income disparity in terms of compensation disparities at the levels at which they are, where if you are worried about your bottom line, an individual is worried about his safety net. So, it's a complicated matter, and today things are changing, and I'll leave it there, Abhay. We'll pick it up later.
Sure. So, yeah, go ahead, Sonal.
Sorry, I was going to weigh in about the reasons as to, is this working? No.
Go ahead.
The reasons as to why it's come into focus as much as it has today, work from home, obviously, but the fact is that there is a labor market boom. It's a seller's market at the moment. This may or may not last forever, and the tide will turn when that changes. The other thing which people don't look at is that the consequences for doing something which is on the edge or in the gray zone here, there are no consequences because you're not going to take these people to court. You're not going to sue, as you said, 50,000 employees. They lose their jobs, fine. But the whole point is that they're doing another job anyway. Yeah. So this has perhaps been a conducive environment to experiment more with this kind of thing without too much of a...
No, valid point there. Is this an issue largely to do with tech, because that's what we're talking about, that's where the debate is raging, but all of you, of course, are, have seen this across various industries. Share with me, as you said, Vinny, this isn't a new problem. I mean, how does this apply when it comes to some of the other industries, and how do they tackle it?
So here is where I started by sharing with you, and I can tell with you that this is also to do with a demand versus supply. So critical skills, when they are in demand and in short supply, some of these aspects will be there. And supposing an industry, it's not fair to name a particular industry, is really also looking at cost cutting. They would like to look at resources that can be available for a particular project or a particular assignment. They may not necessarily need it full time. So this is where a balance is struck between, for example, if it's a manufacturing area, a person after the shift or people in the weekend. And again, it's not to industry. We know about various professions. I'm just taking an example like teaching, like medicine. In all other sectors it is there, we know it. The fact of the matter is, as long as it is something that doesn't, as I said, impact the primary job. And I can even just mention to you that in the past, there have been some employers who have terminated people when this has gone to court. The courts held that where it has impacted the performance on the primary job, the company was right in doing it. Now, I'm not linking it to these particular incidents. I'm just sharing with you that this is something which has been there in our country for ages. The fact is, there is always a room for something that can be done and a limit to which it can go. In this incident, particular specific case that we talk about, I would not comment because it's not fair. I'm not aware of the full facts. I am sure due process must have been followed. Having said that, just one line I would leave. In the past, we have to see the change happening. As they say, land, labor and capital was what it was essential for an industry. I read somewhere today it is basically skill, the value I add and the access that I have. I think these are the three additional determinants that will come. So this is how I think the things are changing, and frankly, yes, there is a little crisis in some sector or some companies. There will be a way found. Employers will have to do that. Thank you.
Prabir, why don't you come in here as well? And what does the future of work look like? I know that's a very broad question, but in the current context that we're talking about, are companies going to have no option but to adapt? Is the flexibility going to be desired from the part of the corporates rather than the individual?
No, I think it will be some kind of an intersect, because one, I feel talent also is not uniform. Some people love variety, some people love challenges at the same time, and some people love stability of tenure, right? And like, I always joke, my first employer, the Government of India, if you want predictability, join the Government of India. It's the best place to be in. There's nothing wrong. But some people will feel bored. Someone like me would say, no, I want to experiment more. Some people say, I want to do many things at the same time. So that's on the talent side. On the organization side, I personally believe this is going to trigger something which is already happening. The construct of talent staffing will change. I think there will be a core which will remain permanent, quote unquote, because there is nothing like permanent in employment, but there will be a permanent staff. And I think there will be a lot more of the gig or part association. I think that's the model that is going to come in for one simple reason: A, cost economics, and second, for the inability of most companies to be able to offer meaningful learning and career opportunities. See, we've all been HR leaders, at least most of us on the panel here. And one of the big challenges is you cannot be a uniform career providing employer for 10,000, 50,000, 100,000 people. You cannot. It is a pyramid, right? Even if you're growing and expanding. So I think smart management thinking will be to actually look at the intersect smarter, look at your costs, provide meaningful careers, string in people who are happy, and you have to search, therefore, for talent beyond the obvious. So I think what companies will need is to actually disturb some of their historical thinking, experiment a lot more. There will be mistakes, but at the end of the day, I think the future will give us very different models of talent synergy with the business objective.
How interesting. Sonal, you were going to add to that.
I'm going to pop in with my colleagues here, all from the HR fraternity, and I'm from the other side, as it were. The future of work for the employee is going to be impacted much more than the employer. I don't know that people realize the trade-offs that they are making by going into a gig working environment or making those choices of not being in a structured career format or in a structured company. There are trade-offs, there are many benefits. But you do lose managerial experience, you do lose the ability to progress within a company, and different people have different aspirations, as Prabir was saying. But I don't know that everybody's thinking through all the pluses and minuses of it.
Okay, could I throw this question to you? Currently, the new controversy is around the variable pay cuts at some of these IT companies. Would any of you be able to shed some light on that? Because there's still no clarity on why they're doing this.
See, variable pay by definition is variable. The challenge is in good times we all expect variable pay to be an absolute. And when bad times happen, you're thrown out like a hot potato.
But these are not bad times.
So the fact is, at the end of the day, business will always take what is a prudent business call. But since you asked about IT, see, the huge part of the IT cost base is people. So what are the alternatives? If you exit people, downsize, which is typically the Western model, business is down 20% or 15%, you exit people. So I think variable pay is one lever that they are playing, trying to still keep their flock together, keep morale as best as they can, but keep the sense of payout to manage their immediate economic compulsions. Please also remember that there was a time just a few quarters ago, and that's how the nature of business has become, where people were doling out big increases, huge quarterly variable bonuses. So I think, times have become
moved from VUCA to BANI, and this reality is getting reflected also in variable pay cuts or pay decisions that companies are taking.
All right, sure. Point taken. Dr. Rajan.
Going back to future of work, there are 2-3 areas where I think significantly things are changing. One, the world is increasingly becoming cognizant of hybrid realities. So it's not polarities that work, it is a recognition of the fact that you have to find middle ground. So it can't just be an employer's point of view or an employee's point of view. You perhaps need a third-party stakeholder point of view in terms of resolving issues. But coming back to the future of work from a company's point of view, what they need to be doing is perhaps a shift from engagement to happiness at work. And let me clarify, if I have to put it in simple terms, when we are talking of engagement, essentially the company is asking the individual, what more can you do for me? While we are talking of happiness at work, you are flipping it the other way around and you are saying, what more can I do for you? And so you are moving from just an organizational need and an organizational purpose to being able to create a shared vision where there is personal fulfillment. The second element, and which has got to do more sociologically in terms of the way it is, I think the youngsters have moved from a point of, when we were younger, we revere people. So, but I think now it's moved from reverence to relevance. What you offer, is it relevant to my life? Is it relevant to my personal fulfillment? Does it give room for my aspirations? So I'm with you. So therefore, I think the fundamental difference is between being compliant, and therefore, is it compliance that you're looking at, or is it commitment? Is it control you're looking at, or creating trust? Or you are in the realm of trust deficits? I think those are the things that are really changing.
Well said, Dr. Rajan. So, what can we look forward to? The next 6 to 12 months are probably looking a little volatile, a little shaky. We're not sure which way we're going to go. At a time like this, even though the future for India is looking robust and everyone's talking about the domestic economy, the job market, what should one be expecting and what should one be prepared for?
In terms of the stock market?
The job market and what opportunities there will be available. The kind of increment levels, just when things were starting to steady, again they're starting to look choppy.
So I think we have, as headhunters, perhaps a little bit of a unique pulse on the market. We're a bellwether of what's going well, what's not going well. I think what we're seeing in our firm is that manufacturing or any industrial company in India has an incredible future, and they are hiring, continue to hire full steam, regardless of the stock market, because they've all made investments in the last a couple of quarters or a couple of years during COVID. The ones that are services driven go up and down with the demand globally, and IT continues to be strong in spite of everything else that's being said about it in the US. That keeps going. So.
And what can some of India's largest companies do to both train and attract the right talent? Because one of the biggest challenges is going to be training the right talent, even at some of these IT, mega companies. That's what we hear a lot about. That's what they're talking a lot about.
I have 2 suggestions, if I may, to these big corporates. It's not that they haven't been doing, but one is on building skills for the future. Right? That is very critical, and it's not easy for everyone because it needs a lot of anticipation. Most companies are happier to respond, but they struggle with anticipation. So that will be very important, and a lot of it will be retooling, reskilling, moving people around. The other I will again emphasize, and I did hear some of my co-panelists talk about it, and I am very, very serious about this. The big crisis in India, Inc. actually is going to be about leadership. It already is. We talk too much about leaders. We do very little about leadership. Yeah, sure. This is a fundamental problem that I find, and training, when you're growing to go from a certain $3 trillion to a $15 trillion aspiration, where are leaders? Where are managers of substance? All these issues of moonlighting, retention, skill building, morale, engagement, happiness. I think we have very, very average managers, because companies still think of it as a cost and not as an investment, as I very strongly believe they should.
That's a strong statement coming in, and I think that's scope for yet another debate altogether. But Dr. Rajan, you look like you want to say something. Closing comments from you.
I was standing outside, and somebody came up to me and said, my company has actually sacked 3,000 people. And I wanted to hear your view. And so he was asking what I felt about it, and my only simple answer to him was that when you're firing somebody, you're firing a family, not an individual, to begin with. Second, even one drop of tear has a notion of grief behind it. So I think it's important for organizations to recognize that you're talking about creating a relationship which is not transactional, where you recognize the value that they bring to the table and you are what you are because you're a composite of people. And the last thing I told the person was that don't ask me the answer. Imagine yourself as being one of those guys who had to move on. So somewhere I think there has to be a greater recognition of the fact that people matter. And there's no alternative to that. You can find whatever forms of work together, but at the end of it all, people create value.
Absolutely. Gentlemen, thank you so much for your time, and Sonal. Great to have all of you with us sharing such wonderful insights. And I'd like to also invite to share a token of thanks for this session, Karthik Vishwanathan, the Senior Manager, Indian Subcontinent at Qatar Airways. Karthik, do join us. Big round of applause, please. Thank you so much. Session topic is loaded with all kinds of interpretations. It's one that's going to be extremely interesting. Pluralism is the essence of India. To Powerhouse Voices, Rajdeep Sardesai, Consulting Editor, India Today Television, in conversation with Devdutt Patnaik, mythologist, author, illustrator. Please join me in giving them a very warm welcome. And Rajdeep, over to you.
Hello and welcome once again to the India Today Conclave here in Mumbai, where it's my great pleasure to introduce best-selling author, mythologist, a complicated word which has all kinds of connotations, and illustrator Devdutt Patnaik. Please give him a very big hand. And we are going to talk on a fascinating issue of pluralism. And is it the essence of India? So Devdutt, let's start by me suggesting that that's a truism, that India is plural, that we are a country which celebrates unity in diversity. But I want you, Devdutt, to define what pluralism means according to you, particularly from a mythological perspective, if possible, through your remarkable art of storytelling.
See, nature is diverse, so that's a given. Nature is diverse. You have different geographical areas, different climates, different kinds of plants, animals. how humans respond to diversity is different. So pluralism is a human response to diversity. That's the difference between these two words. Diversity is what you have, it's the stimulus. And pluralism is a response, a choice of response. Now if you go from the, look at India, look at the map, and then you have India right in the center, and you travel westwards, you will find cultures which for 1,000 years were told that on Friday you have to pray. Entire cultures. You go beyond and you'll find entire cultures which for 1,000 years were told every Sunday you have to pray. Now move towards the east. And you go towards and you'll find cultures that you can't access without passing through a firewall or a great wall, where everybody writes the same script, even though they speak multiple languages which are called dialects. So, when I give lectures, I always show the Indian currency note, and I show them the Chinese currency, and I say, how many scripts do you see on a Chinese currency? And that script can be pronounced differently in North China, South China, East China, West China. You go to, you show the US dollar bill, how many languages do you have? You show them the European Union, and you see the struggle to keep 4 scripts on it. And then I make them read the number of languages and scripts you have to see in the Indian currency. And that itself shows, whether you like it or not, you have to deal with diversity in India. The statement given is pluralism is the essence of India. Diversity is the essence of India. Pluralism is about Indians. Are Indians plural? India is diverse. That's a given. You can't do anything about it. This is what you're given. Indians as human beings, do we choose to be plural? Now, that Indian part is important. So, India and Indian are not the same thing. India is an entity. But Indians are people who have to take decisions. And for me, pluralism is a decision.
But, the anthropological survey of India suggests that this is a land of 4,635 communities, that is i.e. India. The linguistic survey of India, 22 languages in the 8th schedule alone, 100 other languages and dialects. Now, therefore, in this, what we've accepted as a diverse country, how do you actually embrace pluralism? Is it about acceptance of the other? We have among the largest religious minorities in this country. We have people who are speaking, who are linguistic minorities, the sheer variation of caste groups, communities. How do you build a sense of plural values in such a vast, diverse society?
I don't think anybody is a majority in India. Nobody is a majority in India. We fool ourselves. We use slice and dice techniques to call that this is a majority community and that is a minority community. But you genuinely look at India, it is a collection of minorities. And then the minorities cluster together to form various kinds of interest groups depending on how they want to shape their lives. There is no majority. There is no such thing. Democracy is based on these structures. But because you have to make choices with few people, and the process demands creation of majorities and minorities. But generally, the country is full of different linguistic groups, different tribal groups, different ethnic groups, even when we say a minority religion, there is no one group. There are multiple groups within that, linguistically divided, culturally divided, ritual practices that they follow. So there is no majority that I can't find it.
You're saying something contentious and controversial here. You're saying there's nothing like a majority community in that sense in India. Because we now are living in the times, particularly of so-called political Hindutva, where we are told there's one culture, one religion, one nation that defines in a way what it is to be Indian. You seem to suggest that that would be not an accurate reflection of a reality that India is. Is that what you are saying? No, that as we understand Hindutva or even Hinduism, there are those who will say India is essentially plural because Hinduism the majority religion is essentially plural. I celebrate Dahi Handi in Mumbai. Someone celebrates Janmashtami in Mathura. Someone else may have a Krishna consciousness cult in another part of the country. And we all in our own way can celebrate in our own little spaces.
So the key part of pluralism is you don't debate.
No debate.
No. विवाद नहीं संवाद होता है.
ये भी सही वो भी सही.
अपने दृष्टिकोण से सभी सही. अपने दृष्टिकोण से सभी सही. So everyone is right. So politician has to speak the language of majority and minority. A talk show host and a journalist has to be provocative. I don't have to take the bait. The thing is, because
a mythologist also has to be provocative in his or her way.
Well, in order to intellectually stimulate people, not for TRPs.
What is, we were discussing this before. You wanted to sort of, in a way, demystify mythology for people.
So, mythology is somebody's truth. Myth, the word myth means somebody's truth. So I met this gentleman from religious cultural organization saying, Devdutt, mythology word comes from the word mithya. So I said, aapke paas phone hai, let's Google it. Let's see the etymology of the word mythology. So he got very up. I said, no, kariye. Samke samne. So he became very defensive, but I said, search. And then I told him that the etymology of the word mythology is the word mythos, which is a Greek word for stories. And the Sanskrit equivalent of it is Akhyan. So the closest Hindi word for mythology is Akhyan Shastra. But it is a little bigger than that because it's not just stories, it's also symbols and rituals. So it's slightly complicated. But then he kept using the word, nahi, ye British have used this word to insult us. So I said, why don't you Google Islamic mythology? Because he said, no, Islam ko Islam. So I said, Google. So there it was, lots of articles on Islamic mythology. Then I said, Christian mythology, lots of articles on Christian mythology. So I said, everywhere there is mythology. Tell me where there is no mythology. And then I quoted Adi Shankaracharya. Jagat mithya brahma satyam. Then he didn't know what to say. I said, Jagat mithya, matlab aap jag ke ho, to aap bhi mithya ho. And then he didn't know how to react because what is mithya? Mithya is limited truth. That's that's a technical word. But myth is somebody's truth. Fact is everybody's truth. Fiction is nobody's truth. Myth is somebody's truth. If somebody believes in God, it's not a historical concept, it's not a scientific concept, but it is a matter of faith. It's his truth. I don't want to prove him right or wrong. I'm curious about his truth, so I will do samvad with him. Vivad is you are right, I am right, you are wrong, there is the truth, there is one truth. While samvad is, I want to expand my truth. I want to know more. At the end of this conversation, do I know more? And at the end of this conversation, have I contributed more? Now, this cannot happen in a parliament. This cannot happen in a studio. So,
isn't that the essence, therefore, of Hinduism? As distinguished from Islam and Christianity, which are essentially seen as monotheistic religion, Hinduism, by its very nature, and I gave you the example of the celebration of Janmashtami and Gokulashtami. I was stunned once that outside the Meenakshi Puram temple, you have a kitchen called Amma's Kitchen where they will serve the best rabbit meat. So, this is a country from gastronomic diversity to religious diversity. Is that, in a sense, because we come back to it, because India is Hindu, therefore, by its very nature, tends to be plural, where we all have our own traditions, our own ways of celebration, our different ways of living our lives?
So, India evolved in a particular way. It evolved in a particular way where this concept of religion doesn't quite emerge for a variety of reasons. There are many, many sociological reasons. So the monotheism really comes from Middle Eastern traditions. All the monotheistic ideas come from Middle Eastern traditions. India gives you a very different way of thinking because it is based on the idea of rebirth. India the one big idea which came out of South Asia or Indian subcontinent is rebirth. And rebirth is a very different way of looking at life. While Middle Eastern tradition said you live only once and that one life has to be perfect. And if that one life has to be perfect, you need a perfect set of rules telling you this is the way you're supposed to live. And therefore, at the end of your life, you'll be judged by God. So God as a judge is a very Middle Eastern idea. It doesn't exist in India. At best, India, God is an accountant. Based on your debt and equity, your future is decided. So this constant balance sheet is never closed. As long as you have debts to repay, you will be reborn. And when you have no debts to be repaid, moksha. Moksha mil gaya. But the problem is you may have no debts to repay, but others have to pay debts to you. So then you're still trapped. So if others have to, then you have to write off those loans. Otherwise, they will have to repay you and you're stuck. So this is a conceptual difference which we don't understand. And now let me give you the implications of this. Sounds very fantastic. India's constitution was made by 350 people. 250 people were lawyers, where they genuinely believe in the concept of justice. Justice is a Middle Eastern idea. Adl, it's called Adl. It's there in Islam, it's in Christianity. In India, the word nyaya just means rational thought, traditionally. Traditionally, nyaya just means rational thought. The idea of justice doesn't exist because you have many lives to lead. You carry baggage of previous lives, you carry baggages forward. How do you explain? Because justice demands qayamat, judgment day. So the kind of value we give the justice system, Indian system will say judges, lawyers, if you're rich, anything will become just. You just have to get the right lawyer and everything will be sorted, as we know.
And since you mentioned and referred to the Constitution also valued the concept of equality. How does that concept of equality now fit in with notions of pluralism and diversity? If we want to celebrate being a diverse society, how does a diverse plural society also become an equal society?
So diversity and equality are opposites of each other. And it's something that very few people find it hard to digest. Because equality as an idea comes from Middle Eastern mythology. God is fair, everybody is created equal, and on Judgment Day, everybody, or with the second coming, on Qayamat, God will judge everyone with the same index. So we are all, therefore, everybody is to pray the same way, worship the same way, align the same way, the same rule book, the same prophet, everything is one. Highly efficient. Very efficient. Because everybody talks the same language, everybody prays the same way. It's so efficient. It's not messy. Unfortunately, life is messy. Unfortunately, nature doesn't like equality and homogeneity. Nature is not homogeneous. Nature is designed to be heterogeneous. And India, somehow, the Indian scholars said, okay, how do we deal with this? Our yearning for equality, but the reality of plurality, diversity, the reality of diversity. And so they came up in India with the concept of Atma and Sharir. They say Sharir is diverse, Atma is equal. So who are you talking to? क्या आप मेरे शरीर से बात कर रहे हो या मेरे आत्मा से बात कर रहे हो? Politicians don't care for Atma because it will not make you Raja, no? Because Raja wants people to bow to him. And that was the problem. We forget that when the Mughals came to India, traditionally we all talk of the Mughals as Muslims, but we forget that the Mughal Empire's mythology was very different from the mythology of the Safavid Empire, which was in Iran, which was Shia, which is very different from the mythology of the Ottomans who were in Turkey. They were Shiite, they were Sunni, and they called themselves the Caliphate. And the Caliphs, if you see the tomb, how they buried themselves, these fabulous tombs like Taj Mahal and all that is not there anywhere. It's not there in Turkey. You go to any tomb, the big sultans of Ottoman Empire, no great tomb. There is no great tomb. Safavid would bury themselves next to the Shia, the holy men of the land. In India, the Mughals said, no, we are semi-divine. Because in India, they loved the concept of people doing Sashtang Namaskar. Akbar loved people coming and doing Sashtang like many politicians today. Aurangzeb changed it. He didn't like, the ulema got very upset, you can't do this, and he said, nahi, ye nahi kar sakte ho. So you suddenly see, Akbar loved the idea of Jharokha. Come Jharokha mein darshan karo mera. Darshan was an Indian idea. The kings loved it. So the Mughals built, even white marble was used. White marble is only used for the saints. Marble is not used for kings. The Mughals said, no, we will use marble. So this mythology of India, Shelley understood in a diverse society, there will be hierarchy. Because when you and I are different, like you are different from me, I am different from you, there is a implicit hierarchy here, whether we like it or not. Age, experience, backgrounds. In any human relationship, there is hierarchy. So equality doesn't work in an Indian mythological setup.
So from the era of those kings and demigods, we are in the era which places a premium on efficiency. Get things done in the most efficient manner. How does efficiency square up also with this notion of diversity? If you're going to celebrate diversity, celebrate pluralism, how are you going to make that system efficient, which essentially means all of us have to work to a particular singular objective?
Single idea. So notice this, because the entire management system is based on the East India Company, which was based on Christianity. And even today, all corporates follow the East India Company, and therefore they are all into grabbing market share and dominating the market and crushing the competition. And the language is violent, right? The whole violent language, the violence, hinsa, kitna hinsa hai. But look at this. You have to go to a Hindu temple. Let's go one by one. If you want to be, so you go to a Shiv ki mandir. Shiv ke mandir mein kacha doodh chढ़ाना पड़ता है. You have to give bel ka patta. अब विष्णु के मंदिर में जाओ तो आपको वहाँ तुलसी देना पड़ता है. You have to give makhan. What is efficiency? सबको गेंदा फूल दे दो, टेंशन नहीं ले. एवरीबडी इतना, हर देवता को अलग देना. नीम का पत्ता, गिव द गॉड इज नीम. Ganesh, if you go to Siddhi Vinayak, you have to give Durva grass, and you have to give, every god has a specific, what we call customization. Because every god loves an individual customer experience. You will say, no, I want to be efficient. I will give, because mera bhakti hai, and of course you will use a lawyer to sell the idea that wahi phool patte se sab kaam chala lenge. तो भगवान बोलेंगे देखो स्टैंडर्डाइज्ड नैवेद्य तो स्टैंडर्डाइज्ड प्रसाद. Because if government, we like efficiency, but to be effective, you have to customize. You have to speak in the language of the people. If you want to connect with people in different parts of India, you better speak that language. You can't expect them to speak your language because it is efficient. And efficiency and effectiveness is the challenge of management. And you want to connect with people, you have to speak their language, you have to understand their attire, you have to go down and engage with the diversity of those spaces. Otherwise, efficiency will not give you the results that you want. It's very convenient to talk from, like, I want to be efficient, I want to be efficient. It doesn't work. I mean, you had to, at the end of the day, McDonald's, when it came to India, at the end of the day, they had to do a glorified vada pav in order to be successful. They had to customize to India, and now they have, everywhere in the world you go, McDonald's customizes to the local ecosystem, because that's how you succeed. You succeed by giving the right naivedya to the right devata. As we know.
Fascinating. So we've looked at the notions of equality and efficiency and whether they square up with pluralism and diversity which we celebrate. Let me be provocative. At this moment, we have a BJP minister here also, so a good time to in a sense, and from Arunachal, very interestingly as well. And I'm going to say this, that we've never fully appreciated pluralism because Hindu mythology, and dare I say now Hindutva, is centered around the Hindi heartland. That the Ramayana and Mahabharata in particular have exercised disproportionate influence. I've been seeing your tweets praising this new movie, Kannada movie, which is the sensation at the moment, Kantara, which tells the story of Tulu Nadu and tells these wonderful folk traditions of southern India, of coastal Karnataka in particular. And people will say these little traditions are also very much part of our mythology, they are very much part of our society, have never been celebrated. And because we want this one culture, one nation, possibly one language, you speak Odia, I speak Marathi, we are never going to be one language. The minister speaks also, I'm sure, multiple languages. Do you believe that we need to recognize that there is a world beyond the Hindi, Hindu, Hindustan, Hindutva worldview of India?
See, we have to wear a politician's hat. And from a political point of view, 50% of India lives in the Gangetic Plains. So if I want to be powerful in India, I just have to make sense to the Gangetic Plain. The rest of India has to pay for them. So it's a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer. It's just mathematics. Look at it from a business point of view. The rest of India, you have got like several languages, very difficult to satisfy all the groups. Imagine you will never get the Kannadigas to agree with the Tamilians and the Tamil. They can't even settle water disputes. It's so much more easier. Just speak Hindi, get the vote from the Gangetic Plains, and everybody else will bow to you. The Mughals knew it. The Sultanates knew it. The politicians know it. The politicians are very clear. It's not about goodness of heart. It's about power. It's about grabbing power. I don't know what to do with it after I get it, but I want the power. So that's what you do. And I would advise the politician to stick to that line, because you will be, you want the Jharoka Darshan.
That's their market share.
Yeah,
That's,
market share. What to do now? That's life. भाग से भगवान शब्द कहां से आता है? भगवान शब्द वहां से आता है जो भाग समझता है, कितना पोर्शन किसको देना चाहिए. इसलिए भगवान शब्द भाग और भग से आता है. Portioning, apportioning. But God knows, in this life you are on top of the wheel. You know the Dharma Chakra of our flag. In this life you are on top of the wheel. Even the later part of the life you will be at the bottom of the wheel. Aega, jayega. That's Sanatana Dharma.
Are wah. Let me in a way conclude by asking you this. In this country of multiple gods, where we worship, we have folk traditions, we have great traditions, is there a god out there, a figure in a way, from a mythological perspective, who truly in a sense represents this essence of being plural, or allows us to be plural?
Well, it's not a god, it's a goddess.
Nicer.
Yeah, not really. She could be queer.
Absolutely.
So, the thing is, the gods keep shape-shifting. वो रूप बदलते रहते हैं. आपकी बुद्धि के अनुसार वो रूप लेंगे. If you're a fool, they'll be simple. If you're smart, they'll be complex. Because they also have to deal with all kinds of bhakts. The gods know कि बदलना पड़ता है आदमी के लिए. जितना उसका क्षमता है उतना ही भोजन दो. पाचन शक्ति है नहीं तो उतना ही परोसो जो वो पाचन कर सकता है. And that's why there's no one form of the god. The gods are, for the smart person, she's Saraswati. For the hungry person, she's Lakshmi. For the insecure person, she's Durga. Now you decide who you are, and the gods will take shape. उनको कोई problem नहीं. नौटंकी करना उन्हें भी आता है.
Are wah. That's a wonderful way, in a way, to try and demystify this unique Indian way of life and living, which I believe is in a way the reason why we celebrate being India and being Indian, and for putting it in the kind of perspective that you have, Devdutt. Thank you very much. I think you've, in a way, given us plenty of food for thought, not necessarily just for our dinner. You've made us think at a time like this. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, Devdutt Patnaik.
Thank you, and thank you, Rajdeep. Could I invite Dr. Seema Saini, CEO, NL Dalmia Education Society, to share a vote of thanks with Devdutt. And to introduce our next session, I'd like to invite my colleague back on stage, Gaurav Sawant, Managing Editor, Strategic Affairs and Defense, India Today Television. Over to you, Gaurav.
Good evening. When we talk about the situation in our courts today, I want you to consider some figures. 71,411 cases are pending in the Supreme Court of India. 71,000. 59,57,146 cases in high courts across the country. 4 crore 29 lakh cases in lower courts of India. The number, ladies and gentlemen, people waiting for justice in our country is 5 crore and counting. Now, we were just talking about the epics. In the epic Mahabharata, Arjun would focus only on the eye of the fish, the target. Like Arjun, the target for Union Law and Justice Minister Kiran Rijiju is judicial reforms, a task that's easier said than done. May I request Mr. Kiran Rijiju, the 43rd Law and Justice Minister of India, to join us on stage, please. Now, when you look at his sweet smile, please do not be taken in by this sweet smile, because there's a steely resolve behind this sweet smile. And the judges in courts are just realizing this. Minister, you've caused quite a storm in the Supreme Court of India and in the legal fraternity with a statement that you made, and if I may quote you, you said, people are not happy with the collegium system for appointment of judges. Who are the people who are not happy, sir?
Good evening. First of all, I am not critical about the judiciary or the judges, but I am stating a fact which is a reflection of the thinking of the common people of India. When we talk about system, then immediately what comes to the mind is transparency, accountability. When there is a system in place which is not accountable, which is not transparent, which is opaque, then if the concerned minister doesn't speak out, who else should? So I'm basically stating a fact which is basically a reflection of the thinking of the, especially amongst the lawyers community and the judges also.
The judges themselves realize that the system is opaque. How is the system opaque, and how can transparency come in the system?
See, no system can be 100% perfect. But we definitely should look for the better system and the better practice. If you remember in 2015 when the Parliament of India passed the National Judicial Commission Act, the Supreme Court struck it down. When Supreme Court struck it down, then Supreme Court also should tell what is the better option. They did not tell the better option, but they felt that the old collegium system should continue. It is continuing. I am not satisfied with the present system. I spoke it out. And majority of judges, they agree with me, because what I am saying is fact. I am not saying anything which is contrary to their belief and their understanding.
But that's a very big statement to make, that the judges themselves are not happy with the collegium system. Are you referring to a High Court judge who in 2019 had written a letter to Prime Minister of India and referred to the collegium system? There were reports that words to the effect that this was neither transparent, but there was nepotism and casteism that was being encouraged?
See, I can't be very academic here because it will become very lengthy. But if you see the collegium system, there is a collegium. The senior most judges, they decide. The Chief Justice and the senior most, 1, 2. So these 3-member collegium in the High Court, and for Supreme Court, there's 5-member for Supreme Court judges and 3 members for the High Court judges. They decide names on the basis of their understanding about the particular name, and also they consult the consultees. Who are the consultee judges? Now suppose if you are a consultee judge, you will recommend only those names whom you are aware of. They are your acquaintances or they are known to you. Otherwise you won't be recommending somebody whom you don't know. So the basic fault in the system itself is that
that you don't recommend, even if he's a qualified, fit, good enough, and perfect person to be a judge in High Court or Supreme Court, but you can't recommend because you don't know him. So you imagine that recommendation, something within your own choice, is something which I'm opposed to. The fittest of the persons should be elevated as judges, not the person whom you know.
But then who decides who's the fittest to be, let's say, a High Court judge or a Supreme Court justice? Who decides? This is the government, and if the government decides, it is said that how will you ensure that the judges are then not dependent on the government or beholden to the government?
See, in the present system, government does the due diligence based on the reports and other informations which we have, which the judges don't have. We have the Intelligence Bureau reports, we have the mechanism in place through my Department of Justice and other reports. So we carefully deal with all the issues and we come to the conclusion that government should agree to a particular name. It is not, easy to come to a conclusion for somebody to be elevated as a judge of Supreme Court. If I don't do due diligence, then I will be failing in my responsibilities. So that is why it is not only the government, it is not only the judiciary, but combined we can come together. That is what the National Judicial Appointment Commission talked about. That is Chief Justice of India, Law Minister, 2 senior judges and 2 eminent personalities. They come together and there will be names, there will be some kind of backup, there will be certain things on the basis of which you will pick up the names. So the system in place was appropriate. And now that has been struck down, well, we are doing whatever is possible in the present system. Despite not being satisfied with the system, I have to carry forward unless we come out with alternative mechanism.
You used very strong words when you said, because your attack has been relentless. You said judges spend half their time appointing judges instead of delivering justice. Now this is, sir, an unprecedented, perhaps a frontal attack on top judiciary of our country.
See, across the globe, judges don't appoint judges. You know it. It is only in India the judiciary has made this provision where judges are appointing the judges. Of course, government appoints it, but the names come from the collegium. When there is a provision of judges selecting the names, obviously they have to devote lots of times. You ask any of the senior judges in the high courts, how much time they have to devote in the entire selection process. And there are lots of politics. The politics, what we politicians do, is nothing in front of the politics which happens inside judiciary. It is not visible, but it's intense politics there. Because they are part of the selection process, so they have to involve in certain things which leads to lots of politicking there. So you tell me, judges should spend more time on delivering justice to the people, or they should be spending more time in administrative process? Anybody can say what should be done.
And yet it is not happening. So is there a logjam? Is there a deadlock? Do you have a roadmap for a solution?
See, what I'm talking about is about the system. But I can also say that the judges are doing so much of works. Nowhere in the world any judge performs the amount of tasks and works which the Indian judges have to go through it. Each judge, whether a Supreme Court judge or High Court judge or even the subordinate courts, they deal with 50 to 60 cases every day.
Every day?
Every day.
50 cases
now,
every day.
I get lots of complaints that judges are going for holidays. Why judges should go for holidays 3 times a year and there are small puja breaks and all. Why judges should enjoy so much? But there I tell them, the amount of work which the Indian judges are doing, they need a break. Otherwise they will face breakdown. The judges are doing so much of work and they need time. If they are a human being, they are not machines. So that is why I have been always saying that judges should be confined to what is expected of them. They should not be involved into something else, which is not their jurisdiction actually. But the system has been such that we can't do anything at the present time.
Minister, when we see your attack, it's like one after the other. You know, जैसे Arjun धड़ एक के बाद एक तीर चला रहे हैं. You seem to be doing just that at the higher judiciary, because who else can tell the higher judiciary कि मर्यादा में रहे, लक्ष्मण रेखा में रहे. Whatever you may want to say it in a written order, not in oral observation.
See, some of my words may sound very harsh, but I can tell you, no judge has so far told me that, sir, what you are saying is wrong. Nobody. And I will not tell the names and all. We are in a democratic setup. Okay, India is a democracy. The sovereignty of the nation lies with the people of India. People of India govern themselves. People decide how to govern themselves. So people govern themselves through elected representatives. Who should run the country? Should judiciary run the country or the elected government? If judiciary gets into the executive domain, they venture out into the sphere where they are not supposed to. And some of the oral observations, which are very, widely reported in the media also, that these are the observations of the judges, which are not part of the order. There is a convention, and it is also being accepted by all, that a judge should speak through his judgment. Oral observations have no bearing in the set of things. So, my advice to the judges is, don't come into a situation where you will invite criticism. Don't make unnecessary comments and observation. Whatever you have to do, do it through your order. And believe me, we are the government, very democratic, and we respect the judiciary, and we also believe in complete independence of judiciary. In last 8.5 years, Narendra Modi government, not a single step has been taken to undermine the authority of the judiciary. I firmly believe that independence of judiciary should be protected and promoted.
But be that as it may, if you're saying that the Narendra Modi government believes in independence of judiciary and you want to do away with the collegium system, wouldn't the independence of judiciary be compromised?
Not at all. See, Constitution is the supreme book which guides all of us. So there are 3 organs in our state: executive, legislature, and judiciary. Now, if judiciary starts framing the rules, if judiciary starts deciding where the road is to be built, if judiciary gets into the services rules, what are government for?
In the COVID time in Delhi High Court, a bench directed that there should be a committee of experts to run the COVID affairs. Then we told the Solicitor General, please inform the court, this is none of your business. You can't do that. It is the government who is in the best position to take care of the challenges, whatever is coming before us. We have to be very clear. Constitution is very clear. If we follow the spirit of the Constitution, this tough war, what so-called battle of supremacy, there's no space for that. We are very clear about it. Did you see that I get into any judiciary work? I don't. Law Minister is there to assist the judiciary so that Indian judiciary becomes robust. And the numbers of cases which are pending, you just counted the figures. These are the biggest worry for me as the Minister for Law and Justice, when a person is waiting for 20 years, 25 years to get the date. Is it not a thing worrisome for me?
But what is the solution? So you're worried. Are you going to appoint more judges? Are you going to, there was a proposal to increase the age group, the age limit of judges, that they can serve till longer age. Is that happening?
No, we are not increasing the tenure of the judges. I think 65 for Supreme Court and 62 for High Courts is okay. If any decision is to be taken, that can happen when it happens, but right now there's no plan as such. But that is not the moot question. The larger question is,
disposal of the cases, this is nothing to do with age. And about the vacancy and all, people have this misconception that due to large vacancies of the numbers of judges, there are pending of the cases. These are actually not true. As I said, I don't want to be very academic. If I start explaining all the reasons, it will be a little boring. But what I'm saying is, we are getting into the real issue in terms of delivering faster justice to the people. So access to justice, that is the key. As a large country like India, being the largest democracy, more than 1.3 billion population, it is Herculean task to ensure that everybody gets easy justice. But what we are doing, in some seminar and all, I can definitely spell out the things which we are doing. I'm telling you, my target is that along with the judiciary, we will ensure that not only the pendency is reduced, but the justice delivery system will be much faster than what it is right now.
But since you took over about a year and a half ago, yes. From 4 crore, the pendency has gone up to 5 crore. So, what do you intend doing if cases are piling up and they're not being, addressed adequately? What do you need? Do you need mediation system? Do you need alternate mechanism? Is that what you're looking at?
We are looking at this thing with very, clear thought of mind. We want to do certain things which are very clear. Number one, when I took over the responsibility, the total pendency was 4.3 crore. Now it has come to 4.9 crore, close to 5 crore. If you look at the numbers of cases, more than half of the cases do not deserve to be listed actually. You tell me, why should Supreme Court involve themselves into bail petitions? Every bail is going to Supreme Court. Is it Supreme Court of India been made to hear the bail petitions? Bail petitions are to be dealt by the lower courts. Very limited cases should come to High Court. Forget the Supreme Court. Why should Supreme Court deal with the bail petitions? Unless it is a death penalty or something serious cases.
But if an individual is not getting bail, let's say from a lower court or even from High Court, where else does the individual go?
It should be dealt with the lower court only. Why should Supreme Court deal with the bail petitions? Secondly, why every case is to be listed, tell me. There are many cases which are frivolous. Some of the PILs, public interest litigation is okay. But it becomes a personal interest litigation, then the court has to decide that this is not worthy of being taken up and listed. So that is why more than a half of the cases, judiciary has to decide that these are not worthy of being listed as valid cases. They are getting into something, I don't know why everything has to go to court.
So what is this alternate mechanism that you're looking at? Point one. Point two, do you need more high courts, more benches of the high court? Do states need, maybe a Supreme Court for the south, maybe a Supreme Court for the east or the west?
See, these are larger issues which we are deliberating on it. But last year, within 1 year, we appointed record numbers of high court judges. When I took over, the vacancy was close to 500 vacancies in the high courts. Now the vacancy is only 326. At no given time, the pendency can go below 200 because the process is such that vacancy will remain. Because the collegium system and the manner in which it is dealt with, it will definitely leave some, 20% vacancies at all the time. Now the other issues which you have mentioned about the alternative dispute resolution mechanism is, we are a nation which we have a rich tradition. Many cases can be dealt at the local level, community level. Now if you look at the mediation bill which I have tabled, I am very hopeful that in the coming winter session we should be able to pass the mediation. I am telling you, in the India Today platform, large numbers of cases can be handled through mediation. And we want young lawyers to become good mediators. And mediators can be anybody who are qualified. We have certain criteria: a community leader, a person who's well versed with the local system. Mediation has been started, since ancient time. It's not a new thing for India. So lots of issues should go to mediation. Other contractual, other business cases should go to arbitration. Only limited cases should come to the regular courts. There are certain things which we are working out. I am in regular consultation with the senior judges of the Supreme Court, and I am also in consultation with the High Court judges. And frequently, you ask any of the senior judges, we are meeting frequently, we are discussing frequently, and we are working together.
Sir, recently in Kevadia, Prime Minister Narendra Modi was speaking about Azadi Ka Amrit Kal and spoke of law being accessible to all Indians. Are you looking at a system where law is accessible in regional languages? Because why should cases only be argued in English in higher judiciary?
There are two issues when we talk about law and the justice system itself. Now, law is equal for everyone. I give you an example. Why everybody goes to a more renowned lawyer, or why some of the lawyers charge very high fees, exorbitant fees. Some of the lawyers, they charge 30 lakhs, 40 lakhs per hearing. Can common man afford these fees? Does that mean that who pays more gets better justice? Does that mean some of the lawyers who charge high fees are better access to the judges? Are some lawyers who speak better language? Some of the lawyers who has a better command about English can deliver faster justice? You have to think about it. Justice is all about presenting the facts and then get the justice from the judges. In the high courts, tell me in Andhra Pradesh, why not Telugu be the colloquial language for the court? In Maharashtra, why not Marathi? Why not Assamese in Assam? So the colonial mindset has gripped all over our head. People think that you can speak better English, you can get better justice. I want the courts should be accessible to everyone from everywhere. Supreme Court of India is a Supreme Court of India. It is not a Supreme Court of Delhi. So if the lawyers who are staying in Delhi are only getting better access to Supreme Court, then we have to think about it. Now Supreme Court is going live streaming. Some of the high courts have gone live streaming. I have told them, politicians, we have to go back to the people every 5 years. If people give us mandate, we will serve the society. People don't give us mandate, we will stay in opposition. Judges don't face election, but judges are being watched. The judges are also being scrutinized closely now. That is why some of the high courts, I have already requested the Chief Justice, please allow the lower courts to argue in local court. We have technology, instant translation is there. Why not? And very soon, I am of the opinion that in Supreme Court also, we should create the provision for the translation, and lawyers must be allowed to argue in their comfortable local dialects and languages.
Interesting. Sir, the government is also seen as the biggest litigant. So when you say number of cases need to be reduced, why does the government file so many cases if you want to reduce the number of cases?
No, this is a critical question which you are asking. Suppose if an officer do not take a position, then the court should not also summon him. Courts only say that why did not the particular officer act? So with a fair, every officer wants that any adverse decision should be appealed. We give protection to the officers if you do good work. But if the courts question on every action or inaction, then what will officers do? They will always put up the file before the minister saying that, sir, we must appeal this case.
So shouldn't there be a mechanism to deal with this so that the government doesn't
See,
become
we
the
have
biggest litigant in the country?
We have a strong mechanism. We have a litigation policy. Ever since Modi ji took over, the inter-ministerial consultations are happening at much faster intervals. We are working together, and also we have passed certain directions, for example, for Finance Ministry. Similar cases should not be appealed. Once there is a similar case, then it should be stopped completely. I have also had many times had a consultation with other ministries also, and we are very clear that government being the party to almost half of the cases pending, I think that also should come down, and government has to take certain drastic measures.
What changes are you bringing to the sedition law? Because is it time for this law to go, or do you want to bring changes to it, and what changes?
We told the Honorable Supreme Court that government is thinking about changing the provision of sedition law. Despite that, the Supreme Court struck down the provisions of the sedition law. I was very upset about it. These are the matters which really upsets me. If we are adamant on any subject, we are not listening to the judiciary, then judiciary can come down heavily. When we have already stated that we are taking a review, we will come back with a better provision. This is all provisions of law, which we are re-looking into it. Despite that, if the pronouncement comes from the court, definitely it is not a good thing. That is why I reacted that time also. There is a Lakshman Rekha for everybody. Let us not cross the Lakshman Rekha in the interest of the nation.
Sir, आप इतने तीर, and archery is one of your favorite sport, I'm told. आपने इतने तीर जुडिशरी की तरफ चलाए, और फिर एकाएक वो दिशा मोड़ दी पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू की तरफ, and you accused पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू of blunders in Kashmir. ये sudden change of direction कैसे हुआ?
देखिए, ये कोई change नहीं है, and I have not stated something out of blue. I have just quoted whatever Nehru ji spoke in the Constituent Assembly. Those records in the Parliament of India and some of the letters which he had written, these are all documents of very important, nature. These are documents which we cannot just throw away. If I have quoted something out of that Nehru's records, then how am I distorting the history? If the Congress party do not believe Nehruji's own words, I don't have any authority to force Congress party to believe Nehruji. But I, as a citizen of this country, has every right to quote the former Prime Minister of India. Has I added even one comma, full stop, anything? No. I have plainly quoted Jawaharlal Nehru. I don't know why Congress has the problem of even accepting to the first Prime Minister of India who belongs to the Congress party only.
But you think, and you're of the view that what you've called his blunders, they continue to cost us in Kashmir, and Article 370 or the action that the government has taken on Article 370 has reversed some of those blunders?
It is very clear before the nation. I don't want to really get into the debate right now, but it is a fact that Kashmir faces a challenge. People of Jammu and Kashmir are living in a situation which is very unlike the rest of the country. There are blunders which were committed. Now, after the removal of Article 370, we have corrected the massive blunder committed, series of blunders in fact, committed ever since we got the freedom, partition took place, the instrument of accession was done, and the policies followed thereafter. So once we have done certain things which is to secure peace, to secure total integrity of the people of Jammu and Kashmir, we have to take the claim. We are a political party. We have to go back to the people. We have to face the election. Should we keep quiet after taking action? We will definitely speak out whatever good actions we have taken, and if that leads to reaping the political benefit, so be it.
So you are reaping the political benefits of action on Article 370. Lekin chalte, since I'm running out of time and it says time up, one quick question.
Definitely start some proactive steps to ensure that judges are not blatantly criticized openly in press or in social media. But again, coming to the first initial point, if judges are getting into the administrative mechanism, then they cannot insulate themselves from the criticism. And if a judge is making comments out of the context, definitely it will lead to criticism. If you are speaking more as an observation than a judicial order, then you will receive criticism. So that is up to the judiciary. As a law and justice minister, it is my duty to remind the judiciary, because I have also bound a duty to protect the interests of Indian judiciary and the judges also. I always defend in parliament, you must have heard. If the members of parliament are harsh on judiciary, I am the one to tell, let us not be harsh on judiciary and the judges, because they are also part of the system and they can't speak like us freely. So let us not take advantage and attack them freestyle type. We will protect the judiciary. We will protect the judges.
Okay, last question, sir. How do you then address this issue? Is there, as of now, a standoff? Judiciary says we will not let go of the collegium system, and you are saying, is NJAC the way out, or you're looking for a middle ground?
I don't want to make another headline, but what I want to say is, Constitution is very clear. If you read the provisions of Constitution, who appoints the judges? It's the President of India who appoints the judges of High Courts and Supreme Court in consultation with the Chief Justice of India. That is the Constitution. Constitution is supreme book. We could have come back after Supreme Court struck down the NJSC. We could have come back, but we respected the Supreme Court and we did not act immediately. But that doesn't mean that we will be silent forever. But we don't want to show anything which will portray us into a situation where there is a confrontation with the judiciary and government is not in term with judiciary. We are in good term with judiciary. I am speaking out very openly, but the judges know very well that this law minister is not against judiciary or judges. We are actually part of the same team. We are three different organs of the same state. And when we go out for judicial awareness, for legal aids, legal camp, we go together. And I say as a law minister and the judges, we go together. It is a message that justice cannot only be delivered from the courtroom, but justice can be delivered by going to the people, and justice at the doorstep of the people is possible. That is my approach.
Minister, for joining us here on this India Today special. Many thanks. You have a battle at your hands, but I see Arjun की तरह आपकी निगाह सीधा मछली की आंख पर है. Wish you all the best. वैसे आपकी favorite ministry, you know, I've interviewed you when you were Minister for Home, MOS Home, then Sports Minister, and now here. Which is the ministry which remains your favorite?
No, actually, there's a collective responsibility, so we are dealing with everything together only, except a particular thing we are not dealing with or coming into other ministry. But in the cabinet, we discuss everything collectively. So if the sports persons come to me, I just tell them that I want to meet more often, but I'm so occupied in the other work, so very rarely I get time, but I still meet them. Even the officers, when I was in the home ministry, every weekend I was in border area or in some training center and all. I used to live with them. They come and meet me. Those who are DIG or they have become DG now. I meet them. Even the Jawans, I meet them often. The sports person, everybody, those who are playing for India, winning medals, they come to me with their medals. They want to show it to me that, sir, we got this medal for the country. This is basically a connection. So wherever I am, we are, as a team, we are concerned, and we will be always concerned for everything, not only the issues related to the ministry which is allotted to me.
Okay. For joining us here on India Today, Minister, many thanks. May I request you all to put your hands together for the 43rd Law and Justice Minister of India, Kiran Rijiju.
Thank you so much, Minister. Thank you, Gaurav. Please do stay on stage for a moment. Could I request Raj Changappa to come up and felicitate the Minister on our behalf? Time now for some melodies here at Conclave Mumbai 2022. I'd like to invite on stage my colleague Ayush Alawadi, technology editor and presenter, Business Today, on stage to introduce our next speaker. Welcome, Ayush.
Thanks, Ava. So I see a lot of people, especially in the back seats, wondering who our next guest is. More importantly, I think you guys are in the mood for some good music. So just to give you a hint of who the lyrical genius, musical mastermind joining me on stage, I hope you haven't seen the little placard out there already. Why don't we play a little bit of a song?
Hey. Hi.
ये अफसाने इन लम्हों में खो गए।
A lot of familiar faces there, Prateek. Yeah. This was done, and we got to start. This is one of Prateek's most famous songs, viral on YouTube, Instagram, every reel, every heartbreak. This song seems to really find its way in all our hearts. This video, let's start with that. In the pandemic, was this conceptualized during the pandemic? I mean, this was shot quite effortlessly, work from anywhere for all of us.
Yeah, actually, weirdly, it wasn't conceptualized in the pandemic. I wrote Kasoor in 2016. We recorded everything and we had the track ready in 2017. 2018. 2018, we had the track ready. And then we were thinking about putting it out. It went into a lot of delays. And then in 2019, we started conceptualizing a video, which was this. So in the summer of 2019 is when I spoke to Dar and Dheer, who, sent me a bunch of ideas. This was one of them. I saw the idea. I was like, this is awesome. And we were going to do it in a lot more, much more polished way, send a lot of fans these home videos, but at the same time shoot my portions in a proper studio and stuff like that. Then it got delayed again. I got into touring. 2019 was crazy. And then 2020 happened. And then suddenly the pandemic. And then, suddenly nothing was happening. And then we were talking and we were like, okay, we can still do this. This is still doable even though all of this stuff is happening. So yeah, we did end up making it in the pandemic, but it was, it worked out though.
So there's always requests for Prateek to sing encore. And if I was to fill in, then the audience would just completely empty their seats. So we'll keep referring to some of his songs on the way, and you'll tell us the story through this entire conversation. But what I want to understand from you, Prateek, is I went through some of your influences, and I did a little bit of RJing back in the day, and I find it fascinating. As a 90s kid, you've covered artists that I've not heard of with most, mainstream artists and inspirations that we see. For instance, the Lumineers, Elliott Smith, Fleet Foxes, Bob Dylan. How much have these artists really shaped and influenced your music?
A lot. And, I grew up in Jaipur, but most of my musical making, I want to say, just what really formed my personality and how I am as a person, how I think about the world, and which in turn really, bleeds into all the songwriting that I do and the music that I make, all happened really in New York when I went for college. So that's where I was introduced to a lot of these artists. I mean, Elliott Smith, I had a friend who was from Philly, and he gave me a bunch of music one time, and it was in like a hard drive or something, and it had the entire Elliott Smith discography. So I started listening to that a lot, basically. And Elliott Smith is, would be considered folk, more contemporary folk, but folk nonetheless, very folksy. He himself, his influences themselves are like very folksy. And that got me into like more folk music. So weirdly, like he was kind of my entrance into the folk world. And then I started listening to a lot of newer stuff around then, which was like the Lumineers, Fleet Foxes, Laura Marling, Mumford & Sons. And then I kind of listened to Bob Dylan after that. I mean, I'd heard Tambourine Man, but I really got into Bob Dylan a little bit later.
The other way around, is it?
Yeah.
No, it's interesting. You mentioned New York, and your time in New York, you were obviously born in Jaipur. You moved to Delhi shortly after, you moved to New York?
New York first. So I grew up in Jaipur. I did my school there. And then I went to New York for college, and then I was just there for 5 years.
It's interesting you mentioned that, because when you were in New York, you were living quite the dream. You studied there, and then you got a consulting job, and then all of a sudden one day, it was an unfortunate day, or was it a fortunate day, shall I say, where you were asked to leave. Did that in any way, I'll tell you why it's very important, to really turn adversity into an opportunity. In the tech world, and we often cover things in the news space on the tech world, today itself, so many people were laid off at Twitter. There's so much talk of it, even in the coming weeks and months. You actually took that opportunity and made it perhaps one of the most massive moments in your life to really switch track.
Yeah, I mean, I think people make a really big deal of, getting fired. I mean, it happens to so many people. It's not a big deal. And more than that, I actually had already been thinking about, so my final year of college, I'd started really seriously considering doing music. But by then, I already had this job. So I was like, let me finish an year, make some money, have a little bit of savings, and then I'll take an year off and do this. And then midway through, I was asked to leave. So I was obviously, any sort of, it always like hits your confidence a little bit. Anything like that happens, because obviously you start thinking about like, what did I do wrong beyond a point. But I anyway was like, okay, this is a good segue into doing what I wanted to do anyway. So I was like, screw it, I'm going to go back to India and just, try this out for a year, which is kind of what I wanted to do anyway. So I just distracted myself and got into that right away. And that's kind of generally my attitude towards life. Like anytime, and because that's just one of the, obstacle or failure, whatever you want to call it, that happened. Because as you just live through life, there's multiple things that happen, right? On the personal front or the professional front that are failures, so to say. But I kind of just don't think about it too much. The way I distract myself is just being like, okay, what's the next thing I can do now? And forget about that as soon as I can.
So there are failures, and then of course, for all of us, there's been breakups as well. A lot of your music has gotten a lot of us by very difficult times, let's just put it that way. All of us really want to know how much is, well, a breakup or a special someone really the inspiration for some of your top tracks?
I'm sure so the thing is that I don't really, and I don't know how other artists function, but I don't really think about my inspirations or my experiences so much that directly, you know. I mean, obviously anything that happens in life that's intense will affect you deeply in some way. And of course when you fall in love or when you fall out of love, both of those are really intense experiences. So I think that ends up kind of, inspiring things and making you think about, it's just intensity inside, It just really spurs that. But that being said, when I'm writing a song, I'm not really thinking about a particular person or a particular day. I'm just kind of writing, and it's a very stream of consciousness sort of thing. And I might not know the meaning of that song sometimes till many weeks after I've written it even.
You're touring India as we speak. Sold out concerts in Mumbai, Pune, you're heading to Delhi and 15 other cities. It's a 15-city tour. It's been a crazy turnout. Everyone's been posting about it on social media. But so, since you're talking about your inspiration, is there a special someone in Prateek Kuhar's life?
Right now, no.
Yes?
No.
All right. So is this now in the breakup phase where the inspiration comes? No, I'm just messing with you. But it really does matter, Prateek, because you said some of your influences were Elliott Smith. Obviously, he had his inspirations. The Beatles did all sorts of crazy stuff in the lyrical world. And I think lyrics for you are really a game changer. So if I was to do your introduction again, your music is fantastic. The videos are just heartwarming. But would you like to call yourself a songwriter above all?
Yeah, definitely. And I think I've become a good singer over the years because I toured so much. I just toured so much, and every time you tour, you have to rehearse a bunch. So I've just sang my songs just so much, which a lot of people don't do because India doesn't have that intense a touring culture. So you won't see just the volume of shows I've done and the kind of rehearsals we put in is just, it's pretty uncommon. Not every musician does it, especially singers. And I think I got better. So I still don't think I'd be very good as a playback singer or a singer per se. I'm good at singing my songs because I know them and I've sang them enough number of times. But if you ask me to sing somebody else's song, it takes me a while to really learn.
But you've absolutely killed it in Bollywood as well. Some of your hits come from
They were my songs.
Ho Gaye Hum Kahan and stuff like that.
But they were still my songs, Like playback singing is like singing something you have no involvement in creating or writing at all. Yeah. And that's still something I find very challenging.
That's fascinating, One song which I think gets all of us going, you get goosebumps as soon as you play it. And why should I keep talking about it? In fact, let's just play a small bit from that song and then we'll get to it because there's a big backstory, Prateek. Can we have that song, please? I'm guessing if we play a little more, Prateek, there'll be demands from the audience saying, please get a guitar and get Prateek to start singing. But there's a backstory which is very important. In 2019, President Obama puts up this tweet with his top songs. Cold Mess by Prateek Kuhar features somewhere in between Bruce Springsteen and other platinum record-selling artists. What did it feel like? What was your first reaction? Did you wake up with a jolt?
Yeah, it was midnight actually when it happened. It was shocking in the best way possible, of course. Somebody just sent me like a WhatsApp message with the link, not even saying anything, just the link. So I'm like, why has anybody sent me this? Because nobody does that usually, And it was some random person who I hadn't spoken to in a year, somebody I'd worked with like many years ago and stuff. So I just clicked on it and then I saw it was the Obama list and I was like, why have I gotten this? And then like 3 seconds into it, I was like, wait, have I gotten this because by any chance my song's on it? And then I spotted Cold Mess and kind of freaked out. But yeah, it was really cool, man.
You were always a big deal here in the alternative scene. Even in the mainstream, everyone in India was always a massive Prateek Kuhar fan. I know all my friends are as well. But this really put you on the map, didn't it?
Yeah, I think it's more symbolic than anything else because in general, South Asian artists of all sorts, you know, actors or anything, it's rare. There's very few, and it's only started happening recently in the past 5 or 10 years that South Asian artists are even getting kind of into pop culture in general. So in that sense, it was a really big symbolic win, I think.
Prateek, I'm a huge tech geek. I have to understand this. Algorithms considered, do you think President Obama was listening to Spotify, YouTube? How did he discover Prateek Kuhar?
I have no clue.
Or was it some sort of inspiration? Because the rest of his songs were quite workout-centric. This was the one ballad right there.
No, that's not true. I think there was like, I remember there was like a song from one of my really not very popular, but not super famous, but really nice indie band called, I'm forgetting the name, but her, Adrian Lenker. She, Big Thief. That's what the band calls. It's a really small indie band. That was on the list as well. So he had a really good mix of like, of course there was, like you said, there was Bruce Springsteen, but there was like a bunch of hip hop and pop. It's a really good mix. But
Old Town Road.
Yeah, that's right.
So those were really popular songs. I think that's a huge achievement for whatever it's worth. You're very modest, Prateek. I've noticed this. You're not very comfortable with compliments, right? I've noticed this in our last hour of interaction.
Yeah, now that you say it.
Everyone who's a Prateek Kuhar fan in the audience, please put your hand up. There you go.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so, but Prateek, I'll tell you why. Because once that put you on the map, we saw you making more trips to the US. A record company out there signs you up. What was that experience like?
Yeah, that definitely pushed it. We'd actually been talking to Elektra since 2019. So the summer of 2019, I played South by Southwest for the second time, which is this big music conference that happens in the US every year. It's very, that's where all the artists go to get signed. All the music business people go to like discover new music. And that's where I met somebody from Elektra for the first time. We were talking for a while, but that definitely like pushed the, the thing a little bit. And once that happened, then they immediately reached out and like, all right, let's sign, So it was good. I've done like two records with them now. Shehron Ke Raaz, which was an EP in 2021. Then this year I put out The Way That Lovers Do. Both have been through Elektra. It's great, yeah.
But growing up in Jaipur, I've always been curious. I think that really adds that special sort of USP to your music because you're effortlessly bilingual. And some of your Hindi songs have done really well. And now there's a lot of English songs as well. What's the plan going forward? Are we going to listen to a lot more English music, or is it going to be more Hindi-centric? What's the deal?
No, it's just going to be the same. I mean, when I started putting music out, not a lot of people were doing, like most artists were either doing only Hindi music or only English music. And I just felt like, I speak both languages. And I think you'd relate, and a lot of other Indians, especially from, like bigger cities, gone to like English medium schools. We always know English and whatever our regional languages, usually. So like it's Hindi in the north, and then whatever South Indian languages in the south, or sometimes we know a third regional language. But all of us are like bilingual or trilingual usually, and very, very comfortable speaking both. So for me, it was Hindi and English. And I was like, if I can speak and think and write in both languages, why can't I write songs in both? So it's just, I don't really think about it as a, I just think about it as like writing music, basically, writing songs.
It's interesting because if any of us was to watch you live last week in Mumbai or Pune, you seem like this super confident guy with bucket loads of talent. But I read in a recent interview of yours that you were suffering from social anxiety in your early 20s. How did you overcome that and become this super confident performer up on stage?
Yeah, it's taken some work. I was suffering from, I'm still a little awkward, maybe you guys can tell, but I used to be extremely socially anxious till 2019 pretty much. I think just being thrown into these situations a lot of playing live, a lot of just social situations like fan meets afterwards, and coming to conferences like this, or like music conferences, having to meet people, pushing myself, it just kind of reduced a little bit already. And then the last 1 or 2 years has just changed a lot. I think the pandemic put me in such a shell that I was pretty just annoyed by all of it. And then when I came out, I just felt like I have this new kind of life, because it's just I just felt very grateful for everything being back to normal and getting back to shows again. So I'm at my social peak right now. I don't know how long it's going to last, but yeah, I did, yeah, definitely. I couldn't I'd be way more quiet in general.
So you would have given me a lot more monosyllabic responses had I asked you these questions?
Yeah.
Right. I thought I was doing a good job. But even then, Prateek, you mentioned how you dealt with some of these things. Another thing when you get famous, and especially in this social media world that we live in, where streaming culture is so popular, another thing that technology seems to do is that it's a double-edged sword. Often, when you're getting famous, you got to deal with the critics, not so constructive, so to speak, and the trolls. I'm guessing you've had your fair share of that as well?
Yeah, I mean, you barely find any critics anymore. Critics aren't that bad. Trolls are bad because it's pretty meaningless stuff. And yeah, it happens all the time, man. You just have to tune it out and get used to it, I guess.
So have there been specific instances where it's really bogged you down? Because we always say that, I'm bulletproof like Sia, but at the end of the day, you've got to also know how to overcome it. If there's any sort of advice that you can give a lot of the young people watching who have to deal with this, even if they're micro-influencers nowadays, it can be quite bogging down.
Yeah, it's just getting worse actually, I feel like, because I'm at one of the first generation of artists and stuff who had social media, because I did this through the early 2010s, and that's when really Instagram started and stuff, right? So back then there were really no trolls. It was mostly like friends and friends and friends of friends, and it was a pretty close-knit community, so to speak, in the beginning. So it was mostly just good stuff, and then now it's really become this thing where there's tons and tons of trolls, and I don't know, I don't know how to deal with it, honestly. I think I've just could become immune to it now, because it's been happening for 4 or 5 years now, since I've started noticing, the first time I got any sort of popularity, it started happening. When I was not very popular, it didn't happen, because I had a really small group of fans and everybody was super nice, but eventually, I think, I want to say with Tum Jab Paas, which was one early hit, it started happening, Kho Gayam Kahan,
But are we going to see you said Kho Gayam Kahan, are we going to see a lot more mainstream music, Bollywood music from Prateek Kuhar?
I don't really think of music or the stuff I put out as mainstream or non-mainstream. I mean, if you listen to my music, it's not like Ho Gayam Kahan sounds different than anything else, So, and that's the thing, I mean, we were talking about this earlier, and it's not like I don't want to do Bollywood projects or want to do them either ways. It's just, I want to keep writing music, and usually the people who reach out to me want me to write songs that they like, which is my style of music anyway. So it ends up being pretty similar, in that sense. It ends up always being my style. So I've never been pushed to write in a direction I don't want to. So there's no mainstream or non-mainstream. And at the same time, I have songs which are pretty popular. So you could argue that they're mainstream already. So it's just, you know what I'm saying?
Fair enough. A lot of us are drawn to Prateek Kuhar's music when we're in and out of love, millennials and Gen Z, and especially when we're dealing with breakups. I think it's quite the remedy, the panacea for a lot of us. What about Prateek Kuhar, the artist? What about when you're dealing with heartbreak? What do you go to? What's your go-to remedy?
It's been different times in my life, honestly. At a point of time, it used to be writing a lot, or just, especially when I started playing the guitar and started writing, I would just generally play the guitar a lot. So it wasn't even writing songs, but just sitting down and playing the guitar and covering a song, doing whatever I wanted. Now it's like, I don't know, I've had a few breakups now, so I think I'm more experienced in that. So I just try to, you know, again, focus on moving ahead more than anything else. Yeah.
Very cool. Very quickly, Prateek, I want to understand, and we can't do justice to this. This needs at least a couple of hours more. What is Prateek Kuhar's songwriting process all about? Because I know often when you're on tour and even when you're traveling, you must record something on voice notes.
Yeah.
And then how does it materialize into the viral monster that it becomes eventually?
It's a mix of, well, for one, it's just doing lots of it. I just, like you said, I'm writing whenever I write, I just write. I never stop myself from writing. So anytime I feel like writing, whether I could be in like a tour bus and I'll grab my guitar from the back and like record a quick snippet if I get an idea. I could be like in a hotel room and I'll finish the song. Sometimes I sit down and put a, you know, schedule to it and write every day for an hour. It's different at different points in my life. I just write a lot. Yeah.
The toughest question, save for the last. I saved the best for the last, guys. And I know you're gonna try to skirt it, but very quickly on the spot, your top 3 songs that you've composed.
That I've made.
That you've actually sung or composed.
Cold Mess, Tere Hi Hum, and probably The Last Time, which is from this new album. Yeah.
Absolutely amazing. Candid, modest, understated, and an absolute genius at that as well. Prateek, thanks so much for joining us at the India Today Conclave. Ladies and gentlemen, Prateek Kuhar.
Thank you so much. Do stay with us, Prateek, for a moment. Dinesh Bhatia, could I have you on stage to offer Prateek a token of our appreciation? Thank you so much. Thank you, Prateek, Dinesh, and Ayush. Well, it only keeps getting bigger here at the Conclave Mumbai 2022. I'd like to invite on stage Rahul Kamal, News Director, India Today Television, and Aaj Tak, and Executive Director, Business Today, on stage to introduce our next guest, the Honorable Minister, on the road to a $5 trillion economy and why infrastructure is key. Rahul, over to you.
We are in the middle of a very busy election season. There are elections in the hill state of Himachal Pradesh, in the Prime Minister's home state of Gujarat, municipal elections in the capital. And to talk about the political temperature in the country at this time, and to talk about the physical infrastructure that's being built ahead of the next general elections, I am delighted to be joined at this keynote session at the India Today Mumbai Conclave by Maharashtra boy, Senior Minister in the BJP government at the center, former BJP President and the Union Minister for Highways and Road Transport. Can we have a very warm round of applause as we welcome Nitin Gadkari to the Mumbai Conclave. Gadkari ji, swagat hai aapka.
Thank you.
And first and foremost, thank you very much for making the effort to come. Gadkari ji started the day in Nagpur, went to Himachal Pradesh, was in Kangra, was in Bilaspur, was in Pathankot, and has then finally in the evening come to Mumbai, especially for the India Today Conclave to be here. And he's already made plans for what he'll do for dinner after this session gets over. So he's got a choco-block calendar. Gadkari ji, काफी energy है आप में. सुबह से लेके नागपुर, बिलासपुर, कांगड़ा, आपने क्या देखा हिमाचल प्रदेश में? मैं गया था पिछले हफ्ते चुनाव कवरेज के लिए हिमाचल में. देखा कि बीजेपी वहां पे रिबेल से जूझ रही है. कई सारे आप ही के पार्टी के नेता अब बागी बनकर लड़ रहे हैं. काफी मुश्किल लग रही है इस वक्त हिमाचल की लड़ाई. आपने क्या देखा?
मुझे नहीं लगता, क्योंकि 2014 में जो हमारी सरकार ने मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में दिल्ली में आई, उसके बाद हिमाचल प्रदेश में काफी काम हुआ. और मेरे डिपार्टमेंट ने तो काफ़ी काम किया है जो रोड में हुआ है। और आज मुझे देखने के लिए मिला कि उन क्षेत्र में ब्रिजेस बने हैं, 4 लेन रोड बने हैं। यानी पहले केवल 3 नेशनल हाईवे थे, अभी हिमाचल में हमारे 14 के बाद 66 बने हैं, टनल्स बन रही है। तो लोगों में खुशी है और मुझे लगता है कि हिमाचल में निश्चित रूप से हमारी जीत होगी।
लेकिन बागी उम्मीदवार भी हैं, क्योंकि एक तो हिमाचल का ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड रहा है 1985 के बाद कभी भी सेम सरकार रिपीट नहीं हुई। वीरभद्र की 82 और 85 में रिपीट हुई थी। उसके बाद 5 साल में पार्टी आती है, पार्टी जाती है, और लोगों को लग रहा है कि हो सकता है कि इस बार भी वही जो ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड है कंटिन्यू हो, क्योंकि हिमाचल एक ऐसा स्टेट है जहां कांग्रेस का संगठन अभी खत्म नहीं हुआ है।
हिमाचल का ये इतिहास रहा है कि 5 साल एक पार्टी रहती है, 5 साल एक पार्टी रहती है। पर इस बार अपवाद होगा और दिल्ली के भारत सरकार हमारा है, जैसे बीजेपी की सरकार है मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में, वैसे हिमाचल में भी इस बार रिकॉर्ड बनेगा और हम जीतेंगे।
हिमाचल में एक चुनाव है, दूसरा इलेक्शन है गुजरात में, और गुजरात के इलेक्शन को लेकर मैं बड़ा कंफ्यूज हूं गडकरी जी। और कंफ्यूजन की वजह यह है कि एक तरफ बीजेपी बोलती है कि आम आदमी पार्टी कोई फैक्टर नहीं है, ये एकदम जैसे दूध में मक्खी टाइप का, वो मतलब नहीं है इसका। दूसरी तरफ बीजेपी के तमाम नेता ऊपर से लेके नीचे तक दनादन AK-47 लेके आम आदमी पार्टी पर दिन भर अटैक करते रहते। अगर एकदम नॉन इशू है आप, तो बीजेपी इतना लगातार अटैक क्यों कर रही है?
नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है। चुनाव में जो जो पार्टियां लड़ती है, जो मुद्दे खड़े होते हैं, उसके सवाल जवाब होते रहते हैं, और फिर मीडिया में आप लोग उसको महत्व देते हैं, दोनों बातों को फिर डिबेट करवाते हैं, जो इशू नहीं होगा उसको इशू बना देते हैं, तो उसके कारण चर्चा हो जाती है। तो ये तो बहुत स्वाभाविक है, क्योंकि आजकल इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मीडिया के कारण और प्रिंट मीडिया के कारण, प्रिंट मीडिया तो पहले थी, पर इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मीडिया फिर उसके साथ सोशल मीडिया भी आई, तो छोटी सी बातें रोज डिबेट होते हैं, एक ने कुछ कहा, दूसरे ने जवाब दिया, तो ये चर्चाएं होती रहती है। पर गुजरात में परंपरागत रूप से हम जीतते आए हैं, और गुजरात का एक अच्छा सक्सेसफुल मॉडल नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में उस जनता ने स्वीकार किया है। तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि गुजरात में कोई कंपटीशन है।
नहीं, इस चुनाव में हो ना हो, अगले चुनाव में, क्योंकि पॉलिटिकल कंस्पिरेसी थ्योरी यह है कि अगर आम आदमी पार्टी इस चुनाव में अपना कुछ वजूद बना लेती है, तो 2027 के चुनाव में 29 से पहले वो बीजेपी को टक्कर दे पाएगी। इसलिए आप चाहते हो कि इस दफा कुचल दो, खत्म कर दो, ताकि ये खतरा ही ना बन पाए आगे चल के।
देखिए, लड़ाई जो है वो दूसरे तीसरे नंबर के लिए हो रही है। आम आदमी पार्टी और कांग्रेस पार्टी आपस में लड़ रही है, हमारे में से कौन स्ट्रांग है। जहां तक चुनाव का नतीजा का सवाल है, बीजेपी 100% चुनाव जीतेगी, और मुझे उसमें कोई डाउट नहीं लगता।
आज ही अनाउंस किया गया दिल्ली स्टेट इलेक्शन कमीशन द्वारा कि 4 तारीख को म्यूनिसिपल इलेक्शन होगा, 7 तारीख को नतीजे आएंगे। अब जितने लोग देख रहे हैं वो कह रहे हैं ये तो आपने इसलिए किया कि केजरीवाल को फंसा दो दिल्ली में, क्योंकि वो गुजरात में कैंपेन कर रहा था, इसलिए आप चाहते हो कि उसको इतना उलझा दो। उसकी तो छोटी पार्टी है, आपका तो इतना बड़ा तंत्र है कि वो आधा पैर यहाँ पे आधा पैर वहां पे कंफ्यूज हो जाए कि दिल्ली में रहना है कि गांधीनगर में।
ऐसा कुछ होता नहीं है। चुनाव ड्यू थे, समय खत्म हो गया था, चुनाव डिक्लेयर हुए।
नहीं, पर ये इलेक्शन
और
तो
कभी
बहुत देर
कभी
से पेंडिंग था।
एक समय 2 राज्यों में होते, 3 राज्यों में होते, वैसे ही है। अब योगायोग से कभी 1-2 चुनाव अगर एक साथ आ गए, तो आपको जैसा लगता है वैसा किसी को लग सकता है, पर ये एक योगायोग है, क्योंकि उन्हीं की भी रेजिम खत्म हो गई थी, चुनाव ड्यू थे, और उसके अनुसार चुनाव हो रहे। और पिछले बार भी, अगर आप डेट मुझे एग्जैक्टली याद नहीं है, पर दिल्ली म्यूनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन और गुजरात के चुनाव शायद इसी प्रकार के।
पर आप तो बीजेपी के प्रेसिडेंट रहे हैं, और आपको मालूम है कि दिल्ली में बीजेपी के लिए इस वक्त एमसीडी का चुनाव जीतना हो सकता है कि मुश्किल हो जाए। अब ऐसा क्यों होता है कि 7 सीट आप लोकसभा में जीतते हैं, लेकिन जब असेंबली का चुनाव होता है या फिर एमसीडी का चुनाव होता है, तो लोकल पार्टी उस तरीके से बैकअप नहीं कर पाती सेंट्रल के परफॉर्मेंस को?
नहीं, मुझे ऐसा नहीं लगता। दिल्ली म्यूनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन में पिछले अनेक सालों से हमें ही लोगों ने विश्वास दिलाया, और इस बार भी जो दिल्ली में केंद्र की सरकार है, और उसके कारण काफ़ी अच्छे, दिल्ली में मेरा खुद का डिपार्टमेंट 60,000 करोड़ के काम दिल्ली के आजू बाजू कर रहा है। दिल्ली में काफ़ी प्रॉब्लम हमने सुलझाया है, और मुझे लगता है कि दिल्ली में विशेष रूप से वाटर पोल्यूशन और एयर पोल्यूशन दोनों में बहुत काम हुआ है। जैसे मैं वाटर रिसोर्सेज मंत्री था, तो हमारी सरकार की ओर से मैंने 6,000 करोड़ के काम दिल्ली में वाटर प्यूरिफिकेशन के लिए प्रोजेक्ट्स पूरे किए। दिल्ली में प्रदूषण के लिए हमने जो परली थी, अभी उसमें पानीपत में एक प्रोजेक्ट शुरू किया इंडियन ऑयल ने, जिसमें हम लोग 100-150 टन बायो बिटुमिन परली से, राइस स्ट्रॉ से बना रहे और 1 लाख लीटर इथेनॉल बना रहे। अभी परली से हमने, अभी मेरे डिपार्टमेंट में हमने एक रिसर्च हुआ CSR का, और उसको मैं इनकरेज कर रहा हूँ कि परली से बायो बिटुमिन तैयार हो रहा है। और मैं जल्दी ही स्कीम जाहिर कर रहा हूँ कि पंजाब और हरियाणा के हर गांव में जो परली जलाई जाती है उससे लिक्विड बायो बिटुमिन बनेगा, और उसके स्टैंडर्ड्स ऐसे हैं कि वो हम हमारे बिटुमिन में मिक्स करेंगे और हमारा इंपोर्ट कम होगा और परली का वैल्यू एडिशन होगा। और दिल्ली का प्रदूषण कम करना ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण बात है। सुप्रीम कोर्ट तक ये सब बातें चली गई, फिर भी कुछ प्रमाण में परली जलती है, और पर्टिकुलर आज के इस क्लाइमेट में वो प्रदूषण की समस्या बहुत बड़ी होती है। तो हमने लगभग उसको छुड़ाने की कोशिश की है। और दिल्ली में 60,000 करोड़ का तो दिल्ली के आजू बाजू में मैं इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर
नहीं, क्योंकि केजरीवाल ये कह रहे हैं कि आपकी सरकार मदद नहीं कर रही है। वो कह रहे हैं कि फार्मर्स को जो कॉम्पनसेशन मिलना चाहिए था, क्योंकि आज दिल्ली में पोल्यूशन 500 AQI से ज़्यादा खराब है, जो कि दुनिया की सबसे ज़्यादा हाई लेवल्स में है पोल्यूशन के। तो कह रहे हैं कि आप फार्मर कॉम्पनसेशन में मदद नहीं कर रहे, इसीलिए दिल्ली के लोग चोक कर रहे हैं।
देखिए, पंजाब और हरियाणा में 7 प्लांट अभी लगभग शुरू हो गए, 2-3 तो शुरू हो गए, बाकी शुरू होने के कारण, क्योंकि मैं बायोफ्यूल मेरा मिशन है। मैं ये सब लोग मुझे मिलते हैं और मैं लगातार इसमें काम करता हूँ, जिसमें परली 5 टन ऑफ परली इज गिविंग 1 टन ऑफ बायो CNG और बायो LNG, जिससे ट्रैक्टर और बसेस चल सकती है। फिर परली से भी बिटुमिन की योजना हमने लाई है, और परली को पावर में भी ग्रीन एनर्जी के लिए भी उपयोग किया जा रहा है एज ए रॉ मटेरियल। तो मुझे लगता है कि धीरे धीरे अब ये कोई भी पॉलिसी इंप्लीमेंट करने के लिए, समझिए इथेनॉल की बात होती है, अब मैं 2004 से इथेनॉल की बात कर रहा हूँ। अब इथेनॉल की गाड़ी आ गई फ्लेक्स इंजन की, वो लॉन्च हो रही, स्कूटर आ गई, ऑटो रिक्शा आ गई, 2 व्हीलर में भी आ गई। तो कभी ना कभी ये ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन होने के लिए समय लगता है, पर जो प्रयास 2014 के बाद हमने विशेष रूप से किया है, उसके परिणाम अब जल्दी ही मिलेंगे, और जल प्रदूषण और वायु प्रदूषण से दिल्ली को निश्चित रूप से मुक्ति मिलेगी।
हमने हिमाचल से स्टार्ट किया, गुजरात गए, दिल्ली की बात की, अब मुंबई और महाराष्ट्र आते हैं। और सुबह से आप लोगों ने देखा होगा इंडिया टुडे कॉन्क्लेव में एक बड़ा विषय ये रहा कि अगर बीजेपी की महाराष्ट्र में सरकार है तो ऐसा क्यों है गडकरी जी कि एक के बाद एक इंडस्ट्रियल प्रोजेक्ट महाराष्ट्र की जगह गुजरात जा रहे। पहले वेदांता के सेमीकंडक्टर्स के साथ हुआ, फिर टाटा की एयरक्राफ्ट मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के साथ हुआ। दोनों स्टेट्स में आपकी सरकार है, लेकिन जो इन्वेस्टर्स हैं वो महाराष्ट्र छोड़ के गुजरात जा रहे हैं।
देखिए, पहली बात तो ऐसी है कि इंडिया ये फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग इकोनॉमी है, और दूसरी ये बात है कि महाराष्ट्र ये देश की सबसे फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग इकोनॉमी है। मैं नागपुर से हूँ, हमारे यहाँ टाल की फैक्ट्री है जो एयरबस और बोइंग दोनों के पार्ट्स वही बनाते हैं। अभी राफेल भी बनना शुरू हो रहा है वहाँ, और फाल्कन भी बन रहा है। इंडस्ट्री काफ़ी जगह जाती है। इंडस्ट्री कहाँ ले जाना और कहाँ करना, आखिर ये जो इन्वेस्टर है उसका भी अधिकार होता है।
नहीं, पर कहीं ना कहीं ऊपर से सिग्नल तो मिलता ही है कि कहाँ जाना चाहिए।
कोई राज्यों के हाथ में नहीं होता। अभी जैसे आपने कॉन्क्लेव मुंबई में क्यों लिया, नागपुर में क्यों नहीं लिया?
आपने बुलाया ही नहीं, आप नागपुर बुलाते हैं, नागपुर आए थे।
ऐसा है कि अल्टीमेटली आपका अधिकार है कि कॉन्क्लेव कहाँ लेना। वैसे इन्वेस्टर का भी अधिकार होता है कि कहाँ इंडस्ट्री डालना। ये विवाद करना उचित नहीं है। महाराष्ट्र में भी आज देखो ऑटोमोबाइल हब बन गया। अब पुणे के पास जितने अच्छे ब्रांड है सबका है। मर्सिडीज, अभी मैंने मर्सिडीज लॉन्च की इलेक्ट्रिक की, पुणे में है। LNG का ट्रक लॉन्च किया ब्लू एनर्जी का, पुणे में है। ये जितनी गाड़ियों की बड़ी बड़ी कंपनियां हैं आज, वो सब पुणे में है। और महाराष्ट्र का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर अच्छा डेवलप हो रहा है। और इसमें एक बात सच है ये कि महाराष्ट्र में लगातार महाराष्ट्र का विकास हो, इसके लिए काफ़ी प्रयास भी हुए। और अभी हमारा विदर्भ, पहले विदर्भ मराठवाड़ा ये बैकवर्ड है करके झगड़ा होता था। मैं यहाँ अपोजिशन लीडर भी रहा हूँ, मंत्री भी रहा हूँ, पार्टी का प्रेसिडेंट भी रहा हूँ। तो ये थोड़ा सा झगड़ा होता था कि विदर्भ और मराठवाड़ा के साथ अन्याय हो रहा, कोंकण के साथ। अभी मेरे को एक नहीं कहना आपको कि सब जगह बहुत अच्छी तरीके से डेवलपमेंट होती है।
नहीं, पर आपको लगता है 2 बैक टू बैक इतने बड़े अनाउंसमेंट अभी चुनाव से आइन पहले महाराष्ट्र छोड़ के इन्वेस्टर गुजरात जाते?
अभी मैंने भी बिहान में टाटा को पत्र लिखा था, टाटा चेयरमैन को,
और उनका जवाब भी आया आपको?
जवाब भी आया मुझे। और वो
तो ऐसे उन्होंने टरका दिया, उन्होंने बोला हाँ हम बात करेंगे, अरे पैसा वहां लगा दिया, बात करेंगे।
ऐसा नहीं है। टाटा का टाल नाम का बड़ा प्रोजेक्ट उस समय मैं मिहान में नागपुर में लेकर गया और उसमें काफ़ी अच्छा बड़ा प्रोजेक्ट है। वहाँ भी ये फॉल्कन और अपना राफेल का मैन्युफैक्चरिंग नागपुर में हो रहा है। हमारा एमआरओ है जहाँ जो बोइंग के कारण बना है। तो धीरे धीरे हर जगह पर पोटेंशियल होता है, एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूशन डेवलप होती है, उसके साथ इंडस्ट्री डेवलप होती है और हर जगह की कुछ स्ट्रेंथ और वीकनेसेस होती है। कोई रॉ मटेरियल कहाँ अवेलेबल होता है तो उस प्रकार से वो होता है। कई टैक्स कंसेशन की भी बातें आती है, कोई राज्य सरकार की पॉलिसी में टैक्स कहीं ज़्यादा कंसेशन मिलते हैं, कहीं कम मिलते हैं, वो भी अपनी सुविधा। कई पोर्ट के कारण इंपोर्ट और एक्सपोर्ट के लिए लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट कहाँ कम पड़ती है, इसका भी विचार होता है। तो ये डिफरेंट ये है और मुझे लगता है महाराष्ट्र भी गुजरात की तुलना में डेवलप हो रहा है और महाराष्ट्र में भी काफी इंडस्ट्री आ रही है।
आदित्य ठाकरे आए थे सुबह, वो कह रहे हैं कि ये ऊपर से सिग्नल जा रहा है कि गुजरात जाओ।
नहीं, ऐसा कोई दबाव नहीं किसी के ऊपर होता है, ये पॉलिटिक्स होती है और कारण न होते हुए लोग राजनीतिक विवाद करते हैं और आप जैसे लोग ऐसे विवादों को खूब चलाते रहते हैं। बाकी कोई इसमें ज्यादा नहीं, लोग भी 8 दिन के बाद भूल जाते हैं। नया प्रोजेक्ट आता है, इधर भी आता है। और मुंबई के कहने की जरूरत है क्या, मुंबई ये देश का इकोनॉमिक कैपिटल है। मैं ये शहर में मैं इससे जुड़ा हूँ। ये वर्ली बांद्रा सीलिंग प्रोजेक्ट मैंने बनाया, 55 फ्लाईओवर बनाया, मुंबई पुणे एक्सप्रेस हाईवे बनाया। तो ये मैं तो ये मुंबई को देखता हूँ हर बार, ये इतना अच्छा है। अभी कल से मैंने स्टॉक एक्सचेंज में गया था और पहली बार इसी मुंबई में मैं MSRDC के लिए मैंने इनके लिए प्रोजेक्ट किए थे। तब मैं कैपिटल मार्केट से बॉन्ड खड़े किए थे। तब धीरू भाई अंबानी और रतन टाटा ने मुझे कहा था कि तुम हमसे होशियार निकले। मैंने कैपिटल मार्केट से पैसे, और कल 4 दिन पहले मैं मुंबई में आया था और मैंने इशू क्लोज किया। तो इसी मुंबई ने हमें NHI के जो इनविट बॉन्ड्स है, अनकन्वर्टेबल डिबेंचर्स, उसके लिए 10 दिन की मुदत थी। इसी मुंबई ने हमको पहले 4 घंटे में 7 गुना ओवर सब्सक्राइब करके पैसा दिया। तो मैं दिल्ली से मुंबई आया और यहां से पैसा मिला। तो ये तो मुंबई और हम लोग जो डेवलप कर रहे हैं उसमें ऐसी कोई बात नहीं।
तो अभी भी कोस्टल रोड बन रहा है, मैं देख रहा था, काफी तैयारी अब दिख रही है। आपके अभी क्या एक्चुअल प्रॉमिसेस हैं यहाँ पे जो लोग आपको मुंबई के इस कॉन्क्लेव में देख रहे हैं? जैसे आप कहते हैं कि दिल्ली से मेरठ 2 घंटे में हो जाएगा, दिल्ली से हरिद्वार 2 घंटे, क्या आप डिलीवर करेंगे 2024 के चुनाव से पहले?
चिंता मत करो, ये मुंबईकर और महाराष्ट्र को मालूम है कि मैं जो बोलता हूँ वो डंके की चोट पर होता है। ये पूरा विश्वास है लोगों का। यहाँ का कोई पत्रकार और कोई लोग उस समय टेक्नोलॉजी थी कि अभी मैंने नागपुर में नीचे में रोड, ऊपर में ब्रिज, ऊपर में मेट्रो। अब मैं पुणे में कर रहा हूँ, नीचे में रोड, ऊपर में ब्रिज, ऊपर में ब्रिज, उसके ऊपर में मेट्रो। चेन्नई में और पुणे में कर रहा हूँ। तो मेरे ध्यान में नहीं आया कि ये पूरा रोड जो है वेस्टर्न, ये हार्ट लाइन है, इसमें भी 3 मंजिली अगर फ्लाईओवर बना था तो कभी ट्रैफिक जाम नहीं होता। तो अभी मेरा एक सपना है कि ये जो वर्ली बांद्रा आगे जा रहा है इसको मैं मुंबई दिल्ली हाईवे से जोड़ूं। और मुंबई दिल्ली हाईवे JNPT तक है और 70% काम अब पूरा हो गया है। और मेरा एक सपना है कि एक दिन मैं नरीमन पॉइंट में कॉफी पीऊंगा और वहां से निकलकर 12 घंटे के अंदर दिल्ली पहुंचूंगा। इसके लिए ये वसई विरार से लेकर दिल्ली मुंबई एक्सप्रेस हाईवे तक मैंने प्लान भी बनाया है, कंसल्टेंट को बुलाया है, तैयारी भी की है। और मुख्यमंत्री और उप मुख्यमंत्री को बीच में उद्धव जी थे तब भी मेरी चर्चा हुई, अब नए इसमें भी होने वाली है। और मैं 50,000 करोड़ का एक नया ब्रिज बना रहा हूँ, वो बनाने के लिए मैं तैयार हूँ पैसा डालने के लिए, डायरेक्ट दिल्ली जाने के लिए, यानी वो दिल्ली मुंबई हाईवे को जुड़ेगा। दूसरा, अभी मैंने 2-4 दिन पहले ही पुणे से नागपुर एक्सप्रेस हाईवे बना रहा हूँ। तो अभी 24 घंटे लगते हैं, मैं 7 घंटे में नागपुर से पुणे हो जाएगा। नागपुर से जालना तक समृद्धि महामार्ग आएगा और जालना से पुणे तक मैं नया हाईवे बना रहा हूँ, द्रुतगति महामार्ग, जिससे पुणे से नागपुर 7 घंटे में होगा। मैं यहाँ पालखी मार्ग बना रहा हूँ, देऊ आळंदी, और बहुत अच्छा है जो 12,000 करोड़ का जो पूरा होते हुए आया है। मैं 5 लाख करोड़ के काम मेरे 14 से लेकर अभी तक महाराष्ट्र में कर रहा हूँ। और महाराष्ट्र का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बहुत अच्छा है, बदल गया है, और महाराष्ट्र में इन्वेस्टमेंट आएगी, इंडस्ट्री आएगी, ट्रेड बिजनेस बढ़ेगा, क्योंकि महाराष्ट्र में इनहेरेंट पोटेंशियल है। और मैं बहुत नज़दीक से देख चुका हूँ, महाराष्ट्र में शुगर फैक्ट्रीज है, महाराष्ट्र में इरिगेशन बढ़ रहा है, हमारे महाराष्ट्र में विदर्भ के पार्ट में जो है, हमारा नागपुर टाइगर कैपिटल है, 450 टाइगर नागपुर के आजू बाजू में, अब वर्ल्ड टूरिस्ट आने लगे वहाँ। 70% ऑफ द मिनरल्स महाराष्ट्र के हमारे विदर्भ में है। अभी शिरडी का एयरपोर्ट बना, इतना बढ़िया बना महाराष्ट्र सरकार ने। मैंने उनको बोला इसको मोनेटाइज कर दो, 5,000 करोड़ मिल जाएंगे और बाकी भी एक 20-25 एयरपोर्ट बना लो। तो महाराष्ट्र बहुत विकसित हो रहा है और महाराष्ट्र
आप लोगों ने देखा होगा, मैंने हिमाचल से पूछा, फिर मैं गुजरात पे गया, मैंने दिल्ली पे गया, लेकिन आंखों में चमक सिर्फ महाराष्ट्र के सवाल पे ही आई। उससे पहले दे रहे थे सवालों के जवाब, ऐसा नहीं है, लेकिन जो एकदम मुस्कान है और जोश।
एक तो बात सच है, हाँ, मैं कोई बात छुपाता नहीं। मेरा महाराष्ट्र में जन्म हुआ, मराठी संस्कृति, मराठी नाटक, मराठी कलाकार, लता मंगेशकर से लेकर सचिन तेंदुलकर तक, ये पूरा मैं मुंबई में रहा हूँ। लता जी ने भाई, मेरे लड़के जैसा, भाई जैसा मेरे ऊपर प्रेम किया है। इन सबको मैं व्यक्तिगत रूप से जानता हूँ और मुंबई में बोलना नहीं चाहता क्योंकि मुंबई जैसा फूड वर्ल्ड में कहीं नहीं मिलता। रात को 12 बजे में जाओ। इस शहर में मैं 18 साल रहा हूँ, मुझे इस शहर में काम करने का मौका मिला। अब बात जरूर है कि मेरा आने का कम होता है,
तो मुझे पता चला कि आप फोन करते हुए अपना डिनर का टेबल बुक करा के आए हो यहाँ आने से पहले। कहाँ पे बुक किया आपने डिनर?
ये नहीं बताऊंगा।
अरे अच्छा, नहीं, मेरे को लगा बोलेंगे चलो मेरे साथ में चलो खिलाते।
मालूम है क्या?
मेरे को लगा बोलोगे साथ में खिलाते, आपने बोला बताओ।
मैं आपको एक सीक्रेट बताता हूँ, मुंबई में जो फूड अच्छा मिलता है वो रास्ते पर ही मिलता है। बेस्ट क्वालिटी फूड अगर वर्ल्ड में, स्ट्रीट फूड जिसको कहा जाए, वो अगर कहीं मिलता है तो दुनिया के में सबसे अच्छा शहर कोई है तो मैं कह रहा हूं मुंबई है। अब वो जगह मैं आपको बताऊंगा, आप कार्यक्रम खत्म कर लो 10 बजे के बाद। मैं सिक्योरिटी छोड़ दूंगा, मेरे साथ 50 पुलिस वाले Z+ होते हैं। सबको बोलता हूं आप घर जाओ, मैं सोने के लिए जा रहा हूं, और फिर मैं अपने दोस्तों के साथ चुपचाप निकल के फुटपाथ पर जाके, इतने पुलिस जाके कोई रास्ते बंद कर देगा कहीं तो मैं फिर आपको ले जाऊंगा।
तो ठीक है, इनविटेशन मिल सकता है, सिर्फ पब्लिक इनविटेशन नहीं होगा, थोड़ा साइड शो होगा प्राइवेटली इनविटेशन के लिए। ये जो बीजेपी ने महाराष्ट्र में किया, चूंकि आपने महाराष्ट्र का मुद्दा छेड़ा, कि एकनाथ शिंदे के साथ मिलकर बीजेपी की सरकार बनी, आपने देखा कि किस तरह का शिवसेना और बीजेपी का
रिश्ता था। आपको लगता है कोई और तरीका निकालना था इसको रिजॉल्व करने का? इस तरीके से बाला साहेब ठाकरे की सेना को तोड़ना क्या ठीक था?
पॉलिटिक्स इज अ गेम ऑफ कॉम्प्रोमाइजेस, कंपल्शंस एंड लिमिटेशंस। दूसरी बात पॉलिटिक्स के बारे में ये भी होती है, ना कोई परमानेंट फ्रेंड्स होते हैं ना परमानेंट एनिमीज होते हैं। ऑब्वियसली समय के अनुसार कभी कभी परिस्थितियां बदलती है। अब मैं तो महाराष्ट्र के राजनीति ज्यादा संबंधित नहीं हूं, पर एक बात जरूर है कि जो अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी ने हमको बताया था, और विशेष रूप से मैं एक नसीबवान हूं कि जिसके ऊपर बाला साहेब ठाकरे जी का बहुत प्रेम था, पुत्रवत प्रेम था। और मुझे याद है कि जब उनको ब्रिज पर फोटो निकालना था तो राज ठाकरे उनके ऊपर एक पूरे फोटो की किताब निकाल रहे थे, तो उन्होंने कहा कि ये ब्रिज पर मैं राज उसी समय खड़ा रहूंगा जब नितिन आएगा। मैं नागपुर से आया, ये माहिम के ब्रिज के ऊपर समुद्र के पास खड़ा रहा, तो बाला साहब ने मेरे साथ फोटो निकाला। तो ये संबंध है। अब चुनाव के तालमेल में कभी अलायंस में कभी कम ज्यादा होते रहता है, वो चलता रहेगा। भविष्य में क्या लिखा है किसी को पता नहीं है। परिस्थितियां हैं, उनकी अपनी कुछ अड़चन है, राजनीति की अपनी मर्यादा है। अब महाराष्ट्र के राजनीति में मैं एक ऐसा नसीबवान नेता हूं, ऑल पार्टी मेरे लिए कभी भी सब अच्छा ही बोलते हैं और मेरे साथ अच्छे संबंध है। मैं बीजेपी का हूं, मेरा कन्विक्शन पक्का है। अब इसके बाद इस बार इस राजनीति में जो कुछ चल रहा है उसमें मैं कोई टिप्पणी करना नहीं चाहता। ये तो यहाँ के स्थानिक जो लोग कर रहे वही बता पाएंगे कि इसके डिटेल्स में क्यों हुआ, क्या हुआ, किस कारण हुआ।
पर आपने कहा कि होता रहता है, तो आपको उम्मीद है कि आगे चल के कभी हो सकता है कि शिवसेना बीजेपी से वापस आ जाए, क्योंकि नेचुरल एला है?
देखिए, ऐसा मुझे कुछ कहना नहीं है, न मेरे को कोई प्रतिक्रिया है, न मैं आपको कोई न्यूज देने वाला हूं। मेरा कहना इतना ही है कि अब महाराष्ट्र के राजनीति के डिटेल्स चाहिए तो देवेंद्र जी कल आने वाले आपके यहाँ, वो आपको पूरी चर्चा करिए, वो पूरा बता पाएंगे।
तो बड़ा बच के बैटिंग कर रहे हैं आप? बड़ा बच के बैटिंग कर रहे हैं?
नहीं जी, मैं तो वनडे क्रिकेट वाला प्लेयर हूं। मेरा जिस विषय के साथ संबंध है, आप वाइड बॉल डाल रहे हो तो मैं बीच में बैट डाल के क्यों कैच आउट हूं? आपको मालूम है ना, क्रिकेट में मैं क्रिकेट खेलता था।
आप क्रिकेट खेलते थे?
हाँ, अच्छा क्रिकेटर था। तो मेरे टीचर मुझे बहुत गुस्सा करते थे क्योंकि मैं पहले बॉल से रन निकालने के लिए, जैसे संदीप पाटिल, सचिन तेंदुलकर या दिलीप वेंगसरकर वगैरह काफी बैटिंग अच्छा करते थे हमारे समय। तो मेरी भी आदत खराब थी। तो जब वो बॉलिंग डालते थे पहले नए बॉल पर, तो ऑफ साइड में वो बॉल डालते थे और लोग बीच में बैट डालते थे। बीच में बैट डालने के बाद कैच स्लिप में उड़ता था। तो आप क्या कर रहे हैं कि आउटसाइड ऑफ स्टंप के बाजू में आप बम्पर डाल रहे हो और मुझसे उम्मीद कर रहे हो कि मैं टच कर दूं और स्लिप में कैच आउट हो जाऊं।
इन्होंने तो क्रिकेट मैच की कमेंट्री भी कर दी, T20 का मैच बना दिया और साथ ही साथ अपने कमेंट्री भी आपने कर दी। नहीं, मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूँ, जो आपने सड़कों का जिक्र किया, सड़कें तो बड़ी हो रही है लेकिन उसके साथ साथ रोड एक्सीडेंट्स एक बड़ा खतरा है। हम लोग मुंबई में हैं, यहाँ पे सब लोग बहुत सदमे में थे जब साइरस मिस्त्री जी का एक्सीडेंट हुआ। मैं अभी वो इन्वेस्टिगेशन की रिपोर्ट पढ़ रहा था, इंटरनेशनल रोड फेडरेशन की जो ऑडिट रिपोर्ट आई, उस सड़क पर जहाँ पे साइरस मिस्त्री जी की गाड़ी चल रही थी, उसने कहा कि 70 किलोमीटर की स्ट्रेच में नेशनल हाईवे 48 पे मेंटेनेंस नहीं ठीक था, साइनेज ठीक नहीं थे, 2 डजन से ज्यादा मीडियन ओपनिंग्स यानी सड़क के बीच में गैप थे जो कि नहीं होने चाहिए थे क्योंकि इतनी बड़ी सड़क थी। अब मैं जानना चाहता हूं, जो आपकी इतनी बड़ी सड़कें बन रही हैं और उस पर लाजमी तौर पे गाड़ियां ज्यादा स्पीड पे चल रही हैं, ये जो सराउंड साउंड है, मीडियन ओपनिंग्स, लाइट्स, मार्किंग्स, इसमें क्यों कोताही हो रही है? पहले जनरली बताइए, फिर साइरस के केस पे आइए।
देखिए, अभी जो नए हाईवे बन रहे हैं उसमें हमने सब प्रकार की चिंता की है। जैसे अभी उस समय ये मुंबई पुणे हाईवे जब बनाया, जो मेरा पहला अवसर था, उसमें भी हमने एक्सीडेंट के समय काफी चिंता की थी। पर बाद में अभी सेव लाइफ फाउंडेशन है, बहुत अच्छा काम करते हैं। उन्होंने जो मुंबई पुणे हाईवे मैंने बनाया था उस पर 55 गलतियां निकाली। और मैं आपको एक बात मानता हूं कि मैं पिछले 14 साल से जो दिल्ली में मंत्री हूं, जितने डिपार्टमेंट मुझे मिले, शिपिंग मिला, पोर्ट मिला, ये मुंबई में मैंने अभी एयरपोर्ट तक 17 मिनट में पानी से जाने की योजना बनाई थी, सब जगह पर रो पैक शुरू किया अलीबाग में जाने के लिए। तो सब जगह वाटर रिसोर्सेस में काफी काम हुआ। पर एक बात मैं बिल्कुल नम्रतापूर्वक स्वीकार करता हूं कि रोड एक्सीडेंट के विषय में मुझे सक्सेस नहीं मिला। देश में 5 लाख एक्सीडेंट होते हैं, 3 लाख लोगों के हाथ पैर टूट जाते हैं और 1.5 लाख लोग मर जाते हैं। और मरने वाले लोगों में 18 से 34 इस एज ग्रुप में 60% लोग हैं। मेरा भी एक्सीडेंट हुआ है और मैं महाराष्ट्र में लीडर ऑपोजिशन था, तो रेड लाइट कार में पुलिस प्रोटेक्शन में मेरे ड्राइवर को कैटरेक्ट था और गाड़ी ट्रक पे जाके गई। मैं, मेरी पत्नी, मेरी लड़की, बहुत बड़ा एक्सीडेंट हुआ। तो मैं इससे बहुत ही व्यथित हूं, पर इसमें आपका भी सहयोग चाहिए। रोड इंजीनियरिंग, इसमें काफी समस्या है। अभी तो मैं यहां तक आया हूं कि जो मैं स्वदेशी और हिंदुस्तान की डीपीआर बनाने वालों के बारे में सब आग्रही था, कल मैंने हमारे सेक्रेटरी को कहा कि अब मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है कि रोड इंजीनियरिंग में सुधार होने के लिए जो डीपीआर बनते हैं उसमें हम लोग इंटरनेशनल कंपनी में जो जॉइंट वेंचर होगा उसको प्रायोरिटी दें, ताकि वर्ल्ड का एक्सपर्टाइज हमारे साथ आए। और ये बात जरूर है कि अभी मैं 4-5 दिन पहले IIT आया था मुंबई भाषण देने के लिए, काफी इसमें काम कर रहे हैं। हमने पहले ऑटोमोबाइल इंजीनियरिंग में सुधार किया, इकोनॉमिक मॉडल को हमने एयरबैग्स 6 के 6 कंपलसरी कर दी, हेलमेट कंपलसरी किया, हमने रूल्स ऑफ द रोड के बारे में नया मोटर व्हीकल एक्ट लाया, एजुकेशन और अवेयरनेस के बारे में कार्यक्रम कर, अभी अमिताभ बच्चन जी से लेकर हमारे काफी अभी अक्षय कुमार जी फ्री ऑफ चार्ज बेचारे कैंपेन करते हैं। हमने बड़े कैंपेन चालू किए हैं, हम लोगों के लिए एजुकेशन प्रोग्राम कर रहे हैं, यूनिवर्सिटीज कॉलेजेस के साथ काम कर रहे हैं। विशेष रूप से इमरजेंसी में अभी हेलीकॉप्टर से एक्सीडेंट होने के बाद ऑर्गन ट्रांसप्लांटेशन से लेकर तुरंत लोगों की जान कैसे बचाए उसके लिए कोशिश कर रहे हैं। रोड पर क्रेन और एम्बुलेंस की व्यवस्था कर रहे हैं। और एक बात जरूर है कि फिर लोगों के सहयोग के बिना नहीं हो पाएगा। जैसे गाड़ी चलाते समय मोबाइल पर बात नहीं करना चाहिए, 2 व्हीलर पे चलने के समय हेलमेट को पहनना चाहिए, जब रेड सिग्नल होगा तो रुकना चाहिए, ये भी आवश्यक है। हमने करीब 40,000 करोड़ खर्चा करके ब्लैक स्पॉट्स आइडेंटिफाई किए, उस ब्लैक स्पॉट्स को हम सुधार रहे हैं। उसको जो ब्लैक स्पॉट्स है उसको भी हम सुधारने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। हम लगातार काफी कुछ बातें कर रहे हैं, पर इसके बावजूद भी लोगों का सहयोग चाहिए, मीडिया का भी सहयोग चाहिए, लोगों में अवेयरनेस और इसके बारे में रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी। मैं अब ये ब्लेम नहीं करूंगा कि लोग कानून का पालन नहीं करते, पर कानून के प्रति डर भी नहीं और सम्मान भी नहीं। अमेरिका में या वर्ल्ड में कहीं भी ड्राइविंग लाइसेंस चाहिए तो कितना कठिनाई से मिलता है। अभी मैंने 17 सुधार किए ट्रांसपोर्ट में, हमने इसको डिजिटलाइज किया है सर बात को, और ये कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि धीरे धीरे इसमें भी बस बॉडी के इसमें भी सुधार कर रहे हैं। अभी मुंबई में मैं एक 1.5 महीने पहले आया था, मैंने बेस्ट की डबल डेकर इलेक्ट्रिक लॉन्च की, और हर जगह पर मास माने पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट को इनकरेज करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। अब एक बात राहुल बोलना नहीं चाहिए, पर आप लोग थोड़ा इस पर डिबेट कराओ। हिंदुस्तान में पॉपुलेशन ग्रोथ और ऑटोमोबाइल ग्रोथ ऐसे तेजी से बढ़ रही है, ये भी कभी सोचना चाहिए। अब 17 करोड़ व्हीकल है। अब मुझे बताइए, एक परिवार है, 3 लोग हैं और 7 गाड़ियां घर में है, और एक एक आदमी, अब ये किस पर रोड कैसे बनेंगे? दूसरी बात, पार्किंग नहीं है। बड़े बड़े शहरों में हमारे कितने लोग ऐसे कि जिन्होंने पार्किंग बनाया अपने घरों में, रोड पर गाड़ियां खड़ी कर देते हैं। तो मुझे लगता है बहुत सी समस्या है। हम भी कोशिश कर रहे हैं। ऑटोमोबाइल इंजीनियरिंग की कंपनियां, अभी उनको मैंने काफी, उसमें आपके बाद ये जो साइरस मिस्त्री का बोला, इसके बाद मैं मर्सिडीज में भी मेरी बात हुई। सब बातों की चर्चा ओपनली नहीं हो सकती।
थोड़ा तो बताओ क्या बात हुई।
नहीं, वो क्योंकि ऐसा है कि कहीं ना कहीं क्या है कि अनेक बातों के बारे में हमें लोगों की जान बचाना हमारी प्राथमिकता है।
तो कैसे होगा? क्या लेसन क्या है? क्या हुआ स्पेसिफिक केस में? क्या हुआ?
ऑटोमोबाइल इंजीनियरिंग, रोड इंजीनियरिंग जिसमें आप कहते हो सुधार करना, ऑटोमोबाइल इंजीनियरिंग में सुधार करना। तीसरी बात एजुकेशन अवेयरनेस कैंपेन फॉर रोड सेफ्टी, और चौथी बात इमरजेंसी, यानी एक्सीडेंट होने के बाद तुरंत उसकी जान बचाना। तो अब बहुत एनजीओ, सोशल वर्कर, काफी लोग काम कर रहे हैं पर मैंने ये कहा है कि 2024 के पहले हम 50% एक्सीडेंट कम करेंगे और डेथ कम करेंगे।
50% कम कर दोगे?
हाँ,
1.5 लाख डेथ को 75,000।
यस।
फिर आप बोलते हो कि मैंने जो बोल दिया फिर वचन दीजिए, कैसे होगा सर? बचा ही नहीं है टाइम अब आपके पास।
सर ऐसा है कि अभी मेरे मिनिस्ट्री ने 6 वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड किए हैं।
6
वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड किए हैं। तो ऐसा भी नहीं कि हमने करके दिखाया है, हम 2nd लार्जेस्ट रोड नेटवर्क इन द वर्ल्ड है। और अभी आज हमने इतने बड़े बड़े अभी रिकॉर्ड किए हैं कि दुनिया में वर्ल्ड के स्टैंडर्ड के हैं, और इसलिए अब खूब जोरों से प्रयास शुरू है। मेरी हाईएस्ट प्रायोरिटी है। अच्छा, मैंने आपको ये मान्य किया है कि मैं ये सब प्रयास करने के बाद में जितनी सफलता मिलनी चाहिए उतनी नहीं मिली, इसको मैं कबूल करता हूं। फिर भी आने वाले समय में इतनी ताकत लगा रहे हैं कि मुझे लगता है कि लोगों के सहयोग से, मीडिया के सहयोग से और सोशल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, एनजीओ के सहयोग से, ड्राइविंग के बारे में, दारू पीकर ड्राइविंग नहीं करनी चाहिए, गाड़ी नहीं चलानी चाहिए, हेलमेट पहनना चाहिए, रोड सेफ्टी के बारे में बहुत सी बातें हैं। मैं आपसे भी अनुरोध करूंगा, बीच में आपके यहाँ की भी टीम मुझे मिली थी, आप मीडिया के इस तरफ से भी लोगों का बिहेवियर बदलने के लिए आप लोग कुछ कहेंगे तो उसमें भी जो कानून के प्रति डर भी नहीं और सम्मान में, तो लोगों के भी सहयोग के बिना ये नहीं हो सकता। तो जरूर इसमें आप लोग सहयोग करिए और हम सब लोग मिलकर ये निश्चित रूप से पूरा करके लोगों की जान बचाने में हम निश्चित रूप से सफल होंगे। और दूसरी दुर्भाग्य की बात है जो मैं स्वीकार करता हूं कि हम लोग वर्ल्ड में रोड एक्सीडेंट में हाईएस्ट है, नंबर 1 पर है, मरने वाले लोगों के और एक्सीडेंट में। ये बहुत अच्छी स्थिति देश के लिए नहीं है, और मैं चाहता हूं कि आपके मार्फत लोगों को भी अपील करूंगा कि सबके सहयोग से हम इसको कम करने को वॉर फुटिंग पर प्रयास करेंगे और इसको बदलेंगे।
नितिन गडकरी जी, आपने वाकई में बहुत एफर्ट किया आज यहाँ इंडिया डे कॉन्क्लेव में आने के लिए। नागपुर से शुरू हुआ दिन, हिमाचल आप गए, कई जगहों पे आपने प्रचार किया, पठानकोट से होते हुए आप खास तौर से आए। हम आपको अब डिनर से रोकेंगे नहीं, आपने बताया नहीं कि आप कहाँ जा रहे हैं, लेकिन फिर भी हम चाहते हैं कि आप जाएं। आप यहाँ पे आए, आपने हमारे लिए वक्त निकाला, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। बाहर चल के प्लीज बताइए कि कहाँ जा रहे हैं कि हमारे भी कुछ लोग आपके साथ आ पाए। थैंक यू सो मच। कैन वी हैव अ वार्म राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज?
थैंक यू, नमस्कार।
यूनियन रोड एंड ट्रांसपोर्ट मिनिस्टर मिस्टर नितिन गडकरी, थैंक यू सो मच सर।
It is always pleasure to discuss. Thank you.
Could I please invite on stage Mr. Ashish Gupta, Brand Director, Volkswagen India, to present a token of appreciation to the Honourable Minister. And before we continue to our grand finale tonight, I'd like to play a short AV from Kerala Tourism.
നമസ്കാരം. Warm greetings from Kerala tourism to all the delegates of India Today's West Conclave. Kerala, also celebrated as God's own country, is a landscape with excellent hilly areas, plains and coastal land. A combination of scenic beauty, inland waterways, islands, cultural diversities, heritage and taste. Kerala was chosen as one of the 50 must-see places in the world by Time magazine. And also, Time magazine specially mentioned about Kerala's caravan policy. We are coming up with new tourism products like caravan tourism, heli tourism, destination wedding. Efforts are being made to further exploit the potential of cruise tourism. Our responsible tourism mission initiatives are internationally recognized and decorated. In this past pandemic period, Kerala has registered a record footfall of domestic tourists. Thank you very much to all the good minds who have been with Kerala tourism. I warmly welcome you all to Kerala and ensure you the best and safe travel experience. Thank you.
To believe in fearless minds and tireless feet, to brave the raging seas every day and walk side by side with hearts that beat in time with the waves. To revel in the innocence of forests and the wisdom of ancient ways. To find answers in the mystery of mountains and strength in free, soaring lives. To go with the flow along slow-moving canals, to find deep journeys in little country boats.
Nice to meet you. I'm from France.
To catch the drift of conversations under quaint log bridges and discover close-knit lives on distant islands. To find magic in the everyday and eternity in the ordinary. To meet gods who walk the earth and men who trek the heavens. To speak with no words, to listen from the heart, to be one with the trees, the skies, the earth, and celebrate every living thing. To walk the ancient streets that run across cultures, beliefs, and ideas. To open wide the mind and watch the different colors seep into each other. And let the courtyard of the world make us human all over again.
All right, and without further ado, I'm going to hand over to my colleague Akshita Nandgopal, who'll take forward why versatility, content, and box office matter. Akshita Nandgopal, Deputy Editor, India Today Television, to introduce our next and final guest for the first day of Mumbai Conclave 2022.
Thank you, Abba. I know that this is a session all of you have been waiting for. The night's still young, right? So we've got with us now, our next guest is going to be setting the stage on fire. He's found that perfect balance essentially between actor and entertainer. His next film is also like nothing you've ever seen because it deals with a genre of werewolf comedy, which we've never actually seen here in India. So I'm going to give you first a quick sneak peek into Bhedia. Enjoy.
तुम्हें क्या लगता है ये भेड़िए ने मुझे ही क्यों काटा है?
हो सकता है कि वो भेड़िया एक्चुअली तुम्हें मारना चाहता हो।
नहीं क्यों?
क्योंकि तुम जिसे सियापा समझते हो ना, वो एक बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी है।
मुझसे तो देखा नहीं जा रहा है।
मुझसे भी नहीं।
सेब समझ के चुत्तर चबा गया मेरे भाई का।
लोगों को ऊंचा सुनाई देता है ना, मुझे नीचा सुनाई दे रहा है। खुशबू बदबू में बदल गई और बदबू खुशबू में। क्या कर रहा है? इच्छाधारी भेड़िया।
इच्छाधारी तो नागिन होती है।
क्यों? सिर्फ नागिन के पास लाइसेंस है क्या इच्छाधारी होने का?
आस्की के पोती में से किसी इंसान की हड्डी का अंश मिला।
कल रात को क्या खाया था?
प्रकाश के साथ खाना खाया था।
हाँ, खाना खाया था।
जंगल में कांड हो गया।
आस्की, क्या छुपा रहे तुमसे?
कुछ हुआ नहीं है मुझे।
हुआ है।
मैं कह रहा हूँ ना, नहीं हुआ कुछ। जिसका डर था ना, वो शुरू हो गया। मुझे पता नहीं है मैं हर रात क्या करता हूँ। मेरे बॉडी के अंदर भेड़िया घुस गया, भेड़िया। रामपुरी चाकू जैसे नाखून निकलते और ड्रैकुला जैसे दांत। मेरी ना लिटरली फटती है और फट के ना पीछे से पूंछ निकलती है। ये साले कुत्ते ना मुझे फूफा जी कह के चिढ़ाते हैं। मेरा इलाज नहीं हुआ ना तो मैं लोगों को खाता फिरूंगा। भेड़िए से काटा हुआ इंसान फिर से नॉर्मल कैसे हो सकता है?
दिस इज इम्पॉसिबल।
यही चड्डी पहन के कल रात को फूल खिला था। एकदम पीछे से फटी हो गई देख।
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the one and only Varun Dhawan, entertainer extraordinaire, actor extraordinaire, joining us here at the India Today Conclave.
पर क्या करूं मेरे बात का, पापी पेट बोले मर रहे हो क्यों तुम खाओगे?
So Varun, welcome to the India Today Conclave Mumbai. Should I run?
It would be pretty wild if I actually turned into a wolf and I ate everyone over here.
Let's get things warmed up, shall we?
Yeah.
I think you're here, as I said in the beginning, to set the stage on fire. So why don't we do it first up itself with Tumkeshwari? I know everyone here wants to see that. Can you tell me if you want to see him dance to Tumkeshwari? It's not loud enough.
Listen, I've just sat here and I've seen you all. I had a stellar lineup today, some very celebrated politicians. I just met a professor from Harvard today. And I was talking to Rahul also. Are you sure? Should we just start off like that?
You can teach them all some dance moves. Let's go for it. Are there any
Okay,
one in the audience who'd like to join one?
with a dupatta. Oh, definitely. Okay, we have someone.
You got someone who wants to join you? That was amazing, right? Who votes for me every once in a while, mid-sentence, to suddenly say, Tum Keshwari, and then we just start dancing? But what has this experience been like for you, Varun? We just saw the trailer. Congratulations. It looks absolutely amazing and so very different from anything we've seen. Student of the Year to Bhedia, to a werewolf. What's that experience been like for you?
You know, just straight off the bat, I would like to say, like, COVID has been really tough, tough on everyone, I think, in the human race. We've all faced our ups, our downs especially. We've all lost loved ones. I know I have. So it was really tough, and I honestly just went through a big change. I went through a lot of introspection during that time of what I want to do as an actor and why I am here. I truly believe that sometimes when you are in certain jobs, it's for a reason. And I found spirituality during this period. And I just put in all my might, and this film was just to prove that, you know, that I am capable of doing something in this genre. And I wanted to do something which, you know, gets in VFX, gets in 3D, gets in a lot of technology and blends it in with Indian mythology in a very beautiful way. Indian folklore, sorry. And that's what Bhedia is. And I just hope it can entertain people and bring positivity in people's lives, you know, because I feel cinema can serve that purpose. It should serve a purpose of bringing positivity in people's lives. It should serve a purpose of bringing about change in a very good way, encourage younger people in our society to do good. And I think you can, and hopefully this movie will set that right example.
What's the message that you feel the audiences should take away from after watching Bhedia? What would you believe would be, the message they take away with which you'd be happy and you believe that the movie is a success, financially or not?
Mainly the message is that I would like Indians to feel proud of the kind of VFX we've done in it. A big chunk of money has been spent on the VFX and the technology used to make the film. We've got MPC who has done films like Jungle Book, you know, just to name one of them. And so a lot of money has gone into that. We don't, honestly, you know, we get a lot of flack for not, our industry gets a lot of flack for not delivering on that level. But honestly, we don't have that much money that goes into. So within those resources that we have, and I have as an actor, most of it has gone into this, and I'm very thankful to my producer, Dinesh Vision, who's put in so much money and a lot of might in this VFX, you know. So it doesn't look like you see it and my friends are going to say, Varun, yaar, ye bahut, what is this shit?
Like cartoon
what is all,
character
yeah, what is this rubbish? And I've had films with cringe-worthy VFX before, and I'll be the first to accept it. And I don't like that feeling, you know. Being someone growing up in this India, I don't like that feeling. So I want to give back to the audiences. I want them to feel proud and inspired when they go and see this film. It's up there with any other film they see.
How did you prepare for this role? Was there a lot of howling at home? Did your neighbors complain?
No, my wife definitely thought I was really strange because we just got married and I signed this film. So I was often making faces near the mirror or looking at her in weird, strange ways. But I got an animal flow instructor, Dave. He's from Bangalore. He came and trained me. And lots of classes with the director of the film who's from Delhi. So, you know, just the kind of accent I needed. I'm playing someone who's a road contractor. So just जो बात करने का अंदाज है वो सब पकड़ना पड़ा. But more than that, I think I had to just catch the heart of the film. And I found that honestly when I reached Arunachal and I was in zero.
I'm sure it was difficult to get the werewolf board, right?
Sorry?
How much work went into the werewolf body?
The body, I think I think we lay a lot of emphasis on the exterior always, you know, the physicality of what actors do. But it's honestly more the mental stuff that has a bigger effect on you. And this film definitely, I think after a long time, after Badlapur and October, I think this is a film which mentally really consumed me, and really the moral of this film really affected me a lot. Especially, like I said, you know, while COVID, the whole world was shut down and we felt like we've got this virus and it's come from, I mean, a lot of theories to it, but we felt it's come from animals or it's come from a bat, or a lot of theories to it. And honestly, I don't think they came into our homes. We've gone and we've invaded homes in which animals live in. And that's why we've caught diseases, you know. This world is as much theirs than it's ours. So, little bit, I don't want to get too philosophical about it.
But that's a great message also that you're putting out, because it's something everyone talks about so passionately right now in the country and across the world.
We talk about it worldwide, but the minute we opened, don't you think we all went back to the same rat race? We all went back to just doing, I mean, how many people can here say that post-COVID we've changed? I see people working even harder. In fact, I pushed myself so much once COVID started. My film was out, Juk Juk Jio. I behaved like, you know, I'm fighting an election. And I don't know why, but I put so much pressure on myself that nearly recently I had like this, I just shut down. I didn't know what had happened to me. I had this thing called vestibular hypofunction. Basically, your balance goes off. But I just think I pushed myself too hard, and I bet you so many distinguished people sitting over, everyone has pushed themselves so hard post-COVID. And we are just running in this race, but nobody is asking why. It's not like you get a special prize after you die and you go upstairs, you got this because you did this. I think there's a greater purpose that we all are here, and I'm trying to find mine, and hopefully people will find this.
How did the pandemic experience really change you and what you sought as an actor?
So, I've not really shared this everywhere, but someone who worked with me for 26 years of my life, Manoj, he passed away. He passed away near my eyes, and this was just when he thought he had COVID, and then he recovered after a week, and he had a heart attack, and he passed away near me. And you know, it affected me so badly mentally, but being an actor, everyone told me that, you know, you move on. And I'm like, how do I move on? This person is 26 years of my life, whatever I am today, more than any director, producer. This man is the reason I am where I am, you know. And it affected me so badly, you know, in every which way. But it's taken me a long time to, you know, even find courage to talk about this. But honestly, I'm still dealing with it. So I think the only thing that's the biggest impact it's had on me is that I don't want to judge people today. You don't know what anyone's going through. You don't know their losses. Because once we are in a public outing, everyone has their game face on. And then we judge human beings. Arey, ye aisa hai, ye bahut cunning hai, ye jealous hai, ye greedy hai, this guy is this guy is that. We don't know from what baggage someone is coming here. So just...
Thank you for sharing that with us, Varun, because I think all of us also have unfortunately had that experience. And I think to hear that from you, it brings us back to, you know, the learnings that we should have from the pandemic. I know it was hard on you, but thank you for sharing that with us. You know, we were talking about the pandemic experience, what kind of an impact it had on you. But on a larger scale, Varun, do you think that the audiences and what they sought also has changed after the pandemic?
100%. I think the audiences are not going to take any bullshit. And they're not going to settle for anything mediocre. They're not going to settle for anything okay. And honestly, filmmaking, the film industry, we are a service providing industry. Our service that we are providing is entertainment. So we have to pull up our socks. We have to give them like top of the line stuff. And according to me, that's the only thing that's going to work, you know. Because everyone knows life is precious. We don't know how long we're here on this journey. So you want to go out for the best stuff and the best stuff only. And there's a lot of options out there.
You've done, you know, variety of films, and I think that's what's really stood out. I started off saying that you're an entertainer extraordinary. You're also an actor extraordinary. You've proved that with films like Badlapur in October, and then you have a Jug Jug Jio, whether you talk about Student of the Year. So you've got that range. Is that something that you've done consciously in your career?
Yeah. Honestly, I can sit here and be like, you know, I'm damn clear-headed. I know what I'm doing. But I don't know what I'm doing. I mean, I react out of instinct, and it's God, Ishwar hai jo karata hai ye cheeze, according to me. I mean, we are put in these positions, and then we have responsibilities and we have to fulfill them. So I can't say, I mean, I work damn hard, but I wish I could just sit here and just say it's only hard work, it's only talent, it's only this. Certain things that happen in life, it's all भगवान है जो कराता है ये चीज है. सरस्वती माँ का हाथ है कहीं ना कहीं किसी भी कलाकार के ऊपर, and then they can perform.
I think also, considering the variety of films and the names that I mentioned, where do you think Bedia really fits in there? Would you deem it an entertainer? Would you deem it as a breakthrough performance?
No, it's an all-round entertainer, and at the end of the day, I think people should be excited because the director Amar Kaushik, it's his film. He's made a film called Stree. He's made a film called Bala before this, which were amazing films, and he's put in so much. I've put in a lot into this film as well, and I feel more than anything, people should watch the film because it's a good film. There's no other way to, I mean, in this environment with how films are doing, there's no other way to hard sell a film and be like, yaar, hamari film bahut alag hai, hamari film wo hai. It's genuinely a good film, and you will be entertained. And if you're not entertained, then hopefully the producer can give you their money back. I don't know. But no, hopefully you'll like the film. I believe it's a good film. I do believe it's a good one.
You know, what I'm loving from this conversation is how genuine Varun is right now. I think he's really pouring his heart out, and we really appreciate that. Varun, you did mention that right now, you know, the audiences are very clear. That this is what they want, they'll go for it, and that's it, right? You're seeing a lot of films, KGF, KGF2, Kantara, that are doing so well. It's triggered this whole debate about whether Bollywood is dead, about cancel culture. What do you think about that? Do you think that's true, that there's this whole sense that, you know, we're against Hindi movies?
No, I think Indian films are doing really well, and when Team India plays right now, they're playing in the World Cup. Everyone's an Indian playing over there, whether he's from the south of India or the north of India or east or the west, it doesn't matter, but it's Indian films. So if Kantara is doing really well, or if KGF2 is doing well, or Vikram, we should seek inspiration from these films and, you know, try and work with each other, and working with talents from there, you know. It's the best thing for Indian films to grow right now.
So you're saying there's no north-south?
And I know it sounds really easy right now because these films are getting, I mean, the Hindi films are getting the ass kicked right now. So maybe it's a great time it's an easy answer for me to say that. But if anyone can find any answer that I've given from Student of the Year, I've always wanted to do, you know, films in Telugu, in Tamil, and Bhedia is going to release in Telugu and Tamil as well. But yeah, it's a great time for, you know, all filmmakers and technicians and actors and everyone to come together. I don't know why people don't say that KGF2 also had Raveena Tandon and Sanjay Dutt in it. Why do you forget that, I mean, as well? Because they also loved over there, and we also love all the actors from here, and I just seek inspiration. I'm a big fan of so many of the directors and actors, and I aspire to work with them tomorrow in life.
Who's the one actor that you think you'd love to work with, or you think, you know, their body of work is amazing?
So I've always been a big fan of Mr. Kamal Hassan, and obviously Rajnikant, and from the newer lot, I would say I love, I think Allu Arjun is amazing. He's doing some great stuff. I think Yash has done great with making, the way he made KGF. And even right now, if you see Kantara, the way that film has been written, directed and acted by the same person. So it's just by Rishabh Shetty. So it's amazing, and I think, see, listen, people can divide us all you want. We are one country, and it's a good time for, you know, to be more collaborative right now. I think it's a good time because cinema in general is going through a big transition at the moment, all over.
But when you see these films doing really well, does it give you a sense of competition that, you know, I want to ace this, I want to defeat them?
Healthy. Hell yeah, healthy,
sure.
Healthy, definitely healthy. It's like, see, today we are sitting here, this is going to be telecast on India Today. I'm sure other channels are going to see this and they're going to get pissed, and they're like, we need to do a better conclave. What are you guys doing? Come on, let's get, you know, these politicians, let's get this. You know, it has to be healthy. We have to encourage each other to do better, and as long as it's healthy, it's fine. you know. As long as no one's coming to fight me, it's all cool.
But do you
I'm
keep a
inspired.
tab?
I'm ready to go.
Do you keep a tab?
Yeah,
What
yeah,
your
I
fellow
do.
actors, what your colleagues are doing?
No, see, not what they do, because lots of things actors do is for perception. And perception can be created by wealth very easily. So that could be fake. But anytime I get the opportunity to chat with people, with any of my fellow actors or contemporaries, I pick their brains sometimes, especially the senior ones like Shah Rukh sir or Salman bhai, or, you know, the ones who've seen so much more ups and downs in life. I mean, I'll pick their brains about, you know, what their journey has been like, at least.
Do you also keep a tab on how films do in the box office? Is that something that you clearly consider a factor?
I was so obsessed with how films used to do. I remember when I was studying in Nottingham, even the North American box office, I would like log on to Box Office Mojo and check weekend collections. I would check worldwide collections today, because that's huge. And where Hindi films are concerned, like throughout, like even like the box office, the worldwide gross, I mean, I pretty much know all the numbers by hearted.
But would you ever consider doing a film in Tamil or Telugu? Have you ever been given or offered a role?
I mean, if Lokesh Kanakaraj offered me a role, that's the director of Vikram and Kaithi, 100% I would love to do a Tamil film with him. And if Rajamouli offers you, or Shankar offers you, why will you not? Or Sukumar, who has, yeah, definitely.
Do you know any Tamil? To
No,
impress
I don't.
Lokesh Kanagaraj?
I know a little Tamil, but I don't know that much Tamil to make a fool out of myself today.
No,
Today's
go
not
for
the day.
it, go for it.
I'll lose the audition today, not today.
I'm from Chennai, so I
You
can
give me
teach
a line and I'll try.
What do you want to say?
What do I want to say?
Lokesh sir,
Lokesh sir.
எனக்கு ஒரே ஒரு film கொடுங்க. எனக்கு
எனக்கு
ஒரே ஒரு film.
எனக்கு ஒரே
ஒரு film.
film.
கொடுங்க.
Kudinga.
Now say it in one sentence.
Are you sure I'm not proposing to you? No. because I'm looking at you very...
With the sentence saying
I'm looking
Lokesh
at you
sir.
very innocent, sorry.
With the sentence saying Lokesh sir.
Lokesh
Yeah.
sir. Lokesh sir.
எனக்கு
எனக்கு
ஒரே ஒரு film.
ஒரே film.
கொடுங்க.
Kudinga.
கமல் ஹாசனோட.
Kamal Hassan.
ஓட.
Oda.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
I
what
should
did I
translate
say?
that. I should translate that. We're sitting in Mumbai, not in Chennai. You've said, Lokesh sir, please give me one film with Kamal Hassan. Works?
Done. Works. Vikram 2.
Now, if this comes your way, Varun, I think I deserve some credit.
Yeah, you'll be the next Oprah Winfrey then. You're handing out wishes today.
Maybe I can also be the person who teaches you the Tamil
Please,
dialogues
yeah, you can
for
be
the
my...
movie.
I'll make sure I'll tell Lokesh that I need you on set then.
I'll tell you what, any movie that you get in Tamil, Telugu, Kannada, whatever it is, dial us.
Okay, done deal. I might have to poach her, so...
You're all witnesses right now to this.
It's a done deal. It's a done deal. Yeah, but like I said, coming back to it now, we're in a time when Tamil films, Telugu films are working here and Hindi films are working over there. So, I mean, hopefully that time will come when
But
our
have you
films
ever
work all
received
over.
any offers?
Yeah, a couple, yeah. A couple.
on,
like
give us a
really
little more
massy
than
ones.
that.
Like really massy ones. Good ones, pretty decent ones also.
If you got a Pushpa 3?
I mean, I think that's
Puspa.
that's Allu Arjun's brand. I think he's doing well. I've got Bhedia, so
So
that's good.
you're happy with this?
I'm very happy right now with Bhedia. I'm quite content.
How do you see your future as an actor in this industry? And, now that you say that it's a pan-India industry, how do you think that defines you as an actor? You have no limits then.
Yeah, you have no limits, and I think the box office today of films are global today. So I've done a film right now with Nitish Tiwari called Bawal, which has a backdrop of the Second World War. And we shot in some of the most wonderful locations. We shot in Normandy, where there was a war. We shot all over, basically all over Eastern Europe and stuff like that. And that's now, we are trying to pitch it for the global audience. It's not only for Indian audiences. So I think cinema doesn't have a language. It should just be able to reach all over. Because I'm sure we all watch movies from different dialects and get entertained and enjoy them, don't we? So I think
everyone talks about digital streaming, about how it's such a great opportunity. But do you also believe that it's a bit of a bane because it stops people from going to the theaters? And do you think that's a challenge right now with Bhedia also?
A month back I've been announced Prime Video's ambassador, so I really I don't know how to answer this question. But I think it's the technology and the evolution is pretty new. But I feel that OTT and cinema will soon exist very beautifully with each other. We'll find a balance. And the best thing is that consumers they're consuming content. It's not like they're not consuming content. So they're consuming content, so that's a healthy sign. The balance will take some time, but it will happen.
So, you're entering into that platform. That is another aspect of it, which is with Rajan Tiki Citadel. A lot of talk about it. Everyone wants as much deeds as we can get. So what can you really tell us at this point?
All I can say is it's going to be Prime. There's nothing. I'm not allowed to.
Just howl out the rest.
Yeah, I'm not. I can just say, woo! I'll really get bitten if I answer this question right now because there are too many international mandates for me to answer anything.
So you've, in the film industry, from Student of the Year to now Bhedia, what's your journey been like and how have you progressed essentially?
I don't know. I look back at it and sometimes I feel, is this a dream? And am I going to just wake up one day? And it's really crazy, but I like I said, I think we are all here for a purpose. And you have to find that purpose. And maybe I'm going through that growing up age phase. And I'm sure everyone thinks these things at some point. So I'm just trying to find that what is the larger impact that I make on this world, in this life with cinema.
So when the pandemic struck, did you believe that it could be game over? Did that thought kind of cross your mind?
No. Never. In fact, we had this conversation a lot. I mean, my dad and me and my brother, where I told them it's going to take long. It's going to really take long. And I'm sure everyone has been watching the hell out of Fauci reporting at that time. And I was also watching it every time, trying to see what Fauci is saying, what WHO is saying, and seeing those interviews of Trump, which were very entertaining at that time, where you're cooped up in your room to just see some new information come out. But so, yeah, I pretty much knew it's going to take a while. And yeah, it's just about and the ones, like so many of us have survived it right now. It's about just getting back to life now in this new world, or this new world order.
So in the last many years that Varun Dhawan has been in this industry, I think one standard takeaway for many of us as an audience has been some great songs, some great dance moves that you've given us. So we decided, as a perfect tribute to Varun Dhawan, a medley of Varun Dhawan's best songs, best hits. Varun, we're going to play this out for you.
Okay, but I don't think I can do this alone. I need some...
of course. Are there any girls? I'm sure there'll be at least 10
girls
girls up on
boys.
the stage.
Boys are also okay. Even men, women, that's also all
anyone
right.
who's willing to join Varun, come up on the stage. Don't be shy. You'll have Varun Dhawan for company. I think there are some hesitating there. Guys, I see you all in the front row. Come. There you go. Okay, let's kick it off. We'll, of course, get the Tumkeshwari energy going. Varun Dhawan, everyone. A big round of applause, please, for him.
I hope I remember these steps. Come. Yes, so like, I don't remember shit. I don't ever rely on me for remembering things. I forget birthdays.
This was a Varun Dhawan pop quiz for Varun Dhawan.
Sorry, that was someone else. This is someone else with the beard now. Sorry, but thank you guys. It was really wonderful being here. Thank you for staying here for so long. And I hope I made maybe at least 2% sense after the very celebrated people that were here. I hope I made some sense and could appeal to some of you all. Thank you guys. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much, Varun, for joining us. Thank you. It's been a great experience.
Could we have you on stage? National Sales Head, Volkswagen India. We have a token of appreciation for Varun.